2.
Deck with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
drop
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palpin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindjo wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Charlotte Pokémon Regional Championships. 838 VGC Masters competing in day 1, and now 75 moving on to day 2 to try and make that run to Top Cut and then to Pokémon Regional Champion. Cannot wait to get underway. It has been such a great time already, and the matches really heating up. My name is Sierra Donn, and joining me in the lounge again to be kicking things off, I have Gabby Schneider and Evan Lott.
Can't get rid of
buds.
us.
I can't get rid of you, but you're best buds. How's it been?
It's been good. It's been good. I mean, yesterday was really exciting. I think we saw a lot of metagame developments that I was sort of expecting to see, but I wasn't expecting to see as many of them personally.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that we were expecting to see, but I think the way that they've been matching up against each other, we've been seeing a lot of these team matchups. Like yesterday, we only saw 2 O's over the course of the day. The team matchups really mattering a whole lot for these players. And I think it's really interesting to see how some of these archetypes are sort of, rock, paper, scissors-ing each other.
Yeah, and you're saying too that there's things that were expected. I thought that Regulation F so far, we got a pretty telegraphed first event in Portland. I feel like the whole meta has been blown wide open right now, and such a big variety of teams being viable, which then really makes way for unique and quirky Pokemon to be making their way through. I'm curious if Regulation's going to be kind of continuing on in that fashion, or when things will be evening out, because as chaotic as it is competing for these players, I'm sure, it has been kind of fun to watch.
It has, and I will give a big shout out to the grassroots community, as I feel like a lot of the metagame developments coming into this event were very much like people running these things in online tours, and then all of a sudden, oh, that actually is really good. It went, 7-2 in a crazy online tournament. Like, this is something worth exploring, and I do think it's really awesome to have these metagame developments when we don't have regional championships back to back to back. But I think we're going to have some developments on stream for the next few weeks, so that's better for us, I guess.
You're talking about some events not being back to back to back. Well, that's not a reality we live in for at least the next couple of weeks here. We have Knoxville coming up in just a couple of weeks, but of course, next week is going to be Liverpool. So there's definitely going to be a lot of Pokemon action coming at you pretty fast. And I know Charlotte has been pretty cold, but if you're looking to compete down the line, we definitely have some great places we're going to be headed, and it's definitely a good chance to be getting out there and compete.
Yeah, bring the sunscreen for Orlando and LA. I feel like those are going to be very, very warm and nice and summery.
There is light at the end of the tunnel.
Vancouver, bring some jackets and bring a hat. I did not bring a hat this weekend, and I'm regretting it.
You should bring earmuffs. And Knoxville does have the world-famous sun sphere, so maybe that'll warm up the competition in a couple of weeks.
And you're talking about the light at the end of the tunnel, and the sunniest place of all, of course, Honolulu, Hawaii, for a Pokemon World Championships. But of course, you have to be earning the points to get to that stage in competition. 500 is the mark to hit if you are competing here in NA in the Masters division. There is definitely, of course, a lot of opportunities, a lot of regionals still where you can get those points as well. Plenty of locals and even global challenges coming up.
Yeah, I think a couple of players actually locked in their invite yesterday thanks to the points that they got from this event. So even though they're not necessarily competing in the day 2 of competition, they still have their Worlds invite locked up, and I feel like that's a really nice thing to have this early on, because now okay, regardless of what happens, I'll be going to compete in Honolulu, Hawaii. Maybe I can change my event schedule a little bit and start prepping more for that event than necessarily prepping to win a regional.
Absolutely. I think it's really important. We are focused, of course, here on day 2, and the player is still in and competing to win the regional championships here. But unless you win the regional championships, qualifying for Worlds is a seasons-long process.
Yeah.
500 championship points. You cannot get that in one sitting unless you are the champion of a regional or a finalist at the international championships.
Yeah, it's tough out there. It's
not
tough.
easy.
I'm not gonna lie, but looking at our day 1 competition, there was definitely a lot of really strong players that were playing on through, and we got to see even former regional championships. They've done it once, they could potentially do it again. We started our day off watching Justin Karras. Maybe not can tell it quite from those 4 that we see there, but this team was kind of fun.
His team was kind of fun, and he came to this event as the reigning Charlotte Regional Champion. Not necessarily thinking Spam was the play a couple weeks ago, but changing his team around and showing us that, one, not only can Ndidi do a lot of things help the team out if Iron Crown isn't there, but even letting his Iron Crown show up in game number 2 to deal some damage.
Yeah, Justin had some big talk about Iron Crown not being able to win a regional unless it was piloted by an elite player. Either Justin thinks he is the elite player who can do it, or he is covering his bases in case he loses this regional championship. But he looked really good yesterday. He looked like the elite player who could win with Iron Crown. And I think what we see here is just the pressure that Iron Crown puts. Nathaniel had to bring that Ogerpon and the Assault Vest Inte every time just because of the threat of it. And then Justin was able to run over that team with his own Hearthflame Ogerpon and the Choice Scarf Urshifu.
Yeah, and also just seeing Iron Crown being a Pokemon that can utilize Expanding Force to deal that massive damage without necessarily having to have Trick Room set up ahead of time. It was just such a powerful positioning tool that it did not have access to prior to the DLC coming out.
And it's really funny because we've been talking about Iron Crown, and so far we've gotten to see it do absolutely nothing in these replays.
It's vibing. It's vibing.
It was there.
He's there. He's contributing. But Karras was talking about as well that specifically into this matchup, maybe it was more so just bringing Iron Crown because he was on stream, and the people did vote for the Iron Crown. They wanted to see it. But of course, in our next match, we did get to see quite a bit of Iron Crown throughout the day, and we got to see the power that it has going on this match. Aaron Clements facing off against Kyle Livinghouse right away, seeing that Psychic Terastallization dealing out massive damage.
Yeah, this is just so much damage coming out. The Psychic Terrain, the Expanding Force, the Psychic Terastallization. When you get all of that rolling, you pick up double KOs just left and right.
Yeah, I do really love, though, how Kyle brought Chi-Yu in particular to stop this Spam core. This was something we saw develop in earlier regulations when Armarouge and Ndidi was a huge threat. It's one Pokemon. It can do a very amazing job of countering 2 Pokemon, and even could shut down a Galarian Zapdos after it took some recoil damage from that Brave Bird. It's an insanely powerful Pokemon, and I would not be surprised if we start seeing Chi-Yu pop up more at these tournaments.
He's still just a little guy, though, and we got to see how easily this Urshifu Rapid Strike was able to deal with it. But I do think that Chi-Yu, especially to pair it up with the team that Kyle has, having really strong attackers as well in things like this Glamora, I think is just so nice to be able to see. And going into this field with all this Spam, I think is such a great call headed into this. And looking at this, Kyle was able to take the set, but Aaron Clements did stamp his way into day 2 with a very impressive 8-1 record. This was his only loss.
Yeah, both players are going to be in day 2, and Aaron will probably be hoping to dodge this matchup, but that'll be kind of difficult in day 2 as there are multiple players who are running this sort of Glamora, the Tornadus team with the Chi-Yu that actually looked so good against Aaron in that match when piloted by Kyle Livinghouse. So Aaron's going to have to dodge some of those players, or maybe take the lessons learned from that first game, that first match against Kyle, and take that forward against some of the other players who are running this same team in day 2.
Gotta dodge the hard matchups, gotta dodge the Chi-Yu, but also try and dodge the world champion who managed to make his way into day 2 with a 9-0 record. Wolf Glick is back. and we got to see in a very strong performance on stream. A little bit more of a traditional team. The Farigarath is making an appearance. We thought that it could be showing up at this event, and it put in so much work. A really nice counter into Zach's Trick Room team.
Yeah, having your own access to Trick Room, having the ability to block priority attacks, and really Wolf just being able to get a early knockoff on the Flame Orb on the Ursaluna from Zach's team just gave him such a huge advantage in that game one. Like, Wolf was clearly 2 steps ahead of Zach this entire match.
Yeah, and proof right there, the double Trick Room on turn 1 of game 2. That's the world champ difference, baby.
Yeah.
Like, Wolf is such a smart player. He is always able to read his opponents. And last year, he was really focusing on trying to find those hidden Pokemon, the diamonds in the rough. Right now, he's using his favorite Pokemon, Incineroar, to do those big positional outplays throughout the entire tournament. And it's unsurprising to see that Wolf has, I believe, 10-0 right now, going 9-0 for day 1 Swiss and winning his first round in day 2.
Oh, I got a little update for you. Incineroar is now 11-0, so definitely a strong performance going on through. It's funny too because there was kind of talk, maybe Incineroar is a little overrated.
Incineroar is washed.
No, Incineroar is still there, but of course we have to see how it goes through the rest of the day, and that's not the only Incineroar out there on the field. Of course, we have 75 day 2 Swiss players, and amongst this list, we have regional champions, we have world champions, and just some really strong, consistent players throughout this.
You know, it's great seeing so many names in day 2. I mean, this was one of the largest regionals ever, so it does make sense that this would be one of the largest day 2 ever. But also, I really want to see the Pokemon usage. I know we'll get to that later on in the show, but you know there's more Incineroar out there. Is it going to take that #1 spot? You know that Raging Bolts are somewhere. Are they going to fall off the leaderboard? There's so many questions to be answered, and with so many amazing players as well, you do have to wonder if there's going to be a bit more of a bias towards Pokemon like Incineroar.
Well, a question that I have is whether we are going to see our first time, 2-time regional champion on our 2024 season here. Of course, Riley Fakshura has been chasing that repeat spot since his Pittsburgh win, went 1-2 yesterday to then be going on an undefeated round, even knocking Paul Ruiz out as they were both at 2-2 there. So looking at this, there definitely is the case there, but there is so much strong competition out there that I'm thinking we might get a new pitcher on this list.
Yeah, I believe Riley is the only remaining regional champion in the tournament here. So if you want to see the repeat, it will be Riley, who I don't believe has placed worse than top 16 so far this season. Yeah. So pretty safe bet there, at least to make it into that top 16. He's almost certainly hit his best finish limit for regional championships. So if he wants to continue adding to his massive point total, he will need to at least finish top 8 or better.
Well, I think Portland was maybe not the performance that he was looking for after making the day 2, but that's where the revenge arc comes in, honestly, for him and a lot of players. Yeah, that's the scary part.
I mean, especially going 6 in a row yesterday wins to make it into day 2. Like, that is a power up if I've ever seen one.
All right, but we'll have to see. There's so many players. We got 75 fantastic players in day 2, so we can't be too focused on that. We'll have to see into our next round how that goes. But of course, another thing that was happening yesterday was our community vote. So we had the bracket for which was going to be the most winningest Pokemon, and to absolutely nobody's surprise, Fluttermane with the title.
So I feel like I should have changed the question in the finals because I have the power to do that apparently, and just asked, who is your best friend? Because I feel like Ogerpon is our collective best friend.
My best friend is the Pokemon that is most likely to get me championship points, and
that
my best friend is Fluttermane.
That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, the Wellspring, Ogerpon, you're cute, you're a friend, but I mean, it is a good Pokemon, do not get me wrong, but Fluttermane's just kind of on a different level, so I'd still probably pick that. But next time we just need to do cutest Pokemon.
I'm down.
And then Raging Bolt and Chien Pao are going to win that easily.
Sure.
I don't know if I'd say Raging Bolt is cute, but
is goofy.
We need to break out the tier list again, like they did in Portland, but instead of like best Paradox Pokemon, it's cutest Paradox Pokemon.
Well, I can tell you which one it is. It is the Slitherwing that is displayed proudly onto the desk there. Is easily going to be winning that cutest Paradox trend. But of course,
so fluffy.
there is so fluffy, so huggable. There is going to be more community votes happening throughout the day. Keep an eye out for them. But if we're talking about cute Pokemon, this Latias fan are so cute. I believe one of them did make their way to day 2 as well.
Yeah, only one Latias in day 2, which is kind of a fall off for this Pokemon that people thought was going to be much better in Regulation F, but still some hopes alive for Arturo here, the Latias fan.
I mean, this is also just a beautiful piece of fan art, so thank you for sharing it with us.
Absolutely love it. We have a cuteness overload on the stream right now, especially too with this next tweet. We tell you that we would love to see your pets, and we have Misty Moo loving the Charlotte Regionals, Incineroar being one of her favorite. Checks out. I'm sure she's a big Wolf Glick fan then.
It does, but at the same time, she's just so cute. Like, she's allowed to have Incineroar as her favorite Pokemon.
She's so cute and fluffy. I'm just looking at this. I don't know. This is perfect. Thank you.
Her eyes are just
staring into my soul.
She's like, please give me a treat. Please pet me. I'm right here.
Very intimidating.
Really? I don't know if that's the word that I would use there. I don't know. I think they're just pretty cute. But
Definitely lowered my attack, though.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
That's more of a charm angle, right? Instead of intimidate. All right. But of course, we want to see your posts, whether it's players that you're rooting for, your favorite stream moments, or showing us your art and your pets. We always love to see that. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon over on X, and we might be able to feature your posts throughout the day. Of course, you got to make sure you're following the channel. We talked about all the regionals that are coming up, and you want to make sure that you're stayed tuned, that you can be there bright and early to catch all of the great regional action. But speaking of, day 2 underway. I think we're ready to start kicking things off here, huh?
Oh, I
think
can't
so.
wait.
Yeah.
Let's go. So with that, I think it's about time that we send over to our other casters, the premium Aaron Zhang and Rosemary Kelly.
Thank you so much, Sierra. What a nice compliment to start off our day here in day number 2 of the Charlotte Regional Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined, of course, by Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and we're here to kick off the day.
Kick off the day for the largest Pokemon VGC tournament ever. That title, of course, went to the Orlando Regional Championships last year, which Wolf Glick won. And Wolf is still undefeated in this tournament. He took a pretty long break from VGC, longer than I think normally you would expect to see from Wolf,
yeah.
But I think it's clearly been very refreshing for him. His last tournament was the Pittsburgh Regional Championship, which was just after Worlds, so that was in September. So it's been about, just over 3-4 months since that tournament. And Wolf actually ended up finishing second at Pittsburgh Regionals. He started 3-2, went on an undefeated run between the end of day 1 and day 2, all the way until the finals, where he was eventually eliminated by Riley Factura. We've been talking about Riley as well. He is the only remaining regional champion from this season that's competing in day 2. So we'll have to see if anyone's going to be able to get those repeat titles like Justin Tang pulled off in the last season. Justin Tang, also another player who's competing in this day 2 right now with a 9-2 record. So a lot of amazing players, but Wolf is looking to secure his spot in the top 8 right now, and he has had a great start to the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, think about that. Like, still undefeated at this point, and also just so many players that are right on his tail in order to try to get those wins necessary in order to make it into that top 8. But I want to point out some of these other teams that are sitting at that 10-1 record. So we've got Nicholas Donnelly that's actually going to be running an Iron Hands. I never thought that I would see that in a Regulation F tournament, let alone that it's one of 2.
It's really funny that at one point, like, Iron Hands and Hisuian Arcanine were some of the best Pokemon in VGC, and their usage rate is just completely plummeted. There are, I believe, 75 players in day 2, and like you said, Rosemary, there's only 2 Iron Hands. But this is one of the 2 sets that have made it to the top, and Nicholas is actually going to be going up against Wolf, and so really excited to see that matchup in particular. But there are a lot of unique picks. We talked about individual Pokemon yesterday, and there are so many kind of one-ofs throughout the 75 teams today.
We're going to go ahead and break down the meta just a little bit further, but before we get into the action today, in case you missed it or you're tuning into a regional for the very first time, check out our format video so you can see what's in store today.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
So we've got our Swiss rounds today into our top 8 cut, and we also have money on the line for our top 16 players. So even if you don't make it into that top 8 cut, there's still something that you get to walk away with alongside, of course, the championship points. But it's all about getting that regional championship title.
Yeah, it's once again really cool to see the increase in pricing. We had a huge bump for regionals this season alone, and so a lot more money placed for the top, and then money being paid all the way through top 16 as well. So, you know, it's a nice reward for what is a very, very grueling tournament. Making top 16 in an 800-person plus tournament is a huge accomplishment in itself.
And top 32, and honestly, I want to give shout outs to the people that even went 6-3 yesterday.
Yeah.
If you go positive at all in a tournament that's this big, I think that's like a huge pat on the back for yourself, because this is also a very long day of Pokemon, and there were so many players. So I hope people can look at that too and be proud of the results that they put up for day number 1.
Totally, and I think this day 2 is just more intense than ever because there's actually an extra round of Swiss than we normally have because of the attendance numbers. So normally people will play 5 rounds of Swiss in day 2, but today we've actually got 6 rounds. So the first 2 rounds already happened. We're starting with round 3 here on the stream, and of course we'll go all the way until the 6th round, and then the final 8 players will advance on. I believe the way the record shakeup, if you have 2 losses, then you're guaranteed a spot in the top 8, and about half the players with 3 losses, I believe, should advance as well. But, you know, every game really matters here in day 2, and early wins actually make a huge difference because of kind of how the resistance shakes up, and so getting these wins early on can give you a huge buffer later on.
Yeah, I'm already looking at some of the other 10-1s that have a really, really good shot here to be able to make it into the top 8. We need to call out like Enzo Ressi, who's going to be using a Golden Go and Smeargle team alongside the Entei. There's also Steve and Mia, who is running the Glamora Chiyu. I believe we saw that on stream just a little bit ago. But then, of course, Luca Traget is also going to be at a 10-1 record with a Black Glasses King Gambit he's really well known for, and a Howl Gouging Fire. A lot of those Pokemon aren't on this top 12 list, but there were definitely some shakeups, I think. As we take a look at day number 1 first, Fluttermane at 61%. I feel like same old at this point to see Fluttermane up in that top position, but we also saw that Urshifu Single Strike was also in high usage.
Yeah, totally. I'm really curious to see what stats we actually have for day 2. I think, Rose, you and I were debating about whether or not Fluttermane's usage would actually increase from that 61.7%, but here we go. Day 2, 68%. Oh. It has gone up higher. So a couple notable differences here. I think 10 of the 12 are the same, but King Gambit and Indeedee have actually made its way into that top. King Gambit at 20% is actually a lot higher than I would have anticipated. Wow.
Well, we talked about the importance of dark types yesterday. Just having a dark type can be really impactful against some of the psychic spam, which is what Indeedee is well known for. And so we have seen a surgence in usage of even Single Strike Urshifu has actually bypass where Rapid Strike Urshifu is in terms of the usage, but King Gambit does allow for some really unique play with either Assurance, Kowtow Cleave, even Sucker Punch under the right conditions to be able to knock out some of these psychic users.
Yeah, it's interesting to also think about the Pokemon that have fallen out of the top 12. So Entei is no longer within this crowd.
Where's Chien-Pao?
And Chien-Pao, which is actually shocking given that it was at number 3. So it was, yeah, at what, like over 25-30% usage rate yesterday. and it's now below 17%, which is definitely the most notable drop. But Single Strike Urshifu taking over the lead from Rapid Strike Urshifu by a pretty considerable margin as well when it was behind by 0.5% yesterday is fascinating as well. So, you know, Rose, you called out kind of the rise of dark types, and yeah, there's no surprise. Indy is here, right? Iron Crown probably lags behind it a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised for it to just be outside of the top 12. And so these dark types are really valuable in a metagame where Iron Crown was rapidly surging.
Well, you would be right about that because Iron Crown is actually 13th. It had 12 players bring it into day number 2 alongside 12 Blood Moon or Saluna. Rillaboom's not too far behind either. It has 11, and then Chiyu, Qianpao, and Gouging Fire all had 10 Pokemon each in the 75 players that made it into day number 2. So, like, really not that far outside of it when you take a look at, like, 17% here. Still looking at, like, anywhere between, like, 10 and 17.
Yeah, you know, it's cool because I think a lot of the predictions that the casters made in terms of picks that they would expect to do well outside of the usual suspects are here, right? We talked a lot about Farigiraf. You know, Iron Crown, Blood Moon, Ursaluna are just outside the top 12. Chiyu was something that had a lot of hype, I think, coming into this tournament. Once again, that's there are 10 different players out of 75 that are using Chiyu. Gouging Fire with 10 different players representing it as well. Glamora and Archaludon are 2 different Pokemon that we called out as well. Ogerpon Heartflame also has 8 players out of 75 using it. I actually thought it might break into the top 12 here, so you know, it's still a little bit lower, but it is there as well.
You want to know something that's really interesting about the picks, if we're talking about caster picks?
Yeah.
There's no Dondozo in day 2.
Not a single one.
Not a single Dondozo in day 2.
That's actually fascinating.
That is so fascinating. I would have expected at least 1 or 2 to make it into day number 2, but there's 0. What happened? Where did it go?
Yeah, I wonder if like fewer players are just using it. You know, we didn't see it make an appearance on stream yesterday, and I think people might have realized, hey, like this is a good team, but people are gonna go, like make sure they have Dondozo answers on their teams. Like Dondozo kind of was one of the most relevant compositions in early Scarlet and Violet VGC. And as time went on, it kind of fell off. We actually saw more solo Dondozos perform well that won the North American Internationals, Top Cut the World Championships. But Dondozo with Tatsugiri was something that I think a lot of people realized that there's actually a fair amount of counterplay to it. And with, you know, both Urshifu forms being so popular, getting a guaranteed crit onto Dondozo, ignoring those defense boosts, is a big problem. So we saw Rocky Helmet Dondozo pop up as a solution to deal with some of this. But I think at the end of the day, it's actually not a very easy composition to pilot because there is a lot of counterplay, and you have to be very intentional about when you combine with Tatsugiri, when you're going to be able to actually start dealing damage versus playing defensively. Even team building choices like the ability on Dondozo, what Terra you want, and the item choice all make a big difference as well. So yeah, it's just, I think, not the easiest Pokemon to pilot, but the fact that none made it to day 2 is actually still shocking to me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, even Chupacross, who actually got 2nd at the Portland Regional Championships with Dondozo and Tatsugiri, actually pivoted away from that composition to play in the regional this weekend. So maybe there's something behind that. Maybe we'll get to check in with him a little bit later on his decision process behind that. But you can see some of our matches heading into round 12 that we are going to be featuring Wolf Glick versus Nicholas Donnelly. Wolf has a very, very good shot here of securing a place in Top Cut if he does win this match. And then we also have Scott Iwafuchi versus Arbin Tumeneng. And I'm really excited about that one in particular because both teams are so interesting.
Totally, yeah. I mean, every player here has had so many accomplishments to their name. Enzo in particular, player that I want to call out, that is the 2016 Junior Division U.S. National Champion. So Enzo is aged through seniors where he top cut the World Championships, I believe got top 8 a few years ago, and then now in the Masters Division as well. And of course, we have some other big names there. Ashton Cox, 2-time international champion. Like Wolf, Ashton actually also took a pretty long break from the game. He's returned. This is his first regionals in a while. Ashton was the player that lost to Wolf in the Orlando Regional Finals, which, as we keep saying, was the largest tournament before this one. And so he's on an amazing run going up against Justin Tang. We saw Nick Navari, who's won multiple regional championships as well. And yeah, I think just really, really every player on that notable player list is incredible. I could see any of them taking home this tournament.
I agree. I really think that it's gonna we're just gonna be creating history here. I think anybody being able to take home the title of regional champion at such a large championship event, it's gonna feel really, really good. good. We've got like Worlds caliber matches coming at you for the rest of today. And the first one up on the stream is going to be between Wolf Glick and Nicholas Donnelly. Fun fact, they played yesterday, and Wolf, at the undefeated record, think we can all figure out, did win that matchup.
Yep, so the only loss Nicholas has had all tournament was to Wolf. Both players were 8-1 or 8-0 going into the last round of Swiss, and I was actually talking to Wolf about it. He said he lost game 1 in one turn, but managed to figure out a game plan in games 2 and 3 in order to secure the victory. So there's a lot of context to this set that we as the casters and viewers don't necessarily have, and so it'll be interesting, right? Both of these players have already seen what each other's play styles are, what their leads are, and we've talked a lot about Iron Hands, but it has returned, and it is this Clear Amulet set.
I'm so excited about that. Clear Amulet is one of those items that has really popped up and increased in popularity because of just how many Intimidate users are around. You also have Parting Shot and just so many ways to be able to limit a lot of the damage output of a physical attacker. So Clear Amulet is a great way to be able to block that from happening, and Iron Hands can dish out the damage. Like, while it is a tanky Pokemon, it can also be a formidable force.
Yeah, it's got that close combat in particular over the Drain Punch, which you normally see, which makes a big difference when you're going up against Incineroar. And this is actually Nicholas's first time making it to day 2. So far, only one loss across both day 1 and day 2. And that loss, of course, is to his current opponent, Wolf. So amazing run so far, but I'm sure he's feeling good and wants to, go into top cut and try to make a deep run there.
Absolutely. And I wonder, too, like, what kind of information can they take from that previous matchup that might influence the level of play today? Because I know, like, when we see sometimes these rematches, they can be kind of fast. Just knowing that both of them have remembered specific things about the matchup that might make it a little bit easier one way or another.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things about this matchup is the Farigiraf versus Farigiraf. As we see, Wolf's fun fact, the only player who's won every level of tournament, of course, has that World Championship victory, but is also the most winning regional champion player of all time. Won US Nationals back-to-back in 2011 and 2012, won the 2019 North American Internationals, won the Players' Cup.
Yep.
There's just got everything, basically. And so looking to further his lead as the winningest regional player of all time as we get into this very first game. Battle of the Farigirafs. Nicholas, of course, has 2 means of speed control, Tailwind Tornadus, as well as Trick Room Farigiraf. And his Farigiraf actually does have that in prison.
That's really interesting because, like, do you think that that comes in the back if you expect that there will be a Farigiraf lead? Farigiraf was something that Wolf relied upon in his stream matchup, not only to reverse the Trick Room, but also just to make sure that it can help kind of stop some of these priority attacks, which you love to see the Tornadus on the other side for that reason.
Yeah, Nicholas opts for a really offensive lead here, right? With Tornadus and Ogerpon, you could theoretically just Tailwind and target the Urshifu slot with a Grass-type attack. Wolf's solution to get around this is to set up that Trick Room and switch out, as you can see he's considering. So this could be really, really good for Wolf if Nicholas ends up clicking Tailwind on turn 1. So do you take that risk?
I mean, you have to risk it, I think, especially if you walked away with some of that knowledge from the first set. Maybe you're looking at Nicholas having a preference to want to set up the Trick Room because of something like the Blood Moon in the back, or just knowing that he has to go for a faster mode like this. So it is going to be the Tailwind and the Wood Hammer into the Incineroar, which takes that so comfortably. And we will see that this Trick Room pays off in dividends after that Tailwind goes up.
Yeah, that's a dream scenario for Wolf there. You don't lose your Urshifu, you get Trick Room in, you have so many turns to work with. It's now Farigiraf time to just click Hyper Voice. Incineroar can do a lot here. You can go for Flare Blitz and just cover for switches. So Nicholas now needs to stall out this Tailwind. I think the big problem here is with Tailwind, even the slower Pokemon you might have in the back, like that Ursaluna, like that Iron Hands, like your own Farigiraf, are still going to be slower. And so a knockoff is such a nice move here because it kind of covers for anything that you can switch into. And so right now, Nicholas is in a really awkward spot where you're looking to stall out your own Tailwind. You're not also offering that much offense on your side with that immediate Intimidate onto Ogerpon. But Ogerpon's going to switch out here to try to get rid of that Intimidate.
And it's going to be Farigiraf that takes its place. So it was a fake out into that slot. It can't happen anymore because of the Armor Tail ability now being out on the field, but doesn't mean that Wolf's Farigiraf can't start dealing damage. You get the Hyper Voice off into both targets, and now that Throat Spray is going to activate to give Farigiraf a special attack boost.
Tornadus here does get some free damage with the Bleak Windstorm, so all things considered, I think a pretty strong turn for Nicholas. Wolf had the opportunity to maybe fish for a knockoff onto either Tornadus or the Ogerpon switch there, but wanted to just make sure Ogerpon didn't get any damage off that turn and protect Farigiraf. You know, that prevents something like a Ogerpon terroring and then actually threatening Farigiraf with a lot of damage. And so I think Wolf's still in a really commanding spot because Hyper Voice just looks so good right now. There is that knockoff pressure onto Farigiraf as well, but it is very Terra Farigiraf on the opposing end, so you could consider going for it, but no Terra here means Farigiraf's just almost going to feint. A Hyper Voice surely will finish it off.
Yeah, it's nice too because you knock off the Citrus Berry, so you don't even have the HP recovery, and whether or not that would have been enough. The Hyper Voice is not enough to take out the Tornadus, so it can go for another Bleak Windstorm here, and it will miss the Incineroar, so a little bit of critical damage down onto the Pokemon. That Incineroar gets to stick around and also pivot off the field for another Intimidate drop onto the Ogerpon later.
So Ursaluna Blood Moon does hit the field, but the speed dynamic is still really awkward because Tailwind is up on Nicholas' end, and so that's why like that turn one was just such a winning play for Wolf. Nicholas wanted to play aggressive, get rid of Urshifu. If you get rid of Urshifu, like as you see, all of Nicholas's Pokemon don't take Surging Strike super well. You know, so it was a risk that I think he found worth taking, but Wolf decides to just set up Trick Room, and this turn is still really awkward, right? Because you're slower, Farigiraf threatens with Hyper Voice. There's nothing on Nicholas's team that really resists this Hyper Voice, and so it's also really powerful. And then you've got the knockoff pressure as well. So yeah, really commanding position right now for Wolf, and Nicholas probably wants to protect the Blood Moon at least this turn, stall out Tailwind as Tornadus pivots out.
It's a nice pivot though. The Tornadus gets off the field, and now the Ogerpon can take its place, which you look at that and it could be a little risky if Wolf had decided to target down that Tornadus slot, but we are going to see a committal of the terastallization, and it's going to end up being the normal type here for that Blood Moon Ursaluna, making potentially a Hyper Voice even just a little bit stronger.
Yeah, so Terra implies no Protect here, just looking for as much damage as possible, try to accelerate the pace of this battle a little bit, but it's going to take so much damage as well and lose its item.
Yeah, so now that that Life Orb is gone, I don't know how much damage this Ursaluna is really going to be able to do here. Especially because the Psychic is just going to knock it out. Wow, that Throat Spray really helped it out there.
Yeah, that was so much damage. I thought the Ursaluna would be able to survive that, but the double up actually just secures the knockout. And so this is why I was saying I think like Protect would be quite nice. You stall out your own Tailwind and stall out another turn of Trick Room. But yeah, I think this was just a Farigiraf masterclass. It put in so much work here, and Nicholas has a counter to it, right? I think if Nicholas leads his own Farigiraf, you can go for Imprison to stop the Trick Room on Wolf's end. But yeah, Nicholas just has struggled to deal damage in this game so far because Wolf just has such a good speed advantage.
Yeah, we're going to see the Tailwind go up again. So Nicholas just preserving the Hearthflame Ogerpon just to give it its best effort, make sure that it's not going to take any damage this turn. And also the Parting Shot doesn't go off here from the Incineroar, so it can't pivot out either. Hyper Voice, though, will knock out this Tornadus, and it's all down to this Ogerpon to try to get the job done.
Yeah, this game basically has felt like a big uphill battle for Nicholas right from turn one. It was such a disastrous turn one, and then the Ursaluna Blood Moon just getting knocked out like that basically, I think, prevented any chance of a comeback. Ogerpon here just not strong enough to deal enough damage across the board, and so this is Wolf doing a really good job of calling out, hey, I'm just going to go set up Trick Room, but also threatening with Urshifu, right? If you lead something like Incineroar Farigiraf or Rillaboom Farigiraf, Trick Room seems a lot more obvious, but I think from Nicholas's end, he was really scared because you have to cover for Choice Scarf Urshifu, right? Choice Scarf Urshifu puts in so much work, and so trying to get that KO immediately, but Wolf doesn't give it to him and sets up Trick Room, and yeah, that turn one play alone puts him in such a good spot.
Yeah, now you get a chance to just bring the Incineroar back out here if you want. You also have another Pokemon in the back, but I feel like Incineroar not only gets the Intimidate drop, but you can just go for the Fake Out here and just finish the game.
Yeah, Farigiraf looked amazing in this game. Like, it did almost all the damage across Hyper Voice and Psychic. It also set up the Trick Room, and so if you're Nicholas and you go back to the drawing board, well, the obvious solution is to lead your Farigiraf, right? With that, you at least pressure with your own Trick Room / Imprison, which is a really nice combination, but you also need to be able to deal damage, right? I think like the problem for Nicholas in this game was that none of the Pokemon really got too many attacks off. It was really Tornadus only clicking Bleak Windstorm that dealt damage in this game, so it needs to be a more effective solution to be able to hit early on. And so, yeah, I think like you can look towards kind of pivoting towards Farigiraf, but I suspect that Wolf might play a faster mode in game 2, thinking Nicholas is going to adjust by bringing Farigiraf.
I think Farigiraf would be great here. I think also maybe just, I wonder if like if you bring the Farigiraf and maybe you just like set up the Blood Moon on the field, like maybe you're able to kind of figure out a way to figure out the Trick Room setup.
Yeah, Blood Moon is interesting. I think like the scary thing about leading it is if Wolf just leads that Urshifu again, you kind of feel forced to Terra or switch. One of the key things to note on Nicholas's team is that there's actually no Surging Strikes resist, and so that's why Wolf prioritized leading Urshifu, right? You put on a lot of offensive pressure immediately with it, and so if you look at the Terra types as well, there's only one Pokemon that can defensively Terra on Nicholas's team, and that's Iron Hands with that Grass Terra. We were talking about Iron Hands. It's an interesting pick. I think it's scary to bring because Fake Out loses a lot of its value when your opponent has a Farigiraf, but Wild Charge Close Combat Heavy Slam still deal decent damage, right? And Wolf clearly prioritized bringing Incineroar out in that last game. If you're able to catch an Incineroar, switch it, and just KO it with Close Combat, that's where Hands, I think, has a lot of value. And so, yeah, I think Nicholas definitely has tools on his team, but you can't kind of just lose the speed war like that on turn 1 because it's just a complete disaster. Like, the game might have even played out differently if at least Tailwind doesn't get set up. Curious how fast the Ursaluna Blood Moon is on his team. Can it outspeed Farigiraf and Incineroar on Wolf's end?
I would love to see if Iron Hands comes here. I love what you're talking about in terms of defensive Terra. My only hesitation is that like if Wolf expects that and you force out a Terra from the Iron Hands, there are ways to play around that and just punish the Terrestrialization on the Iron Hands. Especially because it's on Assault Vest, but that also wouldn't help when I'm looking at Hearthflame Ogerpon as well as Incineroar here.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I'm Nicholas, I'm thinking of dropping Tornadus as a lead. I'm thinking of leading Farigiraf. Dark Urshifu didn't come out in that last game, but that actually puts on immense pressure into Farigiraf specifically, right? Might force a Terra out of that. So Dark Urshifu, Farigiraf, Iron Hands are kind of 3 Pokemon I'm looking at in terms of what you might want to lead with. But you know, Ogerpon feels really strong. It forces the switch out, but then it's just so weak into Incineroar afterwards.
Yeah, with all the parting shots, cycling through the fake outs, definitely felt like it was an uphill battle, especially at the end of that game. And lo and behold, it is going to be the Farigiraf and the Iron Hands for Nicholas and Wolf, with the Farigiraf and the Urshifu once again.
Yeah, I think this is a fantastic adjustment by Nicholas. It's exactly what I was trying to hint at. And so here's the thing now, right? Like, Urshifu does have this Surging Strikes. It is really, really powerful. You can see Wolf deciding between Water Terra and Surging Strikes and the Iron Hands or Close Combat. The main thing here is basically, do we think the Iron Hands will Terra on turn 1, right? And so let's see if there's a Terra. Okay.
Well, we're going to have to see Wolf's Terra first. So sadly, we have to wait just a couple more seconds as it's going to be the Urshifu that takes on the Terra Water. Wolf really wants to just put on the pressure with this Urshifu, maybe even expecting an Imprison to come out from Nicholas's side, but
there's the Terra.
Is a Terra. Okay.
So, like I said, there's only one real resist to water type attacks on Nicholas's team, and it's something that needs to Terra in order to get there. But it is going to be the Grass Terra on the Iron Hands to make sure that Surging Strikes does not deal neutral damage, and it's going to be the Helping Hand as well. So choosing not to go for the Imprison here, making a very aggressive play. Farigiraf does protect. Looks like Nicholas is nodding. I think he expected this, and if it's Wild Charge onto Urshifu, it's an amazing trade, especially because Wolf opted for that Surging Strikes, did not go for that Close Combat. Iron Hands takes that like an absolute champion.
Yeah, Iron Hands doesn't need an Assault Vest to still be a tanky Pokemon. Oh my goodness, like it
that's
takes
25% with Water Terra.
Maybe a little less, honestly. But yeah, it's just not nearly enough. It is a close combat though, but hey, either one of those would have gotten the job done. A one-hit knockout onto Wolf's Urshifu, and Iron Hands sitting pretty.
I actually love that close combat play. I think you probably don't need Helping Hand in order to pick up the KO with Wild Charge, but what Nicholas was covering for was basically any combination of attacks. By going for close combat, you cover for a Rillaboom switch in, you knock out Incineroar, you might even knock out Rillaboom, honestly, with that combination.
Yeah.
So brilliant play, and Nicholas's Farigiraf now is putting in so much work. In the previous game, it was Wolf's Farigiraf applying pressure, but this Helping Hand, so much pressure. The Farigiraf on the opposing end can go for that Imprison as well, and critically, it's blocking Fake Out from Wolf's Rillaboom right now, and this Rillaboom here does have U-turns. You can threaten maybe a knockout onto Iron Hands with U-turn and Hyper Voice. Looks like that's what Wolf's opting for. My question then is, how fast are all these Pokemon relative to each other? Iron Hands might actually be a little bit speedy here.
Yeah, it could operate outside of Trick Room. That is something that I feel like catches a lot of people off guard, but especially with something like the Clear Amulet, just maybe. Nicholas is going to full send it here, hoping that this Iron Hands is going to be faster, or maybe even knows it is the Wood Hammer, and it's just not going to be enough damage. But is the Iron Hand faster?
Oh,
no,
it's slower than... Oh, it does get knocked out, yeah!
What?
Oh, that's what I was saying about the speed interactions.
What a risk!
Oh. I wonder if that speed interaction came out at any point in their previous matches, and so Wolf immediately equalizes the field there, but if the Iron Hands is faster there, Helping Hand close combat probably just secures a knockout onto either of the slots. I would be confident on KO Rillaboom, maybe Ferrograph can survive, but that's obviously a huge, huge turn for Wolf there, but definitely can see what Nicholas was going for. If you are end up faster than either of the Pokemon, you're in such good shape, but Urshifu comes out now, and that's a pretty darn good Pokemon to have into a Ferrograph, which no longer can Terra at this point.
I think the Urshifu is very well positioned here. You're still going to take a lot of damage, though. I think the Rillaboom is threatening big damage onto both the Ferrograph and the Urshifu, but the Urshifu has the Focus Sash, so you know you can hang on to at least one attack, and Urshifu tends to be pretty fast as well. So Ferrograph on Nicholas's side is just going to go for the Helping Hand to boost up some of this damage, and it is going to be a Wicked Blow aiming into the Rillaboom, and that will be a quick knockout.
Yeah, really impressive damage output here from all the Helping Hand boosts, right? Just able to secure these one-hit knockouts. So Trick Room is set up, but what makes this hard is the ability for Nicholas to potentially reverse that Trick Room. So now the question is, do you secure a knockout onto the Ferrograph with a Hyper Voice knockoff combo, right? Because the problem is, how do you deal with Focus Sash Urshifu as well as Ferrograph? You can guarantee a knockout onto one of the two slots, but because there's Focus Sash on Urshifu, you're gonna have to double up onto a slot to get a knockout here. So Nicholas can try to reverse the Trick Room. The question is basically, do you make the call and protect your Urshifu? And does Urshifu end up, protecting here? If it does protect, and Ferrograph reverses Trick Room, I think the game is just immediately over. So you can see Wolf basically has to make the decision. Do I target Ferrograph or do I target Urshifu? He's going for the Urshifu lock here.
Okay, well,
there's
it's
no
gonna
protect.
get it as the Flare Blitz is able to hit into the Urshifu without that protect active. And now the Ferrograph gets a chance to follow that up with a Hyper Voice, and it will be a knockout onto the Urshifu. But the Ferrograph here still has yet to make a move. But we got to see the berry activate first before we get a chance to see what this Ferrograph has gone for. Citrus Berry, nice to be able to get some HP recovery back as the Trick Room gets reversed.
All right, I'm thinking if it's fast Blood Moon here in the back, enough to outpace the Incineroar and Ferrograph, I think Nicholas is going to be in a really nice spot. So let's see if it indeed is that Blood Moon as the final Pokemon.
All right, it's going to be the Ursaluna. What a nice call. Still need to... I don't know how you deal with that. We saw how much the Psychic did to the Ursaluna.
Yep.
It was plenty to be able to get the knockout from about, like, what, 60, 70%?
Yeah.
So I think this Ursaluna still has to be a little careful.
All right, the big question here is the speed interactions, right? If you're reversing Trick Room, I think you'd want to feel confident that you're faster here with the Ursaluna. So speed actually matters a lot in this matchup. And the other question is with Ursaluna, who do you target, right? I think you could go for something like a Helping Hand Earth Power to secure the knockout onto Incineroar. And then if you're confident you're faster than Ferrograph, then you can go for something like Helping Hand plus Blood Moon. Critically, Wolf's Ferrograph actually does have Protect, and so you can Protect in front of a Blood Moon, which would be a big deal because then you're not able to go for it the next turn. But Wolf's deciding, oh, he's coming so close on time there.
No,
Okay, just locks it in. There's the Helping Hand, though. All right.
Well, we saw the Helping Hand for the Iron Hands, and it was not able to be faster, but the Blood Moon is faster this time around. And with that Blood Moon into the Incineroar, that will be a knockout. Plenty of damage. Can't go for that Blood Moon attack again on that next turn, but you take the knockout here. The Psychic, though, into this Ursaluna is going to allow it to hang on, but that's a lot of damage.
Oh, wow. This is going to be a really close finish.
80%.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see Blood Moon come out there onto Incineroar instead of Earth Power, because I think Earth Power would have just secured that knockout with Helping Hand since it's super effective, and then you get to Blood Moon, the Ferrograph now. But yep, here's Helping Hand coming out once again, but you can't go for Blood Moon anymore. It's got to be a Hyper Voice or an Earth Power.
That's a single target Hyper Voice. It is going to bring the Ferrograph to 14 HP. What? As the Hyper Voice in response knocks out the Ursaluna, but Nick's Ferrograph is still on the field. I just don't know if it's going to be able to outpace here.
Oh my goodness.
Is the Dazzling Gleam enough? enough.
Yeah, there's no more grassy terrain, so it's single target Dazzling Gleam. My guess is it does do enough. Nicholas's Furgraph appears to be faster. Here we go, Dazzling Gleam, and it secures the knockout as we go to a game 3 here. You can say to Nicholas, take a huge sigh of relief, and what a game 2. That was completely different from game 1. I love the adjustments that he made here with that Iron Hands, with that Furgraph. It's what I was calling out going into this game, and what masterful play there. A lot of big speed interactions there as well, right? We saw how fast Iron Hands is, or I should say how slow it is relative to some of Wolf's Pokemon. It got outsped by that Rillaboom, and it got outsped by that Furgraph, but then we saw that the Blood Moon on Nicholas's team is actually faster than the Incineroar and the Furgraph, so the speed dynamics in this game are so intense.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, like, I think looking at the Furgraph too, now that you know that speed interaction, it's really, really important here. I'm so impressed by the adjustment that Nick made in that second game. It was perfect. It was perfect. And even though you lost the Iron Hand so early, could you imagine if it had actually been faster? And you still now know that your Iron Hands will not be able to outpace that Rillaboom.
Totally. I think Furgraph and Iron Hands clearly seems to be a really effective lead. So if I'm Wolf, I'm immediately looking at Ogerpon, because Ogerpon can go for Fire Terra and threaten it with offense immediately, right? So I think Urshifu falls really, really short into the Iron Hands with Grass Terra, but Ogerpon here can put on a lot of offensive pressure immediately. And so, yeah, I think that's the immediate adjustment I'm thinking of. I think for Wolf, the Flutter Mane in this matchup just doesn't really contribute too much value. It's a calm mindset, but you kind of just get dunked on by Iron Hands with that Heavy Slam. So would be surprised to see that make an appearance, but I think essentially Wolf needs a little bit more offensive pressure into Iron Hands and into Furgraph. If anything, if I'm Wolf, I think I'm actually prioritizing knocking out the Furgraph on Nicholas's end, because that caused so many problems, right? Wolf's team loves going for the priority fake outs with Incineroar and Rillaboom, as well as Grassy Glide on the Rillaboom, and so if you're able to eliminate Furgraph on Nicholas's end, which does not have Protect, then it opens the game completely up for you.
Yeah, you have to make a lot of calls though, because Furgraph still has Imprison.
Yeah.
So I think that's something else that Wolf still needs to keep in mind that would lock his own Furgraph out of being able to use Trick Room, and that, I don't know, it just felt like that was such an important part of that game number 2 that you still have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, Nicholas could adjust with something like Iron Hands Urshifu as a lead, but you might just feel more comfortable leading Furgraph the entire time, honestly. I'm curious if he ever decides to go back to Tailwind. Another approach you could make if you expect Ogerpon is to, like, knock out Wolf's Furgraph and then set up Tailwind, then Bleak Wind Storm becomes really strong. So I think there are a lot of different ways both players can adjust here, but I would expect an Ogerpon adjustment from Wolf's end.
Well, we've got a game number 3, our first one of the Charlotte Regional Championships. That's right, everybody on alert as Nick and Wolf are going to be kicking off this game 3 with both Ogerpon Hearthflame on the field, but Nicholas is gonna just lead the Blood Moon Ursaluna right away.
Wow, this is really interesting. It's kind of rare to see, I feel like, Ursaluna being led like this, but critically, Nicholas's Ogerpon does have that Follow Me, so Hyper Voice and Follow Me here is actually really, really powerful. I think the main thing I'm thinking about here is if you're Nicholas, do you consider going for a Terra with Ogerpon just to play defensively, right? If you go for that Terra, then you can go for Follow Me of your own turn 1 and then go for a Hyper Voice, for example. And so a lot of immediate offensive pressure from both ends here. And I think the other thing to think about, I'm wondering what Nicholas has in the back, because let's say Wolf doesn't set up Trick Room right now. If you bring out Tornadus and then you tail him with it, then the Ursaluna becomes, I think, a really, really scary deal. But here's the Terra to start.
The Terra onto the Hearthflame Ogerpon means that it is going to get an attack boost. And so that definitely feels really, really good, knowing that there is no clear way to be able to knock that attack back down on Nicholas's side. But it's going to be another Terra onto the Hearthflame Ogerpon as well. But more importantly, Wolf's Terra'd first.
Yes. Oh, this is a really big play already. Well, let's see, does the Ursaluna protect? Because you could protect and just Ivy Cudgel into Furgraph here.
Well, Furgraph is going to go for the Protect first, so it really doesn't want to catch any of this smoke.
Oh,
but
no Follow Me!
No Follow Me, no Protects on Nicholas's side.
This is
Ivy
KO.
Cudgel just goes into the Ursaluna. No way it survives here, as the Ivy Cudgel in response was going into the Furgraph, but that Blood Moon Ursaluna gets away with another attack with the Earth Power into the Hearthflame
super
Ogerpon.
effective post-Terra.
One-hit
survival
knockout
there. Oh my goodness. We are off to a start here in game 3. I think it fades from Life Orb. Let's see. Yep, it does.
Okay.
But Nicholas has his Terra still, whereas Wolf does not. That's a big advantage, and the Friggraph just protected, so you can target that slot safely. Urshifu, though, a really nice answer here into the Ogerpon, which just Terra'd, and so now I'm curious, is there a Tornadus hiding in the back? If you have Tornadus, you can actually just Tailwind and go for damage, obviously. So Urshifu here also could be a decent switch in from Nicholas's end, but yeah, the Water Urshifu in the back here is huge for Wolf to pressure Ogerpon. And ooh, it's going to be Friggraph. That's going to be a really nice Pokemon for Wolf to see, I think, because now the Surging Strikes onto Ogerpon is super free.
Yeah, you can't protect the Ogerpon here because it is going to take that damage through the Protect thanks to Urshifu's ability, and Wolf just gets to full send all of this damage. Nicholas wants to preserve that Heartflame Ogerpon for later, so we will see it retreat back into its Pokeball, but the Iron Hand's now going to hit the field, and instead, Surging Strikes is still going to do a little bit of damage, but the Iron Hands takes that so comfortably.
Yeah, that's the best switch into Surging Strikes that I think Nicholas has on his team. Doesn't even take 50% from it, and so, oh man, this is a really, really intense Game 3. Hyper Voice is not going to do that much right now, but of course, the Throat Spray boost now means it is a huge offensive monster, and we saw Wolf's Friggraph move first here, so I should imply Trick Room on the opposing end.
There it is. Yeah, Trick Room is going to help bolster up this Iron Hands' ability. You have the Iron Hands on the field just to be able to pressure down with a lot of the attacks that we saw before. And what a perfect position for this Iron Hands to be in, knowing that it is going to be fastest thing on the field.
Exactly, yeah. That's where that speed interaction earlier was a really big deal. So, okay, Wolf's opting for Protect for Friggraph. He's, you know, I think the main debate here is, do you Protect? Do you want to click that Hyper Voice instead? You could also try to reverse Trick Room. From Nicholas's end, though, you have a really explosive play of Helping Hand close combat onto Friggraph. So my other question is Wolf's Friggraph bulky enough to survive that? Because if not, it would be a complete disaster to just get knocked out. So the question here is, yeah, do you want to stay in? Do you want to switch into Incineroar? And do you want to protect the Friggraph here? He's just going to attack with both, so prioritizing getting the knockout, it looks like, onto the Iron Hands here.
It would be really nice to be able to get that job done, but Nicholas gets a chance to move first, the Helping Hand, to increase his Iron Hands' attack output as the close combat goes into the Urshifu. Wanted to prioritize that as one of the big damage threats to that Heartflame Ogerpon that's waiting in the back.
Yeah, I think that play makes a lot of sense because it covers for Friggraph protecting, but Wolf makes the call to not protect there. Hyper Voice comes out, look how much damage it does, and Wolf actually now in a nice spot. Like, Nicholas set up that Trick Room, but Wolf's got Incineroar as his final Pokemon, so Ogerpon here is going to eat up that Intimidate, which is a big deal, and there's not that much damage to threaten Incineroar right now. So Wolf making a really nice call there, right? I think if you switch in your Incineroar there, or you end up protecting with Friggraph, would be a disaster, but correctly assesses the situation and manages to secure the knockout onto Iron Hands, and Incineroar is the final Pokemon here from Wolf's end. So it's been a crazy game of trades so far, but I think Wolf in a better position right now thanks to his Friggraph being so well positioned.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a really nice place for the Friggraph. It's probably faster in Trick Room than this Ogerpon.
Yeah, yes, definitely. Yeah. And I think, yeah, like Incineroar is the perfect final Pokemon here. Wolf dropping Rillaboom was really key. If you have Rillaboom here, I think the game actually becomes more challenging. So Nicholas caught in a tricky spot right now. One play you could make a Spiky Shield, reverse your own Trick Room, and okay, looks like that's what he's going for potentially.
He has to try. He really has to try here. Incineroar's going to go for the Parting Shot as well, just to be able to drop that Ogerpon's attack. It is at neutral because of the Embody Aspect boost and the Intimidate drop, but the Hyper Voice as well, just to try to do some damage. Friggraph on the other side is going to take a lot, but it is a survival to go ahead and reverse that Trick Room.
Yeah, I think the challenging thing for Nicholas is you still don't have that much damage, right? So, like, you could just go for Protect here. Yeah, looks like that's what Wolf's considering. Protect and knock off onto Friggraph just to guarantee the knockout feels safe. Nicholas's best bet then would be something like, you actually could go for a Follow Me here, but yeah, it's going to be a Helping Hand. I think he's hoping to catch one of these Pokemon off guard. Incineroar is kind of the safer target. You need damage onto it, but looks like Nicholas, you know, shakes his head there, probably targeting Friggraph. Incineroar was kind of the perfect final Pokemon for Wolf to have here, and him not switching it in earlier, not falling bait to that close combat was a really big deal.
Yeah, the knockoff to finish off the Friggraph means that Ogerpon is left by itself, and after such a hard-fought battle, wow, this was an explosive best of 3.
It was so explosive. I wonder how differently this game would have played out if Nicholas had actually just gone for follow me on turn 1 and then launched the Earth Power into Ogerpon. He made some really nice calls in this game, but Blood Moon is such a big win condition for him. So here's Ivy Cudgel, who doesn't get a critical hit. That's a lot of damage on a Farigiraf, but not even with the crit. Comes really close to getting that KO, so Psychic on Ogerpon does a lot there, and then Knockoff will finish things off here. As Wolf Glick advances, still does not drop a set in this tournament, 12-0. Nicholas Donnelly will move on to 10-2 with his only 2 losses in this tournament being to Wolf, but that was a really, really fun set.
It was a really fun set, and it looked very stressful for both of them. You have to make so many calls and predictions in that matchup, and the fact that they had already played it out beforehand, and that was also a best, it was 3-game set. Like, you have to, that's 6 games between the 2 of them now.
Yeah, the adjustments were really fun to watch from both ends, honestly, as well. I think, you know, Nicholas changing up his leads all 3 games, deciding to just go with the Ogerpon and Blood Moon in this final game. That turn 1 was so explosive from both ends, right? Both players trading Terras, and then Nicholas makes the really nice call of going for Earth Power onto Ogerpon, actually gets that knockout, but takes so much damage in return. So, yeah, I wonder how different things would have played out, because if it were just a follow me immediately, then you eat up that Ivy Cudgel, Earth Power. You could go for something like follow me and Blood Moon, I think, specifically onto Ogerpon, which so then you don't have to predict like whether or not it Terras, for example. But yeah, if you don't take that much damage, you get the knockout onto the opposing Ogerpon with Farigiraf protecting you on turn 1, you're so well positioned going to turn 2. Of course, Urshifu could come out, but then you could just go for a follow me, redirect Surging Strikes into that slot and get the knockout. But, you know, I think Wolf making some pretty key decisions throughout this game as well, right? Just going for Ivy Cudgel onto Ursaluna to start the game, going for the kind of aggressive targeting onto Iron Hands, not protecting with Farigiraf, doubling up onto the Iron Hand slot to secure a knockout, and then critically bringing in Incineroar as his last Pokemon over Rillaboom, which was a huge deal here as well.
It was really predictive to think ahead about what Nicholas might do in terms of that adjustment for game number 3. It's just honestly amazing. Like, I think Nicholas played that so well, and Wolf just had to think a couple steps ahead in order to be able to get those calls right.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest turns was actually when Urshifu stayed in and Farigiraf was out on the field, because in that position, the Iron Hands had the ability to target down Farigiraf with the Helping Hand close combat. But the risk there, obviously, is that Farigiraf could just protect, and then Urshifu could just Surging Strikes into Iron Hands, or you could pivot into Incineroar, for example. If you Helping Hand close combat Farigiraf and it actually secures the knockout, then Surging Strike sure knocks out Iron Hands, but then the end game becomes Incineroar versus Choice Scarf Urshifu against an Ogerpon and Farigiraf. And with Farigiraf out in the field, it means that you can't click Fake Out with the Incineroar into either of the Pokemon, and Knockoff isn't going to do very much damage, right? Iron Hands versus Incineroar is kind of a weird battle, but I think not Iron Hands, the Ogerpon versus the Incineroar is a weird battle, but I would, assume that Ogerpon's going to win that. And so if the Farigiraf actually just ends up fainting from Wolf's end, then I think Nicholas is actually in a really nice spot, because you bring your Ogerpon back in. Sure, it's intimidated, but you can just go for something like a Helping Hand Woodhammer, secure the knockout onto Urshifu before it can move. You might not honestly even need Helping Hand. You could go for like Dazzling Gleam, Woodhammer as well. And then it's Incineroar playing a 1v2 against both Farigiraf as well as the Ogerpon. So this game was really, really close. I think like so many, where you like one different move, one different target, one different switch could have completely changed the outcome. But yeah, to me, I think the most pivotal turn after turn 1 was when both Urshifu and Farigiraf stayed on the field, no protect, no switches, and then kind of take the positive trade against Iron Hands.
Yeah, that was definitely a really big turn, and then also just the call from the protect on the Farigiraf, and then Nicholas hitting with the Ivy Cudgel into that protect instead of trying to get some damage down on the Incineroar also made that way harder. But that was a great best of 3. I cannot believe we actually got 3 games for the first time on stream. Everything yesterday was a 2-0.
That's true, yeah. I'm also thinking about that end game, and like one interesting play could have been, if you make the read that Farigiraf protects, and then you go for follow me to redirect Knockoff away from Farigiraf. So then the Ogerpon takes a little bit of damage from Knockoff. Yeah. Then the next turn, you can Helping Hand Ivy Cudgel to guarantee the knockout onto Farigiraf. So then you get that KO. Incineroar then maybe goes for knockoff onto the
Farigiraf.
Exactly, right. So then it's a 1v1, but then the Ogerpon's actually still decently healthy. So then my question is, does the neutral Ivy Cudgels actually outpace the knockoffs that Wolf has? You could also go for Parting Shot to, of course, reduce Ogerpon's damage, but this Incineroar does not have a recovery item either.
Yeah.
And so with the lack of a recovery item, I think that was one other way Nicholas potentially could have won the game, but then it's basically a call of, do we think the Farigiraf is going to protect? And of course, you make an incorrect call at any point, you just lose that game. You have to be worried about something like Parting Shot plus Trick Room as well, but I think that's one other scenario that could have happened in that end game.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe you just fish for the Ivy Cudgel crit too. I don't know. I always feel like when you get the crit, it does help out a little bit in that situation. But I'm so excited to see where Nicholas can go from here. Like the fact that he has only lost to Wolf, first day 2 in a tournament, that's so exciting to see from a player, and has already performed phenomenally today.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the adjustments in games 2 and 3. Like, you know, it's hard to lose game 1 in the fashion like he did and then be able to come up with such a nice cohesive game plan and switch up the plays completely. Game 2 felt very, very strong on his end, and you know, even though these players have played against each other, it was clear that there was still a lot of speed interactions that they
like
probably weren't even fully
hands.
sure with, right? Both Iron Hands as well as the Blood Moon there, and so yeah, what a fun set there, and I love to see the adjustments Nicholas made, and yeah, if one of those plays goes differently in game 3, I think you know, Nicholas would be the winner right now instead of Wolf, and so it was such a hard-fought set by both players, and it was just such a good way to get day 2 started.
I agree. Well, we've got Wolf on standby with an interview, so let's head over and hear from him about how that match went.
After an intense 3-game series, I have Victor Wolf Glick here. Last time we spoke, you were 7-0, secured your spot for day 2. Now 12-0, the only undefeated. Tell me what you're feeling right now.
Yeah, right now I'm really happy. That set was really stressful. My opponent was really good. They made a lot of great adjustments. So there were multiple times where I thought like, this might be the end of the streak. So to come out of that set, feel like I played well and still be undefeated is really nice.
It's definitely the most stressful set that we've gotten to watch on broadcast. Do you think that that has been the most stressful set throughout the tournament, or?
You know, my round 1 today, there was a disconnection when I was in like a really good position. So I think that was a little bit tougher to deal with. Just kind of like, okay, like I'd won game 1. I was about to win game 2. There was you know, the whole table disconnected. And then all of a sudden, like I had to figure out how to win another game. And that was really kind of messy and took a really long time. So, but in terms of pure gameplay, I think that was definitely up there. I felt like I had to make a lot of really tough predictions. Like I felt like there was a lot of mind games in terms of like, will they protect? Will they protect? Will they not protect? Will I protect? Will I not protect? So yeah, it was really difficult, but I feel happy with how I played.
Was there definitely something about this match in particular, maybe a play that was made that more so caught you off guard that you maybe weren't predicting?
Yeah, the adjustment game 2 to bring Iron Hands in the front was really good, and the Terra Grass turn 1, I really didn't think that was what was going to happen, and so to be so far behind from the first turn was really tough. This is actually the second set I've played with Nicholas. We played around 9 yesterday, another really close 3-game set. So having also, like, you know, at that point, 4 prior games of experience in the matchup, like, things get a little wonky because, you know, you're adjusting to their adjustments, they're adjusting to your adjustments, and so it's almost like a little meta is forming just within this one matchup between players. So yeah, there was a lot of things that I wouldn't have expected in a normal matchup that only kind of made sense in the context of this is our 5th, 6th game, you know, playing against each other.
Well, I'm definitely hoping now that we get to see you two square off again for that three-peat there. But now 12-0 undefeated, the only one. So how are you looking at the rest of the tournament since we do still have quite a few more rounds of Swiss?
Yeah, you know, I feel like really what I'm doing differently this tournament that's I think working for me is I'm just taking it one game at a time. Like I'm really not thinking, oh, like, you know, now I'm pretty likely to make top 8, or oh, like, okay, I should be thinking about my, you know, like my matchups. It's like, it's more just like I want to win the game in front of me, and that's really all I'm focused on. So for me, it doesn't really change anything. I just want to keep winning whatever game's in front of me, and I'll go from there.
It's a great mentality to be having, and best of luck in those future rounds. I know you got to do some shoutouts before. Anyone you forgot or anyone you want to give an extra love to?
Yeah, I forgot Yuki. Yuki, thank you so much for helping me prep. My bad. And yeah, of course, I've got a lot of great people rooting for me from home. So yeah, if you're really lucky to be in the position I'm in, I've got a lot of great support. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for chatting. Good luck going on for your further matches here. As for us, we're going to be taking a short break before we're back with more Swiss.
All it takes is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables. We can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight. United as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
comecei a jogar Pokémon GO em 2019, antes de começar o PVP. Né? O primeiro jogo de Pokémon que eu joguei foi o Pokémon Yellow, por volta de 2002. Meu Pokémon inicial no Pokémon GO, no PVP, foi a Medichamp. Desde que ela foi lançada, ela sempre foi muito forte, só que com a adição dos doces GGs, ela ganhou uma força imensa no competitivo. Ela consegue atualmente lutar, brigar com os seus counters, além de ter matchups neutras completamente dominantes. Então por isso que, ao meu ver, ela é o melhor Pokémon da Grande Liga. Eu acho que no competitivo de Pokémon, você tem que ser sempre muito solidário. Porque quando o cenário cresce, todo mundo cresce, não é só você cresce, o jogador fulano cresce. O cenário todo cresce, assim ganha mais visibilidade, mais torneios, e assim a gente pode atingir outros patamares. Eu não me inspiro necessariamente em uma pessoa em competições. Eu admiro diversos jogadores. Eu acho jogadores de excelente nível, tanto nível nacional, tanto internacional. Mas se eu para citar um jogador que eu me inspirei bastante, foi o King, o streamer hoje juiz da Pokémon, e o Rice Vocation, um jogador americano. Se eu fosse líder de uma tipagem de Pokémon, eu iria escolher a tipagem de água, porque a tipagem de água ela é a mais completa pela subtipagem. Então você vai ter muitos Pokémon de água com uma subtipagem extremamente forte, que pode se cobrir. Então eu acho que o melhor ginásio para defender seria o ginásio tipo água. Meu Pokémon favorito no Pokémon GO é o Lickitung, porque assim como a Medichamp, ele é extremamente forte, então ele pode ser muito versátil em diversos times. E meu Pokémon favorito da franquia Pokémon é o Lucario, porque o Lucario ele é muito estiloso, ele é muito forte, é bem bacana. Minha sobremesa favorita, eu não sei se é brasileira ou mundial, mas é a Banoff. É basicamente uma torta com banana, doce de leite e chantilly. A minha parte favorita nos eventos Pokémons é sempre estar com os amigos, as pessoas, prestigiar o evento com companhia. Não necessariamente apenas jogar, mas curtir esse momento com amigos, com familiares, é muito legal, é bem importante também. Eu não sou da equipe Rocket, eu não entendi muito o contexto, mas se eu for pra escolher entre o bem e o mal, eu sou do lado do bem.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, you know, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it, not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament, and in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Charlotte, North Carolina. My name is Evan Latt. I am behind the desk with Gabby Snyder as we are getting ready for our 13th round of Swiss. Oh, yeah, we just saw the always animated, always entertaining Wolf Glick take that match to become 12-0 here at the largest regional championship so far.
We also opened back up with a Bidoof, and I think that is great, and that is the kind of content that I aspire to bring to the stream every time I'm here.
That is just for you, Gabby.
It's just for me, only for me, and nobody else except all the Bidoof lovers out there in chat.
Which I know there are plenty of because your Bidoof pumpkin did defeat my beautiful Paldean Wooper pumpkin.
There's an emote too.
Oh,
I want to see some Bidoofs in chat. Not that I can see chat, but I do want to see some Bidoofs in chat. But no Bidoofs in the competition today, unfortunately for me, but we've already seen some insane gameplay so far. And let's talk about some of these Pokemon that are making an appearance in day number 2, because we had some predictions on the line here.
Yeah.
And I feel feel like somebody who styled this graphic just put Raging Bolt there at the 17.3% over the other 17.3% Pokemon. I forget what that was. Just for you,
I
Evan.
came so close to being correct for this graphic, but no. Raging Bolt has fallen from that top tier down to the final Pokemon on our graphic. And actually, it's really interesting to see just off screen, we have the two Pokemon that were really hyped up going into this tournament, Iron Crown and Blood Moon Ursaluna, who are single Pokemon usage below the Indeedee, the Landorus Incarnate Form, and the Raging Bolt here. So those Pokemon we expected to make a splash are making a splash here.
Yeah, shout outs to the one trainer who's running Hatterene over Iron Crown. Last I checked, they were still at a 9-2 record. Not quite sure if their results have come in yet. Maybe I can ask my lovely co-caster for an update on Blake Silver. Unfortunately dropping to 9-3, but still showing that Hatterene is still a incredibly powerful Pokemon in the Psy-Spam core. It's not all Iron Crowns out there. But if it were all Iron Crowns out there, Raging Bolt probably would not be on the graphics. So
we would definitely be bumping it.
Yeah, I think that's a win for you, Evan. I think that's a win. Like, it is also just a really interesting story to tell because we've gone from Portland Regionals with Raging Bolt being on the winning team to now where it just seems like the odds are so low of Raging Bolt making it through to Top Cut, making it back to that championship position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am sure Rose and Aaron discussed this at length as well, but the biggest loser from day 1 to day 2 is Chin Pao. And Chin Pao and Entei both dropping off of the day 1 graphic, being replaced by that Indeedee and the King Gambit. And when you see that the Farigiraf for the first time has managed to stick around on the day 2 graphic, Farigiraf at 20% usage and Indeedee female at the 17.3% usage, it is no surprise that the Chin Pao teams that are largely paired with other priority abusers like Dragonite, Entei, who really loves to be able to use that extreme speed as well, are struggling here in day 2. And it's, we saw that Wolf made that Farigiraf look really good. Actually, both players made that Farigiraf look extremely good in our last match. That was really the highlight of that set, was both Farigiraf, the speed interactions between the Farigiraf, and who could actually dish out the damage, either via Helping Hand or the Throat Spray.
Yeah, and one thing that I really want to explore more as we go into Regulation F is just what is the best role for a Farigiraf on a team. I think we saw a bit of a foreshadowing of Farigiraf's success this weekend back in San Antonio. Giovanni Costa won that event with a particularly offensive Farigiraf, and now
was that Life Orb, I believe?
I believe it was Life Orb. But now we have Throat Spray making a return with the Hyper Voice combination. And honestly, if you wanted to get really spicy with it, you could theoretically run Throat Spray Helping Hand.
You definitely could.
You don't necessarily need to have Trick Room on your Farigiraf like Wolf has. And it's such an exciting prospect that I actually have in my notes when I get home to go back to the Crystal Virtual Console on the 3DS, catch a Girafarig, migrate it up through, and then make sure that I can use that particular Girafarig as my Farigiraf because I just think the little Game Boy mark on it is neat.
It definitely is. A couple of other big things here. I think the Amoonguss making its way up to the top 4. Amoonguss is back to where it belongs. One of the best Pokemon in every single edition of the Video Game Championships. When Amoonguss isn't on these graphics and isn't on the top row of the graphics, it just feels wrong to me. This is a Pokemon that has been centralizing ever since 2011, where you could actually even run lower than 50, level 50 Amoonguss. You'd have 49, Amoonguss. 48. People were running Fungus to have a second Amoonguss on their team. This is a Pokemon that is just so good, and as we get deeper into metas, it always seems to creep its way back up.
It really does, but then there's that Incineroar lurking behind the door behind Amoonguss. I feel like Amoonguss's time in the top 5 might be a little bit shorter than anticipated, but we have future events to determine that. What we have to determine now is the result of something.
something.
I know you love democracy, Evan.
I love democracy and I love surprises.
Well, good news for you. I have something that is such a surprise, I don't even know what it is. So I do ask that y'all watching on Twitch vote for something. I wish I could make my case for something.
Make your voice heard on this important subject.
Watch it be something
whichever
silly.
you can see in front of you right now.
Yeah, watch it be like, what's the best sandwich? Or something silly like that. For the record, I love sandwiches with all of the ingredients piled on the right side. I just think it's funny. But no, please.
That is a poll written by Maridon or Coridon.
No, Coridon and Maridon would just eat the sandwich.
Yeah.
I don't think they have a best sandwich. They just...
All sandwiches.
All sandwiches are created equal. But once you vote on this thing, and presumably continue voting throughout the day, we're going to wrap up the stream with the reveal of your votes and also whatever you're voting on. So this is clearly very important, and I'm sure that if you could see the poll while I'm saying these words, it would make sense.
Yes.
But to me, it does not make sense at all right now, not going to lie.
It's okay. We have the best possible improvisational teaching
That's
back here
true.
behind the desk and in production today.
Yes, and. That's all I got.
Yes, and vote.
So yeah, that's what's going on right now. I'm curious if we could just check in, Evan. How are you feeling overall about the day so far? I know we're waiting on round 13 of Swiss. I don't necessarily think we have anything lined up yet.
Yeah.
So just how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling really good about the tournament so far. I'm feeling really good about day 2. That first match was an incredible way to kick off the tournament. I think we should also check in on how everyone else at home is feeling, checking in on the posts that they've been giving out online. This is so cute. Ray, the wife, and I at our first regionals. Incredible little Bulbasaur.
I know. I am very lucky that my partner also enjoys competitive Pokemon, and being able to share regional championships, international championships, world championships, and even just locals with him is such a special moment. So, Ray, I hope that you and your wife are having an incredible time out there. It looks like you've already hit the prize wall, so that's a good choice, and may the prize wall tickets keep flowing.
They definitely are. Let's take a look at our next post here. See what everyone is doing back home. Just set up our Pokélab so we can play and tweak decks while we watch. Yeah, we're going to go out there and cook up some hot spice for the next regional championships in this Pokélab.
Yeah, I see that Bidoof hanging out in the Pokélab as well, and I believe that's actually one of the Bidoof that you can currently find in some stores. So shout outs to that particular Bidoof plush in particular. It has been over 10 years since I've seen a Bidoof plush in a physical store around me. So
I got to give shout outs especially to this the mat organization on the upper right hand corner. Yeah, whenever you arrive at a tournament and you get a new mat, it's always just like, well, what do I do with the old mats? I want to use the new one, and now that looks great. Good storage, and it looks good for the Pokélab. So shout outs to organizational strategies.
You can also like see all the mats, so you can pick the one that coordinates well with your deck.
Absolutely.
Because obviously that's a real thing that influences how well you play the game.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the most important parts of the VGC, the video game championships, is coordinating your Pokeball with your Pokemon.
And
plus
also
marks and
ribbons and marks.
Ribbons and marks. Has to be the same over for our friends in the trading card games as well.
For sure. And we have another tweet here. Shoutouts to Clifftone, been a VG player for years on end. Thank you so much for my first ever deck at Charlotte Regionals. I think Clifftone probably hit up the First Start program where you can actually build your first ever Pokemon deck and learn how to play with some of the judges here on staff. It's a really cool experience. I've never done it at a regional championship, but I have done it at some conventions. They have a First Start program now, and it's a lot of fun, and it's a great way to just get your hands on some cards and practice some shuffling, which I also really need to practice. So.
Absolutely. It's really important to be good at shuffling. And, that's one of the really cool things about going to a regional, going to an international championships or the world championships, is just being able to see all of the different games in one place. So even if you have been a video game player for years on end, then you can absolutely also check out the First Steps program like you were mentioning, Gabby, pick up the trading card game. There were over 2,000 players in the trading card game championship. So if VG is looking a little too small for you, you're feeling too big fish, small pond with 838 players, go ahead and hop over to the trading card game that had over 2,000 players competing here this weekend.
Yeah, and even if you don't want to compete in the main event, there are some build and battle side events going on where you basically get a couple of packs at the beginning of the tournament, you build a deck based off of only those cards, and then you compete. So it kind of evens the playing field a bit because you don't necessarily have people coming in with like their tried and true strategies. They just are like, all right, well, I opened up this card, so now I have to make it work. It's a lot of fun. Definitely recommend checking those out at locals as well if they are near you. But what's near us right now is I think Sierra has an interview.
Yeah, Sierra is actually talking. It's not just the Masters division that's competing here in the video game championships. Sierra has the newly crowned senior champion. So take it away, Sierra.
Thank you so much. I am here with our VGC champion in our senior division. Connor, congratulations, medal around your neck. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling amazing. Like, after this quite hard tournament, like, I had really good rounds, first 2 rounds, had my 3rd round, which I lost pretty handily. I had lunch, and then my dad gave me a pep talk, and I ended up just not losing any more sets.
I want to know, what did this pep talk entail?
Kind of just like, everyone at home is cheering for you, better make them proud.
Better make them proud. That seems a little threatening there, but I know for as well, you haven't gotten to go to too many competitions, but you've been kind of leveling up throughout them.
Yeah, I have. I went to Pittsburgh, which I ended up getting top 8. I went to Toronto, which I ended up getting top 4, and then Charlotte, I'm here getting interviewed.
That definitely has to feel nice that it's better and better. So what do you think is next for you in tournament-wise? Where you kind of have your eyes set on?
I'm hoping for Knoxville, but if we can't get signed up, it's probably going to be Indianapolis next.
Definitely excited for that. And I want to know, what team did you end up bringing to the event with this being still pretty new in Regulation F?
So I looked at Chin Pao Dragon. I thought that was a really good core. I added Ogerpon and Fluttermane, inspired off of Alex Underhill's team. And then I needed a Trick Room matchup, so I added Amoonguss, and then Heatran because I didn't really like Entei.
I mean, Heatran, I want to know a little bit more about that, because that was a Pokemon that kind of seems like it's been phased out. How did that do throughout your run for you?
I did not lose a single game I brought Heatran to. I brought it to a good chunk of my games. I think I brought it to 10 out of my 21 games and didn't lose.
That is absolutely amazing. And with the accomplishments then that you've gotten, that top 8, that top 4, and that first, what type of preparations do you go to an event to help that improvement, to help you get these better and better placements?
I just play the ladder pretty much.
That practice?
Yep, just figure out what's good, try and find a counter to it, and then go to my regional and hope.
And hope. I like how you have to throw that in there as well. But hey, the hope definitely paid off. Congratulations. And of course, before I let you go, celebrate with any friends. Do you have any shout outs for them?
I'd like to shout out my mom. She got me motivated into coming to these events. And my friend, Matt Francis, he really helped me build this team last minute.
How last minute, I have to ask?
Friday.
Yeah, that's kind of last minute, but hey, it worked out. So congratulations once again. Can't wait to see you compete next. As for us, we do have a little bit more competition happening in our Masters division, so we're going to head back to our casters and start getting ready for our next round.
It's so cool to hear from our newly crowned seniors division champions. So many of our incredible players here in the Masters division started in either the seniors or the juniors division even. And we're actually going to be seeing some of those players coming up. But incredible to hear, it starts with one regional win and then it can become, sorry to say, a lifetime of competing at these regionals.
I mean, to be fair, some of us decide that we want to start staffing more than competing, but then we get the itch again, and then you end up starting to compete again. And yeah, actually, I take it back. You're absolutely right.
We're here forever.
We're lifers at this point, but I honestly wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, it works out okay. Well, we are going to get into our round 13 matchup here back in the Masters division. We have been seeing some incredible matches yesterday, and then we kicked off our day here today with round 12 with a beautiful win from Wolf, who went undefeated. We are no longer going to be following Wolf as the undefeated player, but we will be taking a look at some of the other players who who are competing for a shot at the top cut. And I believe we're going to be looking at a really interesting matchup coming up from Jeudy Azzarelli versus Enzo Recchi. And this is going to be two sort of Blood Moon Ursaluna teams that we're going to be looking at, but in very different forms.
Yeah, both of these trainers are currently 10-2 in their records. And if the math shakes out, and I will preface this with a heavy caveat of I have not done the math necessarily.
I am not a mathematician.
I am not a
cannot help you.
mathematician. I have not looked at the Swiss triangle yet for this tournament, but their odds are a X2 record should be very safe going for top cut into the final 2 rounds of Swiss after this round. But at the same time, this is the first time we've had 6 rounds of Swiss on day number 2, so it really does shake things up a little bit. I mean, Wolf is still undefeated, which is absolutely insane, and can you imagine if he were able to carry that through, all the way through Swiss rounds?
Well, it would be historic. We have never had 6 rounds of Swiss. We crowned our first 14-0 Swiss player last year. I believe that was
so, yeah.
Andrew Ding who did that.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But Wolf on track to become the first ever 15-0 player. Will have to win a few more matches to do so. But here you can see the other players still in contention for top cut. Both Luca Trega and Steven Mea in good position at 11-1 to be able to make it into top cut. Definitely probably able to take another loss between the two of them. But of course, other players like Zhe Zhang, who is our 9-0 player alongside Wolf Glick at the start of the day, is now 10-2 and still in. So having a rougher day 2 than a day 1, but still in contention here.
Yeah, the other person that I want to call out here is Ashton Cox at 10-2 right now. You know, I feel like he kind of slid in under the radar for this tournament. He took a couple of early losses yesterday, and while he's certainly no stranger to doing well at regional championships, it does feel like it's been a while since I've seen his name up here on the leaderboard.
Yeah, the last time we saw Ashton making a super deep run would have been the previous largest regional championship, where he faced off against Wolf Glick in the finals of Orlando last season. That was, of course, a rematch of Parish Trap that I'm sure Ashton would love to have to stop playing Wolf Glick playing Parish Trap. But Ashton is now in really good position to make it into the top cut here in Charlotte. Other players we saw, Brendan Zhang earlier on yesterday, running that Iron Jugulus team, junior world champion, so who's made the jump from juniors to seniors to masters division and is now here competing in day 2. Actually, Brendan will be playing Ashton, so.
We didn't plan that. Good job. That's such an insane matchup as well. And while I do think that Jeudy versus Enzo is going to be really interesting, especially when you take their teams into account, the amount of mind games going on between Ashton and Brendan, excuse me, Raghav and Arbin, also like Wolf and Steven Mea, like there are just so many incredible matches in this round, and they're only going to get even more intense as we get closer to the final round of Swiss, to that top cut.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Luca versus Aaron, that's going to be an incredible match. Neil versus Nicholas, that will be exciting. And Raga versus Arbin, there are no bad matches at the top tables here in day 2. And because we have so many players, we will get an extra round of these incredible matches. So there will be plenty more Pokemon to come from these incredible players, but we will be featuring Jeudy Azzarelli versus Enzo Recchi for our first match here for our round 13 match. It should be incredible.
It really should, and the fact that both these trainers have made it so far in this tournament with really a unique archetype. I don't want to get into too many details yet. The players are still getting situated. It just makes me even that more excited to feature them. I mean, I think we were looking at Enzo yesterday as somebody we wanted to try and get on stream, couldn't really make it happen, but against Jeudy in particular, what a great way to finally manifest that. Good
Absolutely.
job. Good job, universe.
You put the energy out into the universe and it will deliver for you.
It provides.
And these are two highly decorated players. Of course, Jeudy Azzarelli is a world's runner-up. The 2014 World Championships, has been playing for a very long time, at least 2010. So Jeudy has been around, took a break for a while, but has really come back strong in the Scarlet and Violet era, having an incredible tournament run. Up against Enzo Recchi, who is one of our newer players, was a junior in 2016 when he became the junior division national champion. The last time a Pokemon that he is using was extremely relevant, and should be really exciting to see this new blood coming up against Jeudy, who I know it probably feels really weird, Jeudy. I get it. Who is sort of the old head in the room.
I want to hear what people are guessing that Pokemon is. No peeking.
No
peeking. But if you have any guesses as to what was relevant in 2016 that could be relevant today, I'm just curious if people's history can figure that out without peeking.
It's only been 7 years.
It's only been, it feels like so much longer. But it was such a different game back there then as well. 2016, I believe we still had the Megas in play. Haven't had those in a very long time.
Yeah, and that was one of the restricted metas as well.
Exactly, yeah. But honestly, terrestrialization reminds me of how the game was played back then a lot. It feels like it's more of a flexible strategy. You don't have to commit like, okay, this is the Pokemon that I'm going to Dynamax because the rest of my strategy falls into play around this thing.
Yeah.
We've seen players not necessarily terrestrialize the same Pokemon in a set, between games 1, 2, and 3, which just goes to show, I think, how much of a balanced mechanic it is at the end of the day, which is very exciting to me, and it's not surprising to see the return of this Pokemon in particular because of that.
Yeah, I'm going to be really excited to see how these teams match up against each other. They are both very similar teams, but also at the same time have some crucial and key differences between the two of them. So they are likely to play extremely differently. And I think it'll be really interesting to see what is going to come out on top. These two very different modes for this type of team. I mean, we've seen a lot of, we expected to see a lot of Blood Moon Ursaluna in this tournament. We are already seeing it today in day 2 at these top tables. It is clearly, it was just off of the graphic coming in, but now here we are, double Blood Moon Ursaluna, and yes, that is Smeargle. Smeargle is back. The latest addition from the Treasures of Area Zero DLC. Blueberry Academy has introduced us back to our favorite painter Pokemon.
Our favorite painter Pokemon not entering the art contest this year, instead entering the regional championships. But let's take a look at Jeudy's team first. Running, I feel like a more, let's say, traditional take on the Ursaluna Blood Moon Farigiraf combination there. Has access to Trick Room and Helping Hand on the Farigiraf, a more of a defensive build as indicated by the Fairy Terra type and the Citrus Berry item, and then just some really good partner Pokemon to provide that support. Focus Sash on the Urshifu single strike, I think, is worth calling out, as that will allow the Urshifu to take 2 hits. And I feel like it also opens up its play a little bit more if it does get forced out on the field while Trick Room is still around. So a very well-balanced team. I think that this Ursaluna Blood Moon is going to be the Pokemon to keep an eye out for, but looks like Jeudy went into this event having a dream he was playing top 4 at this event.
Also working on manifesting here.
I was going to say, I don't think Musharna is in the game right now, but maybe having a little bit of a Dream World encounter there.
Yeah,
Future
classic Dream World moment here.
Yeah.
But Jeudy is, of course, no stranger to these top cuts, has made multiple over the course of even just these last few seasons with Scarlet and Violet. And it will be really interesting to see how this more standard Ursaluna Farigiraf team will match up against Enzo's side. Enzo will be running actually a Tailwind version of the Ursaluna team. So there is actually no Farigiraf here for the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And you can see the Smeargle, it is full support. You think about all of the best support moves in the game. What are they? They are Fake Out, they are Follow Me, they are Spore, and they are Wide Guard. And what is the one Pokemon that can do all of it?
Mew?
Smeargle. And well, that's legal for VGC play.
No, you're absolutely right. Of course, Smeargle has changed in forms throughout the year. Not literally, of course, just what kind of kit you want to bring alongside of it. But having the Moody hidden ability to randomly boost or drop stats in between turns really can influence how it is played. Thankfully for Enzo, Spore and Fake Out are just naturally accurate, and I don't think you can even lose invasive drops anymore, which is a great thing in Smeargle's favor. But we'll have to see how he uses that Pokemon to help position his Ursaluna Blood Moon, as he's been playing competitively since he was 8 years old.
You know, I think I was too. That was just a while ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
That may have been how old I was during the mall tour.
I didn't make it out to the mall tour, but I definitely had a few battles with my sister. Does that count?
That definitely counts.
All right. So we have all been playing since we were 8 years old. I think that counts.
I am really excited to see how these teams match up. A couple of other things that are really interesting on Enzo and some important differences. The Urshifu on Enzo's side, still the single strike style, but is actually going to be choice banded instead of the focus sash. The focus sash, of course, being used on Smeargle to prevent it from being knocked out in one hit. But that means that this Urshifu is going to pack an even bigger punch than normal at the trade-off of some survivability against Pokemon like that Fluttermane or even the Farigiraf with Dazzling Gleam. We'll be able to hit that Urshifu single strike for big damage with the Fairy typing. Also, really interesting tech here on the Tornadus that Enzo has brought is bringing Bleak Windstorm, Tailwind Taunt, and Grass Knot. People forget about Tornadus's other move pools that aren't just the support move pool.
I know. It almost feels like Grass Knot might be a adaptation to guarantee a hit onto a Rapid Striker Shifu, as Bleak Windstorm is not the most accurate move, and a lot of people will Terrastalize into that water type to get rid of the flying type weakness. May not come into play here. Certainly the Ursaluna would be an amazing target for a Grass Knot, but with a Trick Room threat imminent, I am not surprised to see Enzo start things off with Smeargle, but no Trick Room yet from Jeudy.
Well, this is what Smeargle does best. It provides support, and the premier setup Pokemon in the meta since Regulation A has been Golden Go. So being able to support this nasty plot Golden Go with the full gamut of Smeargle support moves up against the Ogerpon and Fluttermane. So a classic safe lead coming out from Jeudy's side.
Yeah, and this Ogerpon honestly isn't the worst Pokemon to have in front of Smeargle. It can't be put to sleep due to the grass typing since it has not Terrastalized yet. If the Ogerpon anticipates Fake Out connecting with it, use a Spiky Shield and break the Focus Sash on Smeargle, but there are no support plays here. We see a Shadow Ball take a one-hit knockout on that Golden Go.
Yeah, instant one-hit KO on the Golden Go. No Terrastalization, just a knockout. Ivy Cudgel connects with the Smeargle as well. So that is 1.9 Pokemon hit bars off the field. Enzo will respond with a Spore on the Fluttermane, however. So Enzo at least got a sleep off on the field, but other than that, things are looking rough. Smeargle will drop its attack, and now we'll see if it gets a good boost for it.
Unfortunately, not this turn. It did get a boost in the special attack, but you have to look at the trade that was made there. Yes, the Fluttermane is asleep, but it came at the cost of that entire Golden Go. It gives Urshifu a great opportunity to switch out onto the field, but it's a choice band Urshifu. It's not going to be able to necessarily outspeed Fluttermane if it finds a way to wake up in a couple of turns. And what's the best way to keep Fluttermane safe while it's taking a nap? You can follow me on that Ogerpon.
Yeah, you can follow me on the Ogerpon, but this Choice Band Terra Dark Urshifu is going to be doing big damage. And this Fluttermane is currently locked into Shadow Ball, so if it decides to wake up, it may just find itself targeting down that Smeargle. And look, it is just one-hit KO after another here. That Choice Band is so powerful. Smeargle following up with a Spore just to try and see if there would be any kind of a switch out there. Smeargle's really trying to go on this special offensive side here, but not getting that.
I mean, maybe Spore could be considered a special attack in terms of the fact that it puts Pokemon to sleep and that's a special effect, but unfortunately for Smeargle, its primary purpose really is not dealing damage in this matchup. I love how you go for the Spore there regardless of what happens, as Wide Guard's not going to help you out too much. You can't necessarily go for Fake Out a second time, and Follow Me is a great opportunity, but if you're anticipating only one Pokemon attacking and you know you can get that knockout, there's no need to go for it.
Well, the Follow Me will redirect the Shadow Ball into the Smeargle, so Smeargle protecting Enzo from protecting both of those attacks away from the Urshifu. So Enzo will be able to fire off an attack here into one of Jeudy's Pokemon. Again, a big Wicked Blow with the Terrastalization. That picks up a one-hit KO on the Fluttermane as well. Every hit so far that has landed has been a one-hit KO, except for the Focus Sash.
I was going to say, I feel like the Focus Sash doesn't necessarily negate that metric in this matchup. And as we're down to the final 2 Pokemon for each of these trainers, seeing that Ursaluna was in the back of Enzo's party with no speed control necessarily available to him is a really interesting call out. I don't think that this game is necessarily over, as Wicked Blow with that guaranteed crit with the Dark-type Terastallization boost and the Choice Band is still going to be doing significant damage to Urshifu and Incineroar despite the natural resistance. I think Jeudy's best play at this point in time is to maybe consider Terastallizing his own Urshifu to try and get some more damage down, but instead doubling into that Ursaluna to pick up the KO there, so it's a guaranteed 2v1.
Yeah, just going to focus down the Ursaluna, which can deal super effective damage into that Incineroar. Now Enzo is locked into these Wicked Blows into 2 Dark-type Pokemon. Not just Dark-type, but Dark and Fighting-type from Jeudy's Urshifu. This is our first, I guess technically the Fake-Out Close Combat wasn't a one-hit KO, but this Wicked Blow, our first one that dealt less than 50% damage. And really hard to see how this Urshifu is going to be able to come back from this, given that Enzo is locked into Wicked Blow, and Jeudy has the ability to just finish us off with a close combat.
Yeah, a very safe play there. Fake Out ensures that the Ursaluna will not attack that turn, and the close combat would have gone through Protect regardless. So just eliminating that Pokemon before a Hyper Voice could have activated Throat Spray and really gotten that Ursaluna set up for damage. So even though it came down to the wire, it felt like at the end, there was just so much damage potential on Jody's side of the field, and also a bit more flexibility with his Urshifu being able to change attacks, that he was able to select close combat pretty confidently and get those final 2 one-hit knockouts.
Yeah, Enzo whiffing on the speed boost for Smeargle twice did not help. Really would have wanted to be able to get more Pokemon put to sleep than just the Fluttermane that, you know, was able to be taken out of the game, but wasn't really exerting a lot of pressure anyway, locked into Shadow Ball. And then, of course, having the 2 Dark-type Pokemon in the back, the Urshifu and the Incineroar, even if everything else had worked out, even if Gholdengo had not gone down immediately turn 1 to the Shadow Ball, not going to be doing a whole lot of damage to either of those Pokemon either. Totally threatened by both of them.
Yeah, I really love how Jeudy just kept that Fluttermane on the field at the end of the day, because if you think about it, had he swapped it out, the Pokemon coming in would have been put to sleep, as he has no spore-resistant Pokemon in that position, or it would have been taking a super powerful Wicked Blow, and those are just prices that you can't necessarily pay. So even though that Pokemon was not able to deal any more damage after that one Shadow Ball into the Gholdengo, by forcing Enzo to knock it out to remove it from the field, he ensured that whatever Pokemon was coming in had the best possible setup. There was no more threat of sleep, there was no chip damage to break a Focus Sash or put Incineroar within KO range. Just a very comfortable positioning choice for Jeudy.
Yeah, absolutely. Very comfortable there from Jeudy, especially having both of those Pokemon in the back. And this is what happens when Smeargle loses one of its best tools. It can only put one Pokemon to sleep now. No longer has access to Dark Void, which for those of you who don't remember it, is like Bleak Wind Storm, but instead of dealing a little bit of damage and maybe a speed drop, it actually puts both of your Pokemon to sleep.
Yeah, shoutouts to Darkrai for never being allowed in VGC, and shoutouts to Smeargle for losing that tool. I do feel like the world is a little bit better because of it, but it's still a very threatening Pokemon with Spore alone, because again, Spore doesn't do an accuracy check. It's just guaranteed to hit unless there is some sort of weird accuracy modifier on the field. And while we're not seeing a Smeargle in the lead from Enzo in this game number 2, I do think that the Tornadus and the Urshifu here are set up to start threatening the Farigiraf in particular. You know, looking at Jody's board position, I can't help but wonder if he was hoping to go for an early Trick Room here to try and take advantage of the fact that there might be an instant Tailwind from the Tornadus from Enzo.
Yeah, this is a classic Tailwind versus Trick Room matchup here, and Jeudy having the Fake Out pressure and having the ability to Terastallize this Farigiraf into the Fairy typing, resisting anything that Enzo can throw at the Farigiraf, all but guarantees that Jeudy will be able to get his preferred method of speed control up. Enzo recognizes that a critical hit on the Farigiraf can help, and a U-turn coming out from the Urshifu, though, not quite enough damage, just enough to get Farigiraf into Citrus Berry recovery range, as Enzo will try to reposition, as Jeudy is going to be going for that Trick Room.
This could be an interesting opportunity for Enzo to try and sneak that Ursaluna onto the field, as it won't be taking a lot of damage from these two Pokemon, but we do see the first Pokemon adjustment here from Enzo with that Entei, who is definitely suited to withstand a few turns of Trick Rooms thanks to its Assault Vest.
Well, the Entei is out, but it's going to be the Ursaluna coming out. Jeudy getting the absolute dream for a Trick Room team. That is the best turn one you could possibly hope for. You turn out into your Trick Room sweeper, so Ursaluna now has the full amount of Trick Room turns to make something happen here, and Jeudy is just going to go right into it. Has all of the tools available, has the Life Orb on the Ursaluna, has the Helping Hand on the Farigiraf. There is no wide guard if Enzo did not bring the Smeargle, so that's just big damage coming out.
That's big damage, and unlike Enzo's Ursaluna, this Hyper Voice doesn't need a turn to activate Throat Spray before it deals significant damage.
Yeah, even with the Assault Vest, with that Helping Hand, Entei taking a good amount of damage, and Ursaluna is pretty bulky on the physical side, so tanks that Sacred Fire with no burn there. That means that there will be no additional damage. Of course, this is the Ursaluna that, you know, both Ursalunas don't mind burn. The other one actually really wants the burn.
Yeah.
So the burn doesn't even really matter that much, but Gholdengo is coming out, which is a decent matchup. Of course, the normal type Hyperverse will still hit, but the Earth Power will actually pick up the one-hit KO.
Yeah, Ursaluna Blood Moon is just an insanely powerful Pokemon, especially when you pair it with a Life Orb or a Throat Spray or a Helping Hand or really any sort of special attack boosting item. And even though this Entei will have the opportunity to go for another Sacred Fire, because the burn does not come through, Ursaluna will have the opportunity to go for a additional attack, and he could either go for a knockout onto the Entei, guaranteed with the Earth Power, or you could just go for some solid damage with a combination of a Hyper Voice and a Dazzling Gleam. There's really nothing Enzo can do here, as the Trick Room seemed to catch him completely by surprise going into this game 2.
Yeah, game 2, a game that seems like it was decided on turn 0 there. Trick Room is still up. Jeudy, I think, still has an extra turn of Trick Room, and he is still going to win, while the dimensions are still twisted from that turn 1. Incredible play there from Jeudy.
Incredible play, and a textbook example of how to execute Ursaluna Blood Moon in Trick Room. Turn 1, you send out a fake out U-turn Pokemon alongside of your Trick Room setter to ensure that you can get Trick Room activated and pivot in the Ursaluna if you're lucky. Turn 2, you just start dealing damage, and turn 3, you get another one-hit KO. I feel like the amount of one-hit KOs we saw in those 2 games is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I think that that's pretty close to our lowest turn count across 2 games.
So, yes.
That was wild. And honestly, just again, like those, you know, Jeudy's been dreaming about this tournament. That's a game you dream of. Like, everything just went perfectly. The lead matchups, Enzo had no response. There was nothing Enzo could do from the start here. Being able to U-turn out into the Ursaluna, meaning that Ursaluna just had all of the time in the world to get rolling, picked up one-hit KOs on the Gholdengo, and also was just chipping away at the Entei with both of the Sacred Fire burns, which meant that the Ursaluna got to stick around all the way through till the end of the game. You know, maybe if you had gotten that first burn, you would have actually been able to stall out a little bit more. But again, the Farigiraf, this is why it's such a good partner to the Blood Moon Ursaluna. At the end, Entei would love to have just extreme speeded to pick up that low health Ursaluna, but can't do that, not when Armor Tail's on the field.
Yeah, and looking at Enzo's team in particular, one thing I do want to call out is that it didn't feel like he brought his Pokemon that knew Protect in a way where they could actually reliably click on that move. And as we've seen in other Trick Room matchups in the history of VGC, one valid way to get through Trick Room is to just use Protect every other turn. So you're only taking damage on turns 2 and 4, realistically.
Right.
And because Enzo was not able to pivot the Golden Go onto the field, and even when it was on the field, he couldn't comfortably click protect because he was so far behind as it was, just really struggled to find that positioning. But that being said, I mean, everything we say about Ursaluna Blood Moon on Jeudy's side of the field could very well be said about Enzo's own Ursaluna Blood Moon. And even though this matchup didn't quite work out for him on paper, I do think that this team is very uniquely suited to make it to top cut. You know, it's one of those, I feel like this has been the entire tournament, really. Like, everything is about team matchups. You know, yes, obviously execution and your choices in battle matters when you literally look at the results of every round, but it does feel like we're seeing the metagame so wide open that you can sort of map out how games are going to be played when you look at the 6 Pokemon and see how they match up against each other.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for Enzo, the matchup just wasn't there. Didn't get the Moody boost on Smeargle that you wanted in game 1, so only was able to put the Flutter Mane to sleep, and Jeudy was just able to score a dream setup for Trick Room in that second game. But speaking of dreams, it's always a dream to talk to Jeudy Azzarelli, so let's kick it back down to Sierra, who is talking to the man himself.
Well, we might have started the day with an intense 3-game series, but we're going back to the fast 2-0s over here. I'm here with Jeudy Azzarelli. How are you feeling about the victory? 11-2 now.
Honestly, it feels good, but it's not over till it's over. I still have 2 more rounds, but I'm happy that I won that one.
And I want to ask the team that you're on, obviously super strong, super powerful.
Yes.
What made you decide to go this route for this event?
Okay, so after Portland, I busted out 3-3, dropped, went to Enjoy. Great city, by the way. But what happened, and I was testing, and when I like to play something, it needs to feel like busted, and nothing was feeling busted. And then I played some games with like Ursaluna Trick Room, and I was like, wait a minute, this is unfair. And that is why I picked the team.
And we're at a point now with Regulation F that we actually have been seeing a couple of players go back to Chi-Yu, and you're not one of those players. What's going on here, bud?
So actually, earlier in the week, I made a comment I tweeted that that Chi-Yu's really strong, because I had a tip that a lot of players are bringing Chi-Yu. So, but I had to announce that I would not be one of those players. I did test it, but Incineroar happened to be the better Fire Dark for the job.
It just didn't feel busted enough for you, the poor little fish friend?
No, it just felt good, and that's not good enough in today's environment.
Especially too, I know that you also posted that you had a dream that you're competing at top 4 here. So did you win that top 4? Like, tell me.
So yes, I had a few days before the event, I had a dream that I was in top 4 of Charlotte, this regional here, playing against Joseph Ugarte, and I was actually going to give him the win, but somewhere in that dream, I was like, but wait, if I win, I can like quit my job. So then I decided to lock in. I sit down, I'm about to play Joe, and right before team preview, I go, wait a minute, I'm not at Charlotte, I'm in my bed. And my flight might get delayed, which it almost did. It was snowing. It did get delayed, but it didn't get canceled, so.
Oh my goodness,
That's where I'm at.
but you're in a good spot to potentially make the run though. Of course, one game at a time. I'm intrigued who you'll be playing against if you make it to top 4 though, since Ugarte did not make day 2.
Yeah, I was a bad omen, but I have to carry on the dream.
Literally, the dream.
The dream.
Well, one more thing I wanted to touch upon is we did get to see the nicknames of your Pokemon yesterday on broadcast. How did those work out for you?
Well, I am taken now after obviously after tweeting that, but there's been this like thing going around where like, would you peel an orange for your partner? And I honestly unraveled the earth for her, so. Yeah.
Arrows works, right?
Works.
Of course, before I let you go get ready for your next round, give you an opportunity, any shout outs?
Yes, so honestly, it's been a long time coming. I've been meaning to shout you 2 out since NAIC, but every time I've been on stream, I've been getting bopped. But shout out to Cherry and Elise. Y'all drove me to NAIC, and I got top 8 because of y'all. So thank you for always supporting me. Shout out to my mom. I sent you the message, but you're probably asleep, so I'll have to send you the VOD later. Shout out to Justin Burns, Jeremy Parsons, and Dongum Yum, because they are the people running the same team as me, and honestly did most of the prep. So shout out to all of you guys, and just shout out to everyone supporting me. I get a lot of love at these events, and it really means a lot. I've gotten a chance to be a niche micro internet celebrity for the weekend every time, signing cards, taking pictures, and I really appreciate you all.
Oh, I saw it too. You even got a Chi-Yu bracelet, right?
Yes, I did not bring it. Wait, I did.
Did you?
Yes.
That's the good luck, right?
Yeah, I carry it in my bag. It is a Chi-Yu bracelet. It says Chi-Yu. So yeah, I'll wear it now for extra luck, right?
For extra luck.
Lowering everyone's special defense for my blood moon.
Perfect. It's perfectly strategized. Love that. Congrats yet again. Best of luck for your future rounds. As for us, we still have more rounds of Swiss, and they'll be coming up shortly.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations again to Jeudy. I hope that bracelet brings you good luck for the rest of the day.
I really want to start the bracelet trading thing at Pokemon Regional Championships. I know that other places do it. I think it would be a lot of fun. And I'm glad to see that Jeudy is starting the trend as a niche micro
internet celebrity.
Yeah, clearly if he's doing it, there must be something here.
There is definitely something there. And congratulations to that team for doing great. Obviously, shouting out his team building partners.
Yeah.
An incredible group of players there as well. So no surprise that team is working on making a deep run here at the tournament.
For sure, and it just goes to show, it really does take a village to build these insanely powerful teams. Having multiple perspectives on matchups, on how to approach different, 1v1 situations, on how to pick what 4 Pokemon you want into a certain situation, just honestly makes everybody stronger. So if you don't necessarily have a team building group yet, I find that the local championship series events that may be around, maybe a Pokemon League, are a great opportunity to meet some friends who are close to your backyard, as they say, and get started on building teams together and having fun.
Absolutely, and another way that you can do that is to watch the video game championships as they occur. And if you want to do that, make sure you are following our channels both on YouTube and on Twitch. Of course, we are watching Charlotte right now. We are here in Charlotte right now. But for the next 2 weeks, you've got Pokemon every weekend. You've got Liverpool coming up next weekend and then Knoxville right after that. So if you don't want to miss anything, you can either watch the VODs afterwards, especially for the Liverpool ones, for those of us here in the States, or just, watch live if you're still up that late.
Or early. Yeah, it depends on where you are.
It depends on your perspective.
That too. That too. No, unfortunately for me, I will be a VOD gamer for both Liverpool and for Knoxville, but I may also be a live gamer when it comes to some of the programming we have on our Twitch channel coming up this week, as the Johto Journeys Pokemon Season 3 will be aired Tuesday starting at 2 p.m. Pacific. I don't know about you, but the Johto Journey theme song is honestly one of the best theme songs from the Pokemon animation.
Could you hum a few bars for me?
It's the do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
You say the do's and you know.
you know the do's. Do the do's. I'm excited for this Beyond the Pokedex feature on Cyndaquil, one of the cutest starters. I like Cyndaquil a lot. Sorry to Typhlosion, but Cyndaquil is extremely cute.
I know. And Cyndaquil also just has a really cute cry. I used to play a lot of Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, and Cyndaquil is actually one of the bosses in that game, and then one of your partner Pokemon later on.
Cyndaquil?
Yeah. And it just, his little cry every time you got like a big combo chain was always very exciting.
Yeah, and of course you can watch the replay of the World Championships last year for Pokemon Unite, and then like we mentioned, the Liverpool Championships this weekend.
Yeah.
Well, we're about ready to take a break here, but there is no break for you at home because you have even more mystery polls to vote on to decide whatever it is we are probably going to be talking about later on, which could be genuinely anything. So if you are watching on Twitch right now, make sure you are voting in that poll because your voice matters.
Your voice matters. You get a chance to influence what we talk about.
Yeah.
Could be anything.
Your voice could be coming out of my mouth later.
Oh, that would be interesting. Well, I'm just going to ponder that for a bit, as I do think it is time for us to take a short break, but we'll be back real soon.
I got into Pokemon because a local grocery store sold packs of the trading cards, and, you know, I really got into collecting them, watching the TV series, and only started playing the game years after that. I love Mudkip. When I was a little kid, my friend told me Swampert was the strongest of the Hoenn starters. I went with him, and I find the line really cute, too. I first heard about the regional series from a fan site, and I found out that there was going to be one in Newark, New Jersey. It was relatively easy to attend. My dad was super supportive, took me there on the bus. I honestly had a great time for my first event, even though I didn't have the strongest team yet. It was very straightforward. And after that, found myself just wanting to go to a few more events until, while I was still in the seniors division, I got a surprise victory in one of my first few events. And after that, just like, wait, maybe I have what it takes to succeed after this.
Shuffle Cross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America.
I'm an immensely competitive person. I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as you know, even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Take a bow, jump across.
I think getting a trophy at an international is really my next step. Last season, I was able to finish top 8 at 2 different internationals and lose, you know, good sets in top 8. But I really want to move on to top 4 and get that trophy.
One of the most accomplished players that we have out here without ever getting that championship title.
Something that I've learned, I think going with your gut is immensely important in Pokemon. If you think your opponent's going to do something particular, you have to respond to it. You can't second guess yourself. Going with your gut in as smart a way as possible is really important, and you don't want to fall into your opponent's trap when you know they're setting it for you.
Is that enough? It is! Jump across gets the knockout!
One of the people that helped motivate me to chase this result is my good friend Simone Sanvito, who won an event in Europe a week ago with the same team that I was using today, and for a long time I've seen him as somebody that's around my skill level, give or take a little bit. So being able to like watch him win his first regional, I'm going to do the same thing a week later.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Charlotte Pokémon Regional Championships. Day 2 is undergoing so well, and I cannot wait to see which trainers will be advancing on into our top 8. Of course, that'll be up a little shortly, of course. There is still a lot of players out there competing in the field, so a chance for us now to reflect a little bit on the competition that we have seen thus far. My name is Donn, and I'm joined here by Rose and Aaron, who were previously casting the 2 rounds, but hey, we get to hang out for a little bit. No Pokemon Stadium minigames, I promise.
I came back for revenge. I was promised I'd get a shot at redemption, so I'm a little disappointed right now.
Okay, next break, then we will, all right?
Promise? Pinky swear.
Pinky swear.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
But neither of us gets the busted controller, because that's a...
I'll be referee then.
Perfect.
That's what I'll be here for, is
All right.
referee with the busted controller.
Perfect. So that's coming up next, but do want to reflect a little bit on this weekend and what we have seen. I know last time at Portland, Evan threw out that Assault Vest was his favorite Pokemon, which kind of inspired us a little bit, talking about a little bit of these items and what Pokemon are best utilized for them. And we get to see a lot of variants in the game right now with certain Pokemon. So we are going to be playing perfect pairings. So we will have a Pokemon, and we are going to pick what item is its perfect pairing. And of course, there's quite a few Pokemon that can utilize a wide variety of items out there based on the teams. So I'm kind of excited to get into this one.
We have a lot of items.
We do have...
Pick your poison.
We do have a lot. We'll start with the Pokemon that I put up here, the Raging Bolt, because this was a Pokemon we got to see a lot of at Portland, and quite a few different ways to be running it. I liked the safety goggles in particular, because it kind of makes sure that you're not going to fall victim to something like an Amoonguss, but we've gotten to see quite a few different ways that this could be run.
I feel like Booster Energy and Safety Goggles are like the 2 items that stick out the most when it comes down to how to build the Raging Bolt. I think you go Safety Goggles if you don't want to lean into a defensive Terra like Terra Grass, but you also have Booster Energy as a way to be able to boost up the special attack of the Raging Bolt, and that can do a bunch of damage.
Yeah, I think Safety Goggles is kind of a call if your team is more Amoonguss weak, and just having something that gives you a very nice Amoonguss answer in particular is valuable in a format where a lot of people are using Amoonguss. I think there's still a lot of room for innovation with Raging Bolt. Like, I think we haven't really seen Life Orb sets, Assault Vest sets, even like Choice Specs or Choice Scarf. But I agree with you, Rose, where it feels like Booster Energy is kind of one of the more flexible items where you just get this free boost and can deal a lot of damage. Leftovers is another item we haven't talked about yet, but it's often used on Raging Bolt with that Calm Mind specifically.
I'd be curious, so I feel like with the Calm Mind Raging Bolt, we're throwing all the items on here, but I feel like too, when we're looking at something like this Calm Mind Leftovers, I want to get y'all's thoughts on it, because it's so scary if you get a Calm Mind up, but it kind of feels a little too passive sometimes with a Pokemon like Raging Bolt to really fully utilize it.
I'm with you on that. I do think that it takes a very specific team in order to actually run the Calm Mind Raging Bolt. And in those teams, you're not necessarily going to be relying on Raging Bolt except in very particular matchups. So I don't know, like that's definitely not my play style. I don't like it. It does feel a little too passive, but I think if you get the Calm Mind up, especially against a team that has a super deep pool of special attackers, like you feel really, really good about your longevity in the game. And you typically see something like that on a team with Rillaboom also to have the extra terrain healing.
Yeah, it's interesting because I would have predicted Calm Mind to have been the most dominant set, and it wasn't the Setlet 1 Portland Regionals. The Setlet 1 was just safety goggles with 3 attacks. Paul Chua is actually currently with 2 losses and all wins otherwise at the top tables at this tournament. He is using that Calm Mind variant. I think what's hard about Calm Mind is that it takes so many turns for Raging Bolt to really get going, right? You want to turn a Calm Mind, you're often protecting and then pivoting in your Fake Out user like Rillaboom or Incineroar, your Redirection user like Amoonguss or Pollen Puff and Spore. But the thing is, if you are going up against a team with a lot of special attackers, like even a single Calm Mind could just be an absolute nightmare to go up against. I think the other tricky thing about Raging Bolt is that Thunderclap is a really cool move, but if that's your only electric type attack, your opponent can obviously play around it by switching out, by going for non-attacking moves, and so there are a lot of mind games with Thunderclap in particular as well.
I think with this then, so we're getting that perfect pairing. I think we're going to eliminate the lefties here.
No!
It's gone.
I'm okay with that.
It's gone. Safety Goggles or Boosted Energy, which we think is the perfect pairing.
I'd go with Booster Energy.
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna say Booster.
Goggles is cool, but I think like if you're looking for just a consistent item, Booster Energy you're gonna get value of every game that you bring the Raging Bolt in, whereas Safety Goggles, like if you're not up against an Amoonguss, it just becomes kind of a dead item.
Perfect. So we got the Booster Energy and the Raging Bolt, our perfect pairing there. I think for our next Pokemon, it should be pretty split between just these 2 items here. But of course, we do have to talk about the winner of our community vote.
Oh,
to
what
be the
an
most
upset.
successful this weekend.
Nobody could have seen this one coming.
Couldn't seen that. So when we're looking at this Fluttermane, I feel like this is where we bring the Booster Energy back because that's obviously one of the main ways that we get to see. But also the choice specs.
I don't have one.
Oh? Wow.
I don't have one. I didn't get the choice specs. I didn't get the choice specs to cut out, so can I offer you a life orb instead in these trying times?
What does choice specs look like? Can I draw that?
Here, you know, it's got like 2 glasses, so instead we've got 2 Bidoofs to represent the...
Good.
Yeah.
Flawless. Flawless. Everything goes so smoothly here all the time. But we're looking at the Booster Energy as opposed to the choice specs. Because choice specs, I mean, you're just dishing out damage. But the Booster Energy, you can get that special attack or you can get that speed.
I think Booster Energy Fluttermane, especially when you're looking at the speed variant, has picked up in popularity a lot in terms of speed control. You get access to Icy Wind. I think Protect on Fluttermane in a meta like this feels so important. And with choice specs, you don't have access to that unless for some reason you want to put Protect as your 4th move. And we actually have seen players do that. It's not unheard of.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility. Going back to Portland Regionals, the Setlet 1 was modest max speed investment with a Booster Energy, but that was just triple offense, no Icy Wind. It was just designed to do as much damage as possible, but of course, with the Booster Energy, you can protect. Both sets are still really good. I think, like, Speed Booster Flutter is really difficult to use because it feels amazing in games, but sometimes it comes out and it just has no offensive pressure whatsoever.
Yeah.
You maybe get 1 Icy Wind off, or your opponent just switches to get around it, and then you faint. And so, whereas like Specs Fluttermane, I feel like is really consistent, always pressures with so much burst damage. And so, yeah, I think like those are definitely the 2 most viable items. We also saw people using like Pixie Plate and Life Orb throughout last season as well. Focus Sash is an item that I think was what people were using on Fluttermane when it first came out into VGC. Now it's fallen off a little bit, but I think max speed, Focus Sash, Timid actually does make a lot of sense. And with that, you can do some funky things like run Trick Room on Fluttermane as well.
Do we have to start putting the Focus Sash on the list here? Do we think that we're going to narrow? Let's go. The ribbon, the snake. You can put some eyes on there and you're good there. But
I swear I cut one out, which is why I'm
we have our
really
Booster Energy, we have our Focus Sash, and we have our choice specs right here. But I think if we're looking at the perfect pairing, I think just Booster Energy is the way that, I don't know, because like I run choice specs on my Flutter, but you're going up against the speed boosting Flutter, and I think it's just so impressive in a lot of ways. But Do we think that or the choice specs?
I think choice specs personally. It's a hard call because like there's so much merit to both of those that I feel like it's so individually play dependent. What is your play style? Would you rather have a Flutter main that deals a ton of damage, or would you rather have the ability to play a little bit more defensively and have the opportunity to have speed control?
All right, we'll let Aaron break the tie here.
If I had to pick, I think I would go with Specs Flutter main. I just, it just does such ridiculous damage. A Fairy Terra boosted Choice Specs Moonblast. Oh.
We got our, this is really difficult. We got our perfect pairing here. I feel like this should be Gabby plus the two Bidoofs, but all right, perfect pairing, flawless, love that. Next Pokemon to be talking about, one that we've gotten to see quite a bit so far this weekend. 20% day 2 usage. I'm talking about the long boy. We have the Farigiraffe.
All right, there's two, I think, obvious items we're debating between, and that's Rocky Helmet and also Citrus Berry.
We don't have a Throat Spray, I think, here, but, you know, Wolf
don't.
has made Throat Spray look very, very good on stream.
I didn't think Throat Spray was going to be good. Sorry, I didn't put that one on the list.
That's okay.
I should have asked Wolf beforehand.
That is, Farigiraffe some of the only meta Pokemon that's really using Throat Spray. No Sylveon, unfortunately. You know.
I understand. My disappointment is immeasurable. My day isn't ruined, so.
So then how are we feeling? We'll just pretend Throat Spray is there. If anything, I'll write it in. But how are we thinking about the items in general, considering what we've gotten to see? Because it's more than just Wolf's Farigiraffe out there. This was actually a really popular pick coming into the weekend, I'm assuming greatly in response to all the priority that we've seen, as well it is one of those Pokemon that Trick Room. We are seeing a lot of Trick Room right now.
I think the more popular item that I've seen on Farigiraffe as of late is the Citrus Berry. I think there's a lot of potential there to make sure that you get some amount of HP recovery, and it feels so valuable when you have a ton of heavy hitters in the meta that allows Farigiraffe to survive a double up. Potentially. Depending on what it is, it's doubling into the Farigiraffe. And how you're trained, if you got the bulk and you have the Citrus Berry recovery, you can tend to survive a pretty impactful double up.
Yeah, Rocky Helmet's one of those items that you kind of include to patch up a specific matchup, right? And it's mainly for Water Urshifu. Also helps out against other physical attackers, but generally it's one of the whole point of, I think, like doing this is do you want to pick an item that like fits your team specifically and is a little bit more niche but patches up a matchup versus an item that just offers general utility. And you can't go wrong with Citrus Berry. I think, you know, part of Farigiraffe's role on most teams is to pressure with Trick Room or reverse your opponent's Trick Room. And with Citrus Berry, it is just really, really hard to get a knockout onto this Pokemon, or even, you know, 2 attacks doubled up into that slot. So just like, especially when you have Terra forcing it as well, it just like, it feels like Citrus will come up in, you know, most of the games that you're going to play with, whereas Rocky Helmet becomes a lot less impactful in certain matchups, but a lot more impactful in other matchups.
Well, I feel like it's pretty determined there that for this Pokemon, Citrus Berry is going to be your perfect pairing, unless your name is Wolf Glick, in which case, congratulations, you broke our game. Of course, with the item, something that we always have to be looking towards in the matches is the fact that you can't have more than one item. So we start talking about other Pokemon that maybe like to have that Citrus Berry, and I feel like Incineroar is one of those biggest item hogs, in which case there's a lot of different things that could be good on it.
You know what's amazing is we've seen Assault Vest Incineroar. So like, if we put up all the items that I feel like we've seen for Incineroar specifically, I think you have to include Citrus Berry, you have to include Assault Vest. We've seen Rocky Helmet, we've seen Safety Goggles, put that back up there. There's actually like so much debate on what Incineroar should have.
He's like, he actually has a full
stat
kit here, honestly.
He looks like he's ready to go skiing. Or
He the Citrus Berry in his hand.
oh, wow. That Incineroar is ready to go on a hike now, I think.
I don't think we need any more debate.
An underground exploration? I don't know. Like, he's got a little bit of everything. Helmet to protect him, berry for some food.
He's like a construction worker.
Yeah.
He's good. I gotta make sure I put the glasses on top. You gotta see him, but yeah, no, I think he's
no notes.
No notes. I think this is perfect.
This is giving me ideas though. Like, what if the next mechanic, next generation, is a Pokemon can hold 2 items?
Oh no!
How wild would that be? Which 2 of the 4 would we pick?
I don't want to live in a world where Booster Energy Choice Spec Flutter Main is allowed at all.
I think you would go with Assault Vest and Rocky Helmet, honestly. I feel like that
I thought you were
covers
talking
so
about
many
the
bases.
perfect parry. Assault Vest Rocky.
I'm running with Aaron's idea right now. If we could give Incineroar 2 items, what would they be? Okay, that's actually really hard.
A berry in each hand.
Yeah, a Figgy and a citrus berry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. I think for this one though, we gotta start eliminating things. Incineroar, as much as he would like to have everything, he's only allowed one thing. I think the Rocky helmet, as cool as it is the first item I would eliminate from this. I know that we got to see that on stream yesterday and it was fun, but also speaking after the interview was like, I don't know what else to put on the Incineroar, so it's just kind of, here you go, Rocky helmet.
I think safety goggles is the premier pick for me if I had to pick just one. I think safety goggles allows Incineroar to get away with a lot, especially when you're looking at Amoonguss starting to creep back up in popularity. Then you have the opportunity to get past the redirection of the Amoonguss. That means you can fake out the partner instead. And you also have the opportunity to flare blitz or just knock off something else when the Amoonguss is just going to be trying to place defense.
I think I'm a Citrus stan. You know,
Yeah?
I just kind of picked the items that I think would fit onto the majority of teams. So once again, Goggles is one of those items where it's not going to be relevant in maybe 75% of the games that you play, but then in the 25% of the games that you play ends up being super, super relevant. But I've had so many games where I've tried to double up onto Incineroar, and I'm just like, if they don't have Citrus Berry here, they're done for. But then 2 attacks launch into it, the Citrus heals it up, he goes for a parting shot, and then my excitement just goes down and down and down. And so I think, Incineroar is an interesting one because it is already pretty bulky. You've got Intimidate, you've got Fake Out support, but Citrus just turns this into even a bulkier Pokemon. And we had, the bulkier berries a few generations ago, the Figgy Berry, for example, the Ayapapa Berry. And so Incineroar is one of the best users of those Pokemon. I mean, that was even more demoralizing when Incineroar is healing like a third of its health, right? But yeah, I just like Citrus because it ends up once again coming out, I would say, in pretty much every game you're going to bring Incineroar out into. But Goggles is an amazing item. We've seen Goggles and Incineroar win a lot of tournaments throughout the years.
Tie break.
Oh man, this one's tough. I have to, oh man, I'm going to say Goggles. Just, Citrus is so good. I'm not going to lie. I feel like a lot of things now are kind of more in a 1 KO range, or like the double up Citrus not going to matter quite as much for Incineroar.
Look, if Incineroar is not going to eat the Citrus Berry, Chimchar will. Thank you.
Yeah, you'd appreciate it. But
Nom, 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 nom.
There is an Infernape, I think, in our competition this weekend.
Well, I just want to say,
wait, what? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Don't quote me on that one. It was early.
There is Pokemon
I
that
swear.
are competing for the Citrus Berry. Because you want to talk about annoying double ups with the Citrus Berry, making it impossible to be taking KOs. You got to talk about Amoonguss, because there's been so many times I've hit an attack into an Amoonguss, brought it just below half, and you just watch it heal back up. Like, this is a 3-hit KO. I hate it here.
I think that is like a clear Citrus Berry. For me, it's a clear Citrus Berry. There is a lot of merit behind the Rocky helmet as well, because you're able to tank so many Urshifu hits because the Amoonguss has the natural resist. But I don't know, I feel like Citrus Berry Amoonguss makes me really sad, so I feel like that has to be.
Sorry, Chimchar.
Ow! Give me my berry!
You're not allowed. Sorry, bud.
No.
But
He's sad.
He's very sad now. You have to give him a hug.
I was thinking about the old days of VGC, and back then you could spore other Amoongusses, and so the Amoonguss versus Amoonguss, I was like, man, imagine if that mechanic still existed and safety goggles Amoonguss were a thing. But alas, yeah, I'd say, Citrus, Rocky Helmet feel like the go-to items. Right now in this metagame, we don't really see Focus Sash or Mentor because there aren't as many Pokemon that can burst Amoonguss, but Sash could be quite nice if you want something to survive. Your team's a little bit weak to Fire Ogerpon in particular, and Mentor is really valuable in a format where there are a lot of taunts. It feels like taunt is really fallen off, especially because often it comes from the priority users like a Whimsicott or a Tornadus, but with so much anti-priority stuff in the format like Indeedee and Frigoraph, they don't work as much. So yeah, I think Citrus and Helmet are both great, but with Urshifu Water's usage decreasing, I'm definitely a Citrus stan as well. Just a big fan of that item. It's a pretty good item.
it is a really good item.
What do you think that tastes like?
It looks like a lemon?
I would say, considering it's called a citrus berry, you just replace the S for a C, and you probably have a really good idea
I was gonna
right
say
there.
like yuzu.
I don't know. At this
My
point, I
dream
think
is
it is going to
Yuzu.
be a thing for the casters to be settling on what this might taste like, especially to, maybe we'll just forego that. We have a match coming up soon, so time to throw back over to Gabby and Evan.
I mean, we have a match coming up soon, but Evan, would you peel my citrus berries for me?
I would peel a citrus berry so that you could
Aw.
recover 25% of your health if your health went below 50%.
I would do that for you too.
Thank you,
This
Gabby.
is the foundations of a true collaboration right here.
Absolutely. And also, like, I got to shout out just how dripped out that Incineroar was.
Oh,
Looked
my
good with all
goodness.
4 of those items.
And
But
imagine if he could add a regional championship medal alongside of that drip, because at 12-1, Wolf Glick is certainly on his way to top 8. I believe if any of our 12-1 players win their next round of Swiss, they should make it into Top Cut regardless of what happens. But of course, the huge caveat of something may still happen.
yeah, so Wolf, Steven, and Luca are looking to lock in to their top cut here. And we are actually going to be watching our 2 12-1 players, Steven Mea and Luca Tregut, who we have not yet seen so far this tournament. Both are looking to lock into top cut. There is an option if they lose, they may still make it into top cut if their resistance is good enough. But you really don't want to be going into that. You want to lock it in right now.
Yeah, this is one of those things where it's something you can control, so definitely always try and win those games. But shout outs to the other notable matches as well. Wolf Glick versus Ashton Cox. I mean,
Rematch.
it's a rematch. It's a rematch of a rematch. Like, those two have played each other in some insane sets throughout VGC history. But for today, I'm really glad that we get to feature Luca and Steven, as these are 2 trainers that we haven't seen yet on stream. And some really interesting teams coming through from both of them.
Yeah, so
And
Steven's going to be, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and they're also apparently really good friends.
Yeah, really good friends, but very opposite teams here, with Steven going for that Glamora Tailwind team that we've been seeing over the course of this weekend. Heavy on the special offense with the Glamora, Fluttermane, and the Chi-Yu, whereas Luca, of course, is going on the physical side, way more with the Chien Pao and his trademark King Gambit. You can see this is that Glamora team that we've been looking at, the powering up that Meteor Beam, just being able to do stupid amounts of damage with Earth Power and Sludge Bomb, magnified by that Chi-Yu as well.
I was going to say, and if that's not enough damage for you, there is also the Chi-Yu with Choice Specs, which we've seen shut down Psy-Spam teams, and Tornadus has access to Sunny Day on top of all of that. So the special damage potential of Steven's team cannot be understated here. And even on the physical side of things, if your physical attackers are Urshifu Single Strike and the Ogre Pawn, honestly, you're still in a very well-balanced place. Going over to Luca's side of the field, I find it really interesting that we see him running a Stellar Terra type Chien Pao. And it does seem like there's some really good synergy here with the Chien Pao, the Gouging Fire, and then either the Ogre Pawn or the King Gambit, because not only can you lower the defenses of the Pokemon on the opposite side of the field thanks to Sword of Ruin, this Gouging Fire is running Howl to boost your own attack. And that is such a cool move that this Pokemon has access to.
Absolutely. We're very used to seeing Luca running this Terra Dark, Swords Dance, Black Glasses, King Gambit, and just dealing one-hit KOs through resistances because of that. Add to that the ability to also howl instead of just relying on the Swords Dance, and this King Gambit is trying to rule over Charlotte here if Luca can make it through this round and lock into top cut.
It's going to be a tough matchup for him, though, as he does not have access to any form of notable speed control. Does have a fake out user on his team in the form of Rillaboom, but if Steven decides to lean into the literal firepower of his team with that Chi-Yu in particular, this Rillaboom and this Chien Pao are really going to struggle to kick this game off.
Yeah, well, that is Chi-Yu Tornadus out on the field for Steven against the Rillaboom and Chien Pao. This Rillaboom actually has a terrible type matchup. The Luca has a terrible type matchup here, but because that Chi-Yu has opted for the additional firepower of Terra Fire instead of the defensive Terra Ghost, is vulnerable to this fake out.
It is going to be vulnerable to this fake out, but honestly, I think Steven might be okay with that, as looking at the Rillaboom, yes, there is a high horsepower you have to worry about, but if there's fake out being used by that Pokemon, that will not be dealing damage, and if you do Terrastalize into that fire type, Sacred Sword will no longer do super effective damage to the Chi-Yu as well. It's not the bulkiest Pokemon in existence, but usually if you're running a team like this, you can expect to take one hit of damage, but no Terrastalization to start this game out.
No Terrastalization, a Protect from Tornado, so not getting the speed control in the Sacred Sword. Oh my lord, Chi-Yu surviving at 1 hit point after the fake out and the Sacred Sword. Just barely missing out on that KO, and that is dangerous. Fortunately, Luca does have the Grassy Glide to offer some priority that's not dependent on Sucker Punch, but you know, that Chi-Yu hanging on for just one more turn here, giving Steven a little bit of an out.
Giving him an out, and I think more importantly, buying him some time to set up Tailwind for whatever Pokemon he's going to send in next, as Grassy Glide will indeed pick up the knockout on that Chi-Yu, but this will give Steven the opportunity to switch in one Pokemon and possibly even two, depending on how much damage this does.
The Icicle Crash connects and picks up the one-hit KO. So Steven did finally get to set up the Tailwind that turn after going for the Protect on turn 1. And now it's going to be up to this Ogerpon and the Urshifu single strike in the back to make up the difference. So that is a Focus Sash Urshifu, and you do have a lot of potential help coming from the Ogerpon, but still, you'd much rather have your 4 Pokemon against 2.
Certainly, but that being said, these 2 Pokemon are really going to benefit from the Tailwind being active, as it ensures that the Urshifu should be able to attack prior to the Chien-Pao or the Rillaboom, as long as they're not using those priority moves. And the nice thing about Sucker Punch and Grassy Glide in this instance is that they will not do enough damage to guarantee a one-hit knockout. You still have your back against the wall a little bit here if you are Steven, as Luca made an incredible call that turn 1 to double into the Chi-Yu, but still, you have to figure out a way out, and this certainly is a great way to start.
Oh, the Grassy Glide breaks the Focus Sash on the Urshifu, will fire back with a close combat after the Chien-Pao took about 70% from that Ivy Cudgel. Close combat, though, doesn't pick up the KO on the Rillaboom, and it's just going to be a Sacred Sword to finish off the Urshifu from Luca right there. And now it's just Ogerpon for Steven. That was a disastrous turn 1, not getting anything going. And now Steven in a really strong, really weak position here, needs to make some adjustments here because Luca just wiped him with 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, a great turn 1 prediction there to kind of rewind that turn 1 back. Steven protected his Tornadus, assuming the fake out would target that spot. But unfortunately for him, it was just doubled down into the Chi-Yu, and once that Pokemon was removed from play, knowing that the Grassy Glide would do enough subsequent damage to pick up that knockout, Steven just did not find his footing against Luca. Going into this game number 2, though, I think that the adjustment is pretty straightforward. If you decide to leave Tornadus and the Chi-Yu again, you do have to play that 50-50. Where does the fake out go? What Pokemon do I attack with? But you can always just lead something that maybe has a bit more flexibility, maybe access to Protect on both your Pokemon, so you can burn that initial turn where fake out is available to the Rillaboom and then work through your strategy from there.
Yeah, and actually seeing that Chi-Yu surviving on 1 hit point again makes me wonder if Steven maybe had hoped to actually just get rid of that Pokemon off the field to bring in a little bit more of that offensive pressure much faster while Tornadus was still out on the field, because then Luca was just able to pick that Pokemon off and pick up the KO on Tornadus, and that's you don't want to give up those free KOs, those double KOs, but Luca is trying to do it all over again. It's going to be the Rillaboom and the Chien-Pao, but Steven is making some major adjustments. Realize that game 1 did not work for him.
Yeah.
Ogerpon and Glamora.
For sure. I mean, with such a commanding win in game number 1 for Luca, you know, I don't think he necessarily has to mix up his first 2 Pokemon, and we didn't even see the final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, Luca may have made a lot of changes.
Yeah, I do love seeing the Glamora as a lead for Steven, as it does look like we'll get a double spiky shield here to burn through the fake out turn, as both of the Pokemon on Luca Luca's side of the field will be forced to attack with moves that connect with that Glimmora to activate the Toxic Debris ability. So this will give Steven a opportunity to ensure that Pokemon coming in will be poisoned. That's going to be damage over time, and that might actually make the difference for some of the knockouts we saw him fall short of in game number 1.
Yeah, totally great point there for the reason for the Glimmora. And of course, having both of the spiky shields, instead of leading with 2 Pokemon that you are doing some sort of guessing games of who's going to get faked out, you just protect both Pokemon here. And you just blow the fake out. And Luca didn't even go for it because of that. Took a little bit of chip from the spiky shield on Grassy Glide.
Yeah, I think that was a great call by Luca, but unfortunately there's really no way to get around those Pokemon unless Urshifu is around.
Well, Ogerpon is trying to draw the attention here, actually gets the Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom and the Icicle Crash connecting on both counts. Of course, Icicle Crash into the Spiky Shield did not activate the, did not hit the Spiky Shield because it's not a contact move, so still has the Focus Sash as Glimmora is consuming its Power Herb to overflow immediately with that space power and fire off a huge Meteor Beam, easily knocking Chien-Pao down to its Focus Sash.
And this is a great pivot from what we saw in game number 1 because this Glimmora has now set itself up. It has that +1 special attack boost, and we even have an opportunity for that damage to go even higher. It's possible that with the assistance of the Beads of Ruin ability, a +1 Sludge Bomb could pick up a knockout with the Rillaboom into that Assault Vest outright, but that's not exactly the play that Steven's going for just yet, and I think that's wise, is there's just too much priority available on the field to his opponent. Urshifu with its Focus Sash item will require 2 hits to be knocked out by Luca, which means he can take this time, maybe go for a priority attack of his own to deal that little bit of extra damage to the Chien-Pao, and then really focus in on the Rillaboom with the Glimmora.
That Rillaboom is looking real threatened by the Glimmora. Kind of does become a little bit of a Terra question. Do you Terra the Rillaboom to dodge the Sludge Bomb and then just become weak to the Earth Power? But Luca's going to have to make that decision. Goes for the Sucker Punch onto Glimmora, dodges a potential Sucker Punch coming out from Steven, does set the Toxic Debris, but that's going to be Sucker Punch into Glimmora, dodges the Sucker Punch from Steven, of course, going second, and Rillaboom with the Grassy Glide actually focusing down the Urshifu here, trying to break that Focus Sash as well. But there it is, the Sludge Bomb with a critical hit, 1-hit KO on the Rillaboom.
Again, this is why Glimmora is so popular right now. That is just an absolutely insane amount of damage. And honestly, thanks to that Grassy Glide recovery, it does seem like Glimmora would have enough health to take another Sucker Punch. This Glimmora is in a great spot. Of course, is naturally slower than Flutter Mane, but still will be threatening super effective damage, even if the Flutter Mane decides to terrestrialize into the Fairy typing.
Yeah, it probably can take another Sucker Punch here from the Chien-Pao. Probably can't take a Sucker Punch plus a Dazzling Gleam coming out from that Flutter Mane as well. So Luca is still in a really good position. That Flutter Mane still has the option to terrestrialize to dodge the Sucker Punch as well.
Yeah, it does. So Luca is definitely still in the driver's seat right now. We do have a bit of a sneak peek knowing that Steven has his Chi-Yu in the back of his party. And I think that if he's thinking about the end game, you really have to focus in on the Flutter Mane this turn.
Well, Luca is going to go ahead and terrestrialize the Flutter Mane to remove the neutrality to Sucker Punch and instead resist it outright, while also dealing big damage, boosting any damage onto the Urshifu and the Glimmora. Steven's actually just going to go ahead and detect here as the Sucker Punch just clean picks up the second KO on the Glimmora.
And we do see a second layer of Toxic Spikes spread around the field as well. So whatever Luca's final Pokemon is, it will be coming in with severe poison damage.
Yeah, that's if that Pokemon has to come in at all, because this Flutter Mane and the Chien-Pao together are looking like a really scary combination.
They are, and what's really interesting to me is that the reason why this Flutter Mane is really uncontested right now is the adjustment that Steven made into this game number 2 was actually to leave the Tornadus behind in favor of the Glimmora, and because of that, he just doesn't have any opportunities to try and speed things up on the field. Yes, you can try and sucker punch that Flutter Mane, but thanks to the fairy type terrestrialization, that's not going to do enough damage to stop this Flutter Mane from going for those insanely powerful Dazzling Gleams.
Well, there is going to be a terrestrialization coming out as a last-ditch effort here to make something happen. Chi-Yu removing its dark typing, just going all in on fire. No longer weak to Sacred Sword, no longer neutral to that Dazzling Gleam, will be resisting it. Chien-Pao just protecting this turn, so not actually trying to attack at all. Just going to let the Flutter Mane do all the damage. Steven goes for the double detect, but it fails, so not going to be able to protect itself from this Dazzling Gleam, and that means that Urshifu is definitely going down here. That Dazzling Gleam dealing just a little bit of damage to the Chi-Yu, which will be able to fire back with an incredibly powerful Choice Specs boosted, Terrestrialization boosted Heat Wave. Will hit into the Protect onto Chi-Yu, will try to launch it into the Flutter Mane, will connect here. This is not the overheat that always picks up KOs. It actually misses on the Flutter Mane, and with the grassy terrain, that poison is not actually going to be able to pick up the KO either. So Luca looking so good here heading into top cut.
Yeah, Luca just having a commanding win here. Game number 1, making the correct call of doubling into that Chi-Yu. Game number 2, even though Steven tried to find opportunities for this Chi-Yu to find out, unfortunately might get one more opportunity to go for an attack here, but since it's single target damage, it's able to hold on with 1 HP. The Heat Wave will connect with both Chien-Pao and Flutter Mane and pick up the knockout. So this is now all of a sudden a 1v1.
Okay. If Chi-Yu can pull this off from 1 hit point,
I mean,
I don't know if it can.
Well, it depends on what Pokemon
It does.
Luca has in the back and how they compare in terms of
Oh, it's
speed.
Ogerpon! This is the one Pokemon that Luca might lose to here.
Yep. Unfortunately for this Chi-Yu, it is locked into Heat Wave. That is going to be doing neutral damage, and it is naturally slower than the Ogerpon. But talk about what a close game number 2. Had that been any other Pokemon than Ogerpon on Luca's team, we would be talking about a very different end game. But Ogerpon, once again, showing us why it maybe should have won the Community Choice Poll as most likely to win the regional this weekend, getting that significant 1 HP amount of damage to win Luca the game and lock him in most likely to top cut.
Yeah, that's going to be Flutter Mane and Ogerpon and Chien-Pao. Chien-Pao, which dropped off of our day 1 usage graphic, now most likely locked into top cut with that win from Luca. So extremely well played from Luca. That game 1 was just clinical, it was clean, and then game 2, Steven made some really smart adjustments, the adjustments that needed to happen to make it a little bit more competitive, and it really did come down to how those last 2 Pokemon were trained in the end. But Luca just able to clutch it out, pick up that final pesky hit point on the Chi-Yu, and potentially lock his way into top cut.
Yeah, it goes to show you as well that you don't necessarily need speed control if your team has access to consistent priority attack users. And what I would love to hear from Luca, if we get the chance to interview him in a bit, is just how he balances using those priority moves as speed control when he runs up against a Farigiraf in particular with that Armor Tail ability. As looking at his team, I mean, on paper, King Gambit seems like the answer to that, right? But you know, you know that he's played that matchup a few times at this point. Not necessarily in this match, though. We did see him take a very strong lead in the beginning with the early knockout onto the Ogerpon. And even though that Glimmora just showcased how much damage it can do, why it's been rising in popularity in the metagame. Again, Luca just playing this game very, very well.
Yeah, Luca played it so well, and you're totally right. It is the King Gambit that is key for this matchup. You know, the Chien-Pao dropped off because its normal partners like Dragonite and Entei just lose to Farigiraf often and lose to Indeedee often. But these adjustments that Luca has made, King Gambit, you know, the classic black glasses, Terra Dark King Gambit, you know, you at least force the Farigiraf to go into a very defensive Terra typing if you're trying to use that to block sucker punches. and that's really worthwhile. And you can definitely make something happen there with Chien Pao next to King Gambit, even through the resisted Sucker Punch, especially if you get, or even if you get a Howl boost or you get a Swords Dance boost at any time, and then having the Rillaboom as well to counter the other anti-priority Pokemon in Didi, being able to smartly counter both of those things that would otherwise put a real damper on the ability of this team to actually, move first.
I know, and to be fair as well, as soon as I said this earlier, I was like, oh no. Technically, Fluttermane with Choice Specs was also the MVP of that matchup. And yes, Fluttermane did win the Community Choice poll. I should not let my own personal biases influence my reporting, but I think you can see just why it's such a powerful team. And I am so excited to see Luca pilot this throughout the remainder of the tournament, as technically, if Fluttermane and Ogerpon Wellspring are on the winning team together, that means I win. Everybody wins.
Everybody
wins. That's the best outcome, right?
At least for the finals.
Does that mean we can all play at Worlds, or does that mean we all can vote in a community choice poll?
We can all vote in a community choice poll at Worlds, for sure.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see more of this team that Luca is running. We didn't get to see the Gouging Fire at all in that matchup. Correct decision. Yeah. Obviously did not need the Gouging Fire for that. Having the Ogerpon, having the Rillaboom, having the Chien Pao, all that Luca really needed to make that happen. So really excited to see if that Gouging Fire comes out in Top Cut, how that Gouging Fire has been doing for Luca, because we haven't really gotten a chance to see this. I mean, Luca is running the Howl, the Breaking Swipe, the Burning Bulwark, and the Heat Crash Gouging Fire, which is sort of your standard support Gouging Fire. I would love to hear about how that's going for him. Because we haven't gotten a chance to see it, though clearly something is working, and I hope the Gouging Fire has been a part of that.
I know, me too. Like, I was looking through his team before we went into this matchup, and my brain was trying to figure out, like, would it be possible theoretically to do like Gouging Fire, Chien Pao, King Gambit, and then something else for support, and just try and set that King Gambit up so you give it Howl support, and then you swap in the Sword of Ruin ability so that it really can just go on a tear. But I will have to hear from Luca himself if he's been able to set that up in this competition, as I believe he's ready for an interview.
Absolutely. Let's toss it down to Sierra to hear from Luca himself.
Thanks so much, too. I'm here with Luca Tregut after that 2-0 victory. I came back here for the interview, though. You looked really stressed out despite the 2-0 win.
It was just a really stressful match. Steven's an incredible friend of mine, so having to play him on stream, and especially for the winning in for the biggest regional in like modern time, I think, like that. I was stressing my butt off, I'll be real.
And you were saying too that this has kind of been a situation that is kind of reminiscent of a past experience too.
Yeah, me and Steven fought at last year's Charlotte Regionals with the exact same winning in record on stream, like in day 2. Like we repeated the exact same scenario we were in last year. And we could not stop talking about it. It was just, history just repeats itself constantly, doesn't it?
I mean, you're definitely someone who likes to repeat, specifically talking about the King Gambit on your team, because it is a Pokemon that we've seen you use quite often now. And I have to know, is it more just of a comfort pick going on forward, or do you actually think that this Pokemon has a really viable spot in our current Reg F format?
I think ever since, Regulation D was the time King Gambit dropped off the most. There was just a lot of threatening Pokemon to it, but ever since like each regulation since, it's been getting better and better. I feel like it just keeps presenting better opportunities for itself in the meta. Dark Urshifu is probably like the biggest issue for it, but I think like so long as you have answers into it, like Fluttermane, like Chien Pao, stuff of that nature, I think it can just go incredibly well on a lot of different compositions. And it is obviously a comfort pick. I've been using it at every event since Scarlet and Violet. I've brought it to every single event. So it is definitely a comfort pick. I think I can play King Gambit better than anyone, if I can be real. I think I can just find ways to just use it and innovate it. And mostly I just want to keep finding excuses to use it. So I keep building teams around it.
What would it take to finally drop the King Gambit?
Until teams start having like 4 fighting types on their team, I'll probably still find a way to make it work.
You have terrestrialization. You can just tear out a weakness now. You're good. Another cool Pokemon on your team is this Gouging Fire. We didn't get to see it in this match, and I know there's quite a bit of mixed reviews about it coming into this weekend. Have you found it has been useful for the matches, or?
I have not brought it once today. It's good into very like balance-oriented like defensive compositions because a lot of those types of teams have a lot of physical attackers, and with Gouging Fire, the whole thing it has breaking swipes, and it's really fast, so it's able to breaking swipes lower their attack before they can even attack. And that's really good into those kinds of teams. The issue is I've been running into a lot of Tailwind teams, a lot of Trick Room teams, a lot of teams that don't even have like 2 physical attackers sometimes. Like, and I can just like hardly find a reason to bring it. Like there were a few games in day 1 where it was really incredible. It was really, really good. So I think it just kind of comes down to the matchup that you face. I just have been, this I think was either my 3rd or 4th Tailwind Glamora team that I fought today, just today, and the other one was a Psy Spam team, and I just could not find a way to put Gouging Fire into any of those. So I still think it's a good mon. I still think like if you find the right composition for it, it can really excel as a very good supported Pokemon. It just hasn't been today.
Do you think too that has something to do with this day 2 field and what Pokemon are actually really popping up in Regulation F, or you didn't think it's more of a that Pokemon was still good into what day 2 has to offer, you just haven't hit those matchups?
I think it is mostly that, because I know a lot of other people in day 2 have like Gouging Fire oriented teams, they have like balance oriented teams. I have just been pulling very similar compositions throughout most of the day. And I really wish I could fight a balance-oriented team, because I think it's probably one of the few matchups I think is like really in my favor. I actually really dislike fighting the Tailwind compositions that I've been fighting, just because I feel like I have to think of a lot of different ways to fight them, especially since like each player plays differently. They play the same 6 mons, the same 6 sets, but they can play completely differently. So I have to like keep thinking of ways like, okay, how do I lead here? How can I like position so this worked this time, this might not work this time, you know? It was really, really stressful, but I'm overall fairly happy with how my team went out and fairly happy with my results.
Yeah, hopefully you can be hitting those matchups that Gouging Fire that might be a little bit more useful in, but now with this 13-1 record, how are you feeling about the rest of today?
I'm feeling pretty all right. I'm set for top cut, so next round's bout is going to be as stressful. I'm still going to try and win out because I really want my friend Steven, his resistance to be as good as possible so he can make it into the top cut as well. So I'm going to still really try hard, but it's not going to be as stressful as fighting in the win and in last round.
100% valid, but good luck with that next round for
Thank
you
you.
and Steven's sake there.
Yes.
But of course, before I let you get prepped, do you have any final shout outs, any final words?
Shout outs to Ashton, because you're my building buddy. We just test all the same stuff and we tell each other each of our ideas are bad constantly. So we try to keep finding ones we actually agree on. Shout outs to all my friends, shout out to my family, and that's about it.
Dude, well, congratulations yet again. Best of luck moving on forward. As for us, still figuring out who's going to be making it to that cut. We're going to have more shortly.
Thanks, Sierra. Great to hear from Luca as he locks top cut, heading into his top cut, top 8 match with the trademark King Gambit here. Really excited to see that he's stayed loyal to King Gambit, as I remember really early on in the Scarlet and Violet era, just seeing that pop off.
I know, and it's definitely not necessarily been a comfortable pick throughout the Scarlet and Violet regulations either, so...
Yeah, remember when Iron Hands was like maybe the best Pokemon in format?
Yeah, and I mean, there still are a couple of them floating around, but I guess with Iron Hands really dropping off, and the only fighting type Pokemon, realistically speaking, in the metagame is that or Shifu, definitely opens things up a lot greater.
Yeah, absolutely, making the door wide open for Luca to advance into top cut. Of course, still has one more round. Luca has actually gone 5-0 so far today, only dropping one match pretty early on yesterday, but incredible run from him. And of course, one more round, like he said, wants to make sure that his resistance is as good as possible for the people that he has faced earlier on, so that they may be able to also sneak into top cut with him.
Yeah, and that's a really nice thing to do too, because especially after an additional 6 rounds of Swiss today, the temptation to sort of give your brain a little bit of a break must be very, very tempting.
Absolutely. And of course, there's also the bragging rights of being, I was the #1 seed headed into top cut, or probably at least the #1 or #2 seed headed in with his current record, but we'll have to see how that shakes out. Of course, We are continuing to poll our audience through Twitch chat over a variety of subjects that are as mysterious as they are entertaining and enjoyable for everyone to vote on.
Yeah, and I'm starting to wonder, like, what exactly are y'all voting on?
I'm not letting my mind go there because I don't. There's some dark corners there, and I don't want to.
Okay, well, I'm not going to dark corners, thankfully, yet. But now
your mind is healthier than mine. I don't trust my subconscious.
Sure, I'll just leave it at that. But make sure you're getting your votes in. Maybe we'll be able to talk about the dark places our minds go. Who knows? Technically, it's not off the table.
Yeah. The dark
Please
places
don't.
my mind goes are King Gambit and Urshifu, Single Strike, and Chi-Yu, and Incineroar, and Shin Pao. And oh wow, there are a lot of dark types in the format. How is Iron Crown and DD doing so well?
The only dark place that my mind has gone recently was the depths of Area Zero, where I was trying to find a lovely mark for my Fluttermane partner, as it's probably still going to be relevant for a while, and I want to get a cool one to show off.
I just remember having to traverse the various tunnels of the Kanto and Johto region and having to use the Flash TM.
Or on the red and blue versions, you could get real close to the screen and technically see where you were going. It might be why I'm wearing glasses now. I'm not sure.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
right
same. Okay. So maybe that's what the poll is about.
It could be.
Are you wearing glasses
Why do you wear
because
glasses?
you didn't use Flash as a small child?
Well, let's hear from some things that we are actually able to know about, which is some of your tweets and posts from earlier today. This is Game Corner VGC. Got met today, big fans, great group of people out here in Charlotte competing in the regionals. I love that first partner Pokemon and Pikachu jacket being worn over there. Got some great colors going on. It's a good looking group.
It's a very good looking group, and there are smiles all around, and that is the most important part of attending a Pokemon event. Yes, there is a lot of stress with the competition and things may not go your way, but if you can leave the building with a smile and with a group of really good friends, I think that you've had a very successful time. So shout outs to Game Corner VGC and all y'all in that community. Looks like you're having a great time.
Yeah, congratulations on just being out here, doing the thing, and having a good time. Moving on to our next one, we have Ryan Ginsberg, who's here at Charlotte. Hanging out with friends is the best at regionals, even better than winning.
I love that. I also love that they're clearly engaged in, is that like Go Fish or something?
I was just going to say, I think that's the wrong card game for that table.
Technically, you could make a standard deck of cards with Pokemon cards. You could do like the types as the
types as the suits, yeah.
Yeah, and then have like
Pokedex number?
The Pokedex numbers, yeah. I know that one of our co-casters has been working on a similar idea. For something, I don't know if Jeremy's finished that or not, but that would be really cool to feature.
Jeremy's doing it?
Yeah, Jeremy's doing it, to give you a hint as how chaotic it would be. But no, again, this is just the importance of having a good time. Maybe you're not necessarily playing the TCG or the VG or Pokemon Go, but you're out there playing with some of the retro consoles that we have on site. You're out there just playing Community Day with all the Pokestops and all the incenses that have been left around the venue. There's so much to do at these Pokemon events, and again, if you're leaving with a smile, you are a victor for the day.
Yeah, you are winning. The smile is your medal. Moving on to our next one.
Oh, no.
Oh. I was here. I was there.
I was there.
Didn't know seeing Aaron Cybertron Zhang's rage at Pokemon Stadium minigames is exactly what I needed in my life. Hashtag play Pokemon from Nezzy. Yeah, this is a side of Aaron Cybertron Zhang that I don't think a lot of people get to see. He's normally so well composed, but this man is so competitive, and everyone knows that he, had his unfortunate 2013 Worlds mishap, and was, honestly, extremely well composed and took it like a champ, even though he bottomed out at top 4. But this is the real Cybertron. This is the real Aaron Zhang right here. This is the Aaron Zhang I know.
I was gonna say it doesn't get more competitive than Pokemon Stadium mini games, unless maybe you're thinking Pokemon Stadium 2 mini games. At which point my answer would be yes, that technically is a increment of competitiveness. But I know that Aaron took a couple of hard losses yesterday to the computer in particular for Pokemon Stadium. Maybe they'll get their rematch, if not this weekend, eventually. I mean, technically he could just, you know, go home and practice, as it is available if you have a Nintendo Switch Online Plus membership. So, yeah. Or I guess if you have an N64 and a cartridge.
And a cartridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, Com will be there for you.
Yeah, Com will always be there for you.
All right, and our final one of the day. It's a gloomy afternoon watching the rerun of last night's Charlotte Regionals while grinding for Terra Shards. Yeah, you got to make sure you get all of those Terra Shards so you can have the best possible Pokemon there.
And I believe that is one of the special event Blissey Terra raids that are currently active in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. They're rerunning the 7-star Blaziken raid alongside of these Blissies, but if you are a VGC player like we are, I do think the Blissey are more tempting, as if you also have the charm that you unlock for completing the Kitakami Pokedex in the hidden treasure of Area 0. There we go. Those words made it through eventually. You will get additional Terra Shards for every raid that you complete. So you have the boosted Terra Shards from the event with the Blissey. You have the fact that there are Blissey event raids literally everywhere. You can just queue in online as well if you have online access. And then you also have the charm to boost the results. It's a very great way to start farming those very valuable resources.
Yeah, extremely lucrative Terra raid farms over there. So definitely make sure that you're taking advantage of that to prep up for your next regional, whether that be Liverpool, whether that be Knoxville, whether that be Vancouver, or any of the other ones coming up.
Yeah, and on top of that, if Blissey also drops some materials, you can then use those in the item printer at the Blueberry Academy and then get the cool Pokeballs, hopefully, that you can then use to catch your Pokemon for those events, and then you can have like the real drip.
Absolutely. Well, earlier today, we also had the Juniors champion crowned, and Sierra took an opportunity to talk to them. So let's take a look at that conversation.
I am out here on the floor with our VGC Junior Champion at the Charlotte Regional Championships, Kevin Han. Congratulations on your win and your medal. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty happy to have won. I won Charlotte last year, so I'm the reigning champion.
So you won Charlotte last year, but you won quite a few events. What are a couple of the other ones that you've won?
Last year, I won Knoxville and Fort Wayne, and this year I've won Pittsburgh in this tournament.
And then what team did you decide to bring to this event?
I decided to bring the team that won on the last tournament, Portland. I brought Chien-Pao Dragonite, Raging Bolt, Fluttermane, Ogerpon Wellspring, and Entei.
And how did the competition shake out for you? Because you told me it was a little stressful.
So I won the first 2 rounds, but then I lost round 3, which put a lot of pressure on me for rounds 4 and 5. So I was under a bit of pressure there.
And you've won so many regional championships at this point. What is the most important thing before going to an event to be able to win the whole thing?
I would say making sure that your team is consistent and you know how to play it correctly.
It's a great answer for all those aspiring champions out there. And last but not least, do you have any shout outs, anyone who's helped you?
I have to give some shout outs to my friends Owen and Leland, and a shout out to my coaches Kylan Van Severin, Justin Tang, and Justin Karras, and Chris Han, my brother.
Congratulations once again. Best of luck at your next event.
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got to VGC. Really, really great guy. flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't faced before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. Am I Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
When it comes to team building, I like to build something on my own that I think will beat the meta, and I think it's a couple steps ahead of where the meta is at right now.
With the team ability, I am definitely trying to stick with the meta. There are a couple in my team that aren't meta, just so that way I can have that block ability. But I am definitely trying to stay with the meta and learning from the greats, hopefully.
When I'm building a deck, I would like to make it spicy, but I definitely consider the meta. So now I was making my Mew deck, I was debating on if I should do like a hybrid between Fusion Strike and Double Turbo. Then I just picked to go with Double Turbo. It's still spicy list though.
When I'm building my team, I like to not go by the meta because it makes it harder for people to counter you.
I tend to go somewhere on the fun side of the decks. Cloth Electro just happens to be semi-meta, so it's just super exciting, but I go for the fun decks more so the meta decks.
The way that I prefer to approach it is to look at the more meta options. In the beginning, when regionals and these types of events started, I wanted to aim towards building a spicy team, but I ended up not being as successful as I would have liked to have preferred. So as I've gotten more and more experience, I've learned kind of sticking to the core meta mons until I feel like I've improved my abilities enough where I can try to run some unique options. That is my best bet in finding success in these events.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While you're passionate for fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should. While you're passionate for fire, always lighting up a path, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'm I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
Welcome back, everybody. We are about ready to finish our Swiss rounds for day 2 of the Charlotte Regional Championships. It's going to be myself and Aaron Zhang back on the casting desk to bring you through that final Swiss round of the day. It has been an amazing day of Pokemon so far, and I cannot believe that we are at the end of the Swiss round road.
Yeah, 2 players have already locked their ticket into the top 8 bracket, and we're going to see which other 6 players will join them here as we finally come to the end of this tournament. Of course, a lot of great Pokemon still to be played. That single elimination top 8 bracket is going to be so intense, but the gameplay has been very, very astounding, and we've had just so many high-level players who are still in the hunt for this final top 8 bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, players are looking at having a 12-3 record or better in order to make it into the top cut. 12-3, though, is where it gets a little dicey because not every single player with a 12-3 record can make it forward. But they are very hopeful that the strength of the opponents that they have beaten or that have beaten them will be enough to be able to catapult them into that top 8. This top 8 is going to be stacked, though.
Yeah, I think coming into this, if you are X and 3, you just got to try your best, right? I think there's only 2 players who have lost 1 game. Those are the 2 players who have secured a spot in the top 8. 4 players who have lost 2 games. And so obviously those players will play against each other, and 2 of them will automatically move on. The other 2 will be in a pretty good spot as well, but there might always be an X3 that's behind you that ends up winning the game and ends up passing you. So it's really, you just got to try your best to win the game, and it all kind of comes down to this final round.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see what that top 8 bracket's going to look like. And as also just like the teams that we're going to get, because I feel like that's one of the things that we really had to keep our eyes on is the meta development, not just over the first 2 days of the Portland Regional Championships, but also from yesterday into today. We have seen so much change, and it's really exciting to see where the meta is going to go after this point, because we've got the Liverpool Regional Championships next weekend, and then we go back to the United States to hit Knoxville.
Yeah, there is just so many tournaments in a short period of time, but the metagame development has been rapid.
Part of it, of course, is this being a brand new format. Portland Regionals was just a couple of days into the brand new regulation, and so we've seen already a lot of development just in the past 2 weeks since then, and I expect this to really set the tone for the next tournament. It feels like this has been one of the most open tournaments in terms of team compositions and strategies that are viable. We saw a lot of unique one-off Pokemon do well and make it into day 2 of competition as well, and the first 2 teams that have locked themselves into the top 8, we've got the Frigoraph stuff from Wolf Glick's side. He's just using some of the strongest Pokemon, of course, with some unique tricks as well. And then Luca using that King Gambit Gouging Fire composition. I don't think we saw Gouging Fire on stream from his end, but he's one of, if not the best King Gambit user I feel like I've seen. And it's really cool to see him make it to the top 8 as well. It's been just lights out so far this season.
Yeah, he's definitely been the pioneer of the Black Glasses King Gambit variant that we saw pop up over the past few formats for Scarlet and Violet. And the fact that he can still bring that and to have success with it, I feel like he's just so set up for success. Speaking of success, we have an interview with Sierra with a player who, or the father of a player who definitely suffers from success. So let's head over to Sierra to see who she's got on standby as a special guest.
Thanks so much, you two. Maybe one day he'll play, but right now I have Sean Evans, father of James Evans here. How are you doing? How's the event been so far for you?
So far, this actually, huge event, so very cool. Great to see everybody, great to see all the players that I know, meeting some ones that I haven't met yet, so awesome event. Love Charlotte. I got family that lives close to here, so always love coming here, and it's a great event every time. So.
And James is definitely a very familiar face to us. We get to see him play on stream quite a bit often. We get to see a lot of success from him. So how is he doing so far for this tournament?
So far, so good. I mean, he went 7-2 yesterday, so he's in round 2 today, or day 2. And today he's doing all right. Needs to win one more. Hope to get top 16. That's what we're hoping. Best case scenario is top 16. So we'll see how he does in the final round today. So.
And of course, he gets to travel around a lot, but some people might not know that you get to travel around with him. So how has that been, being able to travel around the country, going to all of these Pokemon events and meeting all these different people?
So far, it's been amazing. I mean, as a dad, you would think you get to show your kid the world. It's pretty cool that my kids got to show me the world. So we've traveled all over the U.S., all over the world the past year, which has just been absolutely amazing. And again, I get to see everybody that I've become friends with and travel the world with my son and all his friends, so I can't complain. No complaints.
I do have to ask you, though, because I know you watch his matches. How much VGC do you know? When are we going to see you compete?
Probably never. I have competed once or twice in like a PC when they need somebody, and I just log in and then I forfeit. I don't really know how to play the game, so a lot of times I look to his friends to see who's winning. And then if they're clapping for James, then I know he's winning, or I can tell by his tells and what he does, which I won't give away any secrets. But so yeah, I don't know much about it. I probably should, as much as I've been involved, but sadly I don't. So
one day we'll teach you. For sure. So then being able to go around the world and be at these events, meet all these different people, what is your favorite part of this whole Pokemon community, this whole Pokemon world you get to experience?
Other than traveling with my son and having just that father-son bonding time, it's really the friendships not only he's made, that I've made as well. So going out to dinner with him and his friends, it's just a very cool experience to hear and see how you guys are doing, how he's doing, and really just get involved with everybody's life, as well as them getting involved in my life. It's just been a very cool experience. So.
No, it's definitely such a great time. And of course, I want to make sure you can go talk to James before he competes for final round of Swiss here. But before I let you go, any final words or any shout outs you have?
No, just shout out to James and Joe and all his friends. And it's just been one heck of a ride. And I look forward to more of the ride coming in 2024. So can't wait.
Thank you so much for chatting. As for us, we do have our final round of Swiss up shortly, so we're going to send it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Sierra. It is so amazing to hear about the parental support these players get, especially knowing that James Evans has had his dad around to travel the world with. I feel like that's so special to have that sort of family tradition in a way.
I think Pokemon is honestly one of the coolest games, having seen James, compete through the younger division. He was, of course, a world champion in the seniors division, aged up instantly, was just truly exceptional competitor, winning the North American International Championships. And
that's one of my favorite things about competitive Pokemon, you know, being able to compete into different age groups and being able to travel around the world, getting these travel awards to compete in these big international and world championships. And, you know, it's so cool to see James. You know, I feel like I've seen him growing up from just a young kid to an adult who is still competing at the highest level. And I know his dad is a big part of his support system. So it was just a wonderful interview.
I love that. And there's so many other parents, siblings, and friends that are here supporting our Pokemon trainers. And it's always great to hear from them and just know that that support system is in place. Especially when you might need somebody to just chat to in between events. And who better than, you know, your parents or your family, where you're like, I know you get me. I know you know what I need in this moment to propel me through the next rounds.
Totally, yeah. We talk a lot about just community and the value it has and why people keep coming back to these tournaments. And everyone means it when they say how much the community matters, right? Whether that be your friends or your family members or loved ones. It's one of the most special things I think about the competitive scene in Pokemon.
Yeah, same. I cannot wait to see how much the scene continues to grow as well, because while we've got a packed house in Charlotte, we still have several more events that are going to be coming up on your calendar. So like we said before, we're going to be traveling to Liverpool for the next European regional event, and then we also have Knoxville after that. And we're starting to just kind of get to the internationals like really quickly. I can't believe it. Half the season's basically over.
Yeah, it's kind of surreal to look at this graph, or not graph, I mean just graphic in general, and we have so many events still coming up, but we've already went through a lot. It feels like, you know, basically every 3 weekends there's another tournament. And so of course there was a big shift once we joined Regulation F for Portland. We're in Charlotte right now. Knoxville's in just 2 weekends, and then we've actually got about a month break until Vancouver. So I think it'll be really interesting because the metagame is developing so rapidly right now. Each week there's new Pokemon, new strategies being innovated. Of course the build up to London EUIC is going to be incredible. That event is going to be spectacular, and of course it's a big event, especially for those players trying to qualify for the World Championships. You can get so many points from these international championships in particular, and so that's going to be a big one to watch. But then of course we've got a couple more regionals after that: Orlando, Indy, Los Angeles, and then capping it off with NAIC in New Orleans, new location after Columbus and Indianapolis, and of course the World Championships in Honolulu later this summer.
How does it feel to know that NAIC has changed location? Because the last time we had like nationals to NAIC shift, it feels like so long ago.
Yeah, I think we made the shift in maybe 2016 it was to Columbus, and Columbus was where, you know, the U.S. National Championships used to be before VGC was introduced, and so back in the trading card game it was in that same venue, and so we've switched back and forth between Columbus and Indy, but I think it's really cool to see NOLA as a new destination. I know as someone who's traveled a lot for VGC throughout the last 15 years of my life, it's always cool to be able to go to a brand new city, and New Orleans, of course, is one of them.
I've never been to New Orleans either, so it'll be a fun trip for sure. Maybe some of these players haven't either. You can check out our Swiss rankings. After 14 rounds of Swiss, we still have to play one more because of how many players we had attending the Charlotte Regional Championships. There you can see Wolf, Glick, and Luca Traget, who have both punched their ticket into the top 8 already, but so close behind them. We have a couple of players that are at 12-2 that can also secure a spot here, but we're really looking at those players that are sitting at that 11-3 record that are fighting for those final spots to round out that top 8.
Yeah, we've got a couple notable matches for you, but honestly, at this point, every 11-3 matchup or better is notable. They're all fighting for a spot in that top 8. And even at X and 2, you might still not be guaranteed to make it, especially if you're on the lower end of the X and 2s. Like I think Jeudy Azrieli, for example, is I think on the lower end, maybe the lowest X and 2. And so even if he loses, he might not be guaranteed a spot in that top 8. But we're going to be featuring 2 of the higher X and 3s, which include Toller Webb and Sohaib Mufti.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this match goes because we're hoping that like the winner will make it into the top 8 cut and has a really good chance to, but you never know how those numbers are going to shake out. We do have both of our players on the stage though. You can see Sohaib on the left and Toller on the right. We've seen Toller on stream already at this tournament, but this is going to be the first time we get a chance to feature Sohaib.
Yeah, Sohaib's been on stream a lot, I feel like, throughout the last couple of seasons, and he's always come so close to winning. I feel like he's very consistently in those top 16s, top 8s. Hasn't gotten a major championship to his name yet, but
it feels like he is due for one, and here he is with a very good chance of course, advancing to the top 8 of the largest tournament of all time. We've been talking a lot about Hisuian Arcanine and the lack of it in this tournament, but hey, there's a Hisuian Arcanine here on Sohaib's team.
And look at that too. It's going to be the choice band set that has Head Smash as one of the more powerful options for a same type attack phone as rock type attack. And that's really where I feel like Hisuian Arcanine can really shine, is all of that rock type damage. We also have a Raging Bolt, and we were talking about the Aselphus variant a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Raging Bolt has been a Pokemon that's had a huge impact early on in the format. We've seen sets like Calm Mind, Booster Energy, as well as Safety Goggles, but Aselphus is actually a lot more underrated and underplayed, and so I'm actually really excited to see it in this matchup, especially because it's going to be going up against the Psychic Spam team with Iron Crown and Indeedee, and it is so nice to have Snarl Raging Bolt to decrease the special attack of Iron Crown in particular.
I know. I really like being able to see that, and just also some of the type matchups that Raging Bolt gets to have into something like the Hearthflame Ogerpon, and also the Urshifu Rapid Strike. You have such nice natural resistances to those things. On top of the fact, you're also Terra Grass in case you really need it. On Tolar's side, we do have a little bit more of the Iron Crown and Indeedee team that we saw himself as well as Justin Karras run yesterday. But the way that this team is also rounded out feels like it's just so balanced. You have the Hearthflame Ogerpon and the Urshifu Rapid Strike for that physical damage, and how could you not love having a Choice Specs Flutter Mane for that special attack?
Yeah, a lot of just immediate offense from Tolar's team. A lot about this team is just clicking, Tailwind, or leading with something like Indeedee plus one of your sweepers and just trying to burst through with offense immediately. So I think what's going to be interesting in this matchup is both players have Tornadus, and so if you end up not bringing Tornadus, your opponent brings Tornadus, they get speed control, you can just get overwhelmed really, really quickly. One of the things I'm going to be paying attention to in this matchup is Iron Crown. Does it come out in the matchup? And if so, does it come out in the beginning, maybe in the mid game, maybe at the end? What's scary about bringing Crown here is you are up against a Dark Urshifu, right? You also know that there is a Snarl Raging Bolt on the opposing side, so how comfortable are you if you're Tolar and actually bringing it? Because there is a fair amount of counterplay. And on Sohaib's side, you could decide, hey, you know what? I think you're going to drop Iron Crown, so I'm actually not going to bring Urshifu as a result. So a lot of mind games in these best of threes when you kind of think about what Pokemon to select, and a lot of it revolves around Iron Crown specifically in this matchup.
I think Hisuian Arcanine feels really good here.
Yeah.
I feel like this is just a great Pokemon to bring into this matchup. Even though you might not want to go against the Urshifu Rapid Strike, you still have ways to be able to deal with the rest of the team. You've got the natural resistance of Flutter Mane, and what's this? We have the Hisuian Arcanine and the Tornadus for Sohaib, and on the other side, Tolar's going to lead with the Iron Crown right away.
This is like the dream lead, I feel like, for Iron Crown. You are up against a Hisuian Arcanine, which can't go for a Protect. So the best way that Sohaib would be able to get around this is if there's that Dark Urshifu in the back. Tornadus does have Protect here, so you could Protect Tornadus, switch out into Dark Urshifu, but something like a Follow Me Expanding Force is looking really strong. I just saw the Pokemon there. There's no Urshifu in the back.
No, that does not feel good. And we were just discussing that choice where Sohaib could kind of predict maybe you don't bring the Iron Crown, so I'm going to leave that Urshifu at home. But you still have some pivot potential here. You've got a couple of bulky pieces that are in the back, so Sohaib can kind of utilize those to reposition the board when you do have this Iron Crown that's so threatening.
Yeah, what's so tricky here as well is, do you want to actually click Tailwind? Because if you do, then your Arcanine will outspeed the opposing side, but Indeedee can then just click Trick Room and suddenly reverse the speeds. And so this is already a really difficult position to be in. And okay, it's just going to be the Follow Me here. We saw the Head Smash lock in as well. It's really powerful, but that move can miss.
It can,
oh,
but it's not going to miss this time around. The Head Smash goes into the Indeedee for a one-hit knockout. It's not very often that we see that for an Indeedee.
And that was going into the Iron Crown slot as well, right? So Indeedee just going for the safe Follow Me. That's so much recoil damage in return, but a Bleak Wind Storm to chip away at Iron Crown as well. And it should be an Expanding Force coming out here.
Yeah, that's going to be a hit into both targets. The Tornadus barely hangs on, but Arcanine does go down for its troubles. Is that trade worth it, though?
There is a good position out, of course, to get the Raging Bolt out. You've eliminated the Trick Room user on the opposing side, so Tornadus now can go for Tailwind, but once again, everything just takes so much damage from Expanding Force. Even if you get a Snarl off, you're not doing that much damage into the Iron Crown, and Iron Crown still does a fair amount with the Expanding Force. So Tolar has a lot of different switch-ins here. I think Tornadus would be strong just to kind of match the Tailwind, so we'll see what he pivots into. It's actually going to be that Urshifu, and this is the Choice Scarf Urshifu here.
Okay, so it might not hit as hard, especially if you don't have something like a Rain Dance to be able to help boost up that attack, but you do also have Terra Water, so that could be a terrestrialization angle.
Yeah, critically actually no Aqua Jet here on the Urshifu. If you had Aqua Jet, you could Aqua Jet Tornadus despite Psychic Terrain being up because Tornadus isn't grounded, and that would secure the knockout, denying Tailwind. But the Tailwind now from Sohaib's side is really safe, and one of the other techs on the Raging Bolt here is Electro Web. That's not a move we see very frequently, but of course with it being the Assault Vest set, makes a lot of sense. That gives you some nice speed control as well, but Urshifu is just going to go straight for the Terra here.
Yeah, especially when you can't be threatened by the Thunderclap, because that would be the only priority option that you would think could just one-hit knock out the Urshifu if you're trained correctly. You're just going to see the Surging Strikes here, despite the fact that we did get the Tailwind set up, so Raging Bolt's going to have to take a little bit of chip.
Yeah, and just going for the Terra there, increase your damage of Surging Strikes. The Terra on Iron Crown is water, so you really don't want to go for a Terra with that.
Nope.
You just become weak to the electric type attacks on the opposing side, and so I think it makes a lot of sense. You also see the speed interactions, right? It's still faster despite the Tailwind, but I think with the Electro Web, I would expect now for the Urshifu to be slower. It does do a lot of damage, but does not get that knockout on Iron Crown. It's just free to spam Expanding Force once again, so it will certainly knock out Tornadus, and Raging Bolt takes so much damage there.
Yeah, even when it's carrying the Assault Vest, that is a lot of damage from that Iron Crown. We do have the Amoonguss as Sohaib's fourth and final Pokemon, and so it's able to tank a little bit of that damage. Maybe you can kind of just go for a Rage Powder here to try to direct away that Urshifu, and it leaves your Raging Bolt potentially able to knock out this Iron Crown.
Yeah, it's tricky because Amoonguss doesn't really capitalize off Tailwind that much. It is Dark Terra Amoonguss here, so you can at least Dark Terra to not faint from Expanding Force, but the question is, how are you actually knocking out the Iron Crown here, right? Raging Bolt doesn't do enough damage really with anything, and it's going to faint to one more Expanding Force essentially, and so I think this is just a really tricky position because Amoonguss just can't do very much here. I'm wondering if there's a world in which, like, if you go for a... I was going to say Terra, but it doesn't really help against Expanding Force, right? And so, yeah, like Expanding Force is just too strong here, and Toller switching Urshifu out to get rid of that speed drop, knowing, hey, once I bring it back in, even with you having Tailwind up, I outspeed Amoonguss plus the Raging Bolt.
Right, so it's going to be the Ogerpon as Toller's fourth in this first game. I really like this because the switch, it's going to take that Snarl really nicely, and honestly, at this point, like, Iron Crown can just threaten the knockout onto the Raging Bolt. What it's going to do?
Okay, Amoonguss is faster, though. Wow.
Okay, that's a really important speed interaction to know because that Pollen Puff is going to help, hopefully, heal this Raging Bolt out of the knockout range of that Expanding Force, and so it does.
Yeah, so Amoonguss there had the potential to Terra. I think Sohaib probably not going for the Terra to fear that Urshifu's just going to click Surging Strikes that turn. Critical speed interaction, right? We know that the Iron Crown had already eaten up a speed drop and Tailwind was up. I was just saying, hey, Amoonguss doesn't really capitalize off Tailwind, but this looks like it might have a little bit of speed investment on the Amoonguss, or maybe Iron Crown on the opposing side just doesn't have very much speed, but that's a big Pollen Puff to get. If you don't get that Pollen Puff, the game's just immediately over because Raging Bolt faints, but still a really tricky position to be in because Iron Crown still is not really threatened with very much damage, and Ogerpon now threatens Amoonguss immensely with damage.
Yeah, it should be able to survive another Expanding Force, but now Sohaib still has to kind of capitalize on this and try to get rid of that Hard Flame Ogerpon. Toller could just go for a Spiky Shield there, though, and then it leaves that Raging Bolt really vulnerable for another attack here from that Iron Crown.
Yeah, one of the other scary things is also the potential Urshifu that is in the back, right? So Dragon Pulse is a pretty strong move here, but yeah, it does not get the knockout onto Ogerpon. Ivy Cudgel is going to go into the Protect, so Amoonguss does give itself a little bit more time, and now the question is, can the Expanding Force here get the knockout? It's actually going to be Tacky and Cutter! So doubling up onto Amoonguss, okay! So Sohaib has made really nice plays in back-to-back turns to keep himself in this one.
Wow, that's huge because now that Raging Bolt has bought itself yet another turn to try to get some damage down. And this is really big. You just can just go for the Electro Web here. You're kind of thinking that Tailwind is expiring soon, so just kind of keep that speed in your favor.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting endgame because Psychic Terrain is also expiring, right? And so you have Thunderclap into Urshifu to just get a knockout onto it, but you're staring down an Ogerpon with Follow Me. So I think on Toller's end right now, you could play it safe and just go for a Protect. One of the reasons we saw the double up onto Amoonguss is if you eliminate Amoonguss, well, then you just immediately win the game. But I think Sohaib's made really nice plays back-to-back after what's been a really tough start. Still going to need to get maybe 1 or 2 more turns correctly, but really good job hanging on in this game and holding on to the Terra all the way until now.
Yeah, it's an excellent use of the Terra here. Going to make sure that you can keep yourself safe from that Iron Crown. And you also remove your weakness to an Ivy Cudgel that maybe is important here, but it is just going to be the Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon. It does allow that redirect potential so that you don't just fall to a Thunderclap if you are that Urshifu, but the Electro Web is going to connect onto the Iron Crown.
Munga's actually going for the double protect there and fails. Had the potential to maybe... Oh, and the Electro Whip, even with the critical hit, doesn't knock out Crown. But I was going to say Amoonguss maybe had the ability to heal up once more onto the Raging Bolt. Does this get the knockout? Tacking Cutter does secure the KO there. So now it's a 3-on-1, and I don't think Raging Bolt will be able to finish it off. That's what I was saying, right? Like, so it made really nice plays on back-to-back turns, but you're going to need a couple more predictions correctly, and it's hard to just get that many predictions right in a row.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the Pollen Puff there when you still had that Tailwind active, but that's going to be gone, and you also have the Psychic Terrain expiring. So you could go for a Thunderclap here, but I don't think that you... Maybe, does it KO the Ogerpon?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to, for
can
sure.
just go for Follow Me anyway, so it could fail.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Raging Bolt theoretically could pull this off because you do have Thunderclap, right? So yeah, we're seeing the Dragon Pulse target here. Like, the opposing Iron Crown isn't actually going to deal that much damage, but essentially I think Toller should be able to get 3 hits off here, right? So Ivy Cudgel here, 85 down to 35. Yeah, that should be enough, right? Crown will be able to follow it up with another attack. Urshifu will come out, Ogerpon will faint, but I don't think you're going to be able to knock out both Pokemon simultaneously because it's Scarf Urshifu, so the only way to knock it out before it moves is going for Thunderclap, but 2 Expanding Forces, maybe even just 1 just gets the KO here as it does.
There you go. That final hit from the Iron Crown is going to be enough to secure Toller the victory in this game number 1. Still have 2 more potential games to go, and so a lot of adjustment that Sohaib could make for the second game.
Yeah, I mean, Single Strike Urshifu didn't come out for Sohaib in that last one, right? And that's going to be your best...
so devastating.
Yeah, it's really your best answer into the Expanding Force. So I think Sohaib was kind of making a hard prediction in that first game, saying, I just don't think you're going to lead with Indy and Iron Crown. And Toller decides to make the opposite call and say, you know what, it's so predictable, you're probably thinking I'm not going to do it, I'm just going to do it. And so it's exactly kind of what we were talking about leading up into this game, right? There are a lot of mind games about who brings what, and it all kind of revolves around Iron Crown. And so I think if you're looking for an adjustment in this second game, you could immediately consider something like Tornadus plus the Urshifu instead, right? The other question is, do you actually want to bring Tornadus? Like, because you kind of feel forced to, because if Toller brings Tornadus and you don't, you kind of just got outsped, so it can get a little bit spooky. Iron Crown actually felt really good in that game, and Raging Bolt, I think, is a decent answer into it as well. So I think like you can either bring the Dark Urshifu early on, or you can Dark Terra the Amoonguss immediately, because the Bolt can actually survive a couple of these Expanding Forces, right? And so there are tools on Sohaib's team to deal with it, but when it's a Tornadus plus Hisuian Arcanine lead and there's no Urshifu in the back, Expanding Force just gets to do too much work.
Yeah, I agree. I think that you definitely need to bring the Single Strike Urshifu here. Otherwise, that Iron Crown felt way too difficult to actually take out. The only thing that I think I would say, like, maybe you feel safe to leave the Tornadus at home is that you do have priority options on your team. If you can get rid of the Psychic Terrain, then speed control doesn't really matter as long as you can actually land those moves.
Yeah, I think from Toller's end, it's interesting, right? Because at this point, you probably expect the Urshifu to come out. You know, okay, I'm not going to get away with just being able to spam Expanding Force once again. So if I'm Toller, I'm thinking, you know what? I'm actually not going to lead with Iron Crown and NDD. Like, I think you're going to prioritize Dark Urshifu. I think you're going to prioritize Dark Terra Amoonguss. And so I can think about answers to those Pokemon, right? I think, for example, leading Ogerpon here is really interesting because it exerts so much offensive pressure. You're also, of course, going to want an answer into the Raging Bolt, but I think Ogerpon can do really, really well into the Urshifu, into the Amoonguss, which are going to be your best counters into the Dark types.
What about Fluttermane?
Fluttermane as well, but I think it's a little bit hard against Amoonguss. You have to be careful, but it's going to be Iron Crown and Tornadus, so no Entity, but Tornadus offering some speed control here immediately.
I really like this, though, because I think that with the leads that Toller brings to the table, you have the option to switch in either duo that you want. Is there going to be something else that's a little bit faster that Tornadus can help to amp up with the Tailwind, or do you have the Indeedee in the back that you feel like might want to hit the field right now?
Yeah, what's critical here also is that there's no taunt, right, from the opposing Tornadus, and Tornadus doesn't have Protect, so Amoonguss could just go for a Dark Terra immediately and get a Spore off, and I think that is going to be pretty strong here. The counterplay, if you're on Toller's end, is to switch out whatever you think might get hit by a Spore into the Ogerpon, which of course is going to resist, or is, sorry, immune to a Spore. And so you can see that, so he's considering going for the Dark Terra. If you don't Dark Terra, it can get a little bit spooky if Indeedee just switches in immediately. So I think it's safe to just go for it. Give yourself that immunity immediately. There's the Tornadus switch, though. So is it Indeedee or Ogerpon coming in right now?
Ooh, it's going to be the Indeedee. Okay, so you get the Psychic Terrain set up for the Iron Crown to go for some big Expanding Forces, but now you're vulnerable to that Spore that the Amoonguss selected.
Exactly, and I really like this adjustment by Sohaib because now you have the Dark Terra and Amoonguss that's completely immune to the Expanding Force. You're able to shut down one slot immediately, and Snarl is really nice. I think the end game of that last game gave me glimpses of how Sohaib can approach this matchup, and that's taking damage and then just healing it back up with Pollen Puff, right? Iron Crown normally tries to burst down things, but the Raging Bull here is actually pretty bulky, right? So Expanding Force does do a decent amount, but it's less than 50%. Snarl comes out, you get good chip damage, you put the entity to sleep, and then the next turn you can just click Snarl again and then go for healing now onto your own Raging Bull, or you can try to Spore into the Iron Crown slot if you think that's going to switch out.
Yeah, I really love this play, and I think as well you're covering for any switches that Toller might want to make in order to actually get that Iron Crown out of here. The only hesitation with that too is that the Iron Crown used its booster energy, so that is something that Toller has to consider giving up in the situation. But it is just going to be the sleeping Indeedee heading back to
Fluttermane though. Okay.
And Fluttermane the Sleepy now hitting the field. I really hope it's not too sleepy in this matchup, as Toller does have to make a big defensive play to keep that Iron Crown in check.
Yeah, so Fluttermane is really great here, Rose. You called it out earlier, but the Dark Terror has been baited out from the Amoonguss at this point, right? So, hey, Choice Spike's Fluttermane actually now looks really, really powerful, and this is a big play from both sides, I think. So going for pretty much the safe play, heal up your Raging Bull, you don't really take any damage, get a nice Electro Web as well. But Fluttermane now in a position where he can go for that Fairy Terra and just click something like Dazzling Gleam, right? So I'm also kind of curious about the speed interactions here. Is the Raging Bull just going to be able to outspeed the Fluttermane here? Because if so, then you get another Electro Web off. And Amoonguss here also, how bulky is it? Is it going to fall to a Fluttermane Dazzling Gleam, for example, if it goes for Terra? But we're going to see the Terra come out here, and I think it makes perfect sense to Fairy Terra the Flutter. You need to start getting offense now if you're Toller.
Yeah, and it feels really good because there's not too many things on So's team that actually will be able to take that super comfortably. No way you're going to kind of bringing the Urshifu into that damage, and the only thing I'm really looking at is like the Arcanine to be able to tank that.
Oh, Amoonguss hangs on!
Oh, Amoonguss with that sliver of HP is able to get just a touch back with its berry, but it's so close to going down with the Tachyon Cutter to follow it up. It is just going to get knocked out.
Okay, so a lot of speed interactions coming out there, right? Like the Electro Web came out, but turns out, yep, Flutter is still faster. So Amoonguss, the Dark Terror was baited out early, and that is now eliminated. So huge turn for Toller there. Turn one looks so good for Sohaib here. Snarl comes out, and Snarl's nice, but it doesn't really deal that much damage, right? Flutter's still in a pretty healthy range, and so the main thing about Crown is it can tank these attacks, but you're also not necessarily getting knockouts in return. However, the Electro Web speed control from earlier, I think, is a really big deal, and now this grants you a free switch in into Hisuian Arcanine or into Urshifu. You can angle to get a knockout now with whatever you want to bring out.
Is there a world where the Urshifu is faster, though, than the Fluttermane with that speed drop?
I would expect it to be, yeah. I would be shocked, actually, if it weren't, but my question is, do you actually get the knockout here with that Wicked Blow, right? I think like this way that Toller brought Fluttermane into this game was really, really smart. Baiting out the early Dark Terror immediately and then committing to Fluttermane now. And Fluttermane's in a spot where you can just Dazzling Gleam everything. I'm not confident that you get the knockout on a Fluttermane with Wicked Blow. I would actually be shocked if you did, because this isn't a Choice Band Urshifu, and you can't go for a Terra with it either. And so it's not going to be the best trade, I think, for Sohaib's end, and that makes this really scary. I actually think would have liked to see the Hisuian Arcanine come out instead of the Urshifu, but looks like the play here is to sacrifice the Raging Bolt and get the Hisuian Arcanine and Urshifu next to each other. But with this switch, now you drop get rid of the speed drop on Fluttermane.
Yeah, the other thing here too is that if you were gonna hit into the Indeedee, you would also break your Focus Sash on that Rocky Helmet if that were gonna be the call. But it's gonna be the Tachyon Cutter into the Urshifu, so you are at least able to protect yourself, as the Electro Web is going to be able to land its mark onto both the Indeedee and the Iron Crown. So speed, once again, going to be in that Urshifu's favor. That Iron Crown is also not looking too great. It's a little worse for wear. It's got a couple of special attack drops and speed drops.
Yeah, I like that play a lot from both ends. I think for Sohaib, if the Fluttermane stays in and you get the Electro Web off, you get a little bit more chip damage. From Toller's end, by switching Indeedee, like you mentioned, there's that Rocky Helmet, so if Wicked Blow went into that slot, then the Rocky Helmet chips away at the Urshifu. But here we go, it's just going to be Wicked Blow already starting off this turn. It's going to deal, obviously, a knockout into Indeedee, but critically break the Focus Sash here on Urshifu.
Yeah, that means that the Urshifu, especially if you have the Fluttermane coming back in, could just be able to knock out that Urshifu before it gets a chance to move again.
Oh, the Snarl, okay.
I thought it was going to miss.
It's always the little bit of lag that comes out.
No, Iron Crown is going to go down, and so he will get a double knockout, meaning that Toller has the Tornadus and the Flutter next to each other to hit the field.
Yeah, okay, I am curious, though, because Terrain just disappeared, so I'm wondering, is there any chance in which a Sucker Punch and a Thunderclap just knock out the Fluttermane? It's close. I would expect Fluttermane to survive just because it's like a bulky Assault Vest set, but if you get this knockout, hey, then you just probably win the game off of that. So let's see. Okay, it looks like just opting for the safer option, just going to detect so you get a free switch in. There is that Hisu and Arcanine in the back, and Hisu and Arcanine has extreme speed. Tornadus' matchup into Hisu and Arcanine is actually really poor, right? The only thing you're going to be doing is clicking Bleak Wind Storm. This Fluttermane is choice back, so you have to commit to a move right now. So this play makes a lot of sense. Instead of risking and not knowing the damage calc on Fluttermane, you just sacrifice the Raging Bolt, get a free Thunderclap into it. That does so much damage.
That did a lot.
And now with Hisu and Arcanine in the back, you just bring it out, extreme speed Sucker Punch Fluttermane, and then Arcanine should win against the Tornadus in a 1v1.
Yeah, I see it. I see the line. I think we're going to get a game number 3. The Raging Bolt does go down here, so Sohaib does get its wish of getting the Arcanine onto the field, and I don't think Toller is going to be too happy about seeing that when it hits the field.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting plays in this game was Toller switching out that Fluttermane into the NDD. I think he's probably thinking about going back into that and saying, oh, maybe I should have just stayed in with Fluttermane there, right? Like, because Wicked Blow probably wasn't going to get a knockout, but he was probably worried about Wicked Blow plus Thunderclap since the speed drop had already applied to Fluttermane. But Hisu and Arcanine, the perfect final Pokemon to have in the back here. You baited out the Terra. This game was fascinating because both players essentially baited out key Terras throughout the course of the battle, and then were able to use that to their advantage, right? So there's Choice Band Extreme Speed. That's going to finish off Fluttermane, and Tornadus should not be able to win against a Hisu and Arcanine, even in a 1v1, and there's still Urshifu here to deliver the finishing blow as well.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say is, like, Head Smash and Rock Slide do have a chance to miss, but, like, maybe you just lock into the Flare Blitz instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's Choice Band and it clicked Extreme Speed, right? So you only have one option of Extreme Speed now.
It's true, it's true. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking, like, next game.
Yeah, I think the Protect play plus the Urshifu, or sorry, the Hisu and Arcanine in the back essentially just sealed this up, and so I thought this game was honestly really fascinating because Sohaib made a really, really nice turn 1 play. Tornado survives the Extreme Speed, but once again, it's just looking Bleak Wind Storm.
Look at how sad this Bleak Wind is.
You know, gets a decent amount of damage across the tube, but another Extreme Speed will finish it off. And of course, there's no ability for Tornadus to Terra here. There's no Rocky Helmet either. So Hisu and Arcanine, the Pokemon that everyone started counting out in this regulation after dominating the previous format, secures the second game for Sohaib, and we're going to be going to a game number 3.
Oh boy, another game number 3. What a treat. What a treat for us here at the Charlotte Regional Championships. And also just an expert display in that game number 2. I loved the back and forth. It felt like such a beautiful dance to watch between how Sohaib and Toller were really responding to each other and what they thought they would do.
Yeah, I am really fascinated how this game 3 goes because that felt like just watching two players go back and forth, and there was so much offense from both ends. Flutter felt so well positioned, but I think the turn 1 play was so, I mean, Amunga's hanging on here. That was huge too, right?
That was huge.
It ended up, of course, baiting the attacking cutter into that slot instead, but you know, if you figure that roll as a guaranteed knockout, then you can just click Expanding Force in that position, maybe just secure 2 knockouts there immediately. And so, yeah, I really like the decision to go Dark Terror with Amunga's early. I was talking about Ogre Pawn. That didn't make an appearance in the last one, and I think that could be an interesting adjustment. That's kind of what I was getting at as we were previewing Game 2.
Yeah, it would be nice, but it did feel like it felt really lackluster against the Arcanine that we saw in the very first game. So I just kind of wonder if Toller feels comfortable to bring that Hearthflame Ogerpon. It might be cool to see like Ogerpon Tornadus. Toller wasn't shy to bring the Tornadus early on in that game number 2, but had to switch it out immediately just based on the threats that Sohaib had put.
Yeah, I think another interesting combo is you could lead just with a lot of immediate offense. So something like your Hearthstone Ogerpon and Fluttermane on Toller's end exerts so much pressure. Where it's like, okay, well, if your Moon gets Terras in the dark, Fluttermane just hits you for super effective. And if you don't Terra, then I just knock you out with an Ivy Cudgel, right? And if your Raging Bolt doesn't Terra, then you're taking these super effective Fairy type attacks. And so I think I personally would really like to see the Ogerpon adjustment, but I think one thing that's scary for both players here is, you know, if you decide to drop Tornadus, suddenly that is no more speed control, right, from Tailwind's end, and it feels really scary if your opponent ends up bringing Tornadus and ends up setting the, you know, Tailwind.
Yeah.
But I think Sohaib probably not as reliant on it in this matchup, just because you do have the Amoonguss and the Raging Bolt. Those are pretty slow and bulky Pokemon. So we'll see what adjustment Toller goes with here, but I think if I were in issues, I would definitely be considering Ogerpon.
Well, we got a game 3. me. There is the Ndidi and the Ogerpon, as it's going to be the Raging Bull and the Urshifu. So a switch up here from both players.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting immediately because I think the Ndidi is in a really unique spot with that Rocky helmet. This is Fairy Terra Ndidi as well. So I think you could actually just go for Fairy Terra potentially. It feels a little bit bad to not get that increase in damage on Ogerpon, but Fairy Terra means that you're going to survive the attacks from Urshifu and Raging Bolt really well. This Ndidi does not go for follow, or does not have a protect, and so it of course is vulnerable to just getting hit by this Wicked Blow immediately. I think if you're Toller, you might also be willing to not Terra it and kind of trade because you want to Terra Ogerpon, go for Follow Me, Wicked Blow goes in Ndidi, breaks Focus Sash on Urshifu, and then the Ogerpon, of course, could just go for a knockout with that Ivy Cudgel if it goes for a Terra. And so it's going to be a really dynamic turn one already, and we're going to start off with the Terra.
Yeah, so Sohaib opted to split up the damage there just to be able to cover all bases. But it is going to be the Ogerpon that takes the Terra, so you get a little bit of that boost to your attack. But what did this Ndidi decide to go for? I think you could also go for like a Helping Hand here if I'm not gonna, like, honestly.
Yeah, Helping Hand is interesting just because like okay, there it is. Yeah, I wonder if the strat here is to just burst away at the Raging Bull, predicting Urshifu to maybe go for a protect, but there's Wicked Blow also critically outspeeding the Ogerpon here.
Yeah, so one-hit knockout onto the Ndidi. Now you break the Focus Sash as well. I think that's a trade that Toller may be willing to take, given that you went for the Helping Hand. Now the Ivy Cudgel comes out from the Ogerpon, and it is going to hit into the Raging Bolt. How much damage does this do? It is going to be about 60%, but you're going to take a Dragon Pulse in response.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Wow.
I feel like that's a great trade for Sohaib in this one, right? You're able to knock out Ndidi, bait out the Terra, confirm that your Urshifu is faster. However, now there is the Urshifu coming on from the opposing side. Terrain is up, so you can't go for Sucker Punch. And so Urshifu here, of course, threatens a potential close combat, and then you can just go for an Ivy Cudgel. But Hisuian Arcanine, such a nice switch in here to get an Intimidate onto both of these attackers. And so I think the Urshifu coming out here right now is really big. Of course, we noticed that Iron Crown has not made an appearance so far in the battle, and that makes sense since you're staring down Urshifu, but it's been a very explosive turn one here. I think now the question I'm thinking about is on Toller's end, what move do you want to lock into and who are you close combating? The switch in here, however, is going to be really nice and just guaranteeing an Intimidate immediately.
I think it's nice because you can go for close combat into the Urshifu. You know that it's faster than your Ogerpon. Maybe even with the Intimidate drop, you're able to actually get the knockout.
Yep.
And that's going to be what happens. And it is going to get the knockout here. So now the Ogerpon on Toller's side didn't have to lock into a defensive option. It gets to go for damage.
Yeah, gets the knockout there. And that's really critical because otherwise the Urshifu would have outsped Ogerpon, which is a pretty big speed interaction in itself. Ivy Cudgel here, of course, now intimidated. Hisuian Arcanine resists it quite nicely as well, so it doesn't do that much damage. But Toller equalizes the battle and now gets a knockout for himself.
Now, though, you get to bring in another Pokemon. Do you want to reveal the fourth that you have for this final game of the set, or do you want to bring back in the Raging Bolt? It is going to be the Amoonguss now. So Toller knows all four, and you get to kind of play around the fact that there hasn't been a Terra used yet on Sohaib's side.
Oh, this is a really tense battle. It's actually opting for the Terra Rock Slide here with Hisuian Arcanine, not on the Amoonguss. Of course, Urshifu is Choice Scarf locked into close combat, so by going for the Fairy Terra on Arcanine, it means even if Urshifu stays in and clicks close combat, you'll still be fine here, and of course be able to survive. But Ogerpon's going to be the one to pivot out here, meaning Urshifu is not switching out potentially. Let's see, it shouldn't be switching out because Urshifu's speed is higher, and so I think this ends up being a pretty nice turn for Sohaib. But critically, it's Hisuian Arcanine that's going to be going for the Terra, not Amoonguss, so expanding force in this late game is looking so deadly now.
It really is, because now also that Arcanine just doesn't have a really good way to get around any of that damage, especially knowing that there's a Tachyon Cutter that could be coming through from the Iron Crown at some point. But you gotta get as much damage down as possible with this Arcanine, so you'll see the close combat first, Terra Fury to help it survive. But not, he had me on the edge of my seat right there. His Arcanine now has to hit the rock slides.
Yeah, it's got to hit the rock slides, but it's going up against a lot of Pokemon that resist it, and critically, the Amoonguss Spore goes into Urshifu, not Iron Crown. So Iron Crown switches out safely. The Terra has been baited out from the opposing side. It's a dream scenario for Iron Crown because now it can just click those expanding forces.
I know. Like, this should just be it should just be like a double knockout here.
Yeah, unless the Hisuian Arcanine's actually faster, right? This is a booster special attack Iron Crown, so if Arcanine is faster, gets a Rock Slide off, you get a flinch, yep, that is the main win condition right now. So going to come down to this. Who's faster between Iron Crown and the Hisuian Arcanine? Urshifu is going to stay asleep. You can see both players waiting in anticipation. Hisuian Arcanine is faster. Okay. It's decent damage. Is there a flinch? No flinch comes out. Tolar Web gets the expanding force off. That's going to be the immediate double knockout. And that should propel Tolar to 12 victories here in day 2. He's on the cusp of that top 8 finish. It's been a while since he made it that far into a big tournament, but Tolar, one of the most seasoned players in the history of this game. Senior Division World Champion in 2012, US National Champion in 2015, Regional Champion in 2016. He's hunting for another title after all these years, and I don't think Raging Bolt's going to be able to do it.
No, you can see Sohaib locking in the forfeit, and Tolar Web. There's that 12th victory. Congratulations to him. What a hard-fought set, though, from both of our players.
Yeah, the standings are going to be really close. I think Tolar was on the higher end of the X and 3 players, and so a win here puts him in a very good spot to move on, but it really shakes up to how all of his earlier opponents did, how the other X and 3 players who made it that far done, but it was masterful adjustments from Tolar. I think the way he approached game 3 was great. Like, having Ogerpon, so much about this game is baiting out the Terra, right? Once you get one Terra out, it means nothing else can Terra. You can see Tolar really prioritizing that knockout onto Urshifu, and as soon as Urshifu was gone, it cleared the way for the Iron Crown, and it was a really nice play with that close combat, right? Where it's like, okay, well, if you go for the Fairy Terra with Hisuian Arcanine, then you survive the turn, but then Expanding Force just clears everything. If you don't go for that Terra, though, then the Amoonguss is, of course, weak to Expanding Force, and I think that turn was really critical. We saw Rock Slide come out, right? Imagine if you predict, like, the Iron Crown to switch in and go for a Flare Blitz in that slot and get that one-hit knockout and don't Terra Amoonguss. I think the game could look differently. But yeah, Tolar just leading really heavily into this immense offense from Ogerpon, from Scarf Urshifu, as well as the Iron Crown, and got Iron Crown in a perfect position in so many of these matches.
Yeah, it was really, really well navigated by Tolar. Like, I'm really, really impressed, because I think that, especially in that game number 2, Sohaib made such smart adjustments and was also able to play so reactively to what Tolar ended up bringing. Especially when we saw the Terra Fairy Flutter Mane, I went, wow, like, Sohaib actually played around that really, really nicely to make sure that that wasn't just gonna KO his entire team.
Yeah, game 2 was really intense. I thought Flutter Mane, like, at first I was like, wow, like, this position looks so bad for Tolar, but then Flutter Mane comes out, I'm like, oh wait, this actually looks so good, but then the speed drop came out and the Flutter actually switched out instead of staying in and going for Dazzling Gleam. Amoonguss hung on with a couple of hit points as well, so there was a lot going on there. But yeah, this is a really tricky matchup for both to maneuver, right? Expanding Force is just really strong, but it's not easy to play when you're up against a Dark Terra Amoonguss as well as a Dark Urshifu, but it felt like Iron Crown was really the most important Pokemon in both games 1 and 3, and a lot about that was about when Tolar brought it out relative to the opposing Terra. And in game 1, you know, Sohaib making a call saying, I don't think you're going to lead with Crown and Entity, it gets punished for it, makes a great adjustment in game 2 to cover for it, and then Tolar adjusts his game plan, of course brings that Ogerpon for more offense immediately, opens the door a little bit, gets rid of Urshifu early, and it just paves the door for Iron Crown. But to me, yeah, the pivotal turn was the Rock Slide being locked into. With Choice Band Arcanine, of course, like, you don't really have that many options to lock into. Flare Blitz feels really bad when you're up against an Ogerpon plus an Urshifu, so it would have been a really hard read to go for Flare Blitz as the Iron Crown switched in, but I'm curious if that would have maybe changed the outcome. But either way, what a thrilling set we had here.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking back to, like, some of the other move options for that Arcanine, and if you can't keep the Amoonguss alive, then you also can't Pollen Puff away all of that recoil that you're taking from anything else that you could potentially lock into. So just amazing, amazing match. What a great way to end our Swiss rounds for Charlotte. I feel like we started the day so strong with a 3-game set. Now we're ending with another 3-game set, and it's been great so far. It's been great. I can't wait to see that top 8 cut.
Yeah, I am really waiting in anticipation for the final standings, and I really hope Tolar makes it. Like, I said this yesterday when Tolar was on stream, but I think he is one of the most, like, underrated / appreciated players in VGC, despite being one of the few players that's won a regionals and nationals and a world championship, right? He's been playing the game for over a decade. You know, finished 4-2 at the 2013 World Championships, was 1 game away from making top cut back then, and, you know, had a really dominant run at the US National Championships in 2015. I know he's been putting in a lot of work recently as well to try to claim another title or another deep top cut. He did really well, I think, at Orlando Regionals last year as well, making top cut, but I mean, it'd be incredible to see him take this entire tournament. And, you know, him and a bunch of friends like Justin Karras, who was last year's champion, worked really hard on this brand new Iron Crown composition. So I'm really happy for him. We're going to have to see how the results shake up. And I think, once again, I mean, Sohaib, a player that's always, I feel like, in contention for top 8s. Like, it's every tournament I see, his name is always there. He often does make it into the final bracket as well. And so really great run by him as well. And it was really cool to see the Assault Vest Raging Bolt here. Unfortunately, yeah, I think this game also maybe highlighted some of Raging Bolt's weakness with the Assault Vest, where it's just like you just don't do that much damage, especially when there's NDD with Psychic Terrain. And I'm also thinking how differently Game 1 would have played out if Amoonguss went for another Pollen Puff onto Raging Bolt rather than trying to go for that double protect, heal Raging Bolt even more. But it feels like the combination of Amoonguss and Raging Bolt can be really nasty. But in this matchup, there was just so much offense to stare down.
Yeah, I'm also thinking like he could put Draco Meteor over the Dragon Pulse, a couple of other changes there, but at the very least, we get to celebrate that Toller has locked in a spot in the top 16. Whether or not he can go further than that, we will only know with the rest of the standings of Swiss round number 15. But until then, let's go hear from Toller, the winner of that Swiss round match.
Thanks so much, guys. I am here with Toller Webb, just winning that final last round of Swiss. Very tense match. Of course, we don't know quite the result and where you stand yet, but you put yourself in the best possible position with that win. How are you feeling?
I am still just like shaking, nervous. Sohaib and I played in Swiss, and he absolutely destroyed me. That Dark Amoonguss shut down everything I could do, so every move I made that set, I mean, I'm playing from behind from turn 1, so every move I make is basically like a read or a call or a prediction about what he's doing.
So then how do you really go about that because it seems like there has been quite a bit of respect put onto Saispam where people are having the answers, of course, that Terra Dark Amoonguss. So how do you best navigate that, or what strategy did you know you had to employ to try and get it neutralized?
So the core thing against Sohaib's team that I realized in our Swiss set is that if you can get the Amoonguss to Terra Dark, then Fluttermane handles it perfectly fine. The only tricky bit about that is the Hisuian Arcanine in the back. That will take the Dazzling Gleam happily, Flare Blitz the Fluttermane and knock it out, or even, I mean, a crit Rock Slide will also do the trick. So it's a combination of things, right? I have to try to get the Dark out of the Amoonguss without going to sleep too quickly, and then in the process still cover for the Hisuian Arcanine. In general, 2 Dark types and a Snarl Raging Bolt is about as bad as it gets.
Yeah, I want to talk about that Raging Bolt, because there definitely has been a lot of different flavors of Raging Bolt out there, but this Electro Web and this Snarl, it can drop your speed, it can lower your special attack. Is that something you expected to be facing off against, and how did you like that in comparison to maybe other Raging Bolts you went up against?
You know, I wasn't expecting it, and the day before the tournament, a friend of mine, Abdullah Mohidin, he's, you know, he won a regional last year in Vancouver. He was like, hey man, you should know, your team is in big trouble. There are people running Assault Vest Raging Bolt with Snarl. You're in the worst situation you could be in. You probably can't beat these people. And I'm like, man, give me a shot. I'll do my best, but it is hard. It is hard. So I wasn't expecting it until the day before.
Wow, and I know you said that you played against Sohaib and Swiss. Have you gone up against any other Raging Bolt Assault West, or you managed to kind of avoid that?
I did, actually.
Really?
Yichun Wu, I think. He goes by William, I think, a lot of the time. I played him, and he was on Assault Vest Raging Bolt. But the trick is that he still had only 1 Dark type, but no Dark Amoonguss. So with just 1 Dark type, it's possible to power through with the expanding forces, especially since those Assault Vest Raging Bolts are so slow.
Yeah, and it definitely seemed like, looking at that game 3 there, that is like the situation. You got to put yourself in the best spot possible, but how did you then get the Terra out of this Arcanine so you can be starting to clean up with these expanding forces?
So I've been saying to my friends a lot today that I just keep scamming people, right? So the situation in that spot was like, look, I'm gonna threaten CC on your Arcanine. It's gonna look really appealing to Spore me. And I'm crossing my fingers under my breath that you think I didn't bring Iron Crown. And if I didn't bring Iron Crown, Terra Fairy the Harkonine locks the game. And I've had trouble with Crown in the second game, so it's reasonable for me not to bring it. But this is the exact same mix-up I did to Riley. Iron Crown in the back, hiding with those last 2 turns of Psychic Terrain. The Fairy looks too appealing, and he put the Spore in the wrong slot. He said after he thought about sporing the Crown as it came in. So the goal was really to just swindle him, I guess.
And do you think if that Spore had gone into that Iron Crown, those last couple turns, you're done?
I'm done. Nothing I can do. because Urshifu's not active on the board, right? Yeah. So he can just Rage Powder away CCs forever. Even if I switch, anything I do, I found out in Swiss that his Arcanine was faster than my Ogerpon, which was a big shock. Because I've EV'd for, most Arcanine, but yeah, I was definitely blown away by that. So I couldn't rely on Ogerpon to close it out.
Well, it's definitely a really intense match. It's definitely a great way to be ending off for Swiss, so thank you for that. Of course, I want to let you go and find out the results of the placement and stuff, but before I let you go, any final words, any shout-outs?
So I want to thank my beautiful girlfriend, Casey, who can't be here this weekend, even though this is her home. She's from Charlotte. She's performing right now, and I didn't give her a shout-out right away first the last time I went on stream, so she absolutely deserves it. She's been so helpful. She's made so much space for me to practice and work hard with this team and try to be the best player I could be, and I couldn't ask for a better partner. And then I also have to shout out, all the people I built this team with, Max Legrand, Justin Karras, Yotam Cohen, Dan Fitzpatrick, Jacob Mortensen, all these people. We all worked on this team together. We all brought versions of it. And it looks like I'm going to be the best placing, but we'll see if I make top 8.
Well, I definitely, fingers crossed for you, that top 8 result, you managed to, as in your words, scam your way just a little bit further.
Maybe I can keep scamming people, yeah.
We'll find out. As for us, though, of course, we have to crunch those numbers, figure out who is in our top 8. We're going to be sending to a short break and a couple of games once we return.
I first got into Pokemon when my parents got me the Pokemon Blue version for the Game Boy, and I've been hooked ever since. I love it. My first starter Pokemon was Squirtle back in Pokemon Blue. This was around 1999. My earliest memory was when I was a little kid, and it was Christmas time. We had school off, and I could not wait to play my Game Boy. And I just remember drinking hot cocoa and catching a Haunter. If I were a Pokemon, my type would be Ghost, Poison, like Gengar. I go by Gengar Boy, and I love that Pokemon. I've really learned how to just be a more nice and friendlier person, because at the end of the day, it's still a community. We're hanging out with friends, and we also meet a lot of people we don't know. What drives me to compete, it's just preference. I love competition. I just love winning. I love the feeling of it. And it's a game that I'm good at. Well, I try to be good at. So, if I have more wins than losses, then it's just a fun activity.
Both Wolf and Riley winning regionals in the 2015 season.
Oh yeah, I looked up to Wolf. Yeah, he's a really good player. He always plays optimally. I look up to Alberto too, my friend, and Gio as well, and Chase. Number one goal is definitely to just play optimally at every event that I go to.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory.
We are getting so close to figuring out who is making top 8 here at the Charlotte Pokémon Regional Championships. It's getting intense, but the rest of the weekend, it has already been so much fun, and I can't wait for just a little bit more. Of course, we have to crunch those numbers because I don't think we can accurately predict for some of them who's going to be making their way in. Some's a little bit more obvious, but thought we should play a little game. Twitch chat, I know, has been answering things in chat, and it's up to us to try and predict what Twitch chat's thinking, which whoever knows what Twitch chat's thinking.
Did Rose and Aaron have to predict, like, introduce these mystery questions too, or was that just us?
I think we're being bullied today.
That's my favorite pastime, is to harass Gabby.
Yeah, Sierra's hosting the lounge. I know some bullying's about to happen.
It was personal after your Bidoof pumpkin of beat mine.
It's okay.
But yes, Twitch chat has been voting. I actually don't know these questions or the answers, so this should be a lot of fun. Try and get into Twitch chat's head. So let's roll the first one. Let's see what first question. Our cutest Reg F Pokemon.
Oh my god.
Tatsugiri, Chien-Pao, Hisuian, Arcanine, or Poltergeist? I have to say
I
Chien-Pao.
know the people. I am a mouthpiece for the people. I am in touch with the people. I think that the cutest Pokemon for Twitch chat, these are my people. I get you. You chose Tatsugiri, and you spammed the Tatsugiri emote while you did it.
Oh,
There is
that
a
is a
good
little
dog.
bias there with that Tatsugiri emote.
There is a good dog right there, Evan. And while I do understand you speak for some people, I don't think you necessarily speak for the people. Hisuian Arcanine, he's so lovely. Very fluffy, very soft, warm, a great cuddler. Just a great companion.
Warm,
really
too.
Warm, yes. Very warm.
All I know is the past few events, I've been trying at the vendors to buy a Chien-Pao ring, and I've been getting there early. It has been sold out every single time, and last time I was looking, there was other people coming up. Do you have the Chien-Pao ring? Do you have the Chien-Pao ring? So I am going to vote Chien-Pao, because obviously it is very cute as well. So we're all split on this.
It's
I
almost
like
certainly
this.
going to be Poltergeist.
If it is, then we're just way off the mark.
We end it right there if it's Poltergeist here, but real answer, Tatsugiri. You are a mouthpiece for the people.
But which
The people.
Tatsugiri? Did they vote on which Tatsugiri, or did you
The
just
one that
play
has
the
like
number game?
like the sort
the
of look.
the sus Tatsugiri?
Yeah, I think that's Tatsugiri. Yeah, I think that works. All right, so Evan's up 1 in our game.
I know my people. I know Twitch chat.
All right, you might be eating some humble pie soon. We'll find out. We'll find out. But our next
I love pie, but humble's my least favorite flavor.
Oh my god.
best Reg F Trick Room setter. Ooh. I feel like for myself, I could easily knock Cresselia and Hatterene off of this list. But I do think Fergraph and DDF is really close.
So as a Trick Room stan, if you will, I do feel like if you are committing to Trick Room, DDF just has so much more potential over the Farigiraf. If you want to maybe sometimes use Trick Room, you go Farigiraf. So best Trick Room setter to fully commit to Trick Room has to be a DD.
No, but that's where you're going wrong, is because a fully committal Trick Room team is a bad Trick Room team because it's just so easy to counter at that point because you know they have to click the Trick Room and all of a sudden the more linear it is, the worse it gets. You want options. You want the giraffe. You want the long boy, right?
Yeah.
But you can have options by just fully committing to Trick Room 1 out of the 3 games.
I'm just going to keep spamming Protect, and then I'm going to body your
So
team.
you fully commit to Trick Room 1 out of 3 games, then you lose 2 games.
I'm going to start running the slowest possible Urshifu just to mess with y'all.
Whoa.
I agree.
But
I
it's
think it
okay
has to
because
be
you
the long
lose out
boy.
of Trick. You lose out of Trick Room with that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be the long boy. Everyone loves the long neck giraffes, whether that be prehistoric or
I don't know what that is.
current. Yeah.
Current topical topical giraffe.
But yeah, well, I'm gonna also lock in the fur giraffe. 20% day 2 usage as well. I think is picking up. You also the armor tail. You got options because Trick Room. It doesn't matter if you're gonna be that slower Pokemon if they just have that priority into you. And DD, you can Ice Spinner it out.
You can switch in a Rillaboom.
But you have to actually be able to use Ice Spinner though.
You could switch in a Pincurchin.
It's true, and you would body Trick Room.
if we're talking pincurchin meta, then I do have to concede.
Yeah.
But where are the pincurchin, Evan?
Where are the
Where are the
pincurchin?
pincurchin?
I'm always saying it.
All right, let's roll our answers, see which is going to be the best Reg F Trick Room setter. Little drum roll. It is the giraffe. It's the.
Come on.
Y'all have
Let's
some
go.
bad takes.
Come on.
Were you saying that about
You're talking
Twitch
about
chat?
the people?
Maybe.
Do you think the people are wrong?
Sometimes.
The wisdom of the masses are wrong?
Sometimes.
That explains the pumpkin why they voted yours, Rumi. It's because
Yeah.
people are wrong.
They were right on that one.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, our next question. Evan Asu, I have 1. Gabby with 0. Best VGC team type. Trick Room, Size Spam, Balance, or Tailwind?
Oh.
It's not Trick Room this time, I'll tell you that much.
Has the Trick Room stand? I know.
No, I've left that in Regulation D, I think.
Ooh, I don't know, friends.
This is hard because I think Balance is right. I think people sometimes don't like watching Balance when it's at its strongest. So like when you have the Among Us Iron Hands showdowns that we had so often in Regulation B and C. But I think people have come around on Balance. I think we collectively have done such a good job of educating people on the nuances and intricacies of a balanced format.
Are you taking credit for this?
I am taking full credit for this.
Oh my goodness.
I will happily take credit for helping to lead the masses to the water and encouraging them to drink from the fountain of balance.
I mean, I do think that Balance in Regulation F is the best possible core, just because there's too much going on in Regulation F to have a 100% answer to everything. You need to give yourself the best possible shot at your worst matchups, and Balance just covers your bases. I mean, it's Balance for a reason, right?
Yeah, I think for this, it depends on what do we mean by best. Do we mean like the strongest? Because then Twitch chat, I feel like, is going to say Tailwind because, you know, Urshi, whatnot. Or Size Spam because we've gotten to see a bunch of it.
Yeah.
Or they can mean best as in the strongest, like what they like the most, in which case it'll probably be the Size Spam or the Tailwind. So, you know, it's...
So your choices are either Size Spam or Tailwind or Size Spam or Tailwind.
So that sounds like you're boiling it down to a 50-50.
It's always a 50-50,
I
Gabby.
know.
Yeah, 50-50, Regis.
I have to say, just with, I think people like the Iron Crown, and I think everyone hates Urshifu Tornadus now after Reg E, so I think I'm going to have to say Size Spam.
I think that's true.
So what do you answer again?
I'm on Balance.
Balance.
I also want Balance.
Balance, Size Spam. All right, let's roll it. See if I can tie up with Evan now.
On the board.
You can lead a Twitch chat to water and make them drink.
Why do I see people complain about slow balance games then? What is this Twitch chat?
I mean,
make it make sense.
We did it.
Slow balance games means they have more time to spam the Tatsugiri emotes. I feel like this is entirely a conspiracy set up by Evan.
I know my Twitch chat.
Unreal. All right, our next question. I have some catching up to do at this point. Best Urshifu, rapid strike style or single strike style? Ooh.
Oh, 50-50.
This is tough.
This actually is really tough.
So if you were going strictly by the numbers for day 2 of the competition, it would be single strike. And I do think that we have seen a very strong case for single strike this weekend.
But if you went by the numbers for every other event for day 1 and day 2, it's the rapid strike, including since the Pokemon came out.
Exactly.
I think it still has to be the rapid strike because there are so many different ways you can run it. You can do Choice Scarf or Focus Sash.
That's
or
too
Mystic Water.
cool.
3 ways. I found a
Okay.
third. I found the secret
We're cooking
third
over
option.
here. We're cooking. I mean, that's kind
Or
of
Assault Vest. Michel Kelch used the Assault Vest.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so did Aaron when he was running Michel's team.
Hey,
I'm
single
sure it was
strike
on Road to Rank.
Urshifu
I
has
bet
some
it's-
options as well.
It does.
Mhm.
It does. And I do think that these questions have an implied context of this weekend. So I'm going to go single strike and just hope that Twitch chat is thinking more of the present and not stuck in the paradox past.
I'm gonna just say single strike because I think there's gonna be recency bias on this.
Yeah.
And I think people are still sick of the rapid strikes. So I was wrong last time with that logic, but
Help me out, Twitch chat.
I feel good about this time. I also always get the forms mixed up, so y'all are gonna have to help me once the form. Okay, it's written down. Okay. I thought
Literally
we were
my
gonna do the
job
showing
to
the
know what
picture
that
again. I was
Oh,
scared.
If they showed the picture, though, it's the same picture. So that everybody wins, and that is the best outcome.
Mm-hmm.
So they
It's
should have done
true.
that.
If I was winning, I would have said no, but I'm losing, so yeah. Yeah. All right, I have to start disagreeing with whatever Evan says. You have not gotten any of these wrong.
I know my Twitch chat. The people who are spamming the Tatsugiri emote right now, you are my people.
Were
Conspiracy.
you watching Twitch chat when the votes were going live?
No.
Were you?
I was sitting next to you, Gabby.
I don't have to testify.
All right, next question.
Twitch chat would love it.
Evan has to be wrong eventually, right?
Oh no!
Pink, easy.
Blue.
It's blue.
Well, it's
Blue
just
Gastro.
Shout out to Lou wherever
Yeah.
she is.
This question is better known as how much power does Lou have?
honestly, or how much taste does Twitch hat have? So I'm gonna stick with pink. I think this is gonna be the right answer here for this one.
I think we shouldn't have specified the colors.
Or we should have just like had people like
East or
try
west.
to remember which one is which. Oh no!
Oh my goodness. All right, let's see. I gotta know. Best gastro. This is where Lou says all gastros are best.
Are they gonna show the
gastros.
picture on this one? No.
Blue Gastrodon.
They really made us wait for that one. They were like, Sierra has to just sit here, just waiting to be humiliated even longer.
So can I drop a quick fun fact about Gastrodon?
Yes.
Just a quick fun fact. If you try to hunt for a Gastrodon on your birthday in-game in Scarlet and Violet, you can get the Chosen One mark, which says Gastrodon the Chosen One when you send it out into battle. So if you want to be opinionated about your Gastrodon, you can then get the one that's the color you want and say it's the Chosen One.
I know what I'm doing after this read.
I have a bunch of blue ones if people want them. Just saying. I'm still looking for my no good attack Chosen One Gastrodon.
The only sad part about the blue gastro, because I still believe that pink gastro is better, but I have a shiny of each one, and I gave Joe my pink one and James Evans my blue one, as they were running the same team at Pittsburgh, and then they faced off against each other, and James Evans won with the blue one, which does make it for competitive. Technically, blue is better. But one last question here.
I
Evans,
was really hoping we were done and I would just be.
Nope, you have one more
There's so
opportunity
much
to be
pressure.
wrong here. One last opportunity to be
You're
wrong.
gonna be undefeated.
Coolest looking Terra crown.
Oh.
Stellar, water, normal, fire, or steel? Unfortunately, like all of these are actually on my least favorite. I think steel is going to be like my favorite. You have a steel
where's
Terra
Bug?
crown. I know that's the best one.
The bug is the
best one.
cutest one. I will say that, with the little antenna.
Yeah. The heart is also really cute. I think too when the Pokemon is really small and cute, so like the Tatsugiri, you just has the tiniest little heart or the tiniest little bug ears, and it is pretty cool with the steel Terra crown too.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a fairy Terra gouging fire? Because the terrestrialization heart actually matches the size of its like crown.
Interesting.
It's fantastic.
Fascinating.
It's fantastic.
I still laugh about the Reggie Drago with the Dragon Terror on the
Don't
side.
get me started on that one.
Oh, there is more opinions here, but yeah, I'm gonna lock in coolest looking Terra crown as steel. What about you two?
I gotta go steel. It's the axe.
I also think steel is probably it.
I think it's just the coolest, so we'll run it. If it's fire, then certified Twitch chat is wrong. The fire one's not.
Stellar?
Stellar is just like a little too dramatic for me.
Yeah.
It's really cool on Terrapagos, I will say, but on other Pokemon, it's like that could have been an axe.
That's where it was most dramatic. That Terrapagos had another small crystal Terrapagos on his head, and then the Stellar crown. You don't need that much. I don't know. Absolutely tragic, but
I'm devastated.
congratulations on finally being wrong.
I can't believe Twitch chat would betray me like this. I thought we had something good going.
Apparently you didn't.
Honestly, so
unfortunate.
tragic. But you did still win the game, so congratulations. Even if you weren't 100%, it was still pretty
okay.
good.
You'd still get into Top Cut.
There you go. There
With
you go.
X and 1, you'd make it
X
into
and
Top
1.
Cut.
Speaking of Top Cut, I think it's about the time that we have our top 8 selected for the event now. So that is going to be, this
let's
bracket is
go.
so good. And Toller, who we did just see in our round 15 of Swiss, is making his way in there as well. A lot of names that we've gotten to see today, and some really just stacked players overall.
Yeah, I think the only players we haven't seen on stream so far have been Neil and Arbin here. The rest have all made an appearance, but look at this incredible bracket here. Glad to see Toller made it in, representing the Iron Crown after winning that last matchup.
Yeah, Spam's still in it to win it, apparently. Well, that's cool.
Yeah,
Going back to that poll result.
Yeah, I'm seeing that Spam team from Toller. I'm seeing the Glamora team that Steven Mayo was running, Gouging Fire on Luca, Enzo with the Smeargle team, Wolf with the Balance team. Arbin, I believe, is running another sort of balance like Sohaib was with Hisuian Arcanine. And Nicholas had the Iron Hands Blood Moon Ursaluna. I don't know if I checked out what Neil was running yet, but I think those are correct for everyone else.
It sounds about right. I will say that it was awesome that we got to see so many of these players on stream today in and of itself. I mean, we started the day off with Wolf Glick. Really, he's been on an absolute tear the entire day, only dropping 1 set the entire tournament so far, and I think really showcasing a return to form with that balanced team with Incineroar on it. But with so many unique team styles making it into top 8, I can't help but wonder, is Fluttermane actually guaranteed the win at this point?
Right?
I know, because we still have those predictions in the running too.
Oh wow! I have to, that'll be exciting to break down here, but I am really excited to see with this Masters bracket who are going to be featuring first and who's going to make it all the way. Because I think what's really interesting when we do have a wide variety of teams in the top cut bracket, all of a sudden somebody could get that favorable bracket result to where that one team, you're just hoping like, oh, I'm just hoping this one person gets knocked out by one counter. It could be clean other way here. And with so many archetypes so many Pokemon viable right now, I think that could be really interesting.
Yeah, and I also think that none of these players are yet qualified for the World Championships, which means whoever wins today punched their ticket to go compete in Hawaii.
And a new picture on our regional
champion. A new picture.
This is going to be super exciting, though, and I cannot wait to dive further into it. I just want to know here, with our matches, who's going to make it all the way, because there is quite a few rematch potentials when we're looking at getting into our later rounds. And I mean, that's something that the players talk about, is once they see those rematches come on through, it kind of starts becoming a different mind game. I mean, we got to see Wolf Glick go up against Nicholas Donnelly to start off our day, and that was already something they did play against. And there is the potential, I joked with Wolf, that, hey, maybe we have that three-peat. Maybe you two face off against each other again, and it could be there in the finals.
I will say that Wolf only dropped one set this weekend.
Yep.
So, and that was against Steven Maya. So they are on opposite sides of the bracket. So if Wolf makes it all the way to the finals, could be facing off against the person who defeated him in Swiss here in day 2, gave him his only loss so far. So I'll be looking out for that. That's a really cool facet of this bracket here. Everyone else, I mean, Luca, I see Nicholas. I know Wolf already beat them. Toller is probably going to be trying to dodge maybe both of those matchups from Steven and Arbin.
Maybe.
Looks like a tough road for him. Going up against that Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Iron Hands team. Probably a decent matchup for Toller, but we'll see. I think that Steven Maya versus Arbin matchup will be really interesting to watch as well. I love to see the Hisuian Arcanine. It did really well in that last match, and I like to see it still in the in the format.
Yeah, it's an interesting Pokemon too, because it's good for all the reasons that Glamora is good right now. You know, having access to really powerful rock type attacks has really done a great thing for Glamora. Yes, it doesn't have the ability to power or boost its attack by one stage, but you know, Intimidate, dropping your opponent's attack, I mean,
pretty good.
That gives you more time on the field. That's basically the same as raising your own attack, sort of. Is it? I mean, it's not. It's not. But like from a strategic point of view, it gives you that little bit of extra maneuverability that having the extra damage would give you.
Well, we have seen quite a few of these players on the day, and we've gotten to see these matches and what they've kind of been. I want to kind of reflect on what our favorite moment of the day has been, kind of who maybe you can get a little caster bias and who you're rooting for.
That is tough. I personally was really excited to see Toller with the Iron Crown in particular do very well in that final round against Sohaib. I actually got to watch Sohaib play in a local last weekend with a very similar team, and he was just almost unstoppable with it. So to see that matchup in particular and see how it played out, I think really showcased to me that the Iron Crown in DD core isn't necessarily as one-dimensional as a lot of people may assume it is. So I would love to see Toller take home the crown and put it on his Iron Crown. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to cast or curse anybody necessarily.
I don't really want to cast or curse anyone either, but I'm looking at that top side of the bracket.
Oh yeah.
I gotta give shout outs to Wolf. You know, I think coming back after a long break, going 14-1, he played immaculately in both of the stream sets we watched Wolf play on. And it really is just beautiful to watch players like Wolf. And, you know, we saw the Paul Chua doing a similar thing, playing these balanced teams where they can just sort of choke out an opponent, just completely control the pace of the game and, you know, the positioning. It's really a beautiful thing. But I also got to give a shout out to Luca Tregut. I have been a fan of Luca since first seeing those +3 sucker punches, Terra Dark, all the way up in Regulation A. And I know Luca is really hungry for that championship title. I think there's a really good shot at it in this tournament. And, you know, I really want that for him because I think he deserves it. That King Gambit set has been a major part of the meta, and it's something that he really innovated. So I would love to see him actually be able to add a championship to his trophy cabinet.
I feel like that King Gambit is cool because, I mean, King Gambit isn't bad. There actually is quite a few really strong players that are out there playing it. I believe I saw Ashton Fox that had this King Gambit as well. So it definitely is not a totally niche pick. It's no Pachirisu by any means, but he has been piloting it for so long, like through the ups and downs. It kind of does feel like the embodiment of, as long as the base stat total is pretty okay, you can win with your favorites.
Yeah, if your favorites have really high base stats, then you're good.
You're set. Like, if you love Fluttermane, I got some good news for you, bud. But I think we have quite a few different stories that are kind of shaping up in our top 8. So I think that's really, really exciting. There's people that have been kind of chasing a return to glory. Of course, we have Wolflip coming off of his break. And when you're looking at someone like Nicholas, who I believe this was his first day too, this is now your first day too into your first top 8. And you don't know from there, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely true. Anything can happen at this point in time. We are single elimination now, which means there's a lot on the line, but I do think that there's a reason that these 8 people made it this far.
Yeah.
You know, they all have what it takes to make it through and win the finals and become our next regional champion. Yeah. It's all down to matchups and play style.
Yeah, and I also have to give I'm just gonna live in that top half of the bracket. Shout outs to Enzo, Enzo Recchi, who is the 2016 junior national champion, now out here cutting as a master at the largest regional of all time. Incredible stuff from him, running that Smeargle set. I think, I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong, but I'm pretty sure in remembering his team sheet that he does not have Fluttermane, so maybe the only non-Fluttermane in the top cut.
That seems
I believe
right.
there was a Golden Go and Tornadus and Ursaluna, but
just crazy, because especially that would be a Smeargle Vegas right there. That is incredible.
Did he have Ogrepon Wellspring though? Because if he didn't have either, then that's really going to mess with the Twitch picks from yesterday.
Well, we have an opportunity to go check because our top 8 going to be getting underway shortly, and for that we're going to be throwing it to our casters to get this started.
Well, boy, do I have some information for you, because we were taking a look at the top 8 teams, and in fact, there are 2 players that do not have Fluttermane on their team. That's going to be Nicholas Donnelly, who we saw had the Farigiraf and the Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Iron Hands, and then the other player that does not have that is going to be Enzo Recchi, who has the Smeargle Golden Go Blood Moon Ursaluna. How interesting.
Yeah, the top 8 here just really, really diverse in terms of Pokemon selections. There are multiple players that have been champions before within this group. Obviously, you've got 2 ex-world champions, 2016 world champion in the Masters division, Wolf Glick, and 2012 senior division world champion, Toller Webb. one of my favorite things about looking at this bracket is you have some really old school players, right? Like Toller and Wolf have been playing for a really long time. Enzo won the U.S. National Championships in the juniors division back in 2016. So now aged up all the way to Masters, was top 8 at Worlds a few years ago in seniors as well. Steven Mia also won a regional championship in 2019 and then finished that season off with a top 8 finish at Worlds as well. So hunting for another regional title. Luca's come so close to winning. Neil and Luca both have had top cuts in regionals in the last season, doing really, really well. And Arbin is actually one of the older school players as well. I mean, I've known him personally for like over a decade now, and he's actually been kind of organizing tournaments locally, holding a lot of premier challenges in the New York, New Jersey area, but came to show that he can really, really play at the highest level as well. And so it's an amazing top 8. And Nicholas, by the way, only 2 losses in this entire tournament. They were 2 really close losses to Wolf Glicks. I know the other casters were talking about it just now, but so many great names here, and we're going to be in for a treat here for sure.
And it's Nicholas's first top cut ever.
Yeah.
First day 2, now first top cut. That's incredible. Like, what a run that Nicholas has been on, and I'm just so pumped to see all of these top cut matches that we have coming up for you on the stream. I really want to like call out Neil and Arbin's team specifically, especially because we haven't had a chance to see them on stream yet.
Yep.
So I think like looking at Neil's team, what's really interesting to me about this one is that he's got Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon is not a Pokemon that we have seen on a lot of different Regulation F teams since the beginning of the regulation, and I feel like that's a Pokemon that might trip a lot of people up.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Roaring Moon, of course, won the European International Championships last year. Paul Chua was one of the most notable Roaring Moon players, but it's fallen off a lot in this format. Neil, one of the only Roaring Moon players, not in this top cut, but just in the entire tournament to begin with. And so it's interesting to see that make a reappearance. And then he's also got the Assault Vest Raging Bolt. We just featured that on stream, but this set is a little bit different. I think Assault Vest Raging Bolt picking up in usage going into this tournament because of the prevalence of strong special attackers, especially the Psychic spam stuff like Iron Crown plus Inity, for example. But yeah, definitely got a couple of tricks here between the AV Raging Bolt as well as this Dragon Dance Booster Energy Roaring Moon.
Yeah, super interesting to see that team get put together. Maybe we'll get a chance to feature that a little bit later. But then on the other side, when we hone in a little bit on Arbin's team, this is going to be a different take on that Ursaluna Blood Moon combination with the Farigiraf that we've seen running around. We even have another one of those on Nicholas Donnelly's team, but that's going to be supported by things like the Iron Hands. But this time around, you've got Hisui and Arcanine.
Yeah, so in the end, we were talking about Hisui and Arcanine. Well, there's one here in top cut. I see no Entei, so Hisui and Arcanine said, hey, don't count me out quite yet. There's actually one Entei, one Gouging Fire, a lot of fire types actually. We have it pulled up right now, so just going through it. Incineroar plus Fire Ogerpon, Chi-Yu, Gouging Fire, Entei, Hisui and Arcanine. Every team actually has one fire type at least.
Wow.
Fire Ogerpon and Incineroar, so it's a great time to be a fire type Pokemon in Regulation F right now. But Hisui and Arcanine makes a reappearance here on Arbin's team. I think what's really interesting is that both Arbin and Nicholas are running Farigiraf Ursaluna Blood Moon, which we expected to be good going into this tournament, but then there's also Tornadus on those compositions. And so we're seeing these hybrid Trick Room Tailwind teams where Blood Moon can operate potentially under both Tailwind and Trick Room. And I think the combination of that is really fascinating because in best of 3, it keeps your opponents guessing with whether or not you're going to set up Trick Room, whether or not you're going to set up Tailwind. And yeah, I think it's just fascinating. But the Hisui and Arcanine here on Arbin's team is cool because it's actually not the Choice Band set, it's Assault Vest, and it's actually Dark Terra with Snarl.
Wow, I can't wait to see if we get a chance to see that in action as well. And then you also have the Blood Moon that's going to be on Enzo's team in a very different way. But as we take a look at our caster predictions, I'm noticing a very clear lack of certain things in this top cut. Sadly, I think we've always expected that Slitherwing won't make it. Sorry, Sierra. But there's no Dondozo, there's no Glamora. Our Chaladon did not make the top 8.
I think we've actually got one Glamora. Steven Mia's rocking it.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay, I take it back.
But honestly, we came really close, right? I think most of these Pokemon are represented. Dondozo not making it even into day 2 is kind of shocking. I would not have predicted that.
Right?
Like, here's a crazy stat. There were more Iron Jugulus in day 2 of this tournament than Dondozo, which I am still kind of shocked about. So yeah, I think otherwise, though, Iron Crown, you know, it was a Pokemon that people were hyping up a lot coming into this event, and indeed, it did end up making a top 8 performance. Toller Webb representing it. Gouging Fire is in top 8 as well. We saw our Chowdon on stream. I think it probably finished just outside the top 8, but had some notable players in day 2 rocking it. Glamora, of course, being represented as well. Fun fact, by the way, Steven Mia was at this tournament last year, finished in the top 8, and I think he had Glamora on that team as well. So
yeah.
Glamora, you know, gets some new tricks now. You can do the Power Meteor Beam combination, which makes it even stronger. A lot of people have been using it on Dondozo composition specifically because Dondozo really loves when you're able to poison your opposing Pokemon and it just, you know, slowly stall them out. But Steven is just using it on a very hyper-offensive team with Tornadus and Tailwind.
Yeah, I really am excited to see that Glamora, and I think like as with the new things that you mentioned, it does give Glamora a little bit more staying power in this meta. I think the other thing that I'm looking at is like how deep of a run can Luca make with this King Gambit and the Gouging Fire. There was another combination of Pokemon that I feel like was on people's radars, but it's also not represented very much in our top 16 or top 32 outside of that team in particular. But as we head over to the stage, we are about ready to get our top cut underway. And our first top 8 match is going to be between Steven Mia and Arbin Tumaning.
Top 8 at the largest Pokemon VGC tournament ever to take place in person. These players actually fought against each other in the last round of Swiss. Steven ended up defeating Arbin, but in the end, both of them made it into the top 8. But that means that these players already have a lot of context. They already have some history with each other. Let's quickly first cover Steven's team.
Well, you want to know, they have more history outside of that, too, because Steven is one of the players in Arbin's tournament organizing circuit and vice versa. So, yeah, kind of cool to be able to see that. It's a little bit of a community showdown as well. But as you take a look at this team, you can see that this Glamora is going to be that power herb set that we've seen previously. But the Chi-Yu here is a really nice addition to this team because you're able to use that Beads of Ruin to give a little bit more movement to this Fluttermane and the Glamora.
Yeah, this team is all about special damage. You also have the Wellspring Ogerpon and Urshifu, but Fluttermane and Chi was a combo that we saw a lot of in previous regulations. It's fallen off, but a lot of players talked about the resurgence of Chi coming into this event, and Steven is rocking it. Of course, with Fluttermane, you have that speed booster energy, drop your opponent's speed with an Icy Wind immediately. This is not the Ghost Terra Chi, it's just designed to be as offensive as possible. Fire Terra, when combined with Sunny Day from Tornadus, is just such a deadly combination. And Glamora is a Pokemon that can snowball really quickly, right? Meteor Beam with that boost can get a one-hit knockout onto so many Pokemon that are weak to it. We were just talking about how many fire types are in this top 8. Well, Glamora loves going up against that. And then Sludge Bomb at that +1 boost can knock so many things out. Matches up really well into Wellspring Ogerpon, for example, as well. So this is a really fast-paced team, and you've just got so much offense across the board.
One thing that's going to be really important for Arbin to keep in mind if that Glamora does make an appearance is how is it trained. I'm hoping he was able to garner that information. Is it timid? Is it modest? And kind of take a look at that as we take a look at Arbin's team as well. This is where we really get a chance to showcase more of all of the tips and tricks that Arbin has up this team's alley. But even before we get to that, like, let's talk a little bit more about Steven's accolades. Like, he's so decorated.
Yeah, of course, winning a regional championship back in Toronto a few years ago, top 8 at the World Championships back in 2019. So he's been really consistent. Like, he's always in like the top 8, top 16 of so many different regionals and internationals. Very dominant back in the international circuit a few years ago. You see with those 3 top 16 finishes as well. But yeah, and I believe once again, top 8 at this very tournament last year has made it back with Glamora of all Pokemon in particular.
I'm pumped. I'm so pumped. And Steven does have an opportunity here to add another regional championship title to his list of accomplishments. So we now get a chance to look at Arbin Tumaning's team. And there are a couple of key differences I want to point out here. Even though there are some shared pieces, that Tornadus actually is Air Slash over the Bleak Wind Storm just to have that increased accuracy, but you also get a chance to have the secondary effect of the flinch. This Fluttermane is also going to be Choice Specs with Icy Wind as a different form of speed control, and all rounded out with the Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Farigiraf.
Yeah, a couple of interesting things to call out here. I mean, first of all, it is Farigiraf and Tornadus, right? So 2 different means of speed control for Ursaluna Blood Moon to potentially utilize. It's Assault Vest Arcanine here instead of the Choice Band sets that we've seen, so a little bit less offensive, but it's got that Dark Terra Snarl in particular. I think that's a combination that specifically can really mess up Iron Crown plus Inity, which was a composition that people were really hyping up going into this tournament. I think the last really interesting thing is we've seen so many Choice Pokemon with Protect/Detect. This is Single Strike Urshifu, but it actually
actually does have Detect despite carrying the Choice Band. So you might be wondering, why would you ever use that? And the answer is the fourth move normally is pretty flexible. It doesn't make that much of a difference. And it's really nice when you have Detect, because when you switch in that choice Pokemon, normally people will just answer it by doubling up into that slot. But having Detect means your opponent has to second guess whether or not they actually even want to double up into that slot. So because this is open team sheet, it just creates some more mind games. But to me, I think this matchup is just really interesting because both players have Tailwind, but only one player has Trick Room. And you can see some of Arbin's accomplishments here.
Arbin's chasing that first regional championship title, and so very much has a chance to get that here at Charlotte, but has a lot of other accomplishments to his credit when he's not tournament organizing for the New Jersey and New York area.
Yeah.
But he's been such a big community figure in that way.
Totally. And, you know, forget chasing just regional title, even just getting a medal/trophy, that top 4 finish is what so many players dream of. You walk away with a nice piece of hardware to celebrate your accomplishment. So looking for that first medal or trophy here, and a win in this set will allow him to secure it. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. Once again, both of these players have fought against each other already in the last round of Swiss, and both players have Tornadus, but Arbin has that Thrigraph with Trick Room. So just thinking about the matchup immediately, I'm thinking, well, okay, if Arbin gets Trick Room up and you're able to position in the Ursaluna Blood Moon, I think you'll be in really great shape. The question is, how do you actually get Trick Room up? This Thrigraph does not have Protect, and it's actually Water Terra rather than Fairy Terra. So you're really vulnerable to something like a Flutter Mane Shiyu lead, which can just go for something like Dazzling Gleam plus Dark Pulse. Arbin, by the way, been playing Pokemon since 2011. When I first got into VGC, Arbin was one of the players that I would see at all these local tournaments. So it's really cool to see him competing still all these years later.
I don't know. It's such a big, important part of the community. So I'm really, really glad to be able to see him on this stage. And of course, fighting against a friend as well as a local player as well. So yeah, playing since 2015.
And of course, Arbin is this tournament organizer. We're going to have a Northeast matchup here, and it certainly will be a banger. So once again, to reiterate, Steven's team revolves around a lot of really strong special attackers that can just get knockouts very quickly. You've got Choice Specs Chi-Yu, which lowers the special defense as well. Combos really nicely when you have speed control from Tornadus as well as Flutter Mane. Arbin also has his own Tailwind, but he's got some slower Pokemon in that Thrigraph, in that Ursaluna Blood Moon, as well as the Hisuian Arcanine. To me, in this matchup, I'm really looking at the Thrigraph on Arbin's end, as well as the Ursaluna Blood Moon. Are you able to successfully set up Trick Room with that combination is one of my first questions. I think if Arbin plays the Tailwind game, his Pokemon probably are going to be a little bit slower, but these players have already fought against each other, so they should know the speed stats decently well.
Yeah, the only other thing I'd point out about the Thrigraph, you talk about it being the Water Terra that might make it a little bit more difficult for it to survive, but it also has the Throat Spray, so you don't have that Citrus Berry recovery that would make it even more difficult for the Thrigraph to be able to tank some hits. But it's time to get this top 8 match underway between Steven and Arbin, and we can see the leads right off the back. It's the same. It's like looking in a mirror.
Hey, where's Water Urshifu, though?
Whoa.
It's two Dark Urshifus actually staring down each other. So one of the things I'm actually curious about here is just how the Urshifus and Tornaduses are trained relative to each other, right? Some people run Admin on Urshifu, some people run Jolly. The key thing to note here is that Steven has Focus Sash on his Urshifu, whereas Arbin has Choice Band on his. And so if you're Arbin, you're a little bit more vulnerable to just getting knocked out immediately. Both players putting on pressure with Flying type damage as well.
But more importantly, Steven actually has the Bleak Wind Storm, so you're able to hit both targets with your Flying type attack rather than what Arbin can. But it's going to be a Tailwind on both sides, so now it comes down to how these Urshifu match up against each other, and it's going to be Steven's that moves first with the Wicked Blow to be able to take out their Tornadus in one shot.
Yeah, so already huge, right? I think Arbin's Urshifu moving first there is really critical. If you're just slower than the opposing Urshifu, you get outsped, you get knocked out by close combat, that's a complete disaster. But now you've eliminated the Tornadus from Steven's side. That means no potential for Bleak Wind Storms, no Sunny Days, so a very aggressive trade here on turn 1, but both players are able to set up Tailwind, and Arbin having this Tornadus still around is valuable because it is able to deal damage with Air Slash, of course, super effective into Urshifu as well. It's going to be the main attack I think Tornadus will want to consider at this point. Arbin's Tornadus does have Taunt, but Taunt not really valuable in this situation. You can't even taunt the Urshifu because it's Dark typing. And there's the Thrigraph coming out.
Oh, okay. So Arbin did opt to bring the Thrigraph. And we'll see the booster energy activate here for Steven's Flutter Mane, and so it's going to be the speed that actually gets heightened. And I think that's really important because it means now you are definitely really fast in this Tailwind.
I think my main question now is this Thrigraph. It's, like you mentioned, not Citrus Berry, it's Water Terra. So you saw Steven was considering this Dazzling Gleam, Dark Terra, Wicked Blow play. does they get the knockout onto Farigiraf? Because if Farigiraf survives and gets a Trick Room up, that can get really awkward really quickly. A lot about this matchup coming in, I was asking, can Farigiraf actually set up Trick Room? So it's already a really pivotal turn here.
Yeah, Steven also still has that Focus Sash intact, and so that'll be really helpful in order to actually allow this Urshifu to continue to just hit away at all of these threats on Arbin's side. But here's the Terra, and it will end up being that Farigiraf.
All right, this Flutter Mane is, a little bit weaker. There's no choice specs, and so Dazzling Gleam, when you're not a specs Fairy Terra, Flutter Mane doesn't do as much damage, Speed Booster Energy as well. So it's going to be a little bit of chip from Dazzling Gleam. I really do think Wicked Blow gets the knockout, but here's Air Slash. Does it get a flinch, first of all? No flinch. Here's the Dark Terra. Wicked Blow now into Farigiraf. Terra no longer super effective, but it still secures the knockout after the Dazzling Gleam damage.
What a great way to double up into that slot while also not locking yourself out of other opportunities. And so we will not see that Farigiraf get a chance to do much of anything in this first game, as the Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to be the fourth and final here for Arbin to have to take its place.
Yeah, but now the Flutter Mane can just go for an Icy Wind, drop the speed immediately, and then you can just simply click Close Combat, get the knockout onto the Ursaluna. Ursaluna, of course, can't even protect itself in front of that. So I think Icy Wind here is really safe. You could consider something like a Moonblast as well, but the main thing here is actually there's the Covert Cloak on the Tornado, so because of that you don't drop its speed, so you go for Sucker Punch here instead, or maybe Detect this turn, but I think Steven's in a really, really good spot to secure this first game.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know what more Arbin can do in this situation except to hope to get a call right with the Tornadus and just get a knockout. I think this Urshifu goes down no matter what, but I think the Sucker Punch is also a really great way to bypass the Tornadus being faster.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting if Tornadus doesn't go for an attacking move, but it indeed does, and so Sucker Punch will secure the knockout. What Arbin was hoping for in that position is that you don't go for the Sucker Punch, you try to Close Combat into the Blood Moon. I was calling the Close Combat play earlier, but the Covert Cloak on Tornadus actually changes that, so I think Sucker Punch, honestly, a really safe play to go for. Arbin in that position could have gone for a Protect, and then Ursaluna maybe goes for a Hyper Voice for Blood Moon, but correctly calling that Sucker Punch means that you should just immediately win the game because the Urshifu now just beats the Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Yeah, and not to mention Steven still has one more Pokemon in the back, so it's going to be a 2v1, and Steven will lock up this first game in a very quick fashion. That's the power of Tailwind right there.
It really is, yeah, and Arbin was able to match the Tailwind, right, but ends up still falling short. It turns out, this Dark Terra Urshifu with Wicked Blow is just really powerful, and that's why I was saying, I don't know if Arbin going for the Tailwind route really feels that great in this matchup, but I think the problem is he probably doesn't feel like he can safely set up Trick Room, right? Farigiraf is really vulnerable. The fact that a Dazzling Gleam and Dark Terra Wicked Blow gets the knockout makes it really, really difficult to lead Farigiraf. There's no fake out pressure. There's no follow me pressure with the Farigiraf, and so it's a lot harder to just guarantee setting up Trick Room. So naturally, when you lose a game like that, the first thing you kind of point to is, okay, well, the lead specifically, right? Was Tornadus Urshifu the best lead from my end to respond to their Tornadus Urshifu? I don't know if prioritizing knocking out Tornadus on the other hand is actually really that important, whereas Urshifu feels really scary because of Farigiraf in the back, right? So I think that game one maybe looks a little bit different if Arbin decides to launch Close Combat immediately into Steven's Urshifu instead of Wicked Blowing the Tornadus.
We can get some highlights about how that first game went, but that's exactly what you were talking about, is that the Urshifu did go after the Tornadus. While it did get the knockout, it left Steven room to just bring in this Flutter Mane and just continue to whack away at Arbin's team. And that Air Slash wasn't enough to pick up this Urshifu.
Man, that was so much damage, and yeah, Urshifu just having that Focus Sash means that you're pretty safe, honestly, even in front of the Air Slash, and so I think breaking that Focus Sash on Urshifu is actually going to be a really, really big deal. I think if you're Arbin, you can also consider leading your Choice Specs Flutter Mane immediately, right? Tornadus Flutter Mane actually feels a lot stronger into Tornadus plus Urshifu on the opposing side, where you just pressure with Dazzling Gleam immediately. You can even pressure with something like Dazzling Gleam and Air Slash onto the opposing Urshifu, and so you could go with Tornadus once again with Arbin, right? The reason he's not leading Farigiraf is because there are so many combos of Pokemon that can just secure a knockout onto it. But if I were Arbin, I would consider maybe leaving Urshifu in the back. I think Flutter Mane would be a really nice mix-up if you're expecting Steven to go with the same Pokemon as the leads.
I was thinking that Flutter Mane feels really nice here, and if you expect to see some more special attackers on Steven's side, then you could also consider the Hisui and Arcanine. But there's the adjustment that you called out, Aaron. For Arbin, it will be the Flutter Mane and the Tornadus, but Steven's running back the Urshifu and the Tornadus.
Yeah, so I think once again, both players
probably happy to just trade Tailwinds here. You can see Steven opting for that Dark Terra Wicked Blow option immediately. Of course, Arbin could go for Tailwind with Tornadus of your own. Fluttermane then can just go for something like a Dazzling Gleam. You know, the Terra here just allows you to get an increase in damage, where even if the Fluttermane Terra is, I would think Dark Terra Wicked Blow into a Dark Terra Sucker Punch might be enough to secure the knockout. So Arbin is going to start off this game with the Terra on Fluttermane, and yeah, I think the idea here is to knock out Urshifu so that you don't just immediately lose your Farigiraf when you bring it in afterwards, because I would guess it's Farigiraf Blood Moon once again in the back.
But that might be even better, though. If you're able to just kind of get some damage down immediately with this Fluttermane and you get that Urshifu out of the way, then it's a little bit easier to be able to set up the Trick Room when you know that the Farigiraf is under way less threat.
Totally.
But it will be a Terrestrialization for both the Fluttermane and the Urshifu, and it will be Tailwind here from Steven, but will Arbin match it? And yes, it will be a Tailwind from that side as well.
So the Dark Terra here doesn't really help out that much defensively because Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam is still so much damage, but of course it allows you to deal a little bit more damage with that Wicked Blow as Tornadus just gets one shot. That's a critical hit. You can see Steven was surprised by that KO. Yeah, I would not have expected Tornadus to faint in that position without that critical hit.
Oh, that's a really big door that gets to swing open for Arbin. The Wicked Blow will connect, and it's going to be into the Fluttermane. Now that it's Terra Fairy, it is able to survive that Wicked Blow, but you're going to have to deal with another Fluttermane on the other side, which does have the booster energy.
It's got that booster energy, so guaranteed to outspeed the Fluttermane on the opposing side. You don't even have to click Sucker Punch on Urshifu anymore. Sucker Punch is also scary because, of course, the Farigiraf could switch in at any point, so you could, of course, just go for something like an Icy Wind or Dazzling Gleam here. The problem is this Covert Cloak, though, on the opposing Tornadus, right? Because it means that you are still going to be slower with your Urshifu. Urshifu, of course, could just go for Sucker Punch here or Detect to get around that, but opting for the Wicked Blow here does put you at risk of Tornadus just air slashing the Urshifu for a knockout. And if Urshifu gets KO'd, okay, yeah, no protects across the board, no switches, so you'll get that air slash off into Urshifu if that's the target. No Sucker Punch comes out, Urshifu faints, hey, Farigiraf gets to come out now and maybe set up Trick Room.
That would be really nice to have that switch there, but it will be an air slash into the Urshifu, so it does not get a chance to secure another Wicked Blow. And Urshifu now down for the count, and that's going to be 2 Pokemon down here for Steven. He's down to his final 2.
Yeah, the lack of Sucker Punch there can maybe be implied that you're a little bit worried about Tornadus protecting or switching out there, and so wanting to aggressively target down the Fluttermane slot. If Tornadus, for example, switches into Farigiraf, that's actually kind of just a game-winning play immediately. But Choice Band Urshifu now hits the field, actually.
And we're going to see the Gamora as the 4th and final for Steven. So this is a really interesting matchup because I feel like Gamora in this situation feels really good. Maybe if not for like close combat from the Urshifu.
Yeah, it's a really interesting spot. I was actually really surprised to see Urshifu come out first here because its matchup in a Fluttermane is already awkward, right? The Fluttermane will outpace you and can just get a super effective attack off here. So I think if you're Arbin, you basically have to make the call here of, you know, do I Sucker Punch the Fluttermane? Do I want to Wicked Blow and make a prediction? Of course, Sucker Punch feels like the obvious play, but if Steven's Fluttermane just protects, then the Glimmora can get a really powerful Meteor Beam off, for example, and just knock out the Tornadus. So I think Arbin's play here essentially, in order to counter what Steven just did, is go for that Sucker Punch air slash double up onto the Fluttermane, hope to get that knockout. So it's Spiky Shield here. Where does Urshifu target? It is Sucker Punch into the Fluttermane. Choice Band, critical hit, another crit. The rolls are just not going in Steven's way there. He did make the call. That just makes this game immediately over though, right? Where if the crit doesn't happen, at least Fluttermane gets another attack off there, but now it's a 3v1 against this Glimmora. So really tough rolls for Steven in this game. Back-to-back critical hits.
Yeah, those crits were really, really important. Those were really, really important. I would say, like, maybe if there's a Qianpao on the field, like, that Sucker Punch is even easier to get the knockout there, but the crit on top of it, Arbin still had a Pokemon in the back as well, but this is just going to be over. We get to see what that 4th is, as well as you're going to preserve that Urshifu for later, and it's the Arcanine.
So that is why we did not see a Farigiraf switch in. Arbin decides, you know what? I just don't think I'm going to be able to successfully get Trick Room up in this game. So now it's a 3v1. Of course, there's an Urshifu waiting to come back out. I think Urshifu probably could have just stayed in and clicked Sucker Punch there and gone for Protect.
Wait. Was the Meteor Beam into the Arcanine, though, no?
Let's see. Either way, I'd be impressed if Glimmora did pull it off in a 3v1. But yeah, it does correctly get the Arcanine. That is, of course, going to be very, very super effective and does get the knockout there. So nice play to, you know, keep yourself in this one.
Yeah, really, especially after now that the Tailwinds are going to be over, but Arbin still has the Tornadus on the field.
Yeah, so you just set up Tailwind
again
and outpace the Glimmora here. So
just go for the close
cool play, but yeah, you're just so far behind in this battle essentially. And so I'm really thinking, well, one of the things I was thinking about, like the reason why you could consider just staying in, no need for Tailwind here. It looks like both players confident on their speed stats, so just knowing that the Urshifu's going to be faster than the Glimmora, it means that you just secure that knockout. But what I was thinking is, do you really want to reveal what your final Pokemon is, right? Because we were actually wondering, is it Farigiraf, is it Hisuian Arcanine? But Arbin just wanted to, of course, get the guaranteed win there. So we're going to go down to Game 3, and it's going to be really interesting because Steven had some really unfavorable rolls in that game. Tornadus got crit on turn 1, the Fluttermane got crit by the Sucker Punch as well. Curious what that damage roll is, but with these booster energy sets, you normally invest a fair amount in HP and defense, so I don't know if with the Choice Band Sucker Punch you get that knockout without the critical hit, but Arbin also has shown that he's willing to actually just drop that Farigiraf outright, and now you know about the Tornadus Fluttermane adjustment. So I'm thinking if you're Steven, leading Glimmora now becomes really interesting because Glimmora resists those Dazzling Gleams pretty well.
Then does Arbin go one step further and then just try to go for something like the Farigiraf and the Blood Moon or Saluna right away?
Yeah, a lot of mind games here. Because I personally think it's like, oh, if you actually get Trick Room set up in this game, Blood Moon feels like it could just absolutely dominate, but is it able to actually come out in that position, right? I think you could still go with Tornadus Fluttermane and take the same trade. Steven can probably look back at that game and be like, okay, I got really unlucky. There were 2 different untimely crits, and also if I just click Sucker Punch on a Tornadus instead of getting knocked out by Air Slash, I'm also in probably pretty good shape in that game. And so, like sometimes in these games, you might be just willing to run it back because you're like, okay, well, everything went not in my favor, and it was still a game that I felt like I could win just because I had the right tools for it. So the question is, how does Arbin adjust? Are you comfortable just going with Tornadus Fluttermane again? It's really risky, I feel like, to bring Farigiraf in this matchup, but all it takes is one good Trick Room in order to start sweeping. The problem is, how do you position yourself to get that Trick Room?
Well, you could just go Tornadus Fluttermane and then just bring the Farigiraf and the Blood Moon or Saluna in the back.
Yeah.
Because we didn't see either of those Pokemon, so it feels like, well, maybe if I know that Steven might run it back, then maybe I feel a little more confident in Farigiraf's ability to come to this matchup. But there are so many different calculations that our players are going to have to make. It's a spot in the top 4 on the line in this final game of this best of 3. And for Arbin, it's going to be the Tornadus and the Fluttermane, and Steven with the Tornadus and Urshifu once again.
Yeah, so I really like the play that you were calling out. I mean, it looks like we're just going to see a run back of the same play happen.
Like instant lock.
But, if you go for the same Tailwind Dazzling Gleam play from Arbin's end, I think that's a great trade because of the Covert Cloak on Tornadus. So what that means is on turn 2, you can switch out the Fluttermane into Farigiraf immediately to bypass Sucker Punch going onto the Tornadus slot. So I do think if it's Farigiraf and Blood Moon in the back, which is a big adaptation from the last 2 we saw from Arbin's end, he might be happy just taking the same trade on turn 1.
I would do it. I'm willing to make that risk. Sometimes you gotta risk it for the biscuit for a spot in the top 4 and a piece of that juicy prize pool. But Arbin right here, we're gonna see the Terra first.
All right, so this is going to be the Terra on Fluttermane to make sure that you are not taking neutral damage from that Wicked Blow or Sucker Punch. So I expect a run back of the same turn 1 from last time around, but I think this time, without a critical hit on Tornadus should hang around, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for Arbin if your last one is that Farigiraf.
What's really interesting is the Fluttermane is still, I don't know, like, do you just try to go for, like, double damage here? Like, if you expect the Farigiraf to be in the back, do you want to set Tailwind? Because we're going to see Steven set the Tailwind first here with the Tornadus, but if you want to get this Urshifu off the table right away,
Tailwind, yeah,
I think you just go for a double attack. Fluttermane's going to take this Wicked Blow super nicely. Even though it's a little bit close, it's still going to be a survival. So you get the Dazzling Gleam down onto both Pokemon, and then Tornadus gets to follow this up with something like an Air Slash.
Yeah, so like you said, doesn't go for the Tailwind. It's a little bit scary there because you open Fluttermane to, maybe getting doubled up, but now this allows Arbin to actually stagger Tailwind by an extra turn if he wants to go for that option. Of course, now you have gotten the knockout onto what is the biggest threat to Farigiraf as well, right? And that's a really big deal, especially because there's no Chi-Yu in the back. So I am really curious if Arbin brought that Farigiraf in the back. It would be such a nice Pokemon to have out on the field right now.
Yeah, booster energy here. Fluttermane feels really nice to bring in this position, and we saw that poor Tornadus did have to take a little bit too much damage, but now that it took now that it's taken the Dazzling Gleam a little bit better, Steven's in a more interesting spot. Do you want to keep the Tornadus in? Do you want to try to get some damage down? You know that the Flutter Mane is at the very least going to be able to confirm a KO onto Arbin's Flutter if it stays in.
All right, Glamora switches in, so Arbin shouldn't really be able to deal too much damage at this point in the game. Flutter actually makes the pivot, though, so trying to conserve it. Hisuian Arcanine would be a great switch and to take the damage here, and it is going to be Arcanine coming out. So, of course, this is the Assault Vest set with that Dark Terra. It still doesn't love going up against Glamora, though, and so the question is, how is Arbin going to deal enough damage? Still no Tailwind set up either, but he's stalling out the Tailwind turns from the opposing side. Air Slash comes out, that will set up a layer of that, won't set up a layer of the Toxic Spikes, but critically here, burns another turn of Tailwind from Steven's end. So now Tornadus can consider going for like a Protect, or he can just Tailwind outright here. Steven conserving his Tornadus means that can Tailwind in the late game, but now I'm wondering if there is a Farigiraf still in the back.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that it feels like a Farigiraf might come to this game. So we might end up seeing just the Urshifu. But in this position, like, you kind of want the Arcanine to Terrastallize, but Steven is actually going to split damage here.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot, right? Also curious the speed interactions between the Glamora as well as the Hisuian Arcanine. The Arcanine, if it goes for the Terra, suddenly loses the weakness to Meteor Beam, but then Dazzling Gleam is super effective. And so, all right, no switch here, and Tornadus is going to set up that Tailwind, so Arbin has 2 extra turns of Tailwind to work with here.
Well, Moonblast is going to hit into the Tornadus to be able to confirm the KO, but now that opens up a spot for Arbin to bring in something else to utilize that Tailwind. The Glamora gets to go for the Earth Power, but with the Assault Vest on the Arcanine, it barely hangs on.
Are you kidding me?
It's going to knock itself out to the Flare Blitz recoil, but it's
Flutter
barely not going to take
survives.
Flutter.
I see your survival and I raise you by 1. Both Pokemon end up fainting here. We know it's a very, very low HP Flutter Mane in the back. Steven does not go for the Meteor Beam, goes for that Earth Power. Wow, what a crazy swing of events here. Flutter is so low, though, on Arbin's end. And what is this final Pokemon? It is going to be that Choice Band Urshifu.
Ooh, the Urshifu. Oh, so interesting here because you still have that Tornadus with the Rocky Helmet in the back. So you're able to get a little bit of chip down in the Urshifu if you call potentially a switch right. But the other thing about the Glamora is that it has not had a special attack boost yet. It has not felt comfortable going for that Meteor Beam.
Oh, this is so stressful, right? Because it's Banded Urshifu. You have to lock into Sucker Punch or Wicked Blow. So here's the switch. Where is Urshifu targeting, and is it going for Sucker Punch or Wicked Blow?
I feel like it has to be Wicked Blow in this scenario because you know you can get the damage down either way into anything, especially knowing how low the targets are for the Tornadus and the Flutter Mane.
Oh, it's the Sucker Punch! Oh
no
my goodness!
That feels so critical here.
And
Flutter Mane's gonna go the Shadow Ball into the Glamora, protect, making sure that the Glamora sticks around. And Steven now gets a chance to set up the Tailwind again.
Oh my goodness.
What a play!
This is so scary though because you are still staring down a Choice Band Sucker Punch, right? Yeah, so Steven's like, okay, I know that you have to click Sucker Punch right now. I'm gonna Tailwind. Like, how do you get out of this position, right? Because Urshifu is exerting Sucker Punch pressure, and that probably just knocks out all 3 Pokemon at this point, right? So you have to go for non-attacking moves, but there is still this low HP Flutter Mane that's still able to deal damage. It is gonna be the double from the Glamora here.
Wow, I mean, at this point, you're kind of hoping that this Flutter Mane is going to just go for like a Dazzling Gleam here, just to be able to help pick up the KO onto the Tornadus, but if it's not, it's just going to be a double into the Glamora that gets negated once again.
Yeah, getting that double is such a big deal, right? Because Shadow Ball would still do really good damage in the Glamora. That's Choice Specs, and so the double Spiky Shield bails Glamora from getting knocked out. Maybe it survives there, but then it takes so much damage that, you know, you keep pressuring with Sucker Punch and Shadow Ball. I don't know if we'll get to the point where Sucker Punch PP is actually relevant here, but Steven's got to be thinking about it, right? Like, it's so scary because if you click an attacking move and Urshifu targets correctly, things just faint. Tornadus protects. The mind games here are unbelievable. Where is Urshifu going here? Okay,
Whoa.
Steven's just going for the double or the triple now. Does not get the triple. Sucker is going to fail again, but Flutter will get another Shadow Ball off.
Yeah, the Shadow Ball this time does land its mark into the Glamora after trying 2 times before.
Oh,
it's just a
gets the
knockout.
KO.
So Glamora now down and out of this game, and Steven has to put all of the offensive pressure onto this low HP Flutter Mane.
Oh, but it's so close. Tailwind just petered out, so now your Tornadus is faster than the opposing Flutter Mane. So Sucker Punch can go into either slot right now. Oh, my other question is whether or not Steven's...
Speed Booster's gone too.
It is gone, yeah. And does Bleakwind Storm from Tornadus knock out Urshifu? This endgame feels so tense, but Arbin with this Sucker Punch mind games here.
I mean, yeah, you basically have to like protect one Pokemon and try to knock out Urshifu with the other. And so the game plan here is to try to protect the Flutter Mane and then knock out the Urshifu with the Bleak Wind Storm. Where does Arbin target with Sucker Punch? No protect on either. Okay, so Sucker just connects onto the Flutter Mane here. Bleak Wind Storm, will it miss? Will it get the knockout onto the Urshifu? It's going to miss the Flutter Mane! Oh, it connects on Urshifu, gets the knockout. If that Bleak Wind connected, that was game over. Bleak Wind and Dazzling covers for both, but Bleak Wind misses. Flutter here now secures the knockout with Tornadus, and Arbin is gonna move on to top 4.
What an explosive last couple of turns! Arbin getting those calls right at the very end there. That Bleak Wind Storm miss was critical, but sometimes that's the out that you have to play towards, is the inaccuracy of a move.
Oh my goodness, that was so intense. And you know, there was the ability, I would say, maybe you protect one Pokemon and attack with the other. I think Steven said, you know what, Dazzling Gleam plus Bleak Wind, I know it's just going to knock out both of your Pokemon, so I'm just going to go for it. I was curious if there's any chance the Urshifu could survive the Bleak Wind. That'd be really intense as well, but, you know, that is one of the most stressful things about using Bleak Wind Storm on Tornadus. It's only 80% accurate, so that's only a 64% chance to connect on both of your opponent's Pokemon there. So, wow, that was crazy, though. I mean, to see a Choice Band Urshifu just click Sucker Punch over and over and over again was really intense. One of the key things to know was like Glimmora did get one-hit KO'd by that Choice Spec Shadow Ball, and so, you know, if Glimmora did not successfully get that double spiky shield, then Tornadus just, you know, gets kind of targeted by Shadow Ball potentially the next turn, and, you know, Steven was able to basically stall another turn of Tailwind by getting that double spiky shield off, but wow, that was such an intense game. We were talking about Farigiraf. Arbin says, you know what, I just don't think Farigiraf and Blood Moon is it. I'm going to trade really aggressively. Made a really nice call to stagger Tailwind in this game, but Steven played so well as well, and yeah, if that Bleak Wind connects, that's just game over. So 64% of the time he would be advancing on into the top 4, and Steven you know, definitely had some unfavorable rolls as well with those double critical hits in that second game, so really intense set.
Yeah, I mean, the survival, though, of the Arcanine, Arbin felt so confident that that Assault Vest was going to be enough, and especially with the Glimmora not having a special attack boost, it was able to survive to get this Flutter Mane chipped down to such a low HP. Maybe Arbin was actually surprised by that survival.
We were for sure. I mean, that's
a
4-time super effective attack. Everyone's been counting his Hisuian Arcanine out, but here Arbin is with
Maybe it's timid, I don't know.
Yeah, I was also wondering, like, that could have been a Meteor Beam coming out from Glimmora, right? But opting for the Earth Power instead. And I think with Meteor Beam, you risk missing. And so that's kind of the trade-off, right? Do you want to go for the Earth Power? I honestly thought Earth Power would have definitely secured the knockout. So unbelievable finish here with the Bleak Wind Storm, but that is the risk you run when using this move. And as someone who has used Bleak Wind Storm before, I think it is probably the most stressful move to click in VGC in this format. And so, you know, you kind of just live and die by the Bleak Winds.
That's why Arbin has Air Slash. I want to know if that's why Arbin has Air Slash on his Tornadus, is how many Bleak Wind Storms has he missed to have to replace that. I feel like the last time I saw that might have been Eric Rios at like a recent tournament where it was the Air Slash on the Tornadus, just to make sure you were actually getting damage down a little bit better. But oh my goodness, what a great way to start our top 8.
That was intense. Yeah, I feel like my brain is all over the place just thinking of like the Sucker Punch mind games, and like there was so much offense coming back and forth.
How much damage is it gonna do?
You know, it did end up being the Tornadus plus Flutter Mane lead from Arbin's end. I was talking about like maybe leading Glimmora because you pressure with Meteor Beam, and so I wonder how differently that game would have played out if Glimmora was just led right from turn 1 because you pressure with so much damage. But enough from us. Let's hear a little bit from Arbin, our first winner here in top 8.
Hello, I am here with our first player making their way into top here at the Charlotte Regional Championships. Arbin Tumanang, congratulations. What a set. That looked so stressful. How are you feeling?
I'm honestly feeling relieved. I played Steven last round, so just playing this set with him right now, it's just 6 games in a row. It's just so mind-boggling. So I'm just happy I'm finally able to make top 4 for the first time.
That is so exciting. You're saying then that you just played in the round before. How did those games go?
Those games, it all went to lead roulette, who led better than one another. For that set, it was 1-2 in Steven's favor. He got me on game 3. So going into this top 8 match, I was prepared to counter what he led in game 3 of the last round, but he outled me that game 1 of top 8. So I had to go back to how I beat him the first game, and just hope everything goes my way.
That's always the most stressful when you're having a rematch against someone you've played up against, and it was where you took a loss, right? So were you then especially nervous heading into it, knowing that this was someone who you had previously lost to, or did you think then, hey, well, now I know the secret to where I can kind of come out on top?
It was more of the latter. Because I played him last round, I felt kind of confident in how I can improve in my games against him, what I should be doing, what kind of modes I can go for. For the first game, I decided, okay, maybe having the trick room mode in the back could work. It didn't work out, but knowing how he played the other 2 games, I knew what I had to do, how to play, and how to just outread him and just get him.
And you were saying too, like, finally making top 4. So tell me what this moment means to you in your history playing the game.
I started VGC in 2011, and I didn't get to go to a lot more regionals until now. And all the times I went to regionals, my highest placement was a top 8. So just being able to finally break that curse and advance to top 4, it just feels so heart-touching to me.
I'm so happy for you. You know, people are rooting for you as well. So what do you think has been then that difference maker for this event? Because not only did you just make top 4, you made top 4 of the largest VGC regional we've had so far. So what's been different this time around?
I think it was more testing with different groups, especially with the Team Philippines players. From last year to this year, I've been practicing more with them. So I think with that experience and whatnot, I was able to just get better.
No, and that is awesome. And I want to make sure that you can have some time to be kind of relaxing a little bit, start prepping for your next one. But before, any final words or any shout outs?
Honestly, shout outs to everyone that has supported me, especially the homies back home, Team Philippines, Hive, Tub, just everyone that has been with me throughout this long, arduous VGC journey.
Best of luck in your first top 4 match. We'll definitely be cheering for you. As for us, of course, we need to be finding out who else is making their way into top 4, so we're going to be throwing it back over to our casters.
Who else will be making it into top 4? Indeed. Congratulations to Arbin for locking in top 4, proving that tournament organizers can still compete.
As a tournament organizer myself, I agree. We can still compete and maybe even win. So best of luck to you, Arbin, and thank you for really donating your time to the community, you know, organizing those premier challenges, those mid-season showdowns that really make or break invites for a lot of our player base.
Yeah, all of those locals are so important for securing your Worlds invite, so it's really good to see one of our organizers who put in so much work for the game to make sure that other players have those opportunities, also showing up here at the regional championships and now in the semifinals in an incredible set. I was losing my mind when that Arcanine survived the Earth Power. Are you kidding me? The Assault Vest Arcanine surviving a 4-time super effective attack into the Fluttermane surviving the Flare Blitz, into Sucker Punch, into Fleek Wind. It had it all.
It really did have it all, and it just was such a amazing end game as well. I think Steven really found every single possible out he could. Unfortunately, today just wasn't his day. That being said, you know, he's a very accomplished trainer, and I have no doubts in my mind that he will qualify for Worlds if he desires to do so this season, and we'll certainly be seeing him again on stream at some point.
And hopefully no hard feelings at the next tournament that Arbin organizes.
Hopefully no hard feelings. At least if Arvin's the TO, he won't necessarily be your opponent in the finals.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what y'all are saying at home and here in the venue. Yeah, Lou is so powerful. There was no doubt in my mind that Lou had managed to convince everyone that Blue Gastrodon is the best Gastrodon. Lou, your work here is done. You can rest your case. You have done such important work here for the community.
It's such a great screen cap as well. I feel like you have all three emotions there. But no, seriously, shout outs to Lou. Similar to how I've been trying to make Bidoof happen on these streams for years and years, Lou's mission has been that blue Gastrodon. You know, she always travels with one of the sitting cutie Gastrodons. She always has some cute pictures with them, and I've noticed she'll also like hide it around the set on occasion, especially on the European streams. Even the Pokemon Go streams where Gastrodon that isn't necessarily as relevant. So congratulations, Lou. I feel like you have made your mark in history, and this is your moment. This is your moment.
Incredible. I love, yeah, you're right. We have a full range of emotions on display in the screenshot. Sierra can't quite believe it. You're kind of disgusted that you're right. And then I am just like pure celebratory joy.
I don't know. You seem to be on another wavelength with Twitch chat, Evan.
And look at this incredible artwork for one of the most important cores, like sweeper cores of the tournament, Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Farigiraf at the Charlotte Regional this weekend. They are so wholesome.
And Ursaluna already has that crown too. Could be a little bit of a prediction here from Alexander.
Yeah, calling a shot there, saying that Ursaluna is going to make it. Maybe. We have seen some big plays out of Ursaluna. We may be seeing some in just a moment as well.
Yeah, I will say though, the bear in this image looks a lot more cuddlier than a Ursaluna Blood Moon. That is not necessarily a Pokemon that I would wish to snuggle, like a Hisuian Arcanine, for example. But you know what? Maybe they are snuggly. You know, appearances aren't everything. Don't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah, absolutely. And that giraffe also, I don't know if its neck is quite as long as the Farigiraf.
It needs to be much longer, for sure.
Yeah, that giraffe may not have been able to block all the priority attacks. Maybe like Sucker Punch and Grassy Glide, but not the +2 priority extreme speed.
You need to have a longer neck to
You need to have a much longer neck for that. Well, it's not just the video game championships that are happening this weekend in Charlotte. We are also competing in Go and the trading card games. And including the Masters division, we also have seniors and juniors divisions for the trading card games. And earlier we did crown our juniors trading card game champion. So let's check in and hear from them.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Juancho Saldana here, and it is my absolute pleasure to announce the first Charlotte Regional Champion here for the junior division, Jose Cruz. Jose, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling excited that I won this regional.
For sure, great job. And fun fact about Jose, he's actually been in the finals 3 times in the row. He's your San Antonio regional champion. He was finals in Portland, and he's champion once again here in Charlotte. Let us know, what's the secret to your success? What did you play today?
I played a Rapid Strike Urshifu. And I played it because I was expecting a lot of Charizard and a lot of Giratina V-Star with Lost Box.
For sure. And did you face a lot of Giratina and Charizards today?
Yes.
A lot for sure, and you were definitely prepared for those matchups. Can you tell me about how you practiced for all these events? It seems to be working. 3 back-to-back finals after all.
We practice on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays at our locals, and on Fridays we play by ourselves. We just play each other, me and my dad.
Great to hear. I'm sure all that definitely helped out for sure. And now I have to ask you, what's next though for Jose?
I'm gonna be at Knoxville.
Definitely, you're gonna try and win Knoxville as well. Go for the 4-time finals. I'm sure you can do it, Jose. And you know, I just want to ask you real quick, how are you gonna celebrate for this win?
I'm gonna.
Are we gonna be opening all those packs you won?
No. I might open a little bit, but not all of them.
For sure, gotta save them. But yeah, again, congratulations again. Anyone, before I let you go, anyone you wanna shout out, say thank you to?
My family, my dad, my mom, my brother, and my sisters, and everyone that comes to our locals.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jose. And again, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, once again, your junior regional champion, Jose Cruz. Thank you.
Congratulations, Jose. That was so rad. I'm so excited for your second regional championship. See you in Knoxville.
Urshifu Rapid Strike as well. That sounds a little bit familiar, honestly.
I don't know about that Pokemon. I'm used to seeing single strike.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, it's certainly landing a little bit closer to home than a Iron Valiant, or I guess Iron Hands at this point in time.
Yeah.
But I feel like those are sort of out in TCG. You can check their stream out eventually, but don't leave us now, because we're about to get into our next top 8 match.
We're about to figure out who else is going to join our other winners in these top 4. Off stream, Wolf Glick defeated Neil Patel 2-0 to advance to the semifinals. So we will be seeing who is going to join Wolf and face off against him in our next match. Otherwise, Nicholas Donnelly in his first day 2, in his first top 8, now in his first semifinals appearance after defeating Toller Webb off stream. We'll be going up against Arbin, who just defeated Stephen Maya in that last match in an extremely close matchup. And now we are ready for our final top 8 match of the day. Luca Tregut versus Enzo Recchi. Luca here is a finalist, 2 top 4s, but no championship, despite being one of the more influential players in this season of Pokemon.
You know, this might be his best opportunity yet to break through top 4 into the finals, as his King Gambit with the black glasses, the sword stance, just has so much support available to it in the metagame right now. Some great synergy there with the Stellar Terastallization on that Qianpao, gouging fire as well with Howl and Breaking Swipe. We haven't seen him play it yet on stream, but against his opponent, this might be the best opportunity for it, as Enzo, you know, yes, he does have the Golden Go and the Blood Moon Ursaluna for special attackers, also a incredible resume, top 4 as a junior at Worlds. I believe he won as a junior at a national championship, getting top 8 in seniors, making top 8 in Toronto this year. His team just does have a very powerful physical attacking mode with a combination of the Urshifu single strike and that Entei.
Yeah, and crucially, the Breaking Swipe is one of the only ways to lower the offense of that Entei because of the inner focus ability.
Exactly. So we'll have to see how this is going to shake out, as it looks like these players have already thought through the matchup.
They are so ready.
They're just ready to go.
It is the Tornadus and the Urshifu single strike again. We were kind of laughing about this last game. The Tornadus Urshifu combo is still running strong, but now it's the single strike up against the Fluttermane and Ogerpon Wellspring mask form. Again, this is one of the safest leads in the game for a team like Lucas.
It really is, as you can redirect any attacks away from the Fluttermane. In this case, a Wicked Blow or a Sucker Punch are essentially rendered useless. That being said, we have seen a lot of trainers like Enzo focus on U-turn in this moment in time to make sure they can get good damage down on that Ogerpon and pivot away from an otherwise very unfavorable matchup. But as we see these trainers lock into some terastalizations, I think Luca is anticipating this and most likely looking to focus in on that Tornadus as a result.
Yeah, this Fluttermane going to go ahead and get the Fairy Terastallization on the board, resisting all of the attacks coming out from this choice-banded Urshifu on the side of Enzo's team. That's a U-turn into the Ogerpon. The Choice Band doing so much work, picking up a lot of damage on the Ogerpon. Like you mentioned, very common for this Urshifu to try to dodge the redirection and just get free damage off onto Urshifu. And Golden Go is the choice for Enzo in the back. Really strong against a Fluttermane that is just locked into a fairy type attack.
But unlike previous setups for this, the Ogerpon didn't go for Follow Me. That U-turn just naturally targeted it, which means this Ivy Cudgel goes directly into the Golden Go and barely misses out on a KO with a critical hit to assist as well.
It misses out on the KO, but with that critical hit, that's so much incidental damage on the Golden Go that it's no longer safe from even this locked-in Moonblast.
It is not safe anymore, but Enzo was able to set up Tailwind and remove the Tornadus from the field almost immediately. So even though that Golden Go is at such low health, with a lack of priority options on Luca's side of the field, he has to protect that Flutter Mane from a very powerful Make It Rain, especially after committing his Terrestrialization to it.
Yeah, and that's why we see this Flutter Mane switching out for the Gouging Fire. And crucially, this Golden Go is holding the metal coat item, so no leftovers for recovery. Golden Go is going to be at that reduced health for the entire rest of the game. Luca is protecting the switch-in of the Gouging Fire from an attack from this choice-banded Urshifu with that Follow Me. The close combat easily able to pick up the damage on that Overpawn, lowering the defenses of the single strike Pokemon as Golden Go launches a single target Make It Rain, but not the squishy target of the Flutter Mane. It's actually the Paradox Beast itself, Gouging Fire, tanking that so easily as Rillaboom able to come in now.
And now, similar to the position that Luca was in one turn ago, this Urshifu is locked into a move that's not necessarily optimal against the Rillaboom and the Gouging Fire on the field. It is still at full health, so it's probably going to be able to take a Grassy Glide from this Rillaboom, even if it were to target down. So that is a good spot for Luca. I think, though, if you're trying to focus more on the long term of this battle, it would be better to just flinch that Urshifu, get yourself through the final turn of Tailwind here on the field, and maybe go for a Breaking Swipe as well. Do a little bit of damage to the Golden Go, put it within knockout range for sure from a second Breaking Swipe, and start to lower that Urshifu's attack. If you can lock the Urshifu on the field, locked into close combat, that's going to be such a great endgame for your own Flutter Mane, which is exactly why Enzo just does not want to keep it on the field.
Oh, but here's the Entei coming out on the field for Enzo. Takes the fake out from Rillaboom. Of course, the inner focus would have prevented it from flinching anyway, but on the switch, not going to matter. A second Make It Rain. That damage is starting to add up, but the Breaking Swipe on the switch-in is going to catch the Entei, actually drop the attack. Same to the Golden Go, but more importantly is that little bit of chip damage, which is maybe just barely outpacing this grassy terrain recovery. That may be enough for one more Breaking Swipe.
It may be, but realistically speaking, the Rillaboom is not going to threaten a knockout onto the Entei regardless this turn, even if it were to go for a high horsepower. I think a better use of Rillaboom here is going for the Grassy Glide into the Golden Go, ensuring that you get that knockout, and then allowing your Gouging Fire to sort of continue to Breaking Swipe the opposing attacking Pokemon. You know, we saw Roaring Moon in previous regulations love to be in this position with just Breaking Swipe after Breaking Swipe. You really can limit your opponent's options as a result.
Yeah, picking up the KO on Golden Go with that Grassy Glide, like you mentioned, and the Sacred Fire misses. Rillaboom able to dodge that in the grassy terrain, moving to the beat of its own drum as another Breaking Swipe catches the Entei, drops it down to -2 attack as this Tailwind runs out. That means that this Gouging Fire is now the fastest thing on the field, barring Sucker Punches from that Choice Band Urshifu.
And with no Pokemon that can block those priority attacks in play, and especially knowing that there is a Flutter Mane in the back of Luca's party that has to almost certainly choose an attacking move at this point in the game. We can talk a little more about that later. I think that locking in the Sucker Punch here is a fine choice for Enzo. Does still have to be very, very particular about how he plays against the Gouging Fire, at least, as continuous Breaking Swipes here would be very comfortable for Luca to commit to. But really, you want to get a knockout onto either the Rillaboom or the Gouging Fire this turn, so then Urshifu can then focus in on the Flutter Mane and try and tie things up.
You're totally right, though. This Terra Dark Urshifu actually feels really safe to Sucker Punch. The Assault Vest on the Rillaboom, and the Gouging Fire holds on with 4 hit points. Entei doesn't follow up. The Grassy Glide connects into Entei for a little bit of damage, and Gouging Fire able to get another Breaking Swipe off. This is actually may have huge repercussions for the damage that this Urshifu can get off with the Sucker Punch, and another Sacred Fire misses.
That is really unfortunate for Enzo, as those two Sacred Fires, even after all of the attack drops, would have probably brought Rillaboom down, certainly within Sucker Punch range, possibly even within knockout range outright. So it is how Sacred Fire works, unfortunately. And now it looks like Luca feels a lot more comfortable about his positioning, going straight for the Burning Bulwark, which won't be able to burn the Urshifu at least, but will keep it safe for a turn.
Well, we see the Sucker Punch actually connecting with the Rillaboom this time in the Grassy Glide. Finally picks up the KO on the Entei with a critical hit. Luca is getting the rolls he needs to get out of this position. Gouging Fire with the Burning Bulwark, trying to dodge a Sucker Punch from Enze's Urshifu. But now Enzo is locked into that attack for the rest of the game.
With so much damage on the field from Luca, it's really just a matter of time until Fluttermane returns. That being said, I do think that the Rillaboom and that Heat Crash from the Gouging Fire should do enough damage to pick up the KO onto that Urshifu outright, giving Luca the critical win in this top 8 match for game number 1. That being said, though, he did have a couple of things working in his favor in that matchup. I do feel like if Enzo was super worried about the breaking swipes adding up on the Urshifu, he could have just as easily locked into Wicked Blow those last couple of turns. Would have had to play it a little bit differently, but would have been able to maximize the damage output from that Urshifu. We also saw those 2 Sacred Fire misses, which would have added up to a ton of damage on that Rillaboom. So overall, even though that game felt like a very comfortable win from Luca, if you look at just the Pokemon remaining at the end of it, I do think that was really, really close until those final couple of turns.
Yeah, a couple of big rolls for Luca, starting with the critical hit on that Golden Go, making sure that that Pokemon could be taken out by a couple of incidental pieces of damage. This Choice Band Urshifu on Enzo's side had the potential to run over the team without if there was additional support, but Luca, with that critical hit, able to pick up the KO on the Golden Go, get that Pokemon away from his team as a threat in this Entei. Could not hit a Sacred Fire at all this game. Just had to take Breaking Swipe after Breaking Swipe from the Gouging Fire, and then Gouging Fire just barely holding on against that Sucker Punch, allowing Luca to lock that up.
Yeah, these trainers are honestly ready to go in game number 2, but real quick, if I were in Enzo's shoes and thinking about possible adjustments, I don't think I'd necessarily make an adjustment there. I think you still bring the Entei, you still start out with this Tornadus and Urshifu combination, as Tailwind is such a valuable resource when facing off against a Choice Specs Fluttermane. I think you just hope that maybe your Sacred Fires land a little bit more comfortably, or depending on the information you learned from that game number 1, you try and bring that Ursaluna in the back under Tailwind so that it can outspeed and just have, again, a much more comfortable matchup into a Pokemon like Fluttermane.
Yeah, I think if you're Enzo, you're really happy with the way that game 1 went, except for the rolls that you got on the critical hit and the 2 Sacred Fire misses. Probably feeling pretty good, and that's why the Urshifu Single Strike and Tornadus are back out on the field, but Luca also happy with having the Ogerpon and Fluttermane.
And I think we're going to see a very similar in theory turn play out here, only this time Luca did opt to ensure the target of that Ogerpon with Follow Me.
Yeah, Follow Me from Ogerpon, actually just going to take the Wicked Blow, survives with 10 hit points even through the Choice Band and a Dazzling Gleam. Luca still has Terastallization available and picks up the KO on that big Choice Band Urshifu that was a monster and a threat in game 1. But now Enzo has Tailwind up and has Golden Go out on the field, which does not care about that Follow Me with Make It Rain.
No, and we saw Luca when in this position in the previous game, switch in the Gouging Fire on his side of the field to take the Make It Rain damage from Golden Go. So an adaptation here from Enzo could simply be clicking Nasty Plot if he wants to try and make this Golden Go even scarier, or go straight for a Shadow Ball into that slot for more damage. We are going to see an adjustment here from Enzo, most likely to try and support the Golden Go better. And again, Entei, just a very bulky Pokemon, a great Pokemon to be side by side with your +2 special attack Golden Go.
There's the Nasty Plot coming out from Golden Go. Feels pretty safe staring down this Fluttermane locked into Dazzling Gleam. Here's the Ivy Cudgel, though. Last time it was a critical hit. This time, Golden Go able to tank it easily. And now Golden Go with the Nasty Plot boost, with Entei out on the field as well, threatening potentially a Stomping Tantrum or other damage into a Gouging Fire switch in. This is a much stronger position for Enzo.
Luca can't safely switch a Pokemon here because nothing wants to take a +2 Metal Coat boosted Make It Rain, which is exactly why we're seeing the Ogerpon buy itself a little bit of time for one more Follow Me, and then give the Fluttermane. Taking one for the team here, unfortunately. If you want to get that one-hit knockout button ready, I'm pretty sure we're going to see it.
There it is. That's the one-hit KO on the Fluttermane. Fluttermane did its job, though, knocked out the Choice Band Urshifu turn 1 and dealt 50% to that Tornadus in the back. So it did a lot of damage, but now a free switch in for Gouging Fire, as Luca is going to need to stall out these turns of Tailwind. Otherwise, this Metal Coat Golden Go, we saw how much damage it was doing even into this Gouging Fire at neutral and then -1. With Entei also on the field, capable of threatening super effective damage with the Stomping Tantrum, may be able to pick up the KO or at least put it in, say, extreme speed range.
For sure, and this is such a different position in this game because of that. Ogerpon really wants to be the Pokemon to pick up the knockout on Entei for Enzo, but because of the Tailwind still being active, because of the fact that the Golden Go essentially has another Make It Rain where it's not necessarily being penalized for dealing that damage, Enzo can focus in on that Gouging Fire, ensure that there are not a lot of attack drops here, but instead just opting to attack that Ogerpon prior to it having a chance to move.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and knock the Ogerpon off the field and fire off a Shadow Ball to hold on to that special attack boost if that Golden Go got another shot, but it does not. Gets the Heat Crash, will pick up the KO there, so now it is just Entei, it is just Tornadus in the back for Enzo. But this is good timing. Tailwind has faded, which means that Enzo is going to be able to reset it thanks to the Covert Cloak.
And unlike the previous game, there are no attack drops currently stacked onto that Entei. So if Luca wants to try and stop the Tornadus from setting up Tailwind, he certainly can, but he's really going to struggle to deal damage to the Entei if he focuses too much on the Tornadus. This is a very optimal turn for Enzo to reset up Tailwind. If Tornadus sticks around from here on out, yeah, you can go for a couple Bleak Wind Storms for sure. But Entei ultimately is going to be the Pokemon that closes out this matchup. And if Enzo wants to be super sneaky about it, he can actually still terrastalize his Entei into that Fairy typing and just not have to worry about anything Gouging Fire has to throw out.
Well, the first terrestrialization is going to be the Rillaboom. Luca preserving the Terra and not going for the Fairy typing on Fluttermane means that Luca's Rillaboom can now dodge the damage from those huge Sacred Fires, not trusting that there will be more misses there. Enzo goes for the Tailwind on Tornadus as the Gouging Fire uses the Burning Bulwark to protect itself. Entei's Stomping Tantrum into the Burning Bulwark. Does not get burned because it is still Fire type, but Rillaboom's Woodhammer connects on Tornadus and picks up that KO. And now Enzo's Entei has Tailwind, but is facing down two Pokemon that are extremely threatening.
It is unfortunate that Entei chose to target into the protecting Gouging Fire. That was the one out that Luca was looking for in this matchup. He can now pretty safely click High Horsepower and go for either Heat Crash or Breaking Swipe, depending on if he anticipated this terrestrialization. I believe we did see him click Breaking Swipe, but I do think that is the safer way to approach this endgame, because if your opponent decides, oh shoot, it's 1v2, maybe it's, maybe I'm not in this as much as I want to be at this point in time, you might be able to catch them off guard.
Well, the Breaking Swipe fails into the Fairy type Entei now, and Rillaboom's High Horsepower no longer super effective. deals a little bit of damage to the Entei. But now this Pokemon is... Entei needed probably a critical hit there to start threatening the Rillaboom. I think that Luca just has the damage here at this point.
I agree. Unfortunately for this Entei, when it is the Assault Vest variant, it's not necessarily as powerful as those normal type terrestrialization extreme speed users, and Enzo doesn't even have the Chen Pao on his team to go alongside of that Pokemon to further boost his damage. So barring a critical hit here, that could have been huge, but unfortunately it does look like the combination of Heat Crash and Wood Hammer will lock in the knockout.
That is a 1-2 punch. Luca, in 2 games, advances to the top 4 and the semifinals here in Charlotte. Incredibly well played there. Game 1 got a lot of rolls that went his way, but in Game 2, Luca proved that he doesn't need it. Clean game, picked up those wins really easy.
And not only that, was able to win that matchup without his buddy King Gambit that we've seen him run time and time again at these tournaments.
But he wanted to show off the gouging fire, and he did.
Yeah, he did. It was, I believe, the correct call, recognizing that his opponent was going to focus on the Urshifu and their own Entei. I think that just put a lot of board pressure down. And you don't have to rely on Howl. You don't have to rely on Sword Stance in order to deal a lot of damage. Sometimes just lowering the attack of your opponent's guaranteed, regardless of any abilities or what have you, really does make a difference. So congratulations to Luca. I think it's a really unique take on gouging fire, as King Gambit isn't necessarily the Pokemon that I would expect to see it support with Howl. I've seen a lot of like Ogerpon partners for it, which has some good type synergy, but still very exciting, and we'll have to see if that King Gambit's going to make an appearance in top 4.
Well, almost certainly we will expect to see Luca at least trying to bring the King Gambit if there is an opportunity. In this Game 2, an entirely different situation from Game 1, saving the terrestrialization on the Fluttermane, guaranteeing the redirection for the Ogerpon. Enzo did not go for the U-turn, went for the Wicked Blow, missed the KO on Ogerpon, and traded the Urshifu because of the Dazzling Gleam, and then Enzo was kind of on the back foot. This Gholdengo got a nasty plot up, but wasn't able to effectively threaten the big Pokemon that needed to go down. And that is the biggest Pokemon of them all, the Gouging Fire, able to then control the game from here on out.
The unfortunate side to Make It Rain, and I feel like this may be fortunate depending on if you like to run Gholdengo or not, is that it comes at the cost of your special attack in order to use that attack. Obviously, if there was no stat drop there, I think it would be too broken of a move, probably. Right. But you can see why a lot of trainers do like to run Nasty Plot on Gholdengo in particular, especially if you're going to be using Make It Rain 2 or 3 more times. It's possible if we saw that Gouging Fire take the field a little bit sooner and be the target of a +2 Shadow Ball, we would be looking at a different matchup. But unfortunately, Gholdengo just was not in the right spot, tried to buy it enough time, enough positioning, but without a partner to redirect damage away, like that Smeargle Enzo brought all the way to top 8 for I think the first time in Regulation F, just could not find that opportunity.
Absolutely.
But still, congratulations for getting Smeargle its first top 8 of the new season. Year.
Yeah, the new year.
The new games.
Since all of Scarlet and Violet, the first time it's been able to. But you're totally right. It was the Gholdengo taking that negative special attack drop from the Make It Rain. Went for the Make It Rain just to clean up the Fluttermane that was on the field. Shadow Ball probably would have done the same thing. Potentially could have gotten some extra damage on the Gouging Fire as well. But of course, you had to worry about the redirection of the Ogerpon because Urshifu Dark, the single strike Urshifu with Wicked Blow, was not quite able to pick up that KO. So then that one drop meant the difference between that Gouging Fire then either being knocked out or in range of something like an Extreme Speed. And that was the entire difference there. Gholdengo just not quite able to close that out.
That being said, though, Gholdengo has been able to win many times in the past. I know we'll be seeing it again, but what we'll be seeing right now is an interview with Rosemary over in the lounge with our newly top 4 qualifier, Luca. So Rosemary, please take it away.
That's right, Gabby and Evan. Thank you so much. I'm here with the winner of that last top 8 match. We've got Luca back in the lounge
to talk through that victory. You're top 4 now. How are you feeling?
I feel pretty great. I was stressing a lot about that matchup. Enzo has a very scary team. I've never prepped versus a Smeargle before. I've never prepped versus Tailwind, Blood Moon, or Saluna before. I'm only used to the Trick Room variant. The Choice Band, Terra, Dark, or Shifu, that I was trying to like figure out how do I play around that, because that was horrifying.
So there were a lot of things on that team that I think can throw a lot of people for a loop.
Yeah.
So what was your biggest priority looking at that matchup?
So the biggest priority is I had a feeling that like leading off with Tornurse was just generally good into my team. But I also so I understood that like Ogre Pond Flutter would be good because you can redirect any attack that Urshifu throws at Flutter Mane. Flutter Mane can terrestrialize into Fairy type, so it's resist all of Urshifu's attacks. But I figured that Enzo kind of understood that, and he wouldn't just let his Urshifu go down for free. So I had a feeling that he would just set up a Tailwind, try and pivot out into like the Goldengo, because that's really good into something like Flutter Mane. So I immediately just went to try and KO the Tornadus, and I just went for Ivy Cudgel into that slot, figuring U-turn was likely to come out. It would feel wrong to me if it didn't come out in like game 1. And I did get a little bit lucky getting a crit on the Goldengo game 1. And then game 2, I just had a feeling he'd sort of adjust to that and try and like go straight for the Flutter Mane, seeing that I didn't do that. So I just doing the safe option. I just follow me, Dazzling Gleamed, and just got rid of the Urshifu.
I mean, hey, sometimes you do have a little bit of luck that gets to go your way with a crit, but you still have to put yourself in that position to even have that crit be as swingy. So the other thing I want to call out on your strategy is let's talk about the Gouging Fire, because that's not a Pokemon we got a chance to see in your first stream match at Charlotte. So talk me through the Gouging Fire.
So the team was initially built around the idea of Gouging Fire. Like, the Gouging Fire, if you train it enough in speed, you can get the speed with the booster energy, meaning it's this really fast, really bulky Pokemon that's able to mitigate a lot of damage using breaking swipes and just be able to howl up because Howl raises the attack of both partners, both Gouging Fire and its partner. So you're able to just support the entire team, raising its attack, because I have 5 physical attackers. They all benefit from Howl except Flutter Mane. And in that matchup in particular, I had a feeling that so long as Urshifu can be dealt with, I had a feeling like that his endgame would be like Goldengo Entei, and I was trying to figure out how to work around that. And to me, Gouging Fire made the most sense to just bring him the back and bring towards in the later game, because it obviously resists Make It Rain, it 4 times resists Sacred Fire. If he wants to actually deal with it, he's forced to like double into it with Shadow Ball, Stomping Tantrum. Obviously, Heat Crash does a lot to Goldengo. It can sometimes just even one-shot some certain Goldengos depending on how they're built. Breaking Swipes can mitigate the damage of Entei. I just had a feeling that so long as I play the early game right, Gouging Fire would just be a really great mon to have in the back and seal up the game.
Yeah, what's really interesting about the Howl set is we have seen a lot of the Howl Gouging Fire next to King Gambit specifically.
Yes.
Was that something that made you really excited when you're like, I get to play with one of my absolute favorite Pokemon ever, and there's this new Pokemon that becomes a great tool?
It was, I kind of built the Gouging Fire idea in mind to use King Gambit, because it just felt like the best partner. Because if you're howling up all your teammates, obviously Intimidate would be a bit of a nuisance because they'd be lowering your attack constantly. So you really want a Pokemon that can just kind of sit there and just get the attack boost instead. And if you ever get intimidated, Gouging Fire can then just become a support mon. It can just howl and get your King Gambit to +2 instead. Then you can just Terra Dark, and you can just start sweeping through teams. And then you can just breaking swipe, support it, and then King Gambit just becomes this absolute monster.
Has that worked for you in some of your sets this weekend?
Oh yeah, day 1 it came up quite a bit. I was just able to lead Gouging Fire, King Gambit into certain comps, and they weren't able to do a lot. Like, I would just mitigate their damage to a point where they were not able to do much to King Gambit, because King Gambit's already a very physically defensive Pokemon. It's able to take a lot of hits just naturally. So when you mitigate that even further, and then you couple that with Rillaboom, who has grassy terrain, is able to actually heal both your very bulky Gouging Fire and your very bulky King Gambit, you end up getting this like really good synergistic core where you're able to keep healing, have Fake Out pressure, have Breaking Swipe pressure, have this insane offense as well, just all well-rounded together. It's been really, really good.
That's awesome. Sounds like that's one of those strategies when it finally gets the ball rolling, it can really avalanche over the competition. But now that you're on the roll, like you're going into top 4, Luca, and your opponent is going to be Wolf Glick. How do you feel about that matchup?
That's really scary.
I hate to be the one to break it to you,
Of course.
I
don't know. Wolf has a really interesting team. I've thought about what I would try and do if I were to face Wolf in this tournament. So I have some ideas of how I would go about it, but Obviously, I'm sure Wolf has his own ideas.
I won't make you share any secrets.
I
We'll keep
won't, I
those
won't.
until the actual
I'll keep those
match.
for the battle. I'll keep them for the battle.
Well, Luca, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us again in the lounge. I know you gave shout-outs before, but wanted room to say them again, if you will.
Just the same things. Shout out to Ashton for helping me work with the team. Love you, man. Just love. Shout out to all my friends. I love all of my friends here. Shout out to my family, of course. I wouldn't be able to be here without them. So just that's about it.
That's awesome. Luca, thank you so much again, and congratulations. Best of luck in the next match.
Thank you.
All right, casters, back to you.
Yeah, Luca, keep your secrets close to the chest as you head into your top 4. That was one of the most pure reactions to being told your opponent in top 4. I loved that. That was incredible.
Pure and relatable, might I add.
we have all been there where we have a match slip and we sit down and we're like, oh no, them. Honestly, Luca, probably a lot of your opponents felt that way when they drew you.
It's how the cookie crumbles, as they say. But congratulations to Luca, and congratulations to all 4 of our top 4 players. I believe they are getting set up and ready to play, but we have some tweets, I believe, from the community to look at while we're waiting.
Let's take a look at those. There you go, Gabby. That one's for you.
Oh, what a good doggo! Hubby and I are homesick this weekend. Thank goodness for the Pokémon Charlotte Regionals and good doggos to keep up morale. We've been watching the Twitch stream all weekend. Well, Arrow Sylvan, hello to you. Hello to your good doggo. It's all snuggled up on the couch right there. Please give them all the pets and all the treats for being the goodest doggo.
And I hope they're very excited that we have a Hisuian Arcanine in the top 4 after rumors of its demise had been spreading across the community. No, Hisuian Arcanine is still here. Let's take a look at our next post here. Karma says, unfortunately tested positive for the flu earlier today. Glad that I have the Charlotte Regionals to make my day brighter. Great job by us, the casters, as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
And feel better.
Stay hydrated, friend. Hopefully you'll be on the mend soon. And if you need a couple other things to watch while you're recovering up, don't forget that you can watch previous VODs of tournaments on YouTube at any time.
Yeah, squeeze those citrus berries, create your berry juice, recover some hit points, and it'll all be good.
Find somebody to peel oranges for you.
Let's take a look at our next post here. We have Matthew. I can see he likes Pokemon just like me. So fluffy.
Goodness.
Terra Normal on the screen too. I wonder which one that was. Probably an Entei. So, kitty cat. Looking at the other kitty cat.
That is a gamer cat, I'll have you know.
I hope that gamer cat is excited for Incineroar in the top 4, with rumors of Incineroar's demise having spread like wildfire through the community.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine if we had a Hisuian Arcanine versus Incineroar finals here?
It could happen.
It could happen indeed. At which point it is officially dogs versus cats. At which point I feel like our collaboration may crumble.
It will crumble.
It will crumble.
Let's take a look at our final post right now.
Oh my goodness!
I haven't become a Pokemon VGC champion yet, but I'm still a winner. She chose me and said yes. Congratulations. I can't think of a better place to make that dream happen than in front of the regional medals.
And also there's a Pikachu there and Koraidon and Miraidon. Oh my goodness. Haseo, congratulations to you and now your fiance. Oh my goodness. May you have many battles together go favorably. May you make sandwiches that all balance out beautifully and hopefully pick somewhere a lot warmer than Charlotte this weekend for your honeymoon.
Unless you want to go skiing or something.
Unless you're a skiing person. That's very true. I'm not a skiing person. But
yeah, I would be in the ski lodge for sure.
This is so cute. I love love so much. Like, oh my goodness, I feel like I'm tearing up a little bit. Oh, congratulations.
Oh, it's so beautiful, and these are the kind of moments that, you know, just make this all worthwhile. To just see people, the community come together and see how much it means to everyone. Congratulations, Seo. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, it truly is special as well. If, you know, Pokemon is a big hobby in your life, being able to share that with your significant other, like it just, I don't know, something about it just clicks, and that's really special. And that could be about any hobby. It doesn't necessarily have to be about Pokemon, of course.
That's just our chosen one.
Yeah, that's just the one that we choose and chooses us every weekend.
I choose you, Pokemon, every weekend. Well, let's also take a look at what Pokemon we, the casters, who are doing a great job as always, chose. And I am thrilled to say that I have all 4 of my caster predictions in the top cut. That, of course, being the Single Strike Urshifu, the Gouging Fire, the Glamora, and the Hisuian Arcanine. I was getting kind of worried about Arcanine for a little bit, but thank you to Arbin, you proved me correct.
Yeah, I think you have the best record of us all this weekend, Evan, though it looks like Rosemary just missing out with the Archaludon, Aaron missing out with Dondozo, and Sierra and I just, you know, trying to work our way through. I will say, in defense of my own caster predictions, I really do think that Weather has a unique opportunity in Regulation F to make a splash with Pelipper and Torkoal in particular. Didn't quite work out this weekend, but fortunately for me, there are many more tournaments to come.
There certainly are, and those are definitely some of the archetypes that are a little less explored right now. I think a lot of them have just sort of been first thought, best thought when it comes to either Rain or Sun, which is just like, oh, we got a new Pokemon that abuses Rain with Archaludon. Let's go ahead and put a Pelipper on the team, and then, I don't know, we'll figure something else out from around there. Maybe Rapid Strike Urshifu, who could say? And then the Torkoal teams basically looking very similar to some of the earlier Sun teams that after the Paradox Pokemon first came out, like the team that Joe Ugarte won Portland with last year. I think there's still definitely plenty of room around, and I haven't seen a whole lot of the new Paradox Pokemon like Gouging Fire on that kind of team, even though it seems like it might be a pretty decent matchup for it, decent pairing. I think there's definitely still more room to explore those, and I would not be surprised to see that keep showing up as we move forward and climbing the ranks.
And I do believe there was a Tornadus that had Sunny Day that made it very, very deep into this tournament as well. And I personally opted for the abilities for weather setting just because I think that it gives you a little bit more positioning potential, especially if you're pairing like Pelipper with Archaludon, for example. But that's okay. There's still plenty of time to figure out these matchups. And I don't know about you, Evan, but I'm actually really psyched up to hit the ladder when I get home, hit Battle Stadium, and get some matches in.
Absolutely. Well, before we hop into our first top 4 match of the day, we had a chance to catch up with our other 2 semifinalists who we did not see on stream. Let's hear from Wolf Glick and Nicholas Donnelly.
I am here with Nick Donnelly, who has made his way into top 4 of the Charlotte Pokémon Regional Championships. Top 4, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Honestly, I did not think I was going to do super well at this tournament, and I'm really excited that I just get to play a lot of Pokemon.
Why didn't you think you're going to do well at the tournament? Where's the confidence?
I was testing a lot of different teams, and I wasn't exactly sure what I should bring. I made a last-minute change, 1 or 2, and they paid off immensely, and I'm really proud of myself. So.
You should be proud because you were saying this is also your first day to an event, and this is also the largest VGC event that we've had to date, and you're finding yourself in top 4. So what do you think has been that, I don't know, that secret to making your way through the tournament?
Honestly, I just take every game like it's kind of the last, and you're just enjoying playing the game, feeling like just happy to be here. I'm with a lot of friends, and I'm very thankful for everyone in the community. It's just been a great time, and I'm excited to keep playing and meet new people and make new friends.
And as the bracket is starting to shake up a little bit more, how do you feel like your team fares into the rest of the bracket?
Honestly, it's really interesting with a lot of the teams having multiple modes. Other than like mine, which has both Tailwind and Trick Room, there are more teams with Tailwind and Trick Room. So it's really interesting having to find out what goes first, because in this game, if you go first, you're going to win most often, and that's what I'm aiming for.
Definitely wishing you the best of luck going on forward with the competition. And before you play, do you have any shout-outs?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my friend group here, my girlfriend, Rihanna, my mom, my dad, everyone watching at home. It's just been a great experience, and I'm really glad that I have the opportunity to participate.
It's definitely been fun to watch you play, so best of luck going on forward for your top 4 match.
Thank you.
Well, he's back and he's in top 4. I am here with Wolf Glick. Another win, moving on, top 4 is Charlotte. You're so close. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling good, yeah. I'm really happy to have made it this far. You know, I had a really strong day yesterday, but I never wanted to take anything for granted. So to be here, to have made it not only into the top cut, but now into the semifinals, I'm really happy.
Definitely, too, because you went undefeated for so long with this team, and it's still proving to be really, really strong. Has there gotten to a point where there has been any worry, or are you still feeling confident with this choice?
Yeah, I mean, I think my team is great. I feel like sometimes I build teams where the goal is to have like really positive matchups kind of across the board. And this team is different in that it doesn't have really like super, super incredible matchups, but more it gives me tools in every matchup. So I really feel like I've been winning not because the team has been like some kind of, you know, absolute mega breakthrough, and more because it gives me the tools to, if I play better than my opponent, if I build better game plans, that I'm able to win. So I really like the team. It's nice to use kind of this style of team, and yeah, so far, I mean, no complaints from me.
So then I'm assuming then looking forward to the bracket, if you're kind of more even and have tools for everything, that you're not necessarily worried about who you're going up against. It has to just be a playing difference.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think that there's any matchup where I'm like, oh, like if I run into this person, I'll lose for sure. But there's also none where it's like, oh, if I hope I get this matchup because I'll win for sure. It's like it really just depends on how well I play. So yeah.
And of course, I want to make sure you have time to go prep for your top 4 match. I just want to know real fast, how are you feeling about the rest of the bracket and this tournament, your chances?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, all the players left are super, super strong. So, I mean, of course, like, I don't have any real expectations about, you know, how far I go. I'm happy to have made it this far. I'm going to try to keep going. But if I lose, I mean, all the players here are super deserving. I think they've proved that at, you know, the biggest official Pokemon tournament of all time. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to do my best, but so is everybody else.
Well, best of luck going on forward. We only have a couple of more matches, so stay tuned for our top 4.
The only thing you can do at this point is your best and have no regrets. Wolf Glick will be facing off against Luca Tregood in the other semifinals matchup here in Charlotte. But Gabby, you and I get to watch Arbin versus Nicholas.
I know, we saw both of these trainers do incredibly well. This is Arbin's, I believe, first top 4 placement. This is Nick's first top 4 placement. One of them is getting their first finals placement after this matchup. Congratulations to you both. Regardless of how this bracket shakes up, I think we've had some incredible Pokemon matches to feature this weekend.
I'm really excited to watch this match in particular. We're going to see 2 Ursaluna Blood Moon teams up against each other to fight for the crown of the best Ursaluna Blood Moon team in the tournament. And I think it's going to be so close. Both of these players including some throwback Pokemon as a part of that. But here is Arbin Tumaning, who is on your screen, top 16, top 64, and top 8 before, now a semifinals appearance and hoping for a finals and potentially a championship after that. And there's that throwback to Hisuian Arcanine. Not a throwback to a long time ago, but last regulation dominated. And this is an entirely new look with that Assault Vest.
Assault Vest and the Dark-type Terastallization in addition to Snarl to stop size spam in particular. Not going to come up in this matchup, of course. I do love how he's built this team, as he does give himself a couple of options for speed control depending on how the numbers work out. And then you have that insanely powerful option of just ignoring the Ursaluna Blood Moon altogether. Choice Band, Choice Specs, Tailwind, you're pretty good. But his opponent, Nick, you know, he had some wise words in his interview. You know, you have to go first and then you win. I do think that, wait, that's this weekend.
That's this weekend.
I was gonna say, shout outs to Nick, just getting that top 8 already. Can we have production update that to top 4?
Top 4.
For him. But no, real talk. I do think that his team as well is built around this idea of, you know, go first, figure out how the speeds are gonna work out against your opponent, and then just lock in that strategy. And unlike his opponent, though, he does have Focus Sash on that single striker Shifu. This will give it a bit more of flexibility compared to the Choice Band on the opposing side of the field. His Farigiraf as well has Imprisoned Trick Room. So if Arbin decides to go the Trick Room route, and Nick does bring his own Farigiraf, he has an out against that. And of course that Ogerpon with the Hearthflame mask as well, just threatening some good fire type damage and resistance to the Fluttermane on Arbin's side of the field. And we can't talk about Nick's team without talking about his throwback Pokemon, the Iron Hands.
The throwback future Paradox Pokemon, the Iron Hands, which feels extremely relevant in this matchup. These players have 4 Pokemon similar across these teams. That's the Farigiraf, that's the Ursaluna Blood Moon, that's the Single Strike Urshifu, and the Tornadus. And against an opposing Urshifu Single Strike, you love to have that Iron Hands to resist those big wicked blows. Same against Ursaluna, able to deal big damage into that Pokemon that has opted for the normal Terra type, not going for Ghost to dodge the powerful close combats coming out from that Pokemon. And this is the clear Amulet version of Iron Hands, so even that Hisuian Arcanine will not be able to drop the attack of this Iron Hands. This feels like it could be a really key Pokemon in this matchup, but that also means by holding the clear Amulet, has to dodge those Choice Specs fairy attacks from the Fluttermane, as well as Earth powers coming out from the Ursaluna. And again, great point there. These two Farigiraf are extremely different. Nick is running the Citrus Berry version with Imprison, but Arbin running the offensive one.
Exactly, so that's an additional size shock that the Iron Hands has to worry about dodging.
Especially after a Throat Spray.
Especially after a Throat Spray, which brings us into a really interesting Game 1 sort of Pokemon preview prediction here. I feel like both these trainers could go one of 3 directions. They could go Tailwind, they could go Trick Room, or they could go, I'm just gonna hit things hard. Which honestly may not be the worst approach to this matchup. There's so much information that these trainers need to gather in terms of who's faster, who's slower. If you just decide that in Game 1, you're just gonna hit things hard and figure out that information so then you can apply it to later games, you're also keeping your own Tailwind, your own Trick Room strategies closer to your chest, which I do think will work out as an advantage. But Nick, true to his word, sending out that Tailwind Pokemon to ensure that Ogerpon should go first, unless we see like a Sucker Punch or something from the Urshifu.
Yeah, Nick thinking about going fast here. Tornadus with the Tailwind, with the Hearthflame Ogerpon. Arbin going for the Bash Bears, Urshifu and Ursaluna on the field. That is huge damage being threatened by both of those Pokemon. Of course, the Ogerpon is able to deal big damage back if it goes first, but Ogerpon can only deal with one of these at a time.
I will say that Tornadus has a couple of options for speed control here. It could honestly go straight for Icy Wind if it wants to try and deal a little bit more damage to that Ursaluna in particular, but you can also just go straight for your Fire-type Terastallization, get that Embody aspect attack boost, and deal more damage that way. Nick certainly has found the most offensive start to this critical top 4 match.
Oh, well, it's going to be matched by another Terastallization coming out from Arbin's side. That's going to be the Ursaluna. Normal type Pokemon now out on the field, doubling up, getting an extreme boost to those Hyper Voices and the Blood Moon on that Pokemon. Like you say, going for the Icy Wind, picking up chip damage on both Pokemon and dropping their speed. This Hearthflame Ogerpon will get a chance to fire back. It's a Wood Hammer into the Urshifu. Did not lock into Sucker Punch, picks up that KO after the Icy Wind. But now it has to take this Hyper Voice coming out from the Ursaluna, and after the recoil, this is probably big damage to both of those Pokemon. Picks up a KO on Ogerpon and almost one-hit KOs the Tornadus.
Critically, though, that Tornadus is able to hold on, and with the lack of In extreme speed, as we know it in this matchup, there is no opportunity for this Tornadus to not set up Tailwind if that's what Nick decides he wants. And I think that's exactly why we see Arbin swap in that Farigiraf. If you can catch your opponent going for a Tailwind and you go for Trick Room, that is absolutely huge. There's also the possibility for Arbin to go for a Helping Hand to just boost that Ursaluna's damage even further, as Nick has a tough decision to make here. His single striker Shifu can only attack one Pokemon. If you're worried about Trick Room being set up, you go for the Wicked Blow into that Farigiraf and you add some additional damage from that Tornadus on top of it with a Bleak Windstorm.
Ooh.
But if you're worried about your opponent dealing damage, you have to consider the knockout on the Ursaluna, and that's exactly what Nick does.
Goes for the knockout on the Ursaluna after good damage from the Bleak Windstorm on both the Farigiraf and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That will drop the defenses of the single strike Urshifu on Nick's side, but with the Focus Sash, it does not care. It is not being threatened with a one-hit KO at all. The Hyper Voice coming out from Arbin's Farigiraf will pick up the KO on the Tornadus and activate the Throat Spray and bring that Urshifu down to one more hit from either this Flutter Mane or the Farigiraf if it has the option. And here is the Iron Hands on the switch-in.
That is so unfortunate that Nick opted to go for Bleak Windstorm that previous turn, as now this Flutter Mane, assuming it is as fast as it can be, should be able to outspeed the Urshifu on the opposing side of the field. You can't Sucker Punch as long as that Armor Tail ability is active as well. So this seems like a very simple Helping Hand fairy type attack. Urshifu trying to withstand it, but without an Assault Vest on that Iron Hands, this might be a knockout for that Pokemon.
Yeah, there's no Terastallization, but there's no Assault Vest on the Iron Hands. The Dazzling Gleam almost picks up the KO and is faster than the Farigiraf. Picks up the one-hit KO on Flutter Mane with the Heavy Slam. That Pokemon is off the field. Iron Hands is still here. Farigiraf not going for a Trick Room, goes for a Hyper Voice. That will pick up the KO on the Iron Hands, but Urshifu now is staring down the long neck of the Farigiraf, ready to fire off a Wicked Blow.
That is incredible training from Nick, knowing that if Arbin went for that Dazzling Gleam, the Iron Hands had enough bulk to take that hit and return a KO with Heavy Slam. Had that turn played out any other way, Arbin would have found the opportunity to win this game, but Iron Hands, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the previous regulations for Scarlet and Violet, showcasing that it is not quite out of the metagame just yet.
Who needs Assault Vest if you're an Iron Hands? This Pokemon is still good, especially on these Trick Room teams. And that Icy Wind drop, the Bleak Wind Storm drops, becoming huge to make sure that that Iron Hands could go first and defeat that Farigiraf. Huge moments here from the Iron Hands with those like mixed Tailwind Trick Room Pokemon. You never quite know what's going to happen.
Exactly, and I think this just goes back again to Nick's interview. You want to go first, you want to go fast, and you know, I think going into the previous regulations, people either ignored the Iron Hand speed entirely or opted to not train it in speed. You know, maybe find one of those no good speed Iron Hands to be as slow as physically possible. But Nick opting to probably at least invest a little bit in speed, maybe
okay speed.
An okay speed, yeah, to ensure that after an Icy Wind, after a Bleak Windstorm speed drop, or even just a Tailwind, the Iron Hands would be able to outspeed key Pokemon like Farigiraf to lock in the knockout. That is great preparation from Nick, and I think going into game number 2, it's probably very tempting for Arbin to fall back on that Trick Room mode, as it seems like he just did not have the speed to match Nick.
Absolutely, especially with Nick showing that he was more than willing to just click Icy Wind, click Bleak Wind Storm, and have this potential Tailwind mode. So at any moment, Nick could decide to turn up the heat. Arbin sees the Tornadus Urshifu lead and matches with his own. But here we see some of the major differences between these two teams. Arbin running the Air Slash Tornadus instead of the Bleakwind Storm, running the Choice Band Urshifu instead of the Focus Sash. So a lot of actually small issues here for both players.
I know, this is all gonna come down to predictions. We do see Arbin's Tornadus move first with the Tailwind, outspeeding Taunt from the opposing Tornadus. That is absolutely huge for Arbin, getting a speed advantage with the combination of that Wicked Blow.
It's just a prank, Tornadus. Avoiding the taunt with that prankster Tailwind. Urshifu will go down to the close combat on Nick's side, so Arbin has traded an offensive threat to get a support threat off the field and to ensure that Arbin will have the speed advantage for the next few turns, unless Nicholas can find a way to get Trick Room up for himself.
Well, if he made an adaptation from game number 1 and brought his own Farigiraf, that is certainly something that is on the table. That being said, we see the reveal of Fluttermane once again from Arbin, and it's Iron Hands for Nick. This Fluttermane is in just as good a position as we saw it in the previous matchup. Could even possibly terrestrialize a turn later when Fake Out is no longer a threat to deal even more damage with those dazzling gleams. Nick is in a very tough spot here. I think you really have to pick the Fluttermane to focus in on, as that is the Pokemon that's going to deal so much damage in this position, especially with speed control.
Well, Arbin has options to block the Sucker Punches and the Fake Out, has the Farigiraf in the back, not opting to bring that in, instead opting to go for the terrestrialization on Fluttermane. Going to be Fairy Terra, trying to boost the power of this Fluttermane's Fairy type attacks. Was sad to see that Dazzling Gleam just miss out on the Iron Hands in game 1, but Nick is going to counter with a terrestrialization of his own. The Iron Hands removing the weakness to Fairy typing, switching into the Grass typing, but crucially opening itself up to an Air Slash from that Tornadus.
This is a tough prediction to make. We do see another adaptation from Arbin. Moonblast into the Iron Hands. It's not enough.
The same damage. Not enough damage to pick up the one-hit KO on the Iron Hands. Tornadus has to finish it off with the Air Slash, which fortunately connects. But now Iron Hands is down, and this Urshifu gets to fire off a free attack. A Wicked Blow connects onto the Tornadus, and Nick says, oh, you think only your Choice Band Urshifu can pick up that one-hit KO? My Focus Sash can do it too.
That's actually good information. I mean, thinking back to the Rapid Strike Urshifu, those Surging Strikes didn't necessarily get that knockout, but we do see a final adaptation here for Nick, bringing the Ogerpon as his final Pokemon against the Farigiraf again from Arbin. Urshifu, yes, it did get a knockout on that Tornadus, but I do wonder if the Farigiraf being on the field is more advantageous for Arbin right now, as he can block Sucker Punches from the Urshifu. He can choose to boost the damage of that Fluttermane even further with an helping hand. But, you know, Fluttermane is locked into Moonblast, which might work out to Nicholas's advantage. Ogerpon took that somewhat comfortably.
Ogerpon took a good amount of damage, but not quite enough for a one-hit KO, and survives the Hyper Voice without the Throat Spray. Arbin can't pick up that KO, and Nick absolutely refuses to protect this Urshifu. Ogerpon fires off an Ivy Cudgel into the Farigiraf, just barely misses the KO there, and there is the cleanup crew from Urshifu. A critical hit into Farigiraf, and this Fluttermane is locked into Moonblast. It can only deal damage to one of these Pokemon at a time.
What a tough call to make there with the Farigiraf. Do you go for a Helping Hand damage boost, or do you hope that Hyper Voice is going to deal enough damage to close the game out? We see a Follow Me from the Ogerpon. There is no Sucker Punch yet from this Urshifu. How much is this Wicked Blow going to do?
This Wicked Blow followed by a Sucker Punch is going to be so close on this Fluttermane. It all comes down to how these trainers have trained their Pokemon. That Wicked Blow did so much damage into the Fluttermane. with that critical hit. The tailwind peters out, and it will be one Moonblast into a Sucker Punch to see if Nick is going to be in the finals. The Sucker Punch picks up the KO. Nick Donnelly, his first day 2, his first top cut, his first semifinals, his first finals in Charlotte.
Congratulations to Nick, proving definitively if you can't move first, you're gonna make it all the way to the end. That was such an incredible end game from Nick, recognizing that the Wicked Blow with the Sucker Punch together would be enough to knock out that Flutter main, and showcasing why I think Focus Sash is such a good item on the single strike Urshifu in particular.
Yeah.
It gives you outs against impossible matchups that otherwise you would have zero play into.
Absolutely, and I have to shout out of Nick. When you have the Focus Sash, a lot of times you're trying to preserve the Focus Sash as late as possible to make sure you get to these situations where you have 2 attacks into an extremely high value target like that Flutter main. Nick was not playing scared at all in game 2, regularly avoiding detecting and instead just going on the offensive, while Arbin was trying to target down the Pokemon next to Urshifu and trying to avoid falling into wasting a turn into a detect.
And it's that kind of mind game as well that can really separate the finalists from the tournament. You have to recognize when it's okay to make those big plays, because that could have just as easily backfired for Nick had he gone for that detect, had he tried to keep that Urshifu around longer. So I think just showing the comfort with these Pokemon, showcasing that he understood this matchup perfectly and preserved the tools he needed to lock him into the finals here at the Charlotte Regional Championships.
Absolutely, and just so many little moments here in game 2. That Iron Hands once again just barely surviving after using the Terastallization, so that Arbin had to double target that Pokemon to pick up the KO, because if he didn't, then that was going to be a heavy slam into the Flutter main, and that was game over right there. Nick, knowing that he had all of those outs so that the Urshifu could continue to just fire off these wicked blows, and the Sucker Punch at the end. An incredible showing from Nick, who is advancing to the finals, an extremely well-deserved finalist, and our first finalist in Charlotte.
Shout outs to Arbin as well, though. I believe he should be walking home with a medal this weekend, and I believe that as a tournament organizer, you can wear that medal at your next local event.
I would absolutely wear the medal at my event.
I would also wear it through airport security, though I guess maybe it wouldn't make it through the X-ray machine, so maybe don't do that.
Yeah, I think the TSA would make me take off the medal, but other than that, it would probably take a couple of weeks for me to stop wearing my medal around the house, around town, just being like, yeah,
hey,
I'm a semifinalist. Don't worry about it.
For sure, for sure. Congratulations. And again, thank you for organizing events to help get players to the point where, hey, they can go to their first day 2 ever and make it out to the top. You can't get to the level that Nick, that Arbin, that everybody in our top cut is at unless you're out there playing in your locals and taking every opportunity to practice and get good at this game.
Yeah, there is absolutely no replacement for that kind of practice, being in a local card shop, in a local game shop, playing with fellow people, just making sure you're getting that in-person practice time, and in a tournament setting. Like, those are little mini tournaments. You'll have 3, 4, 5 rounds, maybe even more, including top cut at a local. You get ready for these types of events and you can go all the way.
Yeah, it really gets your heart racing. I've certainly gotten watch alerts. Like, hey, are you running right now? No.
No, I'm sitting and watching a Flutter main tank a wicked blow and wondering if the Sucker Punch is going to KO.
I'm watching my Bleakwind Storms miss.
Well, these are some magical moments here at the Regional Championships, and if you want to contribute to further magical moments, you can participate in our Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest. We're inviting participants to submit your best creative artwork capturing the theme of this year's contest, magical Pokemon moments. Simply choose one of 10 Pokemon like Charizard, Pikachu, or Koraidon and draw an illustration that captures the Pokemon enjoying a moment in its day, or an illustration that shows the Pokemon looking cool or dynamic to capture the theme. contest is open to applicants 18 and over in the US and Japan, in addition to the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. You can look online to find more information about this contest.
And I gotta say, for all of y'all entering the contest, regardless of how you do, I think there's like a certain point where you get like the official clearance to post your artwork online to showcase your entries. When that happened last year, I think it was like the best week of my social media life because there was just so much incredible Pokemon artwork being shared by the community around the world. You know, I even saw people saying like, I didn't have time to enter, but this is what I would have drawn, those kind of things. And when the time comes, of course, not sooner, as you don't want to disqualify yourself from the competition.
No.
Please make sure to share those artworks with us with #PlayPokemon. I think one of my favorite things with the tweets, in addition to seeing love, is seeing beautiful artwork.
Absolutely, and I would love to see if any of these, I don't know the 10 full Pokemon list off the top of my head.
It's only Bidoof.
But if
That's
there
all
are
you need to know.
any of those are part of the VGC experience, for those of you who have been watching the VGC streams, I would love to see some magical moments that take place here at the regional championships or the international championships or even the world championships. I think that'd be cool, personally.
I just want to see the Bidoof.
I'm
not gonna lie, I'm like preparing for it. It's gonna be an amazing week.
Absolutely. Well, I believe we are going to be able to hear from Nick on his reactions to becoming the first finalist here in Charlotte. Let's take it away and hear from Nick.
Our first finalist of the Charlotte Pokemon Regional Championships, Nick Donnelly. Congratulations,
Thank
you're
you.
in the finals.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Honestly, I'm just really happy to be here and just to keep playing Pokemon. Feels great.
You have to talk to me about that top 4 match because you keep hitting milestone after milestone. You got your first day 2, first top 8, got top 4, and now you're in finals. But how stressful has each of those increments been?
Honestly, I've been really calm going into a lot of my sets. On stream, it's definitely different. It's a different experience than just sitting at the table, which I'm much more used to today and yesterday, or today, just having my first day on stream. So like getting used to that and getting used to being on stage, everyone looking at you, it's a big change. And honestly, I'm really glad I've been able to perform at least a little bit.
At least a little bit, as you're literally going into the grand finals of the largest Pokemon event that we've had. But this top 4 match then, because you looked really like stressed kind of afterwards. Talk to me about that matchup.
So the matchup, it's very similar. The entire thing is really looking to see who goes first and who moves first. And a lot of like Urshifu versus Urshifu or Ogerpon versus Urshifu, like knowing who goes first when the speed tiering is very, very much like very close, like 1 or 2 stats off even oftentimes. It's really stressful because you don't know if you're going first or your opponent's gonna go first. And as I said in my interview prior, if you go first, you're most likely gonna win, and that's what I tried to show.
Well, that game 2 definitely started off on a yikes note with that mentality, as your Tornadus definitely did not go first, and going for the taunt there definitely put you in a little bit of a precarious situation. So how do you fight back out from that?
So it was really interesting because our Tornaduses are both the same speed stat. For that to happen, I was very much dreading it, but I was able to pull it through because having the Focus Sash on Urshifu has been a huge bonus. Being able to take more than 1 hit and being able to dish out the insane amount of damage that Urshifu is able to throw out there, it's been great having the Focus Sash to fall back on, and that's ultimately what won me the set. And I'm forever thankful to it.
And I want to go back to your top 8 match as well, because we didn't get to specifically talk about that match, but how did that one go down? Was that a close set?
I don't mean to be like snippy about it, but it was a very fast set. It was myself versus Toller Webb, and we're both playing very hyper offensive teams. I got the calls right. If that was on stream, I'm sure the crowd would have gone crazy. It was an amazing set, really fun. I love playing hyper offense against hyper offense, and it's just been a great time being able to show off my skills.
We've definitely seen a lot of really fast hyper offense games, and I think that's just the nature of those matchups, that they go pretty quickly. But now, as the first finalist, you'll be going up against the winner of our other top 4 match, which will be either Wolf or Luca? I know, Wolf, that you've already played him twice.
Yeah.
He's bested you both of those times. Do you want to go for that rematch again, or you want to try and face off against Luca?
You know, so I honestly would love to play either player. There was a opportunity where I was playing in the Pittsburgh MSS, and the judge said to me before I faced Justin Tang, well, if you don't get it the first time or the second time, the third time's a charm. And that's exactly what happened, and I'm hoping I can repeat that luck here.
It definitely would be a really hype finals match, but I want to make sure you can get the ample rest going into that, prep a little bit, and get to watch this other match. But before I let you go, any words to those watching?
You know, just everyone who's supporting me, everyone who's texting me, sending me messages, thank you for the support. It really means a lot. Having my phone like just flooded with all this messaging makes me like overflow with love for the community, and I'm just really glad to be a part of it, and thank everyone. I'm thanking everyone for having me.
We're definitely excited to watch you in the final, so best of luck there.
you.
We do still need to find out who Nick is going to be facing off against, whether it's Wolf, Glick, or Luca. So time to go back over to our casters and find out.
Thank you so much, Sierra. It was so good to hear from Nicholas after his win to get into the finals. And I can't believe it that not only was this his first day 2, it's his first top cut, it's his first finals appearance at his, his first regionals ever.
You got to make these opportunities count, and he has certainly made it count so far. Some really exhilarating sets that we've seen throughout all of the tournaments so far, and there are only 3 players left out of over 800, the largest Pokemon VGC tournament of all time. We've got one more semifinals match for you, and of course the grand finals, and this is going to be an amazing, amazing semifinals.
Yeah, I am so looking forward to all of these final matches. Like, Wolf versus Luca. I remember talking to Luca in the lounge after he won his top 8 match, and the reaction that he had, that he's like, okay, I kind of knew like I might face Wolf, but oh no, like I have to face Wolf now. And you have to go into that with a lot of information, I think, to be able to take down a team that is so balanced like Wolf's.
Yeah, you know, if you want to be the best and win a tournament, you got to beat the best along the way. And so Luca is certainly a player who is capable of doing so. I think one of the most impressive players from the Scarlet and Violet era. He's been playing for a while now, but really feels like he's come into full force recently. Of course, Wolf, Glick, the only player in VGC history to win a tournament of every size. World champion in 2016, Players Cup 2 champion 2020. He's won the most number of regional championships in the history of the game with 7 wins, 2-time US national champion and an international champion in 2019 as well.
And then I was going to count MSSs and PCs, but like I think those are the more impressive accomplishments. And it's all this weekend's success been off the back of this team. You have such a well-rounded core for Fire, Water, Grass. If you look at the Urshifu Rapid Strike alongside the Rillaboom, the Hearthflame Ogerpon, and the Incineroar. But then you also have this Farigiraf that has had a surprising amount of special attack for this team to round it out next to that Fluttermane.
Yeah, Wolf decided his strategy going into this game was to just use the strongest Pokemon in the game, but figure out how to use it in his way, and he certainly has found a way to do so. So many of these Pokemon being instrumental in his victories, and a heavy emphasis, of course, on that Farigiraf. As we quickly take a look at Luca's accomplishments, all of these really just in the last year, he's done so well, but he is hunting for that regional champion title.
Last year, he was able to get top 4 at the Charlotte Regional Championships, and he's also hot off the tails of a finalist position at the Peoria Regional Championships just a couple of months ago. And a lot of the success that Luca has found has been with this Black Glasses King Gambit that gets even more powerful when you look at support coming through from Howl, Gouging Fire, and the rest of this physically offensive team.
I think in this matchup, pay heavy attention to how Wolf utilizes Urshifu. Urshifu's Surging Strikes does ridiculous amounts of damage against everything. The main thing you don't want to fight against when you're using that Urshifu, of course, is going to be the Ogerpon on the opposing side. But one of the nice things about the Choice Scarf Urshifu is that you're able to U-turn into Ogerpon, deal super effective damage if it doesn't go for Terra, and then come back out. And so I think heavy prioritization for Wolf here from Urshifu is what I would expect. And then for Luca, how do you respond, right? I think you still want to maybe put on some pressure with Ogerpon, but if you Terra that Ogerpon, Grassy Glide plus close combat can be a nasty combination.
So let's see what our trainers will lead off this top 4 match with, this is the first game, and for Luca, it's going to be the Rillaboom and the King Gambit, and for Wolf, the Rillaboom and the Rapid Strike Urshifu.
So critically here, note that the King Gambit is Dark Terra. It is not something like a Dragon Terra, so you are really vulnerable to close combat from the opposing side here. Of course, Urshifu on Wolf's end also is the Water Terra, so you got to be worried about, of course, just super effective grass type damage coming out immediately. A lot of things to think about here as both players have pressure with Fake Out, but you can see Wolf looking to play really aggressively here, trying to snipe down the King Gambit. A lot of different decisions to make here, but you know, King Gambit's a Pokemon that's in a weird spot right now. It's only got Dark type attack, so it's not very good into Urshifu, and so I think Luca might want to consider switching it out or protecting it, but of course protecting in front of Urshifu does not save you.
No, it doesn't feel really good either, even if you're taking just a little bit of chip, but it is going to be a Terra onto the King Gambit.
Ooh.
So you're just heavily leaning into this Dark type offensive pressure that this King Gambit can provide. You've got the stab, you've got the Dark, the black glasses, there is no Fake Out, so a quick U-turn here into the Rillaboom means that Wolf gets to pivot this Urshifu back into its Pokeball, but what's in the back here? This is really risky.
You got it, yeah, BC. Okay, Incineroar coming in. That would activate the Defiant on the King Gambit. Wolf says, you know what? I'll give you your attack boost. I know you've Dark Terra'd. Now the question is, where is King Gambit targeting? Oh, it's gonna get boosted immediately here, though. It isn't even targeting anywhere. Could go for a Swords Dance as well. It's gonna be Woodhammer, though, into the King Gambit, which just Terra'd, so a hefty amount of damage onto that slot.
And the Rillaboom's gonna take a bit of recoil here, but as we see the Rillaboom fire back in response with a Woodhammer of its own, now we get a chance to see what this King Gambit is locked into, and it's gonna be the Kowtow Cleave at +1 now with that Defiant boost to re-enable after the Intimidate. That's gonna be a Rillaboom knockout.
Yeah, immediately takes care of the Rillaboom here, so very aggressive trades, right? Wolf had the option to go for like close combat onto King Gambit, decides to target the Rillaboom instead, makes a nice play of Woodhammering King Gambit, so it covers for the Terra option there, but of course the King Gambit now gets the Defiant boost. However, one of the reasons Wolf's probably not that worried about the Defiant boost is because you have Incineroar out, so now you can Fake Out onto the Gambit slot and potentially target it with Urshifu. So now the prediction is, do you want to go for the obvious play, right? Luca could predict that and of course just switch King Gambit out immediately. So yeah, King Gambit is pretty scary here, but both of Wolf's Pokemon actually resist Dark, so that's why Wolf's probably okay giving it that immediate Defiant boost. Even at +1 in Black Glasses, you're still not going to get a one-hit knockout, I think, onto either Pokemon.
But I wonder if Luca's okay with trading the King Gambit now. I mean, it kind of got the job done, removing one of the big pieces from Wolf's team. And when you look at something like the Rillaboom, you're like, okay, well, now, like, that tank is gone. What can I now bring in if you're Luca that you might be okay with trading the King Gambit?
Oh, big play here, though. So the King Gambit does switch out into the Gouging Fire. We saw a shot into the Gouging Fire slot and close combat into Rillaboom. So, you know, Wolf decided to ignore the King Gambit, saying, well, you know, I'm not that scared because I resist your attacks, and this pays off heavily.
It does. We're going to see the Photosynthesis boost, but the close combat into the Rillaboom is plenty to be able to finish it off from half HP. And now we see the Incineroar getting a chance to follow that up as well. This is a huge turn for Wolf, taking out now the Rillaboom on Luca's side.
So you know that the close combat has been locked into on Urshifu's end. Rillaboom there also, of course, had the opportunity to go for a Grassy Glide to get some free chip damage onto Urshifu, but opts not to do so. So feels like Luca had a really nice play on turn 1, and Wolf kind of turning the momentum back into his favor. Gouging Fire is a really interesting option here. It's not going to be able to do that much damage, but of course can boost the attack of any physical Pokemon with that Howl. So let's see what Luca decides to bring in as the final Pokemon. If you bring your King Gambit back out, it's just vulnerable to a close combat right now.
That would be a really tough decision to make, but it is going to be the Ogerpon, so we see the 4th Pokemon for Luca. And I really like this bring into this matchup because you do now, after getting rid of the Rillaboom, maybe you feel a little bit better about just having the Ogerpon on the field.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the Furgraf gets in at the perfect time, right? Yeah, really hates going up against King Gambit, but King Gambit just switched out, so it was a really, really nice play for Wolf to make, and could have been a little bit scary if it was just something like Sucker Punch and Grassy Glide into the Urshifu slot there. That could have spelled disaster, but Wolf now positioning him for Furgraf, and the question is, can Luca deal enough damage? Gouging Fire is not a very offensive option, but Gouging Fire goes for that Howl. We'll get an attack boost on both Pokemon. Now the question is, where is Ogerpon targeting? Spur's going to eat up the close combat, but is it going to go for a super effective Horn Leech onto Urshifu? That would heal it all the way back up, or did it read into Incineroar switching in? It read into the instant switch in! Ivy Cudgel comes out!
Oh, it's not going to be nearly enough to take out the Urshifu there, so the Hyper Voice coming out the Furgraf Ogerpon is able to hang on, but this Farigiraf is not taking any damage, and now it gets the special attack boost.
Yeah, that's a really great try by Luca, right? If you nail the Incineroar as it switches in, you get the knockout, presumably. Incineroar goes down, and then Ogerpon is really well positioned against Urshifu in the end game. If that were a Horn Leech, this game would look really different as well, because you just heal back so much and Incineroar is forced back out. But really, really nice call by Wolf on back-to-back turns, and I think he has all the momentum right now.
I feel like there is a way maybe for Luca to get back into this one, but it's continuing to make those aggressive reads and finally getting one right. You see the Urshifu pivot here from Wolf, and that means the Incineroar is going to be taking its place. So did Luca go for another Ivy Cudgel into that slot?
Yeah, the Hyper Voice right now is also just doing so much damage. So let's see. What is the play here? It's just to protect from Farigiraf.
So maybe Luca has an opportunity here, but it's about whether or not he puts his foot on the gas. It's going to be a breaking swipe that will not connect into the Farigiraf and also not help its damage output, but the Incineroar does have to take that before we finally get a chance to see what this
the Ivy Cudgel does come out.
Gonna do. And that's going to be a KO Incineroar.
Wow, the critical hit there. Okay, I'm not sure if that mattered. Depends on how these Pokemon were trained, but you just said it, Rose. If Luca wants to get back into this, needs to make a big play, and that was, I think, a pretty darn big play.
That is a huge play here, because now you've got this Urshifu that, yes, it gets a chance to knock out this Ogerpon, but you know, are we going to end up, like, how do you kind of deal with the rest of what's in the back?
Yeah, you know, the Hyper Voice and Psychic damage right now is huge, right? And so I don't think Urshifu's going to be fainting to either, you know, a Breaking Swipe or Heat Crash, and so Urshifu should survive the turn. If Urshifu faints, King Gambit actually might just end up winning against the Farigiraf. And what's really key here is the Farigiraf is blocking the Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, right? So now my question is, can 2 attacks from the Gouging Fire actually knock out the Urshifu? If you're able to outspeed Urshifu, you get some damage this turn and then try to get the knockout the next turn, King Gambit can then just finish off the Farigiraf. So that was a huge turn by Luca. I feel like each turn, the players are just kind of trading back and forth and bringing the momentum back into their favor. It's going to be another howl.
That feels so greedy in this position, but you want to make sure that this Gouging Fire might be set up for an end game, as a close combat into the Ogerpon is going to take it out. But can this Farigiraf actually continue to keep this Urshifu in the game by dealing enough damage to this Gouging Fire?
This is so intense. Okay, so it's going to be a +1 Psychic here from Farigiraf. First of all, does this get the knockout? Let's see.
We're about to find out as the Psychic hits into its target. It's not enough to get the knockout onto the Gouging Fire, but you still have the same predicament if you're Luca, which is that the Farigiraf is on the field.
Okay, so now King Gambit comes out. There has been the howl here on the Gouging Fire, but I don't think it gets the knockout onto Urshifu here. And there's still the Terra as well on Wolf's End, so actually with the Terra here, I think, you know, close combat onto King Gambit is basically guaranteed knockout. Gouging Fire doesn't have any attack boost, and so you might need a critical hit, but even with the critical hit, I don't think King Gambit can beat the Farigiraf. Wolf conserving his Terra really well in this game, I think should put him in a winning position here, but I struggle to see how Luca's actually going to come out of this spot.
Yeah, I don't know my Gouging Fire counts well enough to know how much damage it's going to do against the Urshifu, but at the very least, we get to see this Terastallization come through from the Farigiraf. Terra Fairy is going to help out a lot. I feel like Luca has a good opportunity here to try to go for the Kowtow Cleave into the Farigiraf and see if it can pick up, but it's going to be the Breaking Swipe first. Farigiraf doesn't take any damage from that either.
Oh, it gets the crit,
with the crit! Urshifu gets knocked out before it gets a chance to move!
I think it's still fine because Farigiraf with that Terra is what really saves it. It's also faster than King Gambit. King Gambit does hang on with what looks like 1 HP, but critically knocks out that Gouging Fire. Without that Terra, I think we would see Luca win this game. But Wolf, conserving the Fairy Terra all the way until the end, saves him from this King Gambit, and it takes a lot of damage, but it's not enough, and King Gambit's faster here and will secure the knockout.
Wow, that is amazing. What a photo finish for this game number 1. Wolf able to take it in the very first game of this best of 3, but there's still another game to go.
So many mind games. I'm thinking so much about the turn when it was Incineroar plus Urshifu out against the Rillaboom plus the King Gambit. That was on turn 2. You could make a crazy play if you're on Luca's end. Normally you expect probably something like Fake Out plus the close combat onto that slot. So Luca was probably trying to Woodhammer into Wolf's Urshifu if I had to guess. But Wolf makes the perfect play after falling behind a little bit and is able to secure the knockout onto the Rillaboom while taking no damage with Urshifu. I think Luca needs to get a little bit more damage onto Urshifu in the early game.
I agree with that. And even still though, despite the fact that Luca had to go for some really aggressive reads and maybe got 1 or 2 wrong, he still kept himself in the game because he's going to have to go for the gold if he wants to be able to win this matchup. And he did make a correct call in like turn 3 or 4 that did help keep him alive.
Yeah, this is a game I think that really will kind of come down to key predictions. Yeah, because so much of it is like Urshifu exerts so much pressure. Are you able to predict what it does, right? It's going to get one big move off often, and then once it goes for that move, you at least know what it's locked into, but it just applies so much pressure here. So, you know, if you want to responsibly Urshifu, you've got Water Ogre Pawn, but you want to be really careful about going for a Terra with that. Rillaboom is quite good, of course, into the Urshifu. I think something like Rillaboom plus King Gambit could be interesting, but I think it's scary leading King Gambit because, of course, it just suffers from going up against Urshifu in the early game. So I'm curious what adjustments Luka makes. I think the Pokemon he brought in that last game were actually totally fine for the matchup. It's just about execution, and both players were trading crazy plays back and forth.
Is there a world where Luka can force out a Terra early? Because the Farigiraf terastallizing so late in that game number 1 was a huge game winner. Can Luka do anything to try to force out a Terra earlier than that?
Yeah, totally. I think like it's interesting because like the Urshifu is just water Terra, right? So I think it's going to be pretty hard for that to Terra defensively. And so you're probably not going to force out a Terra out of that. And then the rest of Wolf's Pokemon are just really bulky, right? So he probably doesn't feel the need to Terra unless he's threatened by like an immediate one-hit knockout. But all right, here we go. It's going to be King Gambit and the Gouging Fire. Incineroar has hit the field, so it will give the King Gambit a Defiant boost. But we saw how Wolf was comfortable with this in the previous game, saying, well, I have two Pokemon that resist your dark type attacks, so I don't have to worry about you nearly as much.
What is nice about this as well is that you're a +1, but you're right, like that's not an attack boost that's too uncomfortable to have to play around with a King Gambit. Now though, you have to worry a little bit about this Gouging Fire that is sitting here pressuring off something like a Howl.
Oh, this is really interesting.
This
I mean, once again, we keep talking about the predictions that you're going to make when you are using Urshifu. So, of course, the obvious play here is to just close combat that King Gambit. You can see Wolf debating, do I want to target King Gambit? Do I want to just target Gouging Fire? I think Fake Out into Gouging Fire in close combat here is relatively safe, but then you risk a Flutter Mane switching into the King Gambit slot. And so Wolf is going back and forth. Who does he want to target with this close combat? Does he make the obvious play? And if he makes the obvious play, does the King Gambit pivot out?
I mean, if the King Gambit pivots out, we might get a chance to see the Flutter, but there are no switches on the field right now. It is just going to be a terastallization early, and it is the King Gambit once again here for Luka that's going to get that Terra commit right away.
All right, so that is a big Terra to go for, of course.
So risky.
Yeah, you get the Fake Out now, but is there a Sucker Punch? I don't think so. There's close combat into King Gambit. Is that just a one-hit knockout? Oh,
what?
It survives!
What a huge survival from the King Gambit. You would expect in these conditions that the Urshifu might be able to get the knockout, but that leaves his King Gambit to go for a +1 count-out cleave with the Dark Terra on top. And Incineroar is going to take half, but that's going to be a good chunk of damage now down onto such a tanky Pokemon.
Yeah, actually targeting the Incineroar rather than the Urshifu there, so maybe expecting Urshifu to go for a U-turn. You know, Wolf decides, I am just going to play aggressive here. Farigiraf really, really wants the King Gambit gone. Gouging Fire is in a really awkward spot right now where it just doesn't do very much damage, right? You can Howl, but Incineroar can just switch back in, and so that was a clutch survival on King Gambit, but dealing around 50% to Incineroar, I think Wolf is probably happy with that trade. And, you know, the main thing now is do you go for Sucker Punch if you're Luka, because Wolf could, of course, switch in that Farigiraf. And so do play that mind game. I think it's really safe to switch in Farigiraf here. You can see Wolf is really debating between the moves, but yeah, I think close combat and switch is probably your safest option here. Guarantees the knockout onto the Gambit slot. Looks like, you know, the main question I would have is there a Flutter Mane in the back to take close combat? Because if not, that Gambit should just faint.
Yeah, I love the thought process that we get a chance to see. Is going to work out so well in Wolf's favor, knowing that the Armor Tail is going to help block Urshifu's damage just a little bit, but with this King Gambit at such low HP, it's going to faint regardless.
I was so curious as to how much damage King Gambit would have done with the defense drop initially on turn 1, as well as the Black Glasses and the Terra and the Defiant boost, but that is King Gambit now out of the way. Wolf still holding on to that Terra advantage. King Gambit's such a crucial Pokemon here, and Wolf deciding to play aggressively this time, saying, you know what, I don't really think you can have actually anything that can switch in a close combat really well unless it's Flutter Mane, but no Flutter Mane switching here puts Wolf, I think, in a really commanding position. He's up against a lot of physical attackers, but now that King Gambit's gone, it's really free to just cycle in this Intimidate, and there's not that much offensive pressure onto Farigiraf.
Could see the hesitation there too, maybe wanting to go for Trick Room if he thinks that the speed control would be advantageous to have. But at this point, I do feel like Wolf is set up so well to just continue to get this damage down onto Luca's Pokemon, and you also get a chance to set up with the Throat Spray.
Gouging Fire honestly just feels a little bit like a liability right now, but we saw Luca make some cool plays previously where he would go for a Howl, get that immediate attack boost onto the Ogerpon, and then Ogerpon, of course, does have an ability to go for critical hits here as well, right? So let's see if he's able to make a good read this turn, but Luca's definitely playing from behind right now.
I mean, the Intimidate is going to help limit this Ogerpon's attack output, but as you can see, the Howl will come through. It's going to mitigate that right back up to neutral as the Ivy Cudgel goes down into the Farigiraf.
No critical hits.
No crit. That's a huge survival.
Yeah, we were clearly on the same wavelength there. There was, of course, the ability for Wolf to consider setting up Trick Room in that position, but you know, the fear of setting up Trick Room is knowing that, hey, I still have this Urshifu in the back, so if I set up Trick Room, then it's going to be a little bit awkward to play this endgame with Urshifu. So you can see there's an interesting play here, which is a Ghost Terra with Incineroar right now. Ghost Terra and Protect, though, can be a little bit risky because Gouging Fire could go for another Howl, and Ogerpon could target the Incineroar slot. So if Luca makes a hard read here, might be able to swing the tides back into his favor.
He has done that. In game number 1, we saw some big plays come through from this Wellspring Ogerpon, but is Luca going to have the courage to do it again? This Gouging Fire, even though we've seen it get intimidated, it's still there to help out with so much support. As we see this Terrestrialization come through, I wonder if this is going to catch Luca off guard.
Yeah, and Incineroar going for a Ghost Terra, not a very conventional play here, but of course removes the super effective damage from the opposing Water Ogerpon. So, big turn here as Farigiraf goes for Protect.
What happens next? It's up to this Gouging Fire and the...
Ski Crash, not Howl.
Okay, so that was going to Farigiraf, trying to just pressure a knockout. But now this Ogerpon gets to go for an Ivy Cudgel. No way! That's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, completely trying to deny Trick Room. Wolf basically using the fact that he has Trick Room pressure, saying, well, normally in this spot I could just put on pressure with something like Fake Out and go for Trick Room. And so Lucas says, well, if you go for the standard play, I'm just going to get a knockout onto you. But the Protect plus the Terra covers for in case Ogerpon would have targeted that slot. The only thing Wolf really would have lost through there was probably a Howl plus an Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar slot, but now able to reduce the damage output of the Gouging Fire, and you can cycle Incineroar back in for Intimidate. Wolf has been playing so well so far.
Yeah, you force Luca into a position where if you want to offset that, you just have to keep going for Howl, and then that Gouging Fire is sitting there and doing nothing else. So a fantastic positioning here for Wolf to go ahead and hit the Trick Room button and see if he can get that speed back in his favor. Once he's got the Trick Room up, this Rillaboom can go for some really powerful attacks with Woodhammer.
Yep, so it's going to be Ogerpon actually making the pivot right now. So I do think Rillaboom as Luca's last Pokemon is actually the absolute best Pokemon to keep himself in this game, especially if we see a Howl right now. Let's see if he decides to go for Howl. It is going to be Howl. Rillaboom under Trick Room with this +1 attack honestly is really scary.
That's very scary. Yeah, that's very, very scary. They're both Assault Vest sets, so they're not going to actually be saving each other from any of this physical damage. As the Trick Room goes up, now we have to wait and see how Luca's going to navigate with this +1 Rillaboom.
Yeah, it's interesting because normally Incineroar is your answer to Rillaboom, but now that it's actually Ghost Terra, you do take a little bit more damage, right? And so Wolf, of course, still has a lot of offensive pressure with Rillaboom, but he has to be a little bit careful about how he maneuvers this. For Lucas, and conserving that Ogerpon for the endgame to deal with Incineroar as well as Urshifu is also a big deal. So Farigiraf goes for the Protect to start here. Let's see what Luca opted for.
Could go for another Howl if you wanted to be really
right into Rillaboom. Oh my goodness, look at that damage.
50%. You take a little bit of that recoil, but you're still sitting in a really good position. The U-turn comes through to help even up the score, and now it makes a great pivot to get that Incineroar back in to drop the attack once again. You definitely don't want your Urshifu coming in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely not. So Incineroar now, of course, has Fake Out pressure going into this next turn. You can go for something like a Fake Out plus a Hyper Voice. Grassy Glide from Lucas and still completely denied, but the nice double up by Luca predicting the Protect, but this is Gouging Fire's weakness. It's not doing very much damage right now, and Rillaboom cannot protect this next turn, so you are vulnerable to a Fake Out and a Hyper Voice double up onto that slot.
Yeah, there's not really a great switch you can make here either unless you want to forego your Ogerpon. I feel like that's so risky because you might want to have that for an endgame with your Urshifu.
Yeah, and you can see Wolf actually opting for knockoff, so saying, you know what, I can just go for the KO onto your Rillaboom right now. You've already committed your Terra, so I like that play even more than the Fake Out option. And the one thing here is like Ogerpon could maybe pivot back in. Like I think what Luca wants to do right now is maybe stall out Trick Room because you know, if Rillaboom just goes down right now, it feels like a disaster. But here's just Flare Blitz, so no switch into the Ogerpon. That will get the knockout onto Rillaboom.
Yeah, big knockout there, and the recoil into Incineroar is going to put it into a little bit of a predicament, but I don't think it's in Heat Crash range, even though we saw how much damage came through there, as the Psychic from the Farigiraf is going to be moving first, and gouging fire. Wow, that is a lot of damage.
And the Gouging Fire is trying its best, but once again, its damage output is lacking. It's mainly here as a support option for the rest of the physical attackers, but I think King Gambit going down as early as it did gave Wolf a huge advantage in this game. Wolf was willing to just lean into aggression in this one, and if you look at what Luca brought, there was just no switching into a close combat, essentially, right? So it's down to Ogerpon and Gouging Fire. Trick Room is coming to an end right now, but Wolf can just Psycho Intimidate in and back out. Ogerpon's going to need to pull a miracle right now for Luca if he wants to advance to the finals.
Well, Gouging Fire is going to go for the Burning Bulwark, so it is able to protect itself to try to stall out these final few turns of Trick Room and maybe even get a burn. The Incineroar isn't actually a fire type anymore, but it's just going to be the parting shot into the Ogerpon, because that's really the main damage dealer on the team. Gouging Fire has taken a lot of Intimidate drops.
Yeah, it's just done no damage really throughout the course of this battle, and Rillaboom is such a perfect final Pokemon here because the Ogerpon just does very little damage into it, right? You also just baited out the Protect from the Gouging Fire, so this next turn you can just go for something like a Fake Out plus a Hyper Voice. So we'll see if Ogerpon's able to maybe get a critical hit with the Ivy Cudgel right now. It is an increased crit chance, and it does not get it.
Oh, so close. It's barely going to miss its mark on the KO, though, for the Farigiraf, and that looks like it seals the deal here. And Wolf is going to win this game.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think if there's any chance for Luca to win. Like, you probably need to go for a double protect, at least with Gouging Fire, right? Because with one more turn of Trick Room, you do have Fake Out pressure here. You can also just switch out and Hyper Voice, which is what Wolf's opting to do, saying even if you get the double protect, well, Urshifu's now pivoted out, so I just close combat you. And so Wolf's switching in this game has been absolutely phenomenal, starting with that turn one play, leaning really into aggression. Ogerpon goes for Spiky Shield, but even if the double comes out from the Gouging Fire, Urshifu will certainly be able to close out this one. There's the Burning Bulwark, and it does not get it, so the Farigiraf here should be able to secure the knockout with Hyper Voice.
Yeah, what a valiant effort here by Luca to be able to preserve this Gouging Fire, but it's just not going to be enough here. And with the Ogerpon as the final Pokemon standing here for Luca, the writing is back on the wall. The Trick Room is over. Urshifu is thriving, and it's going to be a quick knockout.
Close combat comes out, targets into the Ogerpon, and Wolf Glick will be advancing to his second regional championship finals in just 2 attempts this season, getting second, of course, at Pittsburgh Regionals just a couple of months ago. He has not played in a tournament since then, and in his return, he is back in the finals.
He is in peak form right now. It's just honestly incredible to watch, and major credit to Luca because, as we stated before the match started, this was going to be a game of inches. You have to go for some really risky plays and hope that you're able to get those predictions right. But Wolf was just able to keep that positional game so strong throughout both of those games, and maybe even better because in that game number 1, he didn't see the Flutter Mane at all.
Yeah, exactly. So leaning into that aggression with close combat, saying, well, I just don't think you're gonna have Flutter. I don't think you're gonna, the only thing that could really be scary, I think, on that turn 1 was either Flutter Mane switching in or King Gambit going for that Kowtow Cleave onto the Urshifu slot, but decided to target the Incineroar, maybe expecting Urshifu to play a little bit defensively. You can see Wolf was surprised by it surviving. Looks like Luca was confident on it, but critically not targeting Urshifu. If Urshifu fainted on turn 1 or just takes a lot of damage where it's in KO range from a breaking swipe, I think that game looks completely differently, right? Because a lot about that game was Urshifu applying so much offensive pressure, and Gouging Fire was a really cool option, but at the end of the day, it just was not able to put on that much damage. To me, the most pivotal turns were turn 1 in this game, as well as the turn Incineroar went for that Ghost Terra, and we saw the double up into Farigiraf. If that were something like Howl plus an Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar slot, I think this game might have looked a little bit differently as well.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we're talking about. Is you do have to go for these risky plays, and I think that both trainers really swung for the fences on a lot of the predictions they were trying to make. Wolf, though, will come out on top in this matchup and make his way to the finals of the Charlotte Regional Championships, where Nick is waiting in the wings. We're getting a rematch, not for a second time, but a third time between these two trainers.
I can't remember the last time in a tournament where we've seen 2 players go up against each other 3 times. So
Wolf and his opponent, Nick, went against each other in round 9 yesterday. They were both 8-0. Then we started the stream with them today in what was an absolute banger of a set. Super, super close. Felt like both players could really be able to win the entire thing. I know when Wolf played Nick yesterday in day 1, he actually told me he lost game 1 in 1 turn and then found a way to come back. And so, the game count is 4 for Wolf, 2 for Nicholas, but this is the final one, the most important set. Nicholas said earlier, hey, third time is the charm, so we'll see if he's going to be able to really show that that's the case.
Well, I hear that there is a lot of support for both of our trainers that are in the finals, and Sierra is standing by with a couple of those friends. So let's hear from them and who they're cheering on in the finals.
I'm out here on the floor where we got to watch Wolf Glick stamp his ticket into the finals, and here with Aaron Traylor to talk a little bit about that. I mean, Wolf's a close friend of yours. He's in the finals after this break. Was it stressful watching the match? Are you happy for him?
Yeah, it was stressful because, I mean, Luca is a fantastic player, and I, like, going into that game, really anything could happen. And I was, glad to see it shake out the way it did for my friend, So, yeah, but I'm looking forward to another awesome finals.
And I know that Wolf has a lot of support behind him, and you're one of those people. So coming into this event, even if you couldn't make it to finals, how does it feel knowing that, hey, this close friend of yours is able to be making this run and so close to maybe closing this out?
Yeah, I mean, how I always think about it is like making the finals of a regional is awesome. And what's that quote? It's like for Wolf, it's Tuesday, it's just another day in the office, right? Like, and so that's like kind of how I think about it and how I don't want to put words in his mouth. Like, I think maybe how he thinks about it. And like, I think that like kind of lets you play to the best of your potential, There's no need to raise your heart rate. There's a lot on the line, don't get me wrong, but like no need to raise your heart rate, no need to do anything crazy. Just let your Pokemon speak for itself. And I think that's a pretty cool thing.
And it definitely has spoken volumes this weekend. And I know the team that he brought kind of more fair into everything. He always has a tool for something. So going ahead into a finals match that is now a three-peat matchup that has been a little bit stressful, but he has come out on top. How do you feel like this one's going to be shaking up?
Yeah, I mean, Wolf is a great trainer, but I feel like I never want to play someone twice in a tournament, let alone play them 3 times. And Nick, he was making some super strong plays in that last stream set. So I actually kind of think the momentum is with Nick, if that makes sense. Because he also just got a break. He just got to watch Wolf's game. He got to kind of lock in, talk with his friends, and Wolf is going to go from game to game. They're probably going to set up pretty soon. So that's what I'm thinking about. But I think it's just going to be a great match either way. And I think, even though they've played twice already, I still think there's some stuff that Nick hasn't seen.
Oh, hasn't seen. All right, I'm not going to pry further. That'll be a...
Don't tell anyone.
We'll get to see it hopefully soon, close enough here. And I know, of course, you're rooting for Wolf for the finals. And I'm not going to ask you who to predict to win because I'm sure it's going to be Wolf. But what do you think that set score is going to be?
I don't know. I just maybe either 2-0 or 2-1. Sorry, I wasn't prepared. You threw me off. I'm going to say 2-1. It's going to be close. I mean, do I want it to be 2-1? No. I want Wolf to win. I mean, Nick's a great guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm super happy for him. But you're interviewing me for, I'm going to support my guy. But I think it's going to be a great set. And at the end of the day, it's what's a more fun expression than death and taxes? Death, taxes, Wolf Glick. We can do better. Life, friendship, and Wolf Glick. Write that down. So...
Not Life, Incineroar, Wolf Glick or something after this run?
Yeah, Wolf, Incineroar, Wolf Glick. That works for me.
Perfect. And last but not least, any words of encouragement for Wolf going ahead into this finals?
You got it. Woo!
Amazing. Perfect. But of course, not the only one supporting, so thank you so much for chatting. But we have some support for Nick over here who we have to talk to. I'm setting you off. Wolf doesn't need more support, but thank you so much. Over on Nick's end of things, we have Marcus Dion and we have Justin Tang. I mean, we got to see y'all out in the crowd cheering Nick on. Justin, we got to see you go up on stage cheering him on. Are you following? Great content, great content. How does it feel seeing your boy up here in the finals of his first regional he's debuted?
It's great. He's been trying for a very long time to do this. Justin can attest to this more than I can. I've known Nick for a long time at this point in the VGC community. He's been going to many of the same regionals I have, and he hasn't quite gotten there yet. And this has just been great to watch him get into the day 2 and then also be able to get to the finals. It's a crazy accomplishment.
Yeah, I'm so happy for Nick. Nick has been here since the start for me. He's the reason why I actually started competing. We planned our trip together, and he was there when I won Knoxville. I got my first day too, and now this is his first day too. Now he's in finals, about to do the same thing. So I'm just so excited, and he's had so many 6-3s, so close at day 2, and for this to be your first day 2 and finals it's so rare, and it's amazing for anyone to do, and for that to be for my friend is amazing. I don't know, it's great.
No, the friendship that we have with the game is honestly one of the best parts about it, but the journey's not quite done yet because he definitely has a tough opponent ahead of him. And I mean, y'all have been there through the tournament run. He has played Wolf twice and he's lost both times. The Wolf has said those matches have been really stressful. So how are you feeling about Nick said the third time's the charm. Do you think that's going to be coming true for this one?
Nick is definitely capable of bringing this matchup back. It's been tricky watching his only losses this entire tournament be to Wolf. So there's definitely pressure going on into this finals match, but I think he can do it. I've got confidence in him, you know?
Yeah, I think this is gonna be close. Wolf has definitely it's a hard team for him to deal with, just because the Scarf Urshifu and the Farigiraf on his own. Wolf has a lot of pieces for Nick's team, but I think Nick has won a lot of his games in both the sets he played off hard reads and calling his bluffs and such. Is it come down to who makes the better plays and the better reads, and that's always fun to watch in VGC. And knowing Nick and the plays he's been making, that I know he can do this. So.
Well, I know you're definitely counting on Nick to win, but I have to ask the same question that I asked Trailer here. Set scores. You gonna just clean sweep 2-0, 2-1?
It'll be a 2-1, I think, in my opinion. But it's gonna be a 2-1 triumphant, hopefully.
It's gonna be a 2-1. There's gonna be a flashy play that might fail, but the other ones will work. But 2-1 to be safe.
The confidence is inspiring. I love that. But before he goes up for his finals match, of course, I would love words of encouragement for Nick going on.
I believe in you, buddy. You can do it. You've been trying a long time. You got this.
Just win. You got this.
Perfectly said. Absolutely beautiful. But I think it's time to get our finals underway. So for that, let's get it started.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Legendary. Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Welcome everybody to the conclusion of the Charlotte Regional Championships for the Pokemon video game. My name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Aaron Cybertron Zhang to bring you through the riveting finals that we have ahead of us.
This is the finals of the largest Pokemon VGC tournament in the history of VGC. You know who won the largest tournament before today? It was Wolf Glick.
It was Wolf Glick.
And do you know who has the most number of regional titles in the history of the game? It's also
Let me
Wolf
guess.
Glick.
Yeah, Wolf Glick.
I'm really excited for this finals, though, because his opponent, Nicholas, I think has only lost to Wolf throughout this tournament, and they've played twice already. Both sets have been really, really close, and Nicholas's play has been so impressive. We've seen him a lot on stream, actually, so I'm really eager to see this matchup in particular as we quickly recap the bracket here. Wolf defeating both of his opponents 2-0 on his way to the finals, and Nicholas defeating both of his opponents 2-0 on his way to the finals as well.
What's really amazing is that while Wolf has this legacy and this rich history with the game, Nicholas is a people's champion right now. This is somebody that he has a lot of friends supporting, as well as just really just they're hyped the fact that Nicholas has been able to get his first top cut, his very first day 2, and also a first finals appearance all in one regional. That's so impressive.
I know if you look at just the names and the accomplishments, Wolf would appear to be a heavy favorite. But I think Nicholas has what it takes to win this. I think his play has been really impressive, and that set that we saw on stream earlier, we actually kicked off day 2 with them on stream, so here we are with another rematch. But on that game, it felt really, really close. I think like Wolf had a really dominant victory in game 1, and Nicholas made some fantastic adjustments in game 2 and game 3, where if he just makes one different move, it actually feels like he can win the game. So there's a lot of pressure here on both sides, but of course, once again, let's recap Wolf Glick's accomplishments. The winningest player really in VGC history, of course, 2016 World Champion, Players Cup Champion in 2020, 7 times Regional Champion. He won 2 US National Championships in 2011 and 2012, and then was the North American International Championship, so even larger than Nationals, in 2019. And this is, I believe, his 11th Regional Finals, if I'm correct. He's played in 10 so far until now, lost 3 of them and won 7.
Which is so impressive in
70%
itself.
win rate in regionals finals. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, I think the odds might be in his favor when it comes down to that statistic. But he's put so much faith into this team of 6. He stated before this tournament he wanted to be able to play with a team that was just all great Pokemon, and what great choices he made. Urshifu Rapid Strike has been a dominant force in the metagame because of its ability Unseen Fist being able to bypass Protect, but he's also rounded out this team with some just big favorites that have topped the usage charts.
There's been a lot of emphasis from Wolf's team on Pokemon like Farigiraf as well as Incineroar and Urshifu. We've talked a lot about Flutter Mane throughout the course of this tournament. It's on Wolf's team, but I don't think we've actually really seen him bring it out on stream. And so when we've seen these players go up against each other previously, a lot of emphasis early on leads like Farigiraf, Urshifu, as well as Farigiraf and Ogerpon.
While we see a lot of good stuffs on Wolf's team, Nicholas is going to be bringing the heat when it comes down to this more unorthodox mixture of Pokemon that he's got on here, especially when it comes down to the 2 different forms of speed control. You've got the Tornadus to go for a fast mode with the Tailwind, and the Farigiraf to go for a Trick Room to really help set up something like that Blood Moon Ursaluna. But the other key piece of this puzzle might be a familiar favorite, the Iron Hands, really unique in this regulation rule set in particular.
Yeah, this Iron Hands has Clear Amulet and Close Combat, and we saw Nicholas pair it with Farigiraf to put on huge amounts of offensive pressure. With that combination, you can go for Helping Hand Close Combat and just burst things down very, very quickly. To me, I think a lot about these early games will be about the leads. Last time these trainers went up against each other, Nicholas actually switched up his leads in all 3 games, whereas Wolf was very heavy on prioritizing Farigiraf as well as either Ogerpon or Urshifu next to it. So we saw when these players fought against each other previously that the Blood Moon Ursaluna put on a lot of offensive pressure, so I'm wondering if the Nicholas wants to kind of adjust and go back to Blood Moon, because Blood Moon just does so much damage to Wolf's entire team.
It really does, and I think that as long as you can get that Trick Room set up, you're in such a good position, but that Farigiraf is so pesky coming through from Wolf's side when you have the possibility of reversing that Trick Room right away. But let's get into it, the grand finals of the Charlotte Regional Championships between Nicholas Donnelly and Wolf Glick, and Nick's gonna be leading the charge with that Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Ogerpon, and for Wolf it's the Ogerpon as well, but next to that Farigiraf.
So this is already really explosive because Ursaluna has so much offensive pressure onto both sides. Now,
Nicholas also has the follow me on his Ogerpon, and so with that, you're able to redirect any powerful attacks off onto that Ursaluna slot. So Ogerpon here could go for a follow me. There's a lot of pressure from Wolf's, and I think one thing that Wolf does really well is pressure Trick Room at any given point, but it's going to be Farigiraf switching out this time around. By going for this, you cover for something like the Fire, Terra, Ogerpon, Ivy Cudgel into that slot, which otherwise would potentially just knock out the Farigiraf.
Especially because his Farigiraf is Throat Spray. It does not have the Citrus Berry healing that we have come to expect from a lot of the Farigiraf in this meta, but it's going to be a Terastallization right away, and on Nicholas's side, it will be that Blood Moon Ursaluna that gets that Terra charge. That Terra Normal is going to really help to boost up these Hyper Voices.
Yeah, I mean, Terra Normal Hyper Voice is a ridiculous combination, so Spiky Shield comes out. Let's see what Nicholas opted for. Did he just go for a Hyper Voice? Because that would be a lot of damage to start off the game. Ogerpon goes for Follow Me. The idea of that is to cover for opposing Ogerpon, going for a Terra Ivy Cudgel, for example. And it is that Hyper Voice. And so that's a lot of key damage without losing too many resources from Nicholas's end. This is going to do a lot of damage to Incineroar.
It really is. I mean, Incineroar is going to take 50% from that Terra Hyper Voice. And while you do see that Life Orb really helping that damage output, you still have to find a way to keep this Ursaluna in check.
Yeah, so there is the possibility of just Swords Dance and Fake Out now, which is relatively free. Farigiraf as a switch in here. Oh, this is a risky play, of course, because Nicholas could play really aggressively and just target down Ogerpon, right? You are vulnerable to something like the Blood Moon coming out and just getting a one-hit knockout onto Ogerpon, and Wolf's not going to click the Fake Out here, so Ogerpon's going to switch out. Is Blood Moon going to protect itself here?
What's going to be a Farigiraf taking the place of that Hearthflame Ogerpon on Nick's side, as Incineroar is also going to make that quick pivot. And we did see Wolf want to bring that Farigiraf back out in its place. But yeah, is it a Protect here? It's just going to be a Sword Stance from the Ogerpon, so no Protect coming through from Nick's Blood Moon.
Is he going for Blood Moon? Okay, it's just another Hyper Voice, but this is massive amounts of damage. Let's see how much it does into the Ogerpon. Almost just gets the one-hit knockout, but does not actually secure it, so it's a big survival there for Wolf.
It's a huge survival, but this Ogerpon here, while it does have this Sword Stance, it still has to figure out where is it going to be able to connect this damage. Ursaluna on Nick's side could go for something like the Protect, but the Farigiraf as well can't do that.
You could go for Protect and Trick Room, but the risk in that, of course, is that then the Ogerpon could theoretically go for Ivy Cudgel onto the opposing Farigiraf. So I think Nicholas has been playing super well so far, though, getting so much free damage across the board. It was a crucial survival there on Ogerpon. I think if Blood Moon had come out instead and gotten that one-hit knockout, Wolf would be in a disastrous position, but at least has some offensive pressure right now with the Ogerpon. So let's see. This turn is really critical from Nicholas's end. There's not going to be the Protect here, so there's Ivy Cudgel, and that's a one-hit knockout onto Ursaluna.
Ursaluna not necessarily known for its bulk, and especially when you've got that +2 Sword Stance, that Ivy Cudgel is going to hurt. But now Nick has the opportunity to hopefully do something else with his Farigiraf to set up for success in the late game. He's going to take that Hyper Voice really nicely, but Wolf now gets that special attack boost thanks to Throat Spray.
All right, let's see if it's a Trick Room going up. It is going to be Trick Room, so yeah, I think if Blood Moon just protected there, this game actually would feel pretty over, but of course the risk you have to take there is you don't know where the Ogerpon is targeting, and so Wolf making the correct decision saying, I think your Blood Moon's not going to protect, I'm just going to attack into you. Urshifu comes out. It's kind of an awkward Pokemon, though, admittedly, to bring out when Trick Room is up.
Yeah, because usually Ogerpon in this position would be faster than the Urshifu, so you feel like you're just going to be taking a ton of damage, and the Farigiraf is also going to be faster in Trick Room conditions, so Urshifu also just has to take the hit.
Exactly. Farigiraf right now puts on a lot of offensive pressure with this Hyper Voice, and so let's see. Right now, I think Farigiraf on Wolf's end should be able to get a guaranteed Hyper Voice. Nicholas has Imprisoned, but he does not have Hyper Voice on his side of the field. Incineroar is going to be a nice switch in here to allow Ogerpon to protect itself for a little bit, and Farigiraf should be able to do a lot of damage from Wolf's end right now.
Yeah, Urshifu does have the Focus Sash on Nick's side to be able to keep it safe, so at the very least you know that you will be able to get an attack off. While Farigiraf gets the Citrus Berry healing, it still took a considerable amount of damage. Dazzling Gleam in response just barely does any chip to both Pokemon, and with the Wicked Blow into Wolf's Farigiraf, while it does get the KO, you're still in a very precarious position.
Wow, this is such an intense game right now. I think both players making some really good calls throughout the course of the battle. Of course, Incineroar on Wolf's end critically can't go for that Fake Out because of Farigiraf on Nicholas's end. It's really awkward to have this Urshifu in the back as well because, of course, it is Choice Scarfed. But the upside of the Urshifu is that you're not actually threatened by knockouts from the opposing side. So normally it feels a little bit weird to bring a Choice Scarf Urshifu in under Trick Room, but I think it actually makes a lot of sense in this position. What Wolf has to be really careful about is having Urshifu out on the field when Nicholas has his Ogre Pawn, because without Protect, if Trick Room is up, all it takes is one single Grass type attack to basically nuke it. So Urshifu is going to make this pivot in right now.
The Urshifu can't protect, so that is something else that does make this matchup a little bit risky, but I saw the Aqua Jet for a brief second there, and I considered, would that be the play, just to be able to make sure that you're getting some damage down in Trick Room?
Yeah, it'd be really bold. I think if you're Aqua Jetting, you're basically reading that Farigiraf is going to switch out. It's just, but you know, we've seen Wolf make really crazy predictions, but I think this is a great position actually for Water Terra Surging Strikes if you're confident Flare Blitz is going to get the knockout onto the Urshifu slot, right? Farigiraf can't protect itself, and so I think the Incineroar right now might just be able to do enough to secure this end game here. So I think like you could either go for U-turn or the Surging Strikes. What U-turn covers for is Farigiraf switching out into the Ogre Pawn slot, but no switch.
No switch here. We see the Terrestrialization come through. It's also really nice knowing that Nicholas could go for something like the Dazzling Gleam, so you also get rid of that weakness with that fighting type. So Urshifu here able to power itself up if it does come back in and get those Surging Strikes down, but Flare Blitz is enough to be able to knock out Nicholas's Urshifu, so another big source of damage off the board. You just have that Heart Flame Ogre Pawn that's in the back.
Yeah, and the Surging Strikes here certainly will, I would guess, knock out the Urshifu. Gets the critical hit there, but not enough to get the knockout. Actually, it is U-turn, and oh, Farigiraf does survive here, okay?
Okay, Farigiraf gets to live to see another turn, but we did see that Incineroar is faster right now. So is it going to be enough to be able to outplay both the Ogre Pawn and the Incineroar?
Yeah, I think Surging Strikes there likely would have just ended the game, but trying to bait out maybe the Ogre Pawn switch in there and get some positioning as well. So Ogre Pawn from Nicholas's end is, of course, at full health. One of the things you have to be worried about is just the Horn Leech, right? And so now Wolf opting to just go for damage here onto both sides. The Farigiraf on Nicholas's end does not have Protect, so it will just get knocked out by Incineroar right now.
So then can Ogre Pawn finish the job?
Oh,
he's gonna just go for the follow
though.
me. Yeah, now you are gonna redirect away the knockoff because, and that's actually not gonna do nearly as much damage because you can't knock off the item that Ogre Pawn is holding.
Hangs on, Incineroar does faint.
That Ogre Pawn surviving there. Nick is not happy about that. As the Ivy Cudgel now coming down into the Ogre Pawn, but it's not gonna go down either.
Oh my gosh, this game is so dramatic, but I think Urshifu should be able to close it out at this point. The main threat to Urshifu in this game was first the Blood Moon and then the Ogre Pawn, but you've done enough damage to Ogre Pawn at this point, so should be able to guarantee the knockout onto that slot. I mean, Trick Room is actually still up though. Actually,
wait, so Horn Leech?
Hold on. Yeah.
I think you might just go for Horn Leech in this position.
Horn Leech, yeah.
That might be enough. You can't go for Aqua Jet because the Farigiraf is still on the field, blocking the priority with the Armor Tail, but we are going to see the Spiky Shield first, as Nick is going to have to try to work his way out of this one. The Dazzling Gleam first to connect onto the Urshifu to just do a little bit of damage. But what did this Ogre Pawn decide to do?
There's the, oh, it went for Ivy Cudgel.
Ivy Cudgel into the Urshifu is just not going to be nearly enough, and so Urshifu strikes back. One hit will do the job to finish off that Ogre Pawn, and that's going to be lights out here for game number 1.
So the reason it was Ivy Cudgel is because Nick actually has Woodhammer on the Ogre Pawn. So if you go for Woodhammer, you faint from recoil, and then Wolf ends up winning in the Ogre Pawn versus Farigiraf matchup. And so this game is so crazy.
Oh my goodness. I actually forgot that it was not the Horn Leech there, but with the final Surging Strikes, that is the conclusion of game number 1 of our best of 3 set in the grand finals of Charlotte, and Wolf is gonna take this game 1.
I'm reminding myself to take a deep breath because there's so much going on that even as a commentator, I'm like, oh my goodness, like what is happening right now? That was an amazing first match. I feel like both players played super, super well. Nicholas had some really nice early game pressure, but a couple key decisions allowed Wolf to get back into this game in the mid game, right? Was able to go for that Swords Dance. The Blood Moon did not come out from Ursaluna, so did not get a one-hit knockout onto the opposing Ogre Pawn. And after that, getting that Swords Dance boost, it was able to just knock out the Blood Moon in one hit, right? The key decision to target Blood Moon there rather than targeting Farigiraf. I think if that turn goes wrong for Wolf, he probably just loses the game on the spot, right? Because
because if Trick Room gets set up and Blood Moon is under Trick Room, Blood Moon, I think, just starts sweeping you. So Blood Moon is a really, really good Pokemon, and I think Nicholas managed it really well in the early game, and Wolf had to make some bold predictions to get back into it, but it paid off. And oh man, the decision of Woodhammer here instead of Hornleech actually really punishes Nicholas as well. If that were a Hornleech, I think Nicholas just takes that game, but he did have enough turns of Trick Room to work with, just not enough HP. Ogerpon surviving with just a sliver of HP. I can't
believe it.
If Ogerpon faints in that endgame, that Woodhammer secures you the victory as well.
It does. It's so difficult when you're building these teams because you have to outweigh all of the different possibilities of why you would want one move over another. In this position, you might have wanted the Hornleech, but in others, that Woodhammer does so much damage. The recoil, though, is going to be a secondary effect that makes it a little bit harder to weave in that endgame. But now we have to think about the adjustments for this game number 2, and I feel like Wolf just has been so comfortable with this Farigiraf.
Blood Moon feels so good here from Nicholas, right? He was able to get a huge lead in that first game by playing exceptionally with it. And so I think if you're Nicholas, you might be happy still going back to Ogerpon and the Blood Moon and just saying, you know what, I'm just going to be a little bit better in terms of when to click the Blood Moon specifically to try to just knock out Ogerpon. And so let's see if both players run it back, because yeah, both players definitely had the tools to win that one. These battles are just so close, and it is going to be a run back here with Ogerpon and Ursaluna.
Right, Ogerpon, Ursaluna versus the Farigiraf and Ogerpon. It's a run back of the same leads for both trainers in our game number 1. So where does this turn go different?
Oh, you can already see Wolf's thinking about the aggression here. This is actually how he beat Nicholas in the 3rd game when they played each other previously in this tournament. So looking to play really, really aggressively here. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're going full in on offense right now this turn for Wolf. He is looking to just get rid of the redirection user immediately to start this game.
If he's able to get the KO here, then this could be a very, very fast game. With the Terrestrialization onto the Heart Flame Ogerpon, you get the Embody Aspect boost, +1 to your attack. This is going to be a lot of damage. And we're also going to see another Terrestrialization on the other side. Nicholas, this time around, will commit that Terra to the Ursaluna once again.
Okay, so we know where the targeting is going right now, so I think the safe play for Nicholas is to just opt for Follow Me, but you could make a crazy play of Spiky Shield. It is just going to be that Follow Me, though, so it is going to eat up so much damage from this Ivy Cudgel.
I wonder if this could be a knockout with a crit, honestly.
Even without a crit, I think it might get the KO, but let's see.
Ivy Cudgel comes down. Ogerpon is not going to be able to take it. That is a one-hit knockout. And now with that redirection, yes, this Ursaluna can go for some big damage with the Terra Normal Hyper Voice, but that's a key piece. You might have wanted to have that redirection for later.
Okay, this gets really interesting if Nicholas made an adjustment of Tornadus in the back. Oh, but the critical hit means Ursaluna will only get one more attack off there. The worst time to see a crit if you're Nicholas, because that means Ursaluna just does not have that much firepower left, and Wolf is off to a huge start in this game. There's no Tornadus in the back either, so right now Nicholas has the speed advantage.
Yeah, wow. This is an absolute show-starter for this very first turn. This Ursaluna, yeah, it's got to get as much done as it can right now. But do you read into it too much if you're Nicholas and expect to see a bit more of a passive play from Wolf? It's just going to be a protect here, hoping that this Urshifu is going to be able to do anything this turn.
Okay, the Ivy Cudgel does go into that slot, so Wolf had the opportunity to just secure the knockout onto Urshifu this turn. This buys Nicholas some time, and this is actually a pretty big deal because you get the knockout onto the Farigiraf. Now, that means that Farigiraf's ability is no longer in effect. So, Urshifu from Nicholas's end can now go for Sucker Punch. Of course, there is this Incineroar and the Urshifu in the back, so Scarf Urshifu, a really, really nice switch in to put on so much offensive pressure right now.
Yeah, you get to go for the Ivy Cudgel here again. You can also pivot out the Urshifu. We saw that 4th and final in the back will help, especially if there's another physical attacker from Nick for his 4th and final. But this Ursaluna, it just protected, so it's really unsafe right now. Nick does not want to let this Ursaluna go down without a fight, so it's going to be the Farigiraf that takes its place.
So the U-turn lock here means that it will be able to switch out, and the Sucker Punch does secure the knockout here onto the Ogerpon as well, so despite a rough critical hit start from Nicholas, he will be able to secure 2 knockouts.
Now Wolf is down to his final 2, and the pivot potential has now come off the field. The Fergraf takes a U-turn really well here too. Not gonna put it into that Citrus Berry range, but that means that it still has that HP recovery for later. Incineroar, the 4th one for Wolf in this second game.
Incineroar comes back out. The Terras have been committed. Oh my goodness, this is just so close right now. You're able to, get that U-turn for some nice chip damage onto Fergraf, but the Fergraf does have Citrus Berry, so Wolf is now down to the point where you have to commit and lock into a move with the Urshifu. You've gotten the Intimidate off onto the opposing Urshifu, which is really valuable. One of the interesting things that I don't expect to see, but you could do, is actually side knockoff if you wanted to get rid of your Choice Scarf and be able to, click other moves throughout the course of this battle. But let's see. There is that Blood Moon in the back, right? So it might be able to get one more big attack up, but it's just going to be helping hand here onto the Urshifu.
So big helping hand means that this Fergraf is going to take the Surging Strikes, but it doesn't look like it's going to be nearly enough. As the Citrus Berry activates, it's going to heal back out of the range of getting knocked out to the last 2 strikes from this Urshifu. So what is this Urshifu on Nick's side going to go for?
It's got to be a close combat, right? You would think close combat, you try to get the knockout onto Incineroar, so let's see. There's close combat onto Incineroar. Does it get the one-hit knockout? It does! And Nicholas has knocked out 3 of Wolf's Pokemon. It's just down to this Choice Scarf Urshifu, but can it be able to pull off this victory?
It's stuck now using Surging Strikes, and we saw just how well that this Fergraf can take it. So Urshifu, with this defense drop, is that going to put it in range of getting knocked out?
Okay, there's no switch from either end, so Fergraf just clicks Trick Room or Dazzling Gleam here. I think Nicholas is actually going to take us to a game 3.
He's smiling.
Oh, and
he
Urshifu
survives anyway, so it doesn't even matter. The Urshifu goes for the close combat just to be able to chip away, but this Fergraf gets a chance to help it out with the Trick Room, and with that Ursaluna in the back, feels over.
We are going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is such an exciting set to be able to watch and commentate. These players have played 8 games against each other already. We're gonna go down to game number 9 to see who claims the title of the biggest regional champion of all time.
No way.
I thought it was done for. That critical hit came out, and I was like, how is Nicholas going to pull this off? But Nicholas made the right play protecting Fergraf, made the right play going for Sucker Punch on an Ogerpon, and set up Trick Room at the perfect time. And so I cannot believe this set. This is incredible.
The absolute courage that Nick has had to make some of these plays as well. It's amazing. It is amazing. I am lost for words at how back and forth all of these games have been between both of these players. Let's relive some of the moments from this second game. I mean, the Ogerpon, right away it got knocked out after that Follow Me direction, which left this Ursaluna so vulnerable, especially after it got cribbed by that Hyper Voice.
Oh my goodness. So I'm curious if we just see a run back with the same leads. One of the things I was thinking about is if you were Nicholas bringing that Tornadus in the back to actually enable a Tailwind mode, but I can see why it feels really risky to do that, right? And so, just the leads themselves, are really volatile on turn 1. There's so many plays that both players can make, and so this is the game time decision making, right? What do you lead when you've played against each other 8 different times? You've tried out different leads. What are you going to bet on for this final game to claim the championship?
Do you roll the dice? do you roll your lucky dice and
you
see
just said,
if,
you know what? Let's just try
rock it.
something new.
Let's
yeah.
rock it.
Oh
it might
my
take
goodness.
that though. It might take having to shut off that part of your brain that goes, but we've played this 8 times already. Every single time the lead has been different. Every single time the turn 1 has been different. How do I catch him off guard? Shut it off. Tunnel vision. Just go full send.
The turn 1 is just so scary, right? Because there's so much that can happen, and I think that this Blood Moon, once again, one of the reasons why it was surging going into this tournament is because of how much damage it does, and Wolf's team generally wants to play a really bulky and bulky-oriented game, but Blood Moon just puts on immense offensive pressure immediately. So both players have locked in, and folks, we are going to game 3 in this grand finals.
Who is going to win the biggest regional championship of the season? It's Wolf Glick versus Nicholas Donnelly. Wolf, the most decorated player in VGC, versus Nick, who has been on a tear this entire competition. It all comes down to this final game between these 2 players, where Nick is going to be bringing the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Ogerpon once again, but Wolf switching it up.
So the idea here behind Wolf's lead is now you pressure with Fake Out into Swords Dance immediately. This means that you can deny Ursaluna immediately, but also, okay, just considering, whoa, going really, really aggressive here, parting shot, and considering Ivy Cudgel as well, but that could be really risky if the Ogerpon decides to just go for a Terra and go for a Follow Me. This is going to be an explosive turn one. Yeah, Wolf locking in what I would say is a pretty unconventional play here.
It worked out last time to be able to get the knockout onto the Hearthflame Ogerpon on Nick's side once it went for that Follow Me. But will it work a second time, or does Nick decide to change it up and make this turn one look very different?
Basically, Nick is worried about Fake Out and Swords Dance, so the prediction is, do you just expect him to make the obvious Fake Out Swords Dance play, or do you go on the aggressive?
Looks like we see a little bit of a head shake there from Nick. Is he expecting this to come through, as the Terra from the Hearthflame Ogerpon feels like such a run back from what we saw in that game number 2.
Oh my goodness, I am holding my breath as we see how this first turn plays out. All right, it's gonna be a trade of the Terras here to start.
Is it gonna be the Ursaluna once again, though? Yes, it is. Okay, so do we get a chance to see this Ursaluna get off another big Terra Normal Hyper Voice? What does this Ogerpon decide to do on Nick's side? It goes for the Follow Me. So it is going to redirect away the attention from this Ursaluna. This time around, the Ivy Cudgel hitting into it again. It got the knockout last time. It should be another knockout here.
We are off to the races, folks. Ogerpon gets one hit KO'd by its opposing Ogerpon here. And now Ursaluna goes for the Blood Moon this time. Does not opt for the Hyper Voice. And that's going to be able to take care of Wolf's Terra immediately to start off this game.
What a huge piece for Wolf to have off the board immediately. Terrestrialization now no longer able to be committed in a defensive manner. And with this Blood Moon Ursaluna, yes, okay, you're going to get Parting Shot here, but you still have the Life Orb to help mitigate any of that special attack drop.
That's an amazing trade for Nicholas, in my opinion. I feel like in this trade-off, every time we've seen Ogerpon survive because it just hangs on with the sliver from Hyper Voice, but this time it feigns, and so Wolf at least has been able to mitigate the damage of the Ursaluna Blood Moon thanks to that Parting Shot, now able to bring out Urshifu for close combat pressure, but Nicholas now gets a free switch in as well. You could, of course, pivot in your Farigiraf.
You could, and in that situation too, I think the Urshifu makes a nice call here because that Ursaluna can't just sit there and go for a Protect. So you have to figure out what can you do in this situation to help keep this Blood Moon safe? What is in the back here for Nick to potentially make a switch into that slot?
Oh, this turn is so intense because, like, the obvious play would be to close combat Ursaluna, right? So yeah, we see close combat knockoff, but Nicholas could switch out the Ursaluna. This is very similar to the position we had previously. Does he decide to switch, or does the Blood Moon just get knocked out here? This turn is so crucial.
We're a couple of moments away of determining whether or not this also just might be the end of the game. A huge swing here could turn the tides immediately.
Blood Moon doesn't switch out!
There's
Close
no
combat
switch!
into the Ursaluna!
It's
That's a
just
one-hit knockout!
No way! Ursaluna doesn't get a chance to move, and if it was a Trick Room coming out from the Farigiraf, does Nick have anything in the back that can actually take advantage of that?
Oh my goodness, the knockoff's gonna remove the Citrus Berry as well. It deals so much damage to Farigiraf. If Blood Moon had switched out there and Trick Room goes up, I think Nicholas probably wins this finals, but now he is down his strongest attacker. Trick Room gets set up there. Nicholas, of course, once again predicting, I don't think you're gonna target Blood Moon. The Trick Room setup is too obvious, but Wolf gets the call correct twice in this grand finals.
This has been a trade of calls and predictions. And right now, it's going to be Wolf that's in the driver's seat for this break here for Nick. And we have seen him make a comeback with the Urshifu versus Urshifu in this matchup.
All right, so there are the defense drops on the opposing Urshifu. So obviously Dazzling Gleam is pretty scary. Nicholas's close combat is also pretty scary right now, but there is still a lot of offensive pressure. This Incineroar is looking quite good. Wolf's Scarf Urshifu locked into kind of a weird place under Trick Room right now, but let's see. I think Farigiraf might be able to take one more knockoff, which would be really pivotal. I think if you feint a knockoff, you might just lose the game immediately.
Yeah, good to call out there that now that the Citrus Berry is removed, that knockoff would deal less damage to the Farigiraf. Farigiraf is going to go for the Helping Hand, though, really hoping that it will survive. It just doesn't survive that. After the Helping Hand, it's going to go down, but hopefully with one last hurrah for Urshifu, its partner, the close combat
that will get the knockout onto Wolf's Urshifu, but Wolf still has one more Pokemon in the back. It's a 2v1.
And Trick Room has been set up this time around, but it does not help Nicholas. You're staring down Farigiraf and Incineroar, the key Pokemon on Wolf's team. Wolf can just go for Hyper Voice and Flare Blitz now. Urshifu's got to kind of stall in its own Trick Room, which makes this really, really awkward.
It
but
really
with 3
does.
turns, I think Nicholas is going to need a triple protect right now.
The triple protect is possible. The odds are very, very unlikely, but you could still do it, or you try to make another really, really big call. But as we saw Wolf lock into 2 attacks, it's gonna come down to the wire. The Urshifu does get the first one, of course, but what happens in these next few turns?
Yeah, I think Nicholas has to go for the triple, then you go for the Wicked Blow into Farigiraf, and then close combat into Incineroar, but the odds are extremely stacked against Nicholas. If he fails one of these next 2 protects, Wolf will become an 8-time regional champion! It all comes down to this.
All
2
comes
more
down
turns.
to this.
I haven't seen a triple protect on stream in so long. Urshifu goes for the protect. It fails.
It's not going to be able to save itself from this one. The Flare Blitz from the Incineroar is going to deal so much damage to the Urshifu to put it on one last life as the Farigiraf hopes to follow it up and get the KO with a Hyper Voice. And with that attack, Wolf Glick becomes your Charlotte Regional Champion, 8-time winner.
The king is back, ladies and gentlemen. He took 3 months off this game and came back and shows it's just as easy as riding a bike, only dropping 1 set throughout the entire tournament. He was the victor of the previous largest tournament of all time, and now he is the winner of the newly largest tournament of all time.
What a momentum that Wolf is on. Nick put up such a valiant effort in this grand finals. 3rd time could have been the charm, but you gotta get the 3rd time on the protect, and it just wasn't able to come through. Wolf with some really critical reads in those games to be able to take it down. That was amazing. What a way to end the Charlotte Regional Championships.
Nick was so deserving of that spot in the finals. I am so impressed by his play. I'm so glad that he managed to showcase just how amazing of a player he is, and I expect to see a lot more of him in the future. I think once again, it kind of comes down to just one call, right? If the Blood Moon ends up not getting targeted in both of those games, I think it's a huge advantage for Nick. So Wolf had to make some really gutsy plays in both Game 1 and Game 3. I thought Nick started this game really strongly as well, but Urshifu is just a Pokemon that applies so much pressure, and Wolf's predictions with it were lights out here. But I think Nicholas making some incredible adjustments, right? Going for that knockout onto Ogerpon to start off the game was an incredible play as well. And so it was just back and forth, and it was such a treat to watch.
I'm so excited to look back at some of these highlights because, like, I want to relive these memories forever. This was one of the coolest grand finals I think we've ever had in VGC, and what a treat that it was between 2 incredibly deserving trainers in the finals and that have played each other so many times. They've traded games back and forth every single set they've played.
Absolutely incredible, and it's like the turn 1 was so different. We've watched 6 games between these players, and I think turn 1 was different literally all
every
6 games.
Single time.
We saw Nicholas bring Iron Hands and Tornadus, not in this final set, but the previous time they played. Nicholas decided, I think these are just the best 4 to approach this matchup, which I think makes a lot of sense. And this final Game 3 came down to the close combat turn, and not getting the correct call. Nicholas ends up losing a lot of momentum, loses his best sweeper as well. I think if Urshifu had switched it into that position, the late game Urshifu under Trick Room looks like a huge, dominant monster. But in the end, Wolf makes the correct call, gets the knockout onto that Blood Moon, and secures the victory.
Want to give major credit to Nick once again. He made it to the finals in his first day 2, his first top cut, and in the largest tournament that we have ever had for VGC, and able to take it to one of the best players, if not the best player we have ever had in VGC in the history of this game. The future is so bright for Nick, and I cannot wait to see more of this player in future tournaments.
I loved watching him play. I think he's so good at knowing when to dial it up, and I think his ability to make these really aggressive reads on turn 1 is a huge testament to why he was fighting here in the finals. He actually I'd say rarely made like super safe plays and was really willing to dial the aggression. And when you're playing a team like Farigiraf, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, right, one good turn with Blood Moon can just
blow the game wide open for you. And so I was thinking about maybe adjustments Nicholas could consider, but I think the 4 Pokemon he brought made total sense, right? I, once again, like kind of think about the idea of back Tornadus just to let you set up Tailwind instead of going for Trick Room, and that way you have the priority Tailwind, but it's really hard to feel confident bringing that, of course. But I feel like each game's like turn 1, we started with an amazing banger immediately, and then it was just trading prediction from prediction. And in the end, it was just, that was one of the closest finals I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still sitting here speechless because that was a masterclass of how VGC can be played, and especially in this new era of the video game. I hope that gets everybody excited to come out to an event, spectate, play, just experience the game in this amazing way. These are our final standings of the largest Pokemon regional we have ever had. Wolf Glick is going to sit at the top of that top 8, but every single trainer brought the heat today when it came down to just the variety of teams that we have here in the top 8.
It was an absolute pleasure to cast this tournament. I think this is one of the most fun I've had casting a tournament because we had so many unique Pokemon, unique strategies throughout the course of this event, and it was just an amazing, amazing show. At the end of the day, this was such a competitive tournament. So hard to even make it into the top 8. Everyone here is such a phenomenal player, and that top 8 bracket really did not disappoint as well. But yeah, look at those Pokemon, right? Like we've got a Smeargle there in 6th place. We have Roaring Moon in 8th place. We've got some of the brand new Paradox Pokemon in Gouging Fire at number 3 and the Raging Bolt at number 8 as well. And so I'm really excited to see where the metagame shakes up from here. Also 3 Farigiraphs in the top 4.
I think Farigiraf is very happy about the meta that it's currently in, but once again, just a huge congratulations to both Wolf and Nick for making it to the finals. It was a gauntlet. They had to run an amazing gauntlet of games in order to get to this point. 15 rounds of Swiss, a stacked top 8 cut just to be here in the finals. And Wolf adds another regional championship to his long list of accomplishments, and I think ups that 70% win rate in finals.
That is going to be 8 wins now out of 11 attempts here in the finals. To make it to 11 finals, like that's a crazy stat. That sounds made up, right? But he's nearing double-digit regional victories, and you know, I think it's a testament to his ability to balance in this game, right? I think it's really important to know when you're feeling burnt out, and I think in today's circuit, there's so many events going on all the time, but Wolf said, I want to just take a couple of months off. It's difficult, of course, balancing life as a competitor and a content creator as well. And so took a couple of months off, but was feeling really refreshed coming into this tournament, put in a lot of prep work for it as well. Decided, I just want to figure out how to use the strongest Pokemon to how I can play. And he certainly showcased that. I think like his ability to assess board states and especially make really aggressive reads when he's behind is super, super critical. And it feels like we saw him get so many correct calls on stream throughout the course of this tournament.
We did, and especially after Nick had to make some really outrageous calls so early, and Wolf had to do the same to bring it back. Oh my goodness, it's been a pleasure, Aaron. This was a really great grand final. So glad you and I got to cast it together. Let's head over to the stage now to celebrate our finalists of the Charlotte Regional Champions.
The largest VGC regional that we've had, and it has not disappointed. And it's time now to celebrate the finalists that made their way through the competition. Of course, our finalists. First up, let's welcome Nick Donnelly. Congratulations on your run, making it to finals. Everybody cheering you on as you took this to a 3-game set. I know it's not the win you're looking for, but you still have the medal. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm feeling great. I just had a lot of fun. I got to play every round that the tournament had to offer, which was really the best outcome I could have ever hoped for. It's crazy having seen these medals for the first time at Indy 2022 and being able to hold one in my hands and around my neck is actually crazy, and I'm just really glad to be here.
It was definitely such a treat to watch this match, and this was one that really went down to the wire. This was the 3rd time that you and Wolf had battled, and each time this set was really intense. So how are you feeling just about that matchup in general?
It's a lot. So pretty much every single turn you have to call it right, and Wolf is an amazing player, and honestly, he's probably the only person here today who I couldn't just look at and get a read on. So, and he informed me some more stuff after the tournament. It was even more dicey than I had originally anticipated. So, you know, just, I'm glad I got to play it all out, and I'm happy with the result.
Well, no great players without great support behind them. So last but not least, any final shout-outs that you have?
So first I want to shout out Justin, Brian, everyone out there, Marcus, Joe, for everyone helping me with the lines and a lot of my matchups. It was huge. I want to shout out my beautiful girlfriend and her family, Rihanna, and everyone else watching at home. I'm just really glad for the support. I know I have a lot of messages. It's going to be hard to reply to everything, but all I want you to know is that I thank you, and thank you for supporting me, and I'm glad to be here.
Rest up, take your time, get to those messages when you can, but thank you again so much and congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And now for our grand champion here at the Charlotte Pokémon Regional Championships, Wolf Glick. You've been in the grand finals 11 times, 8 championship titles. How does it feel to just grab this one?
It feels really good. Nick is a really strong player. The matchup was not super easy, I would say. I really hope never to play against that matchup again. And so, yeah, no, it feels really good. You know, I came into this regional after a long break. I went to Pittsburgh. I got second. I was like, I really would have liked to win. And there were moments in the finals where I was like, might be second this time. But yeah, I mean, qualifying for Worlds, winning the biggest Pokemon tournament of all time, winning my 8th regional championship, and doing it after like a 4-month break, basically, I feel pretty good.
And I have to ask too, I know Nick just said that after the match that you had told him a couple things about the team that made things a little bit more dicey than he thought on his end. Any leaks, can we know?
Yeah, well, basically, my Incineroar was a weird speed stat. It was like 77 speed stat, which is like something you have to intentionally lower the stat of Incineroar to get in the first place. And so in our first set, I noticed that his Iron Hands was faster than my Incineroar. And so I thought, okay, it must be really fast. And then my Fergaraf, who was 1 point faster than Incineroar at 78, was faster than his Iron Hands. So I was like, something in there is a little dicey. It turns out that Incineroar and Iron Hands were speed tying, so it only came up that first time and then never again, but it could have made things even more volatile than they already were.
Especially too, this has been a match that has played out now 3 times, each one of the sets going to 2-1. So now that we've had that third match and you're still able to take it, was there anything too different this time around that maybe caught you off guard?
Yeah, Nick's play is just really kind of hard to get a handle on. I basically realized that I wasn't going to be able to accurately predict him or really outplay him, so I focused a lot on macro and tried to cover like multiple plays at the same time without tunneling in on one. I think that was ultimately what led to my victory. But yeah, I mean, that set very easily could have gone the other way.
And then I want to know your thoughts. We got to see that adjustment from Nick in that game 3, going for the Blood Moon from that Ursaluna for the massive damage, that one-hit KO as opposed to that Hyper Voice. At that point, did you think it was nice for that swap, or were you kind of worried about that KO?
Yeah, when I saw the Blood Moon come out, I thought, oh boy, there goes Incineroar. This might get kind of dicey. But when I saw that it was actually Ogerpon going down, I thought that maybe it was actually okay because I got Urshifu for free, and then I thought that the combination, I thought I needed Incineroar basically to make sure that I had multiple Pokemon in Trick Room that could be strong. So really, I didn't think that I had won the finals until after I saw the Protect fail at the very end. I think it was a really close match, and yeah, I don't think it was ever like really that heavily in my favor at any point during it, but I saw the Blood Moon KO Ogerpon, and I thought, okay, well, I still get to play the game. Like, this isn't such a bad turn 1 that the game is immediately over.
And now you have your Worlds invite. You come back from your great, just snatch up a Worlds invite. So then what's next for you?
You know, I was planning on going to Knoxville, but now I'm like, maybe I should just take a break, you know? Like, I worked really hard. I had to play a lot of Pokemon. I had to play 17 sets this weekend. I think that's maybe the most ever, like, anyone's played in an official tournament before. So, yeah, maybe Knoxville. I'm planning on doing Orlando to try and defend the title there. Maybe Knoxville, and then the internationals, European internats and North American internats as well. And then Worlds, of course.
Well, of course, Worlds, but considering how you were after the break, maybe a break till Worlds to just kind of pop off there would be great. But of course, there are many people here cheering you on, I know at home as well. So do you have any final words?
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you. I have a lot of support from Dylan and Yuki and Billa and Marcus and Aaron and Brendan and Aaron and Justin and Gio. There's a ton of people who were really like made me feel like they were in my court, who helped me at various points over the weekend, as well as people who are at home cheering on. I think my family's watching. Haley, I have some other friends as well. So yeah, I feel really just blessed to be able to not only do something that I love, but just have so much support from the people in my lives. It's really a blessing, and it's not something I take for granted. And also, yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of people here who are rooting for me or cheering for me, and yeah, I feel really grateful for that as well. I feel really lucky to kind of be in the position that I'm in, and I try to do my best with that opportunity, and yeah, I hope you know that the support isn't taken for granted.
Well, congratulations once again on this regional championship title. Definitely so well earned. This has been such a great event overall. Of course, we do have to be ending things off nicely, so time to head over to the lounge, clean this up.
Truly the cherry on top of this beautiful championship Sunday. Congratulations to Wolf and Nick for one of the closest finals we've seen so far here at the Pokemon Regional Championships, and also congratulations to all of our top 8 finishers. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Evan Law and Aaron Cybertron Zhang for one final wrap up here. I gotta ask y'all, what was your favorite moment from this weekend?
Oh, wow. What a great question. There are so many moments, but I don't know. I think seeing Toller make it into top 8 in after winning that set on stream, it was really close whether or not Toller was actually going to make it into the top cut. But he did, running that Iron Crown team, which unfortunately did not make it past top 8. But getting into the top 8 alone is a huge accomplishment for an archetype that we haven't seen a whole lot of.
It's hard to just pick one moment. I feel like we were blessed with so many crazy games and really cool teams. Probably a little bit biased. I think being able to cast my little brother win a really cool game on stream was with Iron Jugulus of all Pokemon in particular was really cool. But seeing Wolf win in incredible finals against an incredible opponent, it's an honor to be able to cast another one of his championship victories. I'm counting it's like 2016 Worlds, NAIC 2019, this event. Wolf just needs me on the cast, and he's got to win on lock, But the competition was amazing, and I think it's so fun watching a brand new meta, watching how players approach it. And we give so much credit to the top players, but there's so many people that come out and attend these events, right? The players that are in top 32, 64, day 2, all the way down. Everyone puts in so much work to attend these events. I hope everyone had a blast, and for us to be breaking records here, 15 plus years since VGC has started. As someone who started literally playing in the first year of VGC, it's so surreal to see, and it's just a blast to be a part of.
I think we're all right there with you, Aaron, honestly. But where we are also at is we had some incredible Pokemon brought to the tournament this weekend. And I do want to take a moment to shout out all of our 75 Day 2 competitors here, really bringing a very diverse metagame. We're seeing the rise of the single striker Shifu, Incineroar really finding its spot, especially after such a great finals performance from that Pokemon.
There are going to be changes.
What was that?
There are going to be changes to this.
There's going to be changes. All right, you heard it here first. Dare I ask if you have any predictions about those changes, or maybe some reflections on your predictions going into this event? Because Evan, I think you won the crown for caster predictions. What was it? 4 for 4 on this Day 2 graphic?
4 for 4 in cut, so that's feel pretty good about that. I don't know. Incineroar at 6 is looking pretty wimpy right now, especially after the performance that Wolf gave on Incineroar over the course of this tournament. That is clearly a Pokemon that's still at the top, and Farigiraf is beating all of the allegations, was clearly the most dominant Pokemon in Top Cut to me.
Aaron, I want to take a moment to juxtapose your caster predictions with the top 12. We see Day 2 here. We can take a moment to look at the caster predictions once again. I know you had Dondozo. We can maybe not talk about that for this moment, but we really did see the rise of Farigiraf and Ursaluna Blood Moon. What was your thinking when you predicted those?
It was trending really highly on online tournaments, and so the combination in particular I knew would be strong. I knew Wolf would be bringing Farigiraf into this tournament as well, and I can count the number of times I think Wolf has made a bad meta call in all the years of him competing in VGC. So, I figured if he's bringing in, there's probably some good traction behind. I mean, Farigiraf isn't like an unknown Pokemon, right? It got second at the World Championships last year. It is really, really good, and especially given the priority spam that was coming out after Portland Regionals, it made a lot of sense. Dondozo, I have to say, I'm actually very surprised that it had such a bad performance in this tournament, but this feels like the classic Dondozo wave. It's like, you are right here in the Dondozo cycle right now. We're all
all the way down below. But if people are going to underestimate this Pokemon at some point, it's going to come back into the meta for sure. But, you know, I think, yeah, Crown, Friggraph, Blood Moon all had great performances. And I'm really happy because I think all of us ended up calling out Pokemon that had big appearances on stream throughout the course of this tournament. Like, I think it's rare for so many of these predictions to be actually accurate. And so I'm really happy for us to have such a high degree of accuracy here.
For sure. And I do want to give a shout out to Slitherwing, as I do think that Pokemon ties for most screen time, if only because I keep seeing it lurking around here in the lounge. And let's be real, that's probably something that's going to persist into the future as well. But we weren't the only ones making predictions this weekend. We also had the community prediction bracket. Fluttermane won this competition, beating out Ogerpon Wellspring, but interestingly enough, it was 2 Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon in the finals, which I think is worth talking about.
Absolutely. I think probably an easy thing for the next few regionals is to see that Hearthflame Ogerpon on the rise. It got completely overshadowed by the Wellspring Ogerpon, but clearly the top players are finding uses for it still.
It was actually one of my predictions yesterday that it would break into the top 12 today. So even though its usage rate maybe was not as high, clearly its success rate was incredibly good. So both Ogerpon forms are just so good. We've even seen the other Ogerpon forms succeed as well. There was the Grass Ogerpon, I believe, that finished in 9th place. We've seen Cornerstone Ogerpon top cut some other events as well. So it's cool to be playing a Pokemon that has 4 forms where all 4 of them are so viable. Speaking of different viable forms, I mean, both Urshifu has had a very dominant performance throughout this tournament. Dark Urshifu certainly on the rise as well.
Yeah, I would love to see if we could do future community polls for just forms against each other, like a form bracket. I think would be really interesting to go into, but we'll have to wait to a future regional event for that. And lucky for us, there are still many opportunities to do so. We may be wrapping things up here in Charlotte this weekend. Knoxville is only a couple of weeks away, and we still have those international championships that Wolf Glick will hopefully attend as well.
Absolutely, and those international championships are where we actually get to see all of these competitors flying around from across the globe to compete against each other. The highest level of competition before the World Championships, and the highest prizing and amount of championship points available before Worlds.
It's wild because it feels like we're about at the midway point already, but you know, this new regulation is a big mix-up. I think EUIC is going to be such an incredible event. We're reaching record-breaking numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if we get the largest international championship, or maybe just the largest tournament of all time.
Yeah.
This was the largest tournament of all time, but if you told me another one of these breaks that record later on, I wouldn't be shocked. And so we'll just have to see, but with over 800 players just in the Masters division, I think 900 players total plus registered between all of the age divisions, VGC is just in such an incredible place, and we are going to have not that short of a break from Knoxville, but then Knoxville between Vancouver is actually a pretty hefty amount. It's about a month, you know, 5+ weeks actually in between those. And so it'll give some players to rest and recharge because this is a very long and grueling circuit.
Yeah, but shout outs to Knoxville in Evan's backyard, really. Coming up in a couple of weeks, you will want to tune in live February 2nd to February 4th to watch that incredible regional championship coming up. Evan, how excited are you to be returning to Tennessee for a regional?
I'm excited to have Knoxville back. Knoxville's a great town. Knoxville, Tennessee, East Tennessee, Eastern time zone. So for everyone on the East Coast,
I do appreciate that.
You'll be appreciative of that. Great town. The regional last year was an extreme amount of fun, and I think it'll just be even more.
And for all y'all Noctowls out there on the East Coast, or maybe you just happen to live across the pond, there is the Liverpool Regional Championships coming up next week, January 27th to 28th. We will be streaming that event live as well here on Twitch and on YouTube. But I am not a Noctowl, so I will be catching the VOD after sleeping in a good amount. But there's so many opportunities for metagame developments in these next couple of events. I do want to take a moment to get some final thoughts from y'all, maybe starting with you, Aaron. Where do you think the metagame goes from here?
It's a great question. I'll be playing in Knoxville, so I'm very pumped up to go home and kind of sit and research all these teams. I think it's still in a really wide open place. I expect most of the teams that have done well here to continue to perform well. One of the interesting kind of compositions that came out of this tournament, we knew Friggraph plus Ursaluna Blood Moon was going to be popular, but a lot of teams would combine that with Tornadus to have a hybrid Trick Room and Tailwind mode, and so I think that's going to be one of the top things to look out for.
Ursaluna Blood Moon looked amazing in that finals,
Yeah.
honestly, and if just one different call goes Nick's way in any of those games, it feels like he would be regional champion, right? And so it's a Pokemon to play so much offensive pressure. That's going to be definitely on the top of the list to look for. But, you know, everything in that top 12, like, I don't think any of things was really shocking, but I'm curious now with Farigiraf making such a big appearance, where do we go in terms of priority moves and people start moving away from it and start looking towards countering Farigiraf specifically a little bit more?
Absolutely. I think this weekend proved that Farigiraf Blood Moon Ursaluna is a real comp. Like, that is absolutely a top-tier threat in the meta right now. I will also be competing in Knoxville, so I am looking forward.
Here we go.
I am looking forward to explicitly counter-teaming Aaron Cybertron Zane's team and hoping to draw
You
him
can't
on
counter team me if I don't even have a team, Evan.
Oh, that's 3D chess.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing you two on stream against each other in the finals in Knoxville. And thank you all so much for tuning in this weekend. As a reminder, of course, you can follow us on our social media channels over on X, over on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and please make sure you're using that hashtag #PlayPokemon to join in on the conversation. As let's be real, we got to feature some incredible tweets from fan arts to proposals to pets to everything. If you don't already follow YouTube or Twitch as well, make sure to click that follow button, ring that bell for those notifications for not only when we go live, but for also when there's some fun content posted. We have some incredible videos coming up this week on Twitch for the animation. You can watch season 3 of the Johto Journeys, or you could just go on YouTube, check out the VODs. Shout outs to Beedoo's Big Stand. That one's up on there for y'all to watch. It's great. So that is going to be it from us this weekend. Again, thank you so much for watching, and we look forward to seeing you again real soon.